Chapter 1: Apprentices in the Primordial Era, Activating the Hongming Academy. In the Primordial Era, beneath an expanse of clear skies and over endless seas, stood majestic immortal islands. These islands were shrouded in ethereal mist, adorned with spiritual trees, and enveloped in swirling clouds, truly resembling a realm of immortals. In the distance, a figure clad in white descended from the skies. The young man possessed a handsome visage and a tall, elegant stature, exuding an air of transcendence. Su-mo gazed at the island before him, releasing his divine consciousness moments later. A faint smile graced his lips as he exhaled deeply, saying, "I have indeed not misremembered at this time. The Primordial Island remains unclaimed." With that, Su-mo moved and alighted upon Primordial Island. After wandering around the island, he fully comprehended the extraordinary nature of this ethereal land. As he beheld the enchanting scenery, Su-mo murmured to himself, "System, if this does not work, I shall truly be at a loss." Indeed, Su-mo was a transmigrator, albeit one who had traversed the Primordial Era only a century ago. Initially, upon his arrival, he possessed no system or extraordinary abilities, confined to cultivating within his modest dwelling. However, as a postnatal human, Su-mo lacked any remarkable talents or divine powers. After a century of cultivation, he had only managed to ascend to the Earth immortal realm, with no further progress. Thus, Su-mo stepped out of his cave dwelling, only to discover that he had not crossed into an ordinary version of the Primordial Era at this moment. It was after the great catastrophe of Longhan, when the Dao ancestor Hongjun triumphed over the Demon Ro, achieving the status of a saint, and the teachings at the Zixiao Palace were imminent. Su-mo was acutely aware of the narrative trajectory of the Primordial Era. Following Hongjun's 3 teachings at the Zixiao Palace, 6 saints would subsequently attain enlightenment, leading to the calamity between the Wu and the Yao. In such times, even the Tai Golden Immortals were not regarded as formidable, let alone himself, an Earth Immortal. While Su-mo fretted over his safety, the essential golden finger of transmigration system awoke. However, the system had merely awakened and had not yet activated according to its words. Activation required the discovery of a place imbued with spiritual essence. In pursuit of this activation, to enhance his strength, Su-mo had no choice but to embark on a quest for such a sacred locale. Yet, after searching several potential sites, none met the system's criteria. Primordial Island was the last place Su-mo could conceive of. Reflecting upon this, he could not help but ask solemnly, "System, surely Primordial Island will suffice?" As soon as the words left his lips, an emotionless system notification echoed in his ears. The system is currently assessing the surrounding environment. Su-mo could only wait patiently. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the system finally responded. "This location meets the conditions for system activation. Would the host like to activate the system now?" Without hesitation, Su-mo replied, "Activate now." As soon as he spoke, the system notification chimed once more. "Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the Hongming Academy system. The Hongming Academy is commencing expansion." As the voice resonated, an enigmatic force enveloped Primordial Island, causing everything upon it to undergo transformation. Su-mo gazed in awe at the myriad changes unfolding before him. After a brief interval, the transformation ceased. Above the island, a magnificent gate materialized, adorned with the grand characters Hongming Academy dancing in the air. Upon witnessing this scene, Su-mo immediately inquired, "System, what is the purpose of the Hongming Academy? Can it enhance my cultivation?" The scope of the Hongming Academy grants the host invincibility. The Hongming Academy serves as an apprentice system, allowing the host to recruit disciples across the entire Primordial Era. Within the academy are countless texts from myriad worlds. While reading, primordial cultivators can comprehend laws and divine abilities, thereby enhancing their cultivation. Whatever insights the host's disciples gain within the academy, the host may possess in double measure. After listening to the system's succinct introduction, Su-mo was momentarily taken aback. While the assurance of invincibility within the academy guaranteed his safety, this was still the Primordial Era. Where would he find disciples? Soon, the teachings at the Zixiao Palace would commence. Would he compete with Hongjun for disciples? How could he possibly succeed? Hongjun had vanquished Ro, achieving the stature of a saint. Who, in the Primordial Era, did not know of this? And here he was, merely an Earth Immortal. What was the significance of the Hongming Academy? A wave of frustration washed over Su Mo. Recruiting disciples was not an easy task. At that moment, another system notification sounded, as this is the host's first activation of the system. A Wanli transmission talisman has been granted. Before Su Mo's eyes, golden characters materialized. Wanli transmission talisman, capable of transmitting a message within a radius of 10,000 miles. Su Mo felt a twinge of exasperation. What use was this trivial item? System, is there anything else? The system offered no response with no other recourse. Su Mo resigned himself to the situation for now. He could only await the opportune moment, hoping that someone might pass by Punlai Island, allowing him the chance to persuade them into joining the Hongmeng Academy. Chapter 2. Hongjun preaches. The three pure ones arrive at the immortal island of Punlai, beyond 33 heavens. Within the purple cloud palace, a figure is seated serenely upon a mat. The elder, clad in hempen garments, emanates not a trace of magical energy. He appears to be one with his surroundings. Suddenly, the elder's eyelids flutter slightly, and he gradually opens his profound eyes, which seem capable of encompassing all things in the universe. In that instant, none dare to meet his gaze. This individual is none other than the Tao ancestor, Hongjun. Hongjun rises and steps outside the purple cloud palace, gazing into the distance. Then his lips part slightly, and a series of profound utterances resonate through the heavens and the earth. High upon the ninefold clouds, the mat is the true Tao. Beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth, I shall wield the Tao's respect. Panga birthed the Taiji. The 2 E and 4 symbols follow. The leader of the Xianmen. The breath transforms into Hongjun. I am Hongjun. Having gained insights upon becoming a saint. I shall preach within the purple cloud palace beyond 33 heavens. Those fated may come to listen. Upon concluding, Hongjun returns to his mat and closes his eyes once more. However, his words send ripples through the entire primordial world, following the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qiling clans have declined, while the Wu and Yao clans, along with numerous cultivators, begin to rise. For these beings, attaining the status of a saint is their lifelong pursuit. As the sole saint in the current primordial realm. Hongjun's announcement of preaching in the Purple Cloud Palace is an opportunity not to be missed. In no time, cultivators from all corners of the primordial world set forth towards the Purple Cloud Palace under the clear skies. 3 figures sweep in from afar, each radiating a formidable wave of magical energy. Having all reached the level of Deluo Jinxian, it is essential to note that during this period in the primordial realm, a Deluo Jinxian is already immensely powerful. These 3 are the 3 pure ones. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tongtian, all manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. Thus, they possess unparalleled advantages in cultivation. However, this advantage diminishes after they ascend to the level of Deluo Jinxian. Now, upon hearing of Hongjun's preaching, the 3 are eager to hasten to the Purple Cloud Palace. Leading the group, Yuan Shi turns back to urge Laozi and Tongtian, eldest brother, third brother, do hasten. The Tao ancestor Hongjun is preaching at the Purple Cloud Palace. This is a grand event. Should we arrive late, we may find no space left. Yuan Shi quickens his pace, followed closely by Laozi and Tongtian. Yet, shortly thereafter, a vague and ethereal voice resonates in their ears. Today marks the commencement of the Hongmeng Academy. To become a saint with but a glance upwards, the voice, at first seeming to emanate from miles away, upon closer inspection, appears as if it were right beside them. The 3 halt in their tracks. Laozi, with a puzzled expression, inquires, "Who could this be?" Yuan Shi, with a hint of disdain, retorts, "What is the Hongmeng Academy? I've never heard of it. Becoming a saint with just a glance." Such words are easy to say, yet do they not fear tripping over their own tongues? Aside from the Tao ancestor, who else in the primordial realm is a saint? Tongtian turns his gaze towards the direction of the voice. Curiosity piqued, it seems the source of this voice is not far from us. Let us go and see. As he speaks, Tongtian has already turned and strides towards the voice's origin, with Laozi following closely behind. I too wish to see who dares to utter such audacious words. Yuan Shi, noticing their departure, raises his hand in annoyance, but the Tao ancestor is about to preach. Yet, Laozi and Tongtian act as if they have not heard him. Left with no choice, Yuan Shi reluctantly follows in their wake. The trio soon arrives on an ethereal island. Standing upon the island, Laozi gazes at the enchanting scene before him and cannot help but exclaim, "What a divine place this is! Alas, had we discovered it sooner, our cultivation here would surely yield twice the result with half the effort." Tongtian, also captivated by the sight, solemnly remarks, "Is there an immortal here? Perhaps a hidden master?" Yuan Shi, still displeased, replies, "Shall we not enter to find out?" With that, he strides towards the island. This island is none other than the immortal island of Penglai, the center of Penglai Island. Su Imo steps out of his cave dwelling, speaking to himself. At last, someone has come. Regardless, today I must recruit a disciple for the Hongmeng Academy. That it has been a month since Su Imo first arrived at Penglai Island. A month during which not a single soul passed within 1,000 miles. Just now, Su Imo sensed the powerful magical energy of the three pure ones and immediately utilized the transmission talisman. Any cultivator hearing such audacity should surely come to investigate. Yes, Su Imo approaches the edge of Penglai Island. Three figures stride toward him. Upon seeing Su Imo, the trio pauses in astonishment. After a moment of scrutiny, the leader speaks solemnly, "I am Laozi. Upon hearing the transmission, I have come to pay a visit. May I inquire, is this the Hongmeng Academy?" Throughout his speech, Laozi's gaze never strays from Su Imo. Yuan Shi and Tongtian regard Su Imo with expressions of intense curiosity. According to their previous assumptions, one who could utter such bold claims should possess considerable strength. Yet, why is it that Su Imo, while they cannot discern his exact cultivation level, they sense that it is not high? Though Su Imo maintains an expressionless demeanor, he is, in truth, astonished. Why are the three pure ones the ones who have come? These three pure ones are all disciples of Hongjun, destined to become saints. Am I truly to compete with Hongjun for disciples? While pondering this, Sumo's face remains calm as he states, "Those fated may enter my Hongmeng Academy." He does not even glance at the three pure ones as he speaks. Instantly, Laozi and the others feel a surge of irritation and astonishment. Chapter 3. Tongtian. I wish to test it out. It is important to note that shortly after the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era, numerous cultivators emerged in the primordial realm. Among them, the three pure ones, transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, are renowned far and wide. In terms of both strength and lineage, the three pure ones are held in high regard within the primordial realm. Apart from Dao ancestor Hongjun, who would dare to not address the three pure ones as friends upon encountering them. Just moments ago, Laozi introduced himself to elicit Su Mo's respect. Yet Su Mo seemingly disregards the three, as if they were merely ordinary cultivators. This blatant disregard infuriates the three pure ones. However, after the initial anger, a multitude of questions arise within them. Laozi, suppressing his anger, solemnly inquires, "May I ask who you are? What is the Hongmeng Academy? I have never heard of it before." Before Su Mo can respond, Yuan Shi, visibly displeased, interjects, "You just claimed that entering the Hongmeng Academy would allow one to become a saint with just a glance upwards. May I ask what your cultivation level is?" Su Mo regards Yuan Shi with a calm expression and replies, "My name is Su Mo, the master of the Hongmeng Academy. Is my cultivation level of such importance? Today, since you three have arrived here, it is your opportunity. Among you, is there anyone who wishes to enter the Hongmeng Academy?" Su Mo has made up his mind, regardless of the three pure one's status. He must recruit a disciple for the Hongmeng Academy today. I cannot remain a mere earth immortal forever. Though Yuan Shi, Su Mo's nonchalant demeanor appears as disdain. Enraged, Yuan Shi declares, "Today, I shall see just how much strength you possess to dare utter such bold words." As he speaks, Yuan Shi raises his right hand, magical energy coalescing within it, revealing his Deluo Jin Xian cultivation unmistakably. Yet, Su Mo merely glances at Yuan Shi without taking any action. Yuan Shi then brings his palm crashing down towards Su Mo. Laozi urgently exclaims, "Do not." However, Laozi's words carry no weight, as he too is curious to witness Su Mo's strength. Meanwhile, Tongtian stands aside silently, his eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue. As Yuan Shi witnesses Su Mo's indifference, His fury intensifies, and the magical energy in his palm swells even further. Yet just as his palm is about to strike down, the magical energy suddenly dissipates, as if it had never existed. Yuan Shi stares in disbelief at his right hand, then looks back at Su Im. In that fleeting moment, Yuan Shi felt an abrupt severance from the magical energy in his palm. Was this the work of Su Mo? After all, he is a Deluo Jinxian. What cultivation level does Su Mo possess? In an instant, the expressions of the three pure ones shift, now marked by a newfound seriousness. I could see this moment. Su Mo gazes at Yuan Shi, his expression still calm. Your temperament is far too impulsive. You are not suited for the Hongmeng Academy. Despite Su Mo's composed exterior, he harbors a sense of trepidation within. After all, he is merely an earth immortal. Should Yuan Shi strike land, he would surely meet his end. Yet, fortunately, within the confines of the academy and upon the island, he is invincible. Yuan Shi's attempted blow only serves to reinforce this notion. As Su Mo finishes speaking, Yuan Shi stands frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief. Coldly, he retorts, "Are you jesting? When did I ever express a desire to enter the Hongmeng Academy?" On one side, Laozi fixed his gaze upon Su Mo, his eyes flickering momentarily before he solemnly inquired, "Since your Hongmeng Academy enables one to effortlessly attain the status of a sage, might you be a sage yourself?" Su Mo promptly shook his head. Instantly, a trace of disdain appeared in Laozi's eyes. Not a sage. Then what is this talk of becoming a sage in a single step? At that moment, Yuan Shi interjected, "Elder brother, third brother, we should not squander any more time here. We must hasten to Zixiao Palace, for that is of utmost importance." With that, Yuan Shi turned to leave. Laozi and Tongtian also followed suit. However, just as the three were about to depart, Su Mo suddenly spoke up. "Tongtian, do you aspire to pursue a realm beyond that of a sage?" Upon hearing this, the three pure ones halted in their tracks and turned to look back. Yuan Shi scoffed, "What nonsense! A sage is the pinnacle of the primordial chaos. What could possibly exist beyond that? Should you continue to speak such absurdities, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Yet Tongtian gazed at Su Mo with a look of confusion and solemnly asked, "What realm lies beyond that of a sage?" Su Mo brushed his sleeve, gazing up at the heavens, and replied slowly, "I know not. However, I am aware that being a sage is not the ultimate achievement of the Tao. If you merely wish to become a sage, feel free to leave and proceed to Zixiao Palace." After uttering this, Su Mo fell silent. Yuan Shi immediately retorted, "Such utter nonsense. We should hasten to Zixiao Palace." But just as Laozi and Yuan Shi were about to depart, Tongtian showed no inclination to leave. Laozi, puzzled, asked, "What do you intend to do?" Tongtian glanced at Laozi and Yuan Shi, then at Su Mo, his gaze shifting before he finally spoke. "You two may go to Zixiao Palace. I wish to stay and explore the Hongmeng Academy." Chapter 4. The first disciple, Tongtian, enters the academy when Tongtian's voice echoed. Both Laozi and Yuan Shi looked at him in astonishment. Yuan Shi was the first to react, stepping forward to confront Tongtian and sternly asked, "Do you comprehend what you are saying?" Tongtian replied earnestly, "Of course I do. That I simply find this Hongmeng Academy extraordinary and wish to remain and observe." As he finished speaking, Laozi approached, his tone grave. "The Tao ancestor has spoken. Such opportunities are rare. We have never heard of this Hongmeng Academy. And Su Mo's cultivation remains unknown. That it would be unwise to forfeit a greater opportunity for a trivial one," that Yuan Shi added. "This individual merely withstood one blow from me. That I believe his cultivation is lacking. And he is merely leveraging the power of this immortal island to achieve such a state. Do not be deceived by appearances." After Laozi and Yuan Shi had voiced their concerns, Tongtian cast a glance at Su Mo. He was well aware that their words bore some truth. Yet he had his own reasons for wanting to stay. In Tongtian's eyes, the Hongmeng Academy represented a unique opportunity, for as long as the three pure ones had existed, their cultivation levels were relatively equal. However, Su Mo's words had instigated a shift within Tongtian, that if he wished to surpass Laozi and Yuan Shi, going to Zixiao Palace would not suffice. The Hongmeng Academy was his only chance. Although Su Mo's cultivation was unclear, He had maintained an air of tranquility since his arrival, showing no regard for the three pure ones. The vastness of the primordial chaos suggested that Su Mo might very well be a hidden powerhouse. This could very likely be his fortuitous encounter. With that thought, Tongtian turned to Laozi and Yuan Shi, his expression earnest. I know what I am doing. You two should hurry to Zixiao Palace and not miss the appointed time. Yuan Shi and Laozi appeared resigned. Finally, Yuan Shi coldly warned, do not come to regret this. Upon seeing that Tongtian had no intention of leaving, Yuan Shi and Laozi had no choice but to proceed to Zixiao Palace. The Tao ancestor had emphasized that this was an opportunity not to be missed. As Yuan Shi and Laozi departed from Ponglai Island, Su Mo felt a surge of triumph within him. In truth, he was merely taking a gamble. After all, once Hong Jun began imparting the Tao, virtually all cultivators of the primordial chaos would flock to Zixiao Palace, making it increasingly difficult for him to attract disciples to the Hongmeng Academy. It was better to entice Tongtian. Should he succeed in bringing Tongtian into the Hongmeng Academy, future disciples would surely follow. Fortunately, he had succeeded, and at that moment, Tongtian turned to Su Mo and inquired solemnly, how may I enter the Hongmeng Academy? Su Mo smiled slightly. Quite simply, you need only acknowledge me as your master, and you shall become the Academy's foremost disciple. Upon hearing this, Tongtian's lips twitched slightly. Foremost disciple. He suddenly found Su Mo's reliability questionable. Nevertheless, having made his decision, he felt compelled to experience the Hongmeng Academy for himself. If it proved unsatisfactory, he could always make his way to Zixiao Palace. Perhaps still catching the Tao ancestors' teachings. With this thought in mind, Tongtian took a step back, looked at Su Mo, bowed respectfully, and declared, Tongtian pays his respects to the master. Almost simultaneously, a system prompt resonated in Su Mo's ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting Tongtian as a disciple. Upon hearing this, Su Mo's heart swelled with pride that he never anticipated that his first disciple in the primordial chaos would be none other than the sage Tongtian. Primarily, Su Mo had a somewhat favorable impression of Tongtian among the three pure ones. Laozi and Yuan Shi were another matter altogether. Following this, Tongtian asked, might I inquire, Master, do you possess any divine abilities, treasures, or cultivation methods to impart to me? Su Mo replied with a serene smile, everything you seek lies within the Hongmeng Academy. Upon hearing this, Tongtian's expression shifted, and he quickly inquired, where is the Hongmeng Academy located? After asking, he noticed Su Mo's lips curl into a smile as he pointed skyward, saying, the Hongmeng Academy is right before your eyes. Tongtian instinctively looked up, and in the next moment his pupils constricted. Above the skies of Ponglai Island, a door suddenly materialized. This door, constructed entirely of stars, radiated dazzling starlight, surrounded by an indescribable aura of mystery and profundity. Above this stellar door were four flamboyant characters. Hongmeng Academy. Tongtian's face was one of astonishment. Hongmeng Academy. He had visited numerous ethereal realms, yet none could compare to the starry door before him. Enter the Hongmeng Academy and peruse its treasured tomes, and you shall acquire everything you desire, echoed Su Mo's voice in Tongtian's ears once more. Turning back to glance at Su Mo, Tongtian then moved swiftly toward the starry door. He stepped forward, and the door opened automatically. Tongtian proceeded inside. Chapter 5. Tongtian's Astonishment. Enlightenment through the sword upon stepping through the starry door. The scene before Tongtian rendered him momentarily speechless. An endless starry path stretched out beneath his feet. Leading into the distance that on either side of this celestial avenue, streams of starlight flickered, each emanating an aura of boundless profundity. Tongtian attempted to probe with his divine sense, but found it utterly futile. In that moment, he felt his status as a great Luo golden immortal dwindle into insignificance. After a brief lapse into astonishment, Tongtian took a step forward and approached a particular starlight. The instant he reached out to touch it, the starlight vanished, revealing a square object before him, inscribed with two large characters. Though he did not recognize these characters, a voice naturally resonated in his ears. Zhiqian. Tongtian was taken aback, his mind racing with understanding. This must be the treasured tome his master had mentioned. As he flipped through the pages, the scene before him shifted dramatically. In a boundless darkness, 9 colossal dragon corpses pulled an ancient bronze coffin. Upon witnessing this, Tongtian instinctively closed the book, and the vision before him dissipated. Yet he remained rooted in place, his expression blank and his eyes filled with shock. What had he just witnessed? The Dragon Clan had suffered immense losses during the Dragon Han's initial tribulation. Yet their might was undeniable. What could possibly be within that bronze coffin to command the dragon corpses to pull it? Was it a sage? No. Tongtian looked again at the book titled Jiaozhu. He sensed that even a sage could not achieve such a feat, suppressing his astonishment. Tongtian surveyed his surroundings. Gazing at the floating starlights, he suddenly realized that the power contained within each book of starlight was no less formidable than that of Jiaozhu. And such starlights were countless. Was this the power of the Hongmeng Academy? In that moment, Tongtian felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his decision to remain. He glanced once more at Jiaozhu. Sensing that while it harbored great power, it was not suited to him. In other words, this was not the power he sought. Within the Hongmeng Academy, there must exist a force that resonated most closely with him. Following the starry path, Tongtian ventured further. Along the way, he observed the twinkling starlights, but only cast them a passing glance before moving on. Time passed, and Tongtian suddenly noticed a particularly radiant starlight in the distance. Quickening his pace, he approached this starlight. As he extended his right hand to touch it, the starlight vanished, revealing a book. The title of this book was Jian Lai. As the pages of the tome fluttered, a deep voice resonated in the air that I possess a sword capable of moving mountains, severing rivers, overturning seas, subduing demons, binding spirits, plucking stars, raising cities, and parting the heavens. This voice thundered in Tongtian's mind like a clap of lightning. In that moment, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he let out a hearty laugh. This is precisely what I desire. As the pages continued to turn, Tongtian found himself immersed in a realm of swords. Meanwhile, as Tongtian perused the text in the Hongmeng bookstore, a series of system prompts echoed in Sumo's ears on Penglai Island. Due to Tongtian's comprehension of the sky-slaying sword while reading, the host similarly grasped its essence. Since Tongtian's first disciple had attained enlightenment within the Hongmeng bookstore, the host was rewarded with an elevation in cultivation to the level of a celestial being in an instant. Sumo felt a surge of power within, accompanied by newfound insights in his mind. Moreover, his sky-slaying sword was even stronger than Tongtian's. After a brief moment, Sumo smiled slightly. It seems I must find a way to take on more disciples. The more disciples I have, the less likely my own strength will stagnate. He lifted his gaze towards the distance, where the Zixiao Palace lay. The Tao ancestor should be commencing his teachings by now. If not for my insufficient cultivation, I would truly consider going to Zixiao Palace to compete for disciples with Hongjun. But for now, I shall wait until Tongtian exits the Hongmeng bookstore. Chapter 6. Hongjun's Doubt. A change in the wilderness. As Tongtian entered the Hongmeng Academy, the Zixiao Palace was already filled with throngs of visitors from the mortal realm, as the sole saint in the current wilderness. Hongjun's teachings were an event no one could afford to miss. Figures such as Niuhua, Hongyun, Kuanpeng, Jin, and Zhuti all gather before the Zixiao Palace. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi and Laozi were slightly delayed due to matters concerning Penglai Island, arriving a bit later. Upon their arrival at Zixiao Palace, the two exchanged a few words of lament with the others. It was then that Niuhua stepped forward, a hint of confusion in her eyes, and inquired, "The three pure ones have always traveled together. Why is Tongtian Taoist absent?" Upon hearing Niuhua's words, many turned their gazes towards Yuan Shi and Laozi. Niuhua was not the only one with this question. Yuan Shi's expression darkened, and he replied curtly, "Tongtian has urgent matters to attend to and will not be coming to Zixiao Palace." As his words fell, the crowd's expressions shifted to ones of curiosity. What could possibly be more important than attending the Tao ancestors' teachings? Yet, Yuan Shi clearly wished to say no more, and the others felt it inappropriate to press further. Before long, the grand doors of the Zixiao Palace swung open with a resounding crash. The attendees entered the palace in unison. Inside, countless mats were laid upon the ground, with the 6 golden mats at the forefront shining the brightest. Seeing this, Yuan Shi and Laozi stepped forward and promptly claimed 2 of the golden mats. Niuhua, Jin, Hongyun and Kunpeng quickly followed suit, occupying the remaining four golden mats. The rest could only watch enviously. However, Junyi found himself at a loss that he looked towards Jing, whose gaze shifted to Hongyun, and a plan formed in his mind. Knowing that Hongyun was a kind-hearted individual, Jane said, "Hongyun Daoist, my brother and I have traveled from the west and wish to sit together. Might you accommodate us? If it were anyone else, they would have outright refused." For there were only 6 golden mats, each of significant importance, but Hongyun was different. After hearing Jane's request, he hesitated, glancing between Jane and Junyi. After much contemplation, he finally spoke. "Very well. After all, it matters not where one sits to listen to the teachings, so I shall yield my position to you." With that, Hongyun stood up, allowing Junyi to take his place, who promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Witnessing Junyi's maneuvering to secure a mat, the onlookers could only shake their heads in disbelief. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the 6 individuals seated upon the mats were not easily swayed by such tactics. The rest had no choice but to sit quietly. After a brief interval, the grand doors of the Zixiao Palace slowly closed on the dais at the front. An elderly figure appeared, enveloped in azure clouds and surrounded by blooming golden lotuses, evoking a sense of reverence. Among the attendees were numerous great Luo golden immortals, yet none had noticed when the elder manifested, as if he had seamlessly merged with the fabric of this realm. This person was none other than Hongjun. Subsequently, Hongjun began to speak slowly. "Those who have come to the Zixiao Palace to listen are all individuals of destiny. This time, I shall impart teachings thrice, each lasting a millennium. The first will be the Tao of Great Luo. The second, the path to sanctification, and as for the third, you shall know in due time." Hearing this, the audience felt a shiver run through them. The Tao of Great Luo, the path to sanctification, these were precisely what they sought. Hongjun continued, "Now that the seating is established, the latter 2 sessions cannot be altered at this juncture." Hongjun's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the assembly. Upon seeing the 6 golden mats occupied by Laozi, Yuan Shi, Niuhua, Jing, Junyi, and Kunpeng, he was momentarily taken aback. "What is this? Where is Tongtian? According to the heavenly mandate, I was meant to accept 6 direct disciples. Laozi, Yuan Shi, Tongtian, Niuhua, Jing, and Junyi. Yet now, Tongtian is absent, and Kunpeng has taken his place. What could this mean?" Hongjun immediately commenced an analysis, but the results eluded him that a sense of unease gripped him. "Yes, a saint. There are matters in the wilderness that I cannot foresee. Is it possible that the wilderness is undergoing unforeseen changes?" After a moment of hesitation, Hongjun steadied himself. "Regardless, I shall first complete the 3 teachings." He spoke solemnly. "Prepare yourselves. My teachings shall now commence. You must understand, cultivation is..." The audience became absorbed in Hongjun's discourse. Time in the wilderness is unmeasured, and 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun's voice paused momentarily before continuing. "This session of teachings is concluded. You may disperse." With that, Hongjun's figure vanished without a trace. Only then did the attendees awaken from their reverie. Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances, both brimming with joy. The teachings had proven immensely fruitful, elevating their cultivation to the pinnacle of great Luo golden immortals. Just a step away from becoming quasi-saints, such progress had been achieved in merely a millennium. Suddenly, a frown crossed Laozi's face as he sighed. "What a pity for Tongtian. I wonder how he is faring in the Hongmeng Academy." Yuan Shi smirked coldly. "What can be done? Let us not forget, this is a choice he made for himself. Now that the Tao ancestors' teachings have concluded, why don't we pay a visit to the Hongmeng Academy to check on our 3rd brother?" Laozi paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The 2 departed the Zixiao Palace and headed towards Penglai Island. Chapter 7. A Millennium of Enlightenment. Tongtian becomes a quasi-saint. On Penglai Island. After a millennium, the spiritual energy had grown even more potent. Slowly opened his eyes, a dazzling light shimmering within. He then gazed up at the Hongmeng Academy in the sky, furrowing his brow in discontent. "Tongtian, my dear disciple, how much longer must you remain inside?" Initially, Su Mo had anticipated Tongtian would emerge after a few decades, but now he realized he had greatly underestimated the passage of time in the wilderness. During this millennium, Sumo's cultivation had ascended from a celestial being to the peak of a celestial being. Yet for Sumo, this was still too slow. He had been waiting for Tongtian to exit the Hongmeng Academy. After staring at the academy for a considerable time, Sumo sighed. It seems he won't be coming out today either. I may as well return to my cultivation. However, just as he prepared to close his eyes once more, the Hongmeng Academy above suddenly erupted in a brilliant display of starlight, illuminating the surrounding millions of miles of Penglai Island. I could see that moment. Sumo's ears were graced with the long-awaited system prompt. As the host, disciple Tongtian has reached quasi-saint cultivation. The host is rewarded with an elevation to the initial stage of true immortal the voice echoed. The bottleneck of Sumo's celestial being cultivation shattered instantly, and a torrent of surging power surged within him. His cultivation soared to the initial stage of true immortal Umo momentarily froze before exclaiming in admiration, "Good disciple, you could have broken through earlier. A millennium of cultivation pales in comparison to the rewards bestowed by a breakthrough in transcendent prowess." Sumo found himself at a loss for words that, if that is the case, as long as he gathers enough disciples, achieving the status of a saint of the Tao would not pose any difficulty. At that moment, a figure swept out from the Hongmeng Academy. The man, clad in a blue robe, possessed eyes that seemed to shimmer with the glint of a sword, radiating a formidable aura. Tongtian's face bore a hint of joy. In just 1,000 years, he had attained the level of a quasi-saint and had comprehended profound abilities from a sword. Ordinary quasi-saints were no match for him. Suddenly, Tongtian felt an intense curiosity about the progress of Yuanshi and Laozi at the Zixiao Palace. Subsequently, Tongtian turned his gaze to Sumo below. With a swift motion, he appeared before Sumo, his eyes filled with reverence, as if there had been any doubts in Tongtian's mind at the outset. They had now transformed into sheer awe. His master was undoubtedly a reclusive powerhouse. Tongtian bowed respectfully, his voice brimming with excitement. Disciple pays his respect to master. Sumo glanced at Tongtian, his expression indifferent. You're merely a quasi-saint. There's no need for such excitement. You can rejoice once you achieve the status of a saint. Instantly, Tongtian's gaze ignited with fervor. He recalled Sumo's earlier remarks about the realm beyond saints. At that moment, being a saint was no longer Tongtian's ultimate goal. Just as he was about to speak, Tongtian suddenly turned to look in another direction. Following Tongtian's line of sight, Sumo beheld Yuanshi and Laozi approaching from afar. It seemed that Hongjuan's first lecture had concluded. He needed Tongtian to venture out and bring back a few more disciples. Thus, Sumo said in a solemn tone, "You three brothers have not gathered for a millennium. Go and reminisce today." With that, Sumo turned to head back to his cave dwelling. Tongtian stared at Sumo's retreating figure, momentarily stunned, then seemed to grasp the implication. He also wished to converse with Laozi and Yuanshi. With a swift motion, Tongtian departed from Penglai Island. Hurrying towards the two upon reaching them, he inquired, "Elder brother, second brother, did you gain anything from the Tao ancestors' teachings?" Before Laozi could respond, Yuanshi spoke up. "Naturally, we benefited greatly from the Tao ancestors' lecture. It is a pity you were not present. Otherwise, one of those 6 golden mats would undoubtedly have been yours." Tongtian wore a puzzled expression. Laozi then recounted the events that transpired in the Zixiao Palace. Although Hongjun had not explicitly stated it, everyone understood the significance of those 6 golden mats. After Laozi finished, he observed Tongtian, expecting to see a hint of regret on his face. However, not even a trace of displeasure was visible. What could this mean? At that moment, Tongtian asked solemnly, "May I inquire what realm you two brothers have attained?" Yuanshi immediately replied with pride, "We have both reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. And you, having spent a millennium at the Hongmeng Academy, now stand at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal." Tongtian shook his head. As a quasi-saint, he was certainly not at that level. Chapter 8. Laozi's shock. Yuanshi's intrigue. Seeing Tongtian shake his head, Yuanshi's eyes gleamed with triumph, only to be swiftly overshadowed by anger. "How dare that young Sumo mock us? I shall seek justice for my younger brother." Laozi nodded, a sense of solemnity in the air. A millennium may seem trivial, But the Tao ancestors' teachings are a grand opportunity. Tongtian's mischance was entirely due to Su Mo and the Hongmeng Academy behind him. The grudge against obstructing the Tao is one that cannot be overlooked. Younger brother, let us go. I shall avenge you against the Hongmeng Academy. Yuanshi seethed with fury, leaving Tongtian bewildered. Once he regained his senses, Tongtian hurriedly said, Elder brother, the Hongmeng Academy is a tremendous opportunity for me. We must not act rashly. Yuanshi's anger faltered as he looked incredulously at Tongtian. The grudge against obstructing the Tao is irreconcilable. Laozi also found it hard to believe. Tongtian quickly clarified, You two brothers misunderstand. I have gained immensely in this millennium. The Hongmeng Academy is unfathomable, and Master Su Mo is a true powerhouse. When mentioning Su Mo, Tongtian respectfully bowed towards the direction of Penglai Island, his words laden with reverence. Now, it was Laozi's and Yuanshi's turn to be taken aback that a millennium, without even reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, hardly seems like a significant opportunity. Suddenly, Laozi's gaze shifted, revealing a flicker of thought, though disbelief lingered. Without waiting for Laozi to speak, Tongtian interjected, You brothers have misunderstood. I have not wasted my time. I've already attained quasi-saint cultivation. Quasi-saint? Both Laozi and Yuanshi trembled. Though Laozi had his suspicions earlier, Yuanshi's eyes widened in disbelief. Younger brother, do not jest. The Hongmeng Academy is a place I would not dare to dismantle. Why would you lie? Tongtian, hearing this, grew displeased. You may attain the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. But must I not be recognized as a quasi-saint? With a resounding boom, Tongtian unleashed his aura, a tremendous force surging upwards, causing the heavens to fall silent. The aura resembled a sharp sword slicing through the sky, piercing, domineering, and indomitable. The clouds above vanished without a trace, and all creatures on the ground fell to their knees, trembling in fear. The aura of a quasi-saint was unmistakable. Laozi was momentarily stunned by Tongtian's sudden surge of power, but quickly steadied himself. His gaze towards Tongtian filled with astonishment. Not only was Tongtian a quasi-saint, but in comparison to the ancestor dragon, who once roamed the world with quasi-saint prowess, Tongtian was merely a half-step behind. Yuanshi ceased his thoughts altogether. His body tensed, and an instinctual warning of danger surged through him. If Tongtian were not standing before him, he would have either fled in panic or fought to the death. There was no other option. The overwhelming aura given off by Tongtian, comparable to that of the great Luo Golden Immortal, left no doubt that he was indeed a quasi-saint. Yuanshi's eyes turned red with envy. Even after breaking through to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal through the Tao ancestors' teachings, he estimated that it would take him several epochs of arduous cultivation to reach quasi-saint status. He imagined that his elder brother Laozi would be in a similar predicament. Yet, the once lowly Tongtian had now become a quasi-saint. Yuanshi instinctively asked, Younger brother, can I still enter the Hongmeng Academy? In the vast expanse of the Hongwang continent, where strength reigns supreme, what does face matter? If he could ascend to quasi-saint like Tongtian in a millennium, he would gladly forego his pride. Laozi, hearing this, felt a twitch of his expression and turned to Tongtian. Younger brother, restrain your aura. Upon hearing this, Tongtian reined in his presence, a hint of pride in his tone. Both elder brothers, the Hongmeng Academy, is profound, and master is even more unfathomable. Laozi and Yuanshi nodded in unison, their expressions filled with respect. Disrespect was out of the question. After a millennium of teachings from the Hongjun Saint, they had only just broken through to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, while Tongtian had accomplished the feat of becoming a quasi-saint in the same time frame. The difference in strength was indisputable in the presence of the Hongjun Saint. They were respectful, and before Su Mo, who surpassed even Hongjun, they had no choice but to show deference. Beyond mere respect, both Laozi and Yuanshi felt a wave of relief, grateful for Su Mo's benevolence and for their hasty departure to the Zixiao Palace without lingering too long. Had they offended a powerhouse like Su Mo, their fates would have been dire. After their moment of relief, both felt a pang of regret. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had slipped through their fingers. Laozi, with his level-headedness, Nearly felt his Tao heart shatter from the anguish. Tongtian's eyes flickered, and he suddenly remarked, "My cultivation is inconsequential. When I emerge from seclusion," Master once said, "merely a quasi-saint. The cultivation of a saint is but a smile." Merely a quasi-saint? A saint? Merely a smile? Laozi and Yuanshi felt a wave of bitterness wash over them. Laozi was nearly overwhelmed with the desire to reprimand Tongtian. Merely a quasi-saint. Since the dawn of Pangu, countless beings have sought the Tao. And how many quasi-saints are there? Including the fallen ancestor dragon and hidden powerhouses, there are hardly a handful. That a saint is the ultimate goal of countless seekers. It is worth only a smile? What kind of being is Su Imo? Surely he is more than just a saint. Beyond saints, the Tao, or perhaps Pangu. Laozi's mind swirled with thoughts. In the next breath, he cleared his mind and muttered, "Pangu, the celestial venerable." In that instant, clarity returned. What good would it do to ponder so much when they knew nothing of the realms beyond a saint? It would only serve to increase their troubles. Yuanshi, lacking Laozi's composure, felt his eyes redden as he asked, "Younger brother, can we still enter the Hongmeng Academy?" His heart raced with anticipation. Seekers of the Tao, who wouldn't yearn to glimpse the vistas beyond saints. Perhaps even stand shoulder to shoulder with the Pangu Father God one day. How glorious that would be! Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. This was something he truly did not know. Faced with Yuanshi's eager gaze, Tongtian could only sigh. "I must consult, Master. I do not know." Upon hearing this, Yuanshi and Laozi felt a tinge of disappointment. Yuanshi, suppressing his emotions, said, "I ask that you speak highly of us, younger brother." This request startled Tongtian, yet it warmed his heart. It was the first time Yuanshi had spoken to him in such a tone. Elder brother's words carry weight. "I will certainly do my utmost." Laozi and Yuanshi nodded. Even knowing the hope was slim, they still held on to it. After a few moments, Laozi inquired, "What are your plans moving forward, younger brother?" Tongtian replied without hesitation, "Naturally, I shall return to the mountain with my brothers." As soon as the words escaped his lips, Tongtian's face turned awkward. From a moment of his birth until now, the three purities had always stood together through thick and thin. However, the vicissitudes of life were unpredictable. He was now a disciple of the Hongmeng Academy, and his status was no longer what it once was. His two elder brothers were still waiting for him to consult their master. Clearing his throat, and under the stern gazes of Laozi and Yuanshi, Tongtian quickly revised his statement. "Perhaps my two elder brothers would accompany me to the academy. I shall consult our master. And with your exceptional talents and understanding, I believe our master would not turn you away." Laozi smiled faintly at these words. "Good." Yuanshi's face brimmed with affection. "Good." Just as they were about to set off, a clear and melodious voice echoed from afar. "Elder brothers, please wait for me." Accompanied by the voice, two small black dots appeared in the sky and, in the blink of an eye, were right before them. Niwa and her elder brother Fushi greeted the three brothers. Chapter 9. Niwa Scheme. Everyone gathers at the academy. Niwa and Fushi were cultivating on Mount Buzhou, not far from Kunlun Mountain where the three purities resided. In the past, they had often discussed the Tao together, and were quite familiar with one another. "How did you two come to be here?" Laozi inquired, his brow furrowing in curiosity. "Did you not come after concluding your teachings?" "Mount Buzhou is not in this direction," Fushi replied with a smile. "We encountered Xinyuanzi and Hongyun on the way, which delayed us a bit." The group exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Hongyun was known as a kind-hearted soul in the primordial world. Anyone who met him could easily strike up a conversation. Niwa then asked, "Have you three been here all along? My elder brother and I just sensed a formidable aura, which is why we came to investigate. I assume you three also felt it." Upon hearing this, both Laozi and Yuanshi turned their gazes towards Tongtian. Niwa and Fushi, both at the level of the Luo Jingxian, could only be stirred by the aura that Tongtian had just released. Tongtian laughed heartily and, with a hint of pride, declared, "The aura you sensed is indeed mine." "What?" Both Niwa and Fushi felt a shock in their hearts. The three purities were of comparable cultivation to them. Yet the aura they had just perceived was at least that of a quasi-saint. Did this imply that Tongtian had already attained the status of a quasi-saint? Unable to contain her curiosity, Niwa asked, "Is it true? Tongtian nodded with satisfaction, reveling in his accomplishment. Fushi remarked, I had not seen you at the Zixiao Palace and thought you had missed a grand opportunity. It seems you have encountered an even greater chance. With joy radiating from his face, Tongtian solemnly replied, My breakthrough is entirely due to our master's guidance. Master, the three purities were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, possessing unparalleled roots and understanding in the primordial realm. Apart from his saints, who could command Tongtian's respect as a master? Could it be that there was another saint in the primordial world? Tongtian continued to speak animatedly, recounting, 1,000 years ago, my two elder brothers and I passed through this place. When suddenly, through Tongtian's narration, Nuwa quickly understood what had transpired. The Hongmeng Academy. Nuwa silently pondered, glancing at her elder brother. Earlier, when she sat upon the golden lotus seat at the Zixiao Palace, she had sensed that it held a significant opportunity. But regrettably, her elder brother Fushi had not seized it to assist her. Meanwhile, Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances, feeling helpless towards Tongtian. The Hongmeng Academy was indeed a tremendous opportunity, and they had yet to fully benefit from it. How could they divulge it to outsiders? Tongtian was aware of his two elder brothers' thoughts, but dismissed them with a scoffed "T-O-him." He was merely a quasi-saint in the eyes of his master. Only upon truly becoming a saint could one rightfully claim the legacy of the Hongmeng Academy. However, since his master Suemo did not permit him to continue in secluded cultivation, but rather to meet with his two elder brothers, and with the academy consisting solely of himself and his master, Tongtian began to entertain a scheme. Given the academy's remarkable stature, it should naturally have more disciples. Nuwa and Fushi were the perfect candidates. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Tongtian noticed Nuwa bowing deeply to him, speaking, I implore you, Tongtian, to facilitate an introduction. Nuwa shall bestow ample rewards. Tongtian swiftly sidestepped and responded, You flatter me. Nuwa, we were just about to visit our master. Why not join us? Nuwa and Fushi beamed with joy, filled with fondness for Tongtian. The five of them set off together, with Fushi, the weakest among them, being a mid-level Deluo Jinxian, thus their speed was not slow. Before long, they reached the skies above Penglai Island. To show respect, the five descended from the clouds and walked onto the island. As soon as they set foot on the island, Nuwa's eyes sparkled with wonder as she murmured, What a blessed island of immortals! Before Sumo's cave dwelling, Tongtian said, Elder brothers Nuwa, Fushi, please wait a moment. With that, Tongtian stepped into Sumo's cave. Inside the cave, Suemo sat cross-legged on a lotus seat. Seemingly cultivating, but in truth he was calming his own excitement. He had not anticipated Tongtian's impressive performance. Not only did he bring Laozi and Yuan Shi, but he also brought Nuwa and Fushi. Nuwa, the holy mother of humanity. One of the 6 saints, Fushi, Nuwa's elder brother, one of the 3 sovereigns of humanity, was the creator of the well-known 8 trigrams. If he could successfully draw the 2 of them into the Hongmeng Academy, his own cultivation would undoubtedly soar. Bowing to my master, Tongtian performed a grand salute. Hearing this, Suemo opened his eyes and said lightly, I am already aware of your intentions. You need only bow. Before Suemo could finish his sentence, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind from the system. Host, please choose wisely. As Suemo furrowed his brow, am I not allowed to take them as disciples? The host is certainly able to do so. Laozi, Yuan Shi, Nuwa are destined saints, and although they do not have formal master-disciple titles with Hongjun, they already share the essence of a master-disciple relationship. The host is advised to think carefully as Suemo squinted his eyes, realizing that the system would not provide such a reminder without reason. IT indeed prompted him to recall certain details. During the 3rd lecture at the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun and Laozi had established their master-disciple relationship, stating that the golden lotus seats occupied by the 6 of them contained the essence of Hongmeng's purple qi, which was the foundation for becoming a saint, possessing various mysterious effects, with enhancing understanding being just one of them. This was also one of the reasons why Laozi and the others gained the most from the 3 lectures at the Zixiao Palace. As for his own disciples, they naturally deserved special treatment. With this thought in mind, Suemo let out a quiet sigh of relief, thankful that he had accepted Tongtian as a disciple prior to the lecture. The system did not prohibit the host from taking anyone as a disciple. It merely wished for the host to avoid unnecessary troubles. Unnecessary troubles? A cold smile crept onto Su Mo's lips. The Hongmeng Academy and the Hongjun Dao sect. Master, Tongtian couldn't help but remind him, why do you leave your words unfinished? Su Mo returned to his senses and replied calmly, the Dao trembles, and the heavenly secrets have shifted. I inquired about this matter, and I shall have your 2 elder brothers and our guests come in, for I have some words to convey. Understood. As Tongtian walked out, he began to calculate with his fingers. Sure enough, the once visible threads of heavenly secrets were now in utter chaos. Yu Mo's image grew even more towering in his mind. The Tao. He could no longer fathom even the heavenly principles, let alone the great Tao. Little did Su Mo know that his casual remarks had led Tongtian to misinterpret, as he silently calculated how to proceed with his words in less than a minute. Tongtian returned with the others that we pay our respects to the respected one, that regardless of how self-important Laozi and Yuan Shi consider themselves, or how humble Nuwa and Fushi were, they all bowed respectfully to Su Mo. There is no need for such empty formalities, Su Mo said dismissively. Once the 4 stood up, Su Mo spoke directly. I am aware of your intentions. With your talents and understanding, you are more than capable of becoming my disciples. Joy illuminated their faces. They believed themselves not to be inferior to Tongtian, who had made remarkable strides to quasi-saint status in merely a millennium. They too would not fall short. However, as soon as Su Mo's next word escaped his lips, their expressions swiftly dimmed. But did this imply there would be complications? Apart from Fushi, the others had already become disciples of Hongjun. Did they truly wish to transfer their allegiance to me? Upon hearing this, both Laozi and Yuan Shi's countenance changed drastically. Conversely, while Nuwa was surprised, she did not appear overly shocked. Chapter 10. Su Mo speaks of purple chi. Fushi seeks apprenticeship. Yuan Shi's face flushed red as he indignantly stated, your words are mistaken, respected one, that we merely attended the saint's lecture and have not established a master-disciple relationship. Laozi nodded, echoing the same sentiment. Su Mo shook his head and replied coolly, you already possess the Hongmeng purple chi. This is the foundation for becoming a saint. Within the primordial realm, there are only 9 strands of Hongmeng purple chi. 1 has been utilized by Hongjun upon attaining sainthood, and 1 has evaded capture. The remaining 7 strands have been distributed among you 6. The others were taken aback, astonished to learn such a hidden truth. Tongtian stepped forward. Master, is there not 1 more strand? Su Mo cast a fleeting glance at Tongtian, who merely chuckled awkwardly without retreating. Laozi and the others looked on expectantly. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mo continued, the lecture at Zixiao Palace was predestined by the heavens. Since it is a predetermined fate, there must also be variables. This last strand of Hongmeng purple chi represents that variable. The group appeared to grasp part of the meaning, but dared not press further. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mo shifted the conversation. You all should ponder this carefully. Laozi and Yuan Shi's expressions grew increasingly grim, particularly Laozi, who looked particularly troubled. They found themselves at a crossroads. To apprentice under Su Mo would inevitably offend Hongjun, who, to some extent, embodied the heavenly principles of the primordial realm. Could Su Mo truly protect them? Elder brother, Yuan Shi began slowly, but he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Laozi lowered his gaze, silently deliberating. Apprentice under Su Mo would mean offending Hongjun, and the Hongmeng purple chi would almost certainly be reclaimed. Could they truly achieve sainthood? If the status quo is maintained, the position of the sage is firmly in hand, albeit at a slower pace. In my heart, I've already made my decision. Once again bowing to Su Mo, I spoke slowly. Thank you, Venerable One, for your guidance. The implication was clear. I would not be switching allegiances upon witnessing this. Yuan Shi also bowed, despite the multitude of grievances within his heart that, of course, Yuan Shi was more concerned about what Su Mo had previously stated, that the primordial purple energy was the foundation for attaining sainthood. And there were only 9 paths on the side. Tongtian, seeing the choice made by his 2 brothers, was in a state of agitation, but under Su Mo's watchful gaze, he dared not voice his concerns. Su Mo merely nodded, showing no interest in the choices of Laozi and Yuan Shi, but instead turned his attention to Nu Hua and her companion. Nu Hua gracefully bowed that I seek your understanding. Venerable One, that her thoughts were largely aligned with those of Laozi and Yuan Shi. However, Nu Hua then pulled Fu Shi into a bow as well. I humbly request that you accept my elder brother as your disciple. Su Imo nodded. Very well. Fu Shi, overjoyed, quickly performed the rites of apprenticeship. Sumo felt a pang of regret in his heart, but maintained his smile. While he had little fondness for Laozi and Yuan Shi due to their personalities, he was truly reluctant to part with Nu Hua. Yet, with matters having reached this point, he could only lament helplessly. Congratulations, host, on accepting Fu Shi as a disciple. The voice of the system resonated in his mind. Fu Shi pays his respects to his senior brother. After greeting Sumo, Fu Shi bowed to Tongtian. Tongtian, unable to contain his excitement, declared grandly, "No need for formalities, brother. From now on, we are family." Sumo interjected, "Tongtian, take your junior brother to the academy." Understood. Tongtian led Fu Shi outside. Observing this, Laozi felt a stir in his heart and inquired of Sumo, "Venerable One, may we also visit the academy?" "You seek what is beautiful," Sumo internally scoffed, responding coolly, "Only my disciples are permitted entry to the academy." Laozi stood stunned, anger brewing within. Sumo slightly closed his eyes. "You may act as you wish." This was a clear dismissal that we shall take our leave. The group bowed in unison and slowly exited the cave. Once they departed, Sumo opened his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. This round was executed flawlessly. Outside the cave, the trio found that Tongtian and the others had long since vanished, prompting Yuan Shi to let out a quiet sigh. Inua spoke first. "What plans do my elder brothers have? I shall remain here to await your return." Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances, coming to a silent agreement. Previously, they had only heard from Tongtian. They wished to see for themselves if the Primordial Academy truly possessed such extraordinary qualities. After some discussion, the three established a temporary abode not far from Sumo's cave, either engaging in solitary cultivation or gathering to discuss the Tao. Meanwhile, above Sumo's cave, Fu Shi gazed in astonishment at the celestial gateway, suspended in the void. "Only we disciples can perceive it," Tongtian proudly explained, growing increasingly convinced of Sumo's profound depth. Fu Shi instinctively nodded, his gaze fixated on the portal. Finding it difficult to look away, it was as though he beheld the workings of all things in the universe. The very path he had long sought. Tongtian patted Fu Shi's shoulder. "Let us go. There will be ample time to observe later." With a sense of reverence, Fu Shi followed Tongtian into the library, where the myriad stars and the worlds manifested within them completely shattered his previous understanding. Each star represented a world, and by focusing, one could enter their domain. Tongtian offered Fu Shi a few pointers before making his way to the Sword Star. Having attained enlightenment after a millennium of cultivation, he had only grasped a fraction of the Sword Tao. Previously venturing forth to share the joy of his ascension, he felt a premonition that once he fully comprehended the Sword Tao, he would undoubtedly attain the position of a sage. Fu Shi did not rashly open a star, but instead expanded his perception, following the subtle calling until he paused beneath a rather unremarkable star. Indeed, it is you. Fu Shi reached out and retrieved a book from within the star. Yang Shun. As Fu Shi turned the pages, a world starkly different from the primordial realm unfolded before his eyes. "I wish for all under heaven to be like dragons, to strive ceaselessly. Where lies the other shore? I shall forge the bridge to it." Fu Shi was deeply captivated, especially by the grand aspiration of everyone becoming like dragons. No matter how impractical it seemed, the once mighty dragon tribe, now in decline, was incomparable to any other beings. Time in the primordial realm was a blur, and when Sumo awoke once more, it was to the alert of the system. Due to Fu Shi's comprehension of the Book of Changes while reading, the host has also grasped the Book of Changes. Due to the insights gained by your second disciple in the Primordial Bookstore, the host's cultivation has been elevated to the peak of true immortal. The Book of Changes of Yang, Shunhong. Sumo murmured, carefully reflecting on the Book of Changes in his mind. This was akin to finding a pillow when one was drowsy. Unlike the great powers of the primordial realm, who possessed established cultivation techniques, Su Mo, having traversed from another world, lacked a systematic method of cultivation. What he practiced was a patchwork of various sources. This was one of the reasons for his slow progress. After approximately 2 decades, Sumo finally completed his organization of the Book of Changes and, based on its principles, created a cultivation method uniquely his own, which he named the Primordial Tao Sutra. In terms of profundity, cultivation speed, and divine abilities, this sutra may not surpass the techniques of Tongtian and others. But in one aspect, it was unparalleled: inclusivity. The Book of Changes itself was a synthesis of myriad teachings and Su Mo's own revelations, embodying an intrinsic adaptability. Sumo enhanced this inclusivity, allowing any technique, divine ability, or skill to be seamlessly integrated into the Primordial Tao Sutra, unleashing their original potential, or even amplifying it. While others might regard this method as somewhat ostentatious, it was perfectly suited for Su Mo. Chapter 11. The Thunder Tribulation and the Refinement of Treasures. The Tao Ancestor teaches twice time passed unremarkably in the primordial realm. On Penglai Island, not far from Sumo's cave, Laozi and the others sat in discussion. Nu Hua's melodic voice flowed as she spoke passionately, effortlessly conjuring living beings with a mere gesture. These creatures were as varied as they were unique, each possessing distinct strengths and weaknesses. Some were vibrantly animated, while others remained as still as statues. This was Nu Hua's Tao, the path of life creation. Laozi and Yuan sure listened intently, occasionally nodding in agreement or furrowing their brows in contemplation. Cultivation has never been a solitary endeavor. Discussing the Tao allows for mutual reflection, utilizing the insights of others to refine one's own path. Put simply, the stone from another mountain can serve to polish jade. Just as the three were caught up in their enthusiasm, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky. In an instant, endless dark clouds enveloped the island, and purple lightning danced within the layers of clouds. Is this a thunder tribulation? Laozi frowned, glancing at the sky and hurriedly calculating with his fingers. However, the heavenly secrets were shrouded in chaos, yielding no insights. Yuan Shi appeared solemn, stating gravely, "This thunder tribulation comes with peculiarities." Nu Hua looked towards Su Mo's cave and suggested, "Why don't we inquire with the Venerable One?" As the three found themselves at a loss, a figure suddenly appeared in midair. Nu Hua looked closely and recognized her brother Fu Shi. Rushing forward while calling out, "Brother, what has happened?" Fu Shi laughed heartily, saying, "Sister, do not panic. My treasure has just been completed, and unexpectedly, it has attracted a heavenly tribulation. You should retreat for now, and once the treasure has passed the tribulation, we shall converse again." Fu Shi's hearty laughter eased Nu Hua's concerns, but Laozi and Yuan Shi were left bewildered. They increasingly found the Primordial Academy inscrutable, but a treasure sparking a thunder tribulation. The imposing might of heaven sent shivers through even them. Yet to think it was merely a treasure that had provoked such a response? What principle governed this? They were at a loss. Boom! The long-anticipated thunder rumbled, descending with an unassailable force. The group trembled, contemplating whether they possessed the strength to endure, lamenting the swiftness of the thunder tribulation. Suddenly, the tremendous thunder halted mid-air and then dissipated without a trace. Everyone stood dumbfounded, if not for the increasingly oppressive dark clouds and the thunderous echoes. One might have thought the thunder tribulation had never occurred. Fu Shi was equally perplexed. Previously, while comprehending the Tao in the academy, he had been inspired to craft a 7 mysterious zither from his treasured materials, not anticipating that it would attract a thunder tribulation. According to his understanding, the zither required the baptism of the tribulation to condense its spiritual essence. But where had the thunder tribulation gone? Without the tribulation, how could his zither condense its essence? At that moment, a calm voice resonated. "Release the treasure you have forged and allow it to face the tribulation on its own." "Master," Fu Shi turned towards the source of the voice, where he saw Su Mo standing quietly at the entrance of the cave, his expression serene. The academy constructed by the system was impervious even to sages, let alone a mere thunder tribulation. Su Mo consulted the system within his mind and soon received a solution. What are you waiting for? This island is protected by a grand formation set by me. The thunder tribulation cannot shake it. Hurry and release your treasure. Hearing Su Mo's words, Fushi finally came to his senses and hurriedly released the 7 mysterious zither. A small zither, no larger than a palm, flew from Fushi's sleeve, spinning in midair and gradually enlarging until, upon leaving the protective formation, it had grown to a colossal size of 7 or 8 meters long and 3 or 4 meters wide. The zither shimmered with radiant colors, its strings quivering slightly. Boom! The thunderous calamity finally found its rightful target, descending with an impatient ferocity. In an instant, the Qixuanqin was enveloped by the radiant lightning, its melodious notes resounding powerfully. Hovering in midair, Fushi wore a tense expression, his gaze fixated on the Qixuanqin amidst the lightning. Not daring to blink, a series of thunderbolts struck down, causing the sound of the qin to become chaotic and jarring. Clearly unable to withstand the onslaught, Fushi, his forehead glistening with sweat, instinctively glanced towards Su Mo. He was loath to see the very first magical artifact he had crafted reduced to ashes beneath the thunderstorm. Foolish, if it cannot endure, retreat into the formation, murmured Su Mo. Fushi, enlightened, hastily communicated with the Qixuanqin, and soon it glided into the grand formation, undeterred by the tumultuous thunder, focusing solely on absorbing the electric energies. Once it had recovered, the Qixuanqin ventured out again, only to retreat back into the formation when overwhelmed. This spectacle left Laozi and Yuanshi visibly agitated, their eyes twitching in disbelief. Is this how one navigates a tribulation? This is sheer cheating. If Su Mo were aware of their thoughts, he would likely scoff at their ignorance. Why endure the hardship when there exists a superior method? Perhaps no formation could withstand the thunderous tribulation. The ordeal lasted for over an hour, and ultimately, the reluctant thunderstorm began to dissipate as the Qixuanqin diminished in size, gracefully returning to Fushi's embrace like a swallow returning to its nest. "Brother, let me have a look." Neza was the first to step forward, eager to claim it. Fushi reluctantly offered it, a congenital spiritual treasure. Upon seeing the radiant glow enveloping the Qixuanqin, Neza could not help but exclaim. Laozi and Yuanshi also approached, unable to contain their intrigue. It was indeed an undeniable congenital spiritual treasure. Yuanshi gasped in astonishment. He would never mistake the brilliance of a congenital treasure. However, a congenital spiritual treasure is born from the essence of the primordial world. Hence its designation. The fact that a postnatal crafted artifact could metamorphose into a congenital treasure under a tribulation was nothing short of inconceivable. Yuanshi felt as though his previous understanding had been shattered into oblivion. Laozi, observing the beard he had plucked, fell silent, contemplating whether he had made an erroneous choice. 1,000 years of preparation for sainthood, and now a congenital treasure. What immense secrets lay hidden within the Hongmeng Academy? Before the crowd could exchange pleasantries, a booming voice resonated in their ears. The millennium period is over. Hasten to the Zixiao Palace. Was the Tao ancestor about to impart teachings again? The trio dared not delay. Even Neza, who wished to converse with Fushi, could only bid a hasty farewell before rushing towards the Zixiao Palace. Watching them vanish into the heavens like shooting stars, Fushi felt a profound sense of reflection. Su Mo approached Fushi and casually inquired, "Will you not go? This is a grand opportunity." Fushi, with a wry smile, shook his head. "The academy holds the true opportunity for my disciple." "Very well," Su Mo said, refraining from further discussion, instead asking, "When will you break through?" Upon hearing this, Fushi assumed a solemn demeanor, calculating inwardly. Within 300 years, his disciple would undoubtedly attain the status of quasi-saint. 300 years, rather vague. Su Mo remarked, before turning and entering his dwelling, leaving Fushi in a state of disarray. Over the past millennium, he had progressed from mid-stage Deluo golden immortal to perfection, astonishing even himself with his rapid cultivation. Yet, he never anticipated that he would not capture Su Mo's attention at the Zixiao Palace. Laozi and the others arrived to find many had already gathered as the three settled onto their mats. Before they could exchange greetings with familiar faces, a resounding bing echoed as the palace doors closed in the quietude. The Tao ancestor Hongjun had already taken his seat. Behind Laozi and the others stood only a sparse few thousand. A stark contrast to the first lecture, which had seen a two-thirds reduction in attendance. Without elaboration, Hongjun parted his lips, and in an instant, golden lotuses blossomed throughout the Zixiao Palace, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Imparting profound wisdom in a gentle and persuasive manner, the audience ceased their distractions and began to listen intently. Chapter 12. Ao Ing flees. Su Mo slays the canine demon in the eastern sea. The waters churned violently, waves towering over 30 meters high, each crest more formidable than the last. Upon the highest wave, the former Dragon Clan princess, Ao Ing, fixated her gaze on the northern sky, her Qiyun spear gleaming with a cold light. While her armor lay in tatters, the brilliance of her treasures dimmed and marred with scars. Yet her amber eyes sparkled with an indomitable fire. Ao Ing, do not flee. You cannot escape. The moment the voice rang out, numerous demon warriors materialized around her. In the northern skies, one of the 10 marshals of the demon court, Fei Lian, lounged lazily on his chariot, a massive scythe hanging from the right column, swaying without wind and emitting chilling howls. Ao Ing snorted disdainfully, brandishing her silver spear. Fei Lian, I have no quarrel with your demon court. Why do you launch an all-out attack? Reason. Fei Lian lazily scratched his ear. Scoffing, seize her. With a single command, the demon warriors, who had been eagerly awaiting the order, surged forth with a cacophony of battle cries. You dare to bully the dragon? Ao Ing roared, her Qiyun spear spinning. Piercing through the head of a tiger-headed demon, the demon's lifeblood gushed forth as its once vibrant crimson eyes dulled, its body plummeting into the S.E.T. that moment. No one paid heed to the fate of the tiger-headed demon. As Ao Ing unleashed her spear, her left hand formed a seal. Under the might of her Deluo golden immortal powers, the already turbulent sea surged even more violently, and a dozen water dragons erupted from the depths, sending the demon warriors plummeting like dumplings from the sky. Ao Ing. These demon warriors were as fragile as weeds, easily dispatched. However, the sheer number of demon warriors was overwhelming, with fresh reinforcements continually arriving from afar, including formidable demons of golden immortal and even Tai golden immortal caliber. Despite Ao Ying's valiant efforts, the water dragons were gradually subdued, and under the relentless assault of the demon warriors, she found herself increasingly beleaguered, her own body bearing numerous new wounds. Realizing she was outmatched, Ao Ing bit her lip, forming a spell that conjured a tempest as endless waves of water surged skyward, turning the heavens and earth upside down, blocking out the sun. Sunlight refracted through the water, creating a dazzling halo, revealing the underwater continent in a breathtaking spectacle. Fall. The boundless waters exploded, crashing down, and the once gentle sea, empowered by her magic, transformed into a barrage of piercing arrows, shattering countless demon warriors into pieces. The battlefield echoed with relentless screams of agony. The great demons were forced to raise their shields, helplessly witnessing the slaughter of their kin. Only Fei Lian, seated in his opulent chariot, remained unconcerned, leisurely munching on spiritual fruits, savoring their sweetness. The waters that surged towards him were repelled by the protective barrier erected by his attendants. As the chaos subsided, among the tens of thousands of demon warriors, only a few great demons remained, while Ao Ing had vanished without a trace. Commander, she has escaped again, reported the strategist, adorned with a fox's head. Fei Lian, disinterested, replied, if she has fled, pursue her. The strategist frowned. They had chased Ao Ing for dozens of days, suffering significant losses each time they were close to capturing her. Pursue her as instructed. Do you wish to defy me? Fei Lian shot a glare at the strategist, a fleeting expression of brutality crossing his face. The strategist shuddered, hastily commanding the pursuit. The prepared canine-headed demons stealthily set off in the direction Ao Ing had fled. Puff! Thousands of kilometers away from the battlefield, Ao Ing burst forth from the sea. Staggering a few steps before half-kneeling in mid-air, a mouthful of blood suddenly spattering forth, her fair face turning pale. Having been relentlessly pursued by the demon army for days, her body was riddled with wounds, and her magical energy had been nearly depleted. With no sign of reinforcements from her clan, she was certain to be captured by Fei Lian if this continued. She needed to find a concealed refuge to recuperate. Scanning her surroundings, Ao Ying's eyes brightened. Within her spiritual sense, she detected an island brimming with spiritual energy several thousand miles away. Heaven does not forsake me, Ao Ying murmured, summoning her escape light and racing towards the island. Meanwhile, the sea where Ao Ying had once lingered became stained with blood, coalescing into hundreds of crimson gold droplets as countless sea creatures swarmed from afar, instinctively battling one another to devour the blood droplets. After a short while, a canine-headed demon appeared, observing the blood-soaked sea, sniffing in the direction Ao Ying had fled, and sending a message back to the demon army before hastily following her trail. Amidst the struggle for the blood droplets, a nine-headed serpent emerged victorious, hastily departing after consuming the dragon's blood. Above the island, a resounding bang echoed. Ao Ying collided headlong with a translucent barrier, her magical energy in turmoil. And with her injuries weighing heavily upon her, her vision darkened, and she fainted. With the loss of her magical energy, Ao Ying revealed her true form, a dragon as crystalline as water. Sensing the formation had been disturbed, Suemo, emerging from his dwelling, caught sight of the white dragon slowly descending from the sky. What in the world? Where did this dragon come from? Suemo exclaimed in surprise. However, he quickly regained his composure. In the primordial world, the presence of a dragon is not unusual. Has she fainted? Approaching the white dragon, Suemo gave her a gentle kick, but there was no response. Contemplating for a moment, he utilized his magical energy to transport the white dragon into the island, placing her in the courtyard built by Laozi and the others. After all, as a descendant of dragons, how could he remain indifferent upon witnessing a true dragon in distress? As for why a white dragon had descended from the heavens, he would learn the reason once she awakened. Bang! Another sharp sound reverberated as Suemo turned towards the source, only to see a canine-headed demon spinning in the air outside the formation, prompting him to chuckle. Penglai Island was secluded, rarely visited by beings, yet today it seemed to be experiencing an influx of unexpected guests. The canine-headed demon shook its throbbing head, and as it regained its senses, the first sensation that struck it was the rich aura of spiritual energy. Upon focusing its gaze, it beheld Suemo on the island alongside the transformed Ao Ying, both clearly visible. This island, abundant in spiritual energy, was not only picturesque, but also boasted wild grasses, each infused with ample vitality. The canine-headed demon swallowed hard, gazing greedily at the astonished Suemo, and barked fiercely. You wild cultivator, immediately surrender this island and hand over Ao Ying, or else when my demon army arrives, I shall flay your flesh and extract your bones, using your primordial spirit as a perpetual lamp, burning daily. Upon hearing this, Suemo snorted coldly, desiring my celestial island. You should first consider your own worth, just as the systems bestowed divine powers awaited experimentation. He decided to put them to the test against you. As his thoughts whirled, the aura surrounding Suemo suddenly sharpened. A conviction powerful enough to cleave the heavens began to rise, transforming him into a blade of unparalleled sharpness. The canine-headed demon was initially taken aback, but then burst into raucous laughter. I am the vanguard under the command of the demon General Philian. Should you act recklessly, when our army arrives, there shall be no place for your corpse to rest. A glimmer of fierceness flashed in Sumo's eyes, and with a thunderous swing, he brought down the blade of divine law. The canine-headed demon stood boldly, mocking the incoming sword with disdain. That all the power you possess? I could shatter it with a mere wave of my hand. However, in the next breath, the demon's expression changed dramatically as it roared in anger. Shameless! The blade's might was indeed escalating. The surrounding spiritual energy surged into the divine sword like a homecoming tide, conjuring a tempest that ensnared the canine-headed demon in place. If the sword could cleave the heavens, then this mere minor demon stood no chance. Chapter 13. Ao Ing enters Penglai. Phalian's greed, the canine-headed demon, was so terrified that its soul seemed to scatter. And it shrieked hoarsely, "The demon, General Phalian, will make you wish for death." No sooner had the words left its mouth than the blade descended, cleaving it in half at an angle, leaving the headless portion to crumble into ash. "Oh dear, I miscalculated," Su-Mo remarked with an apologetic expression. The canine-headed demon let out a wretched cry and fled at great speed. A light and ethereal voice whispered in Su-Mo's ear, "You should not have let it escape. And why should I not let it go?" Su-Mo replied nonchalantly, turning to see Ao Ing, now human, who, while lacking breathtaking beauty, carried an unforgettable air of grace and poise. Ao Ing expressed her gratitude for the life-saving intervention. She then elucidated the prior concerns, stating, "It serves as the vanguard of the Phalian demon army. You have harmed it, and Phalian will not let this slide." Su-Mo chuckled upon hearing this. "That was my intention all along." Ao Ing stared in disbelief, her gaze akin to that of someone who had encountered a fool. The demon court has established several grand assemblies, and the two demon emperors, Tai and Dijuan, are renowned for their might and extraordinary achievements. Their 10 demon generals are the elite of the demon race, each possessing invincible powers, not to mention the countless demon warriors, who, apart from the Witch Clan, does not show deference to the demon race, let alone provoke them. However, considering Su-Mo had saved her, she offered a warning. Phalian is one of the 10 demon generals of the demon heaven, a being of the Luo cultivation, and his army is nearby. The implication was clear. As a mere loose cultivator, it would be wise to flee. Su-Mo remained unfazed. And what of it? Just a Luo. Nothing more. Ao Ying's head buzzed in disbelief. Just a Luo? A mere loose cultivator, so audacious. That secret technique you employed was impressive, but the power was merely passable. If this is your level of cultivation, you need not wait for Phalian to act. Any random golden immortal general from the demon army could easily slay you. Ao Ing felt utterly exhausted. "Very well. I have summoned this calamity upon myself, and I cannot implicate others." She turned to leave, intending to hold off Phalian and the demon army herself. But Su-Mo swiftly intercepted her, pointing toward the sky. Above, the demon warriors had encircled Penglai, the ornate chariots prominently displaying a robust figure seated within, who was none other than Phalian. With a carefree smile, Ao Ing grasped the Qian spear. "It is simply a matter of fighting to the death." Su-Mo seized Ao Ying's wrist, chuckling, "First, tend to your wounds. The sky will not fall." With each stride Su-Mo took forward, his stature grew taller until he stood in parallel with Phalian. Ao Ing was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the source of Su-Mo's confidence, that a realm of chaos. Ao Ying's expression reflected her astonishment. Despite her Luo cultivation, she could not discern Su-Mo's true level of power. It was impossible. She could typically distinguish even a quasi-saint, unless a thought flickered through her mind, one she could scarcely believe herself. "Ha ha!" Phalian laughed maniacally, his fierce gaze fixed on Su-Mo. "You are quite bold. Cultivator, hand over Ao Ing, and I shall spare your life." This was the same line the canine-headed demon had uttered, only to be swiftly dispatched by Su-Mo, who regarded Phalian with an expression devoid of emotion. Phalian snorted contemptuously, beckoning his fox strategist and pointing at Su-Mo, "Dismember him into 8 pieces and roast him over the finest coals. I want to savor him properly." The fox strategist, with a charming smile, responded, "Please wait a moment, General." Turning to the demon army, the strategist called out, "Which general will capture this delicacy for the general?" "I will." A leopard-headed demon of Tai, golden immortal cultivation, stepped forth, wielding a massive, spiked wolf-tooth club several dozen meters long. With a single blow, it could reduce anything to rubble. "Kid, prepare to die," the leopard-headed demon bellowed, enveloping itself in magical energy and leaping high, aiming to smash the club down upon Su-Mo's head. "Leopard General, show your strength. Smash that little thief's head." "Be careful. General wants to eat that kid's flesh. Do not turn him into mush." The demon army erupted in a cacophony of cheers that to them. Su-Mo was already a corpse. With a Tai golden immortal unleashing full power, a mere true immortal would be extinguished with a breath. The leopard-headed demon's speed increased, its ferocious visage closing in rapidly. Watch out. Seeing Suemo, still standing still. Ao Ing could not help but shout a warning to in the next moment. The leopard-headed demon grinned wickedly and brought the wolf-tooth club crashing down. Boom! A deafening sound echoed, yet Suemo remained unmoved. Not a single hair on his body disturbed. The leopard-headed demon's expression froze. The club rebounded with the very force it had struck. Akati hurriedly released its grip and attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Bang! A sharp, crisp sound rang out. Both the demon army and Ao Ing collectively gasped in shock. In an instant, the leopard-headed demon's body was riddled with countless bloody holes, the most fatal of which was its forehead, where its entire skull was blown off, revealing its pulsating brain. It was clear it would not survive. In the midst of the deathly silence, the leopard-headed demon, along with its wolf-tooth club, slowly slid to the ground. A primordial formation, the previously languid Phylian sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with delight. He had not anticipated that pursuing Ao Ing would yield such a significant reward. The primordial formation, the demon warriors began to murmur among themselves, their eyes glinting with greed. Congratulations, General. We rejoice for you. The fox strategist was the first to offer his congratulations. Phylian laughed heartily, feeling immense satisfaction. What Ao Ing? What wild cultivator? At this moment, they are mere afterthoughts. Within the primordial formation lay bound to be treasures, a consensus among the ancients. The famed artifacts of today, aside from a few that were innate treasures, were largely birthed from primordial formations. The stronger the formation, the more potent the treasures. A full-force strike from a Tai golden immortal resulted in no effect at all. Within this primordial formation, there must be at least a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. As the realization dawned upon him, Phylian's breath quickened. The top-grade innate spiritual treasures were possessed only by the two demon emperors in the entire demon court, and even those were innate treasures. Everyone, step aside. Phylian bellowed, gathering magical energy and striking down with a forceful palm. Instantly, the skies darkened, that a colossal palm print blotted out the sun, and the demon winds howled. Wherever it went, the demon army scattered in fear, terrified of being caught unaware and facing annihilation. However, this formidable palm print vanished without a sound before the great formation. Inside the formation, Suemo glanced at Phylian with a sidelong glance. Is this all you have? A flicker of rage flashed in Phylian's eyes before he returned to his seat and instructed the fox strategist, surround this island and send word back for formation masters to come. The fox strategist quickly nodded in agreement. The demon army then set up camp outside the island. Sumo, feeling a profound sense of boredom, yawned and waved at Phylian, returning to the ground under Phylian's cold gaze. Is your reliance solely on this primordial formation? Ao Ing stepped forward to inquire. Before Suemo could respond, she continued, the formation can only boast temporary strength. Suemo smiled lightly at her words. And who, pray tell, are you? Chapter 14. Ao Ing reveals her origins. Suemo seeks a disciple. Ao Ying's charming visage dimmed that I am Ao Ing, the eldest daughter of the ancestral dragon. Ancestral dragon's eldest daughter? Suemo furrowed his brow slightly. It is said that dragons have 9 offspring. Do they have daughters? Perhaps sensing Sumo's confusion, Ao Ing clarified, I was born before my father attained quasi-sainthood, and due to being innately deficient. I did not participate in the clan wars. After my father's demise, I took the initiative to suppress the North Sea's Sea until now, hence my lack of fame. Suppressing the Sea In Sumo's eyes, a flicker of sympathy emerged. The origin of the Sea remains untraceable. However, the most widely accepted theory is that it has existed since the formation of the primordial chaos. In the beginning, the 4 seas would occasionally stir up winds and waves, with earthquakes and hurricanes merely trivial occurrences, and there are even accounts of floods engulfing significant portions of the primordial expanse. To suppress the Sea is to quell the tumult of the 4 seas, creating a serene and tranquil environment, an endeavor that could easily overwhelm any individual, given the passage of millions of years since the onset of the Longhan catastrophe. One can only imagine the immense pressure that Ao Ing has endured. It is no wonder that, despite being the eldest daughter of the ancestral dragon, blessed with a noble lineage, she is unable to even contend with the Phylian. Then why have you come to the East Sea? Su Mo inquired once more. Upon hearing this question, Ao Ying's demeanor brightened. The Dragon King of the East Sea has commanded the experts of our clan to take turns suppressing the CEI, allowing me to find respite, and thus I came to express my gratitude. However, I did not expect to encounter Phylian. As her words trailed off, Ao Ing paused, furrowing her brow. She had no conflicts with the demon clan, yet she could not comprehend why Phylian relentlessly pursued her without taking any genuine action. Casting aside this concern, Ao Ing continued, "You need not worry about Phylian. I have previously communicated with the Dragon King of the East Sea. Once our dragon army arrives, Phylian will naturally withdraw." Ao Ing spoke with unwavering confidence. Yet Su Mo harbored doubts, even feeling a swell of pity for her. She was far too naive. "Why do you wear such an expression?" Ao Ing asked, her voice tinged with displeasure. Su Mo's attitude was difficult for her to accept. After a brief contemplation, he ventured a conjecture. There will be no reinforcements from the Dragon Clan. Ao Ing erupted in anger. "Impossible! I'm the eldest daughter of the ancestral dragon, the princess of the Dragon Clan." Su Mo shook his head, urging her not to deceive herself. If there were reinforcements, they would have arrived by now. The commotion here is considerable. Ao Ing vehemently countered. They could be delayed on the way, or perhaps they have urgent matters to attend to. The Dragon Clan would never abandon me. After all, this was the territory of the East Sea. If the Dragon Clan remained oblivious to the happenings in their own domain, what kind of Dragon King would the ruler of the East Sea be? Furthermore, why is it that you encountered Phylian as soon as you emerged, and he came accompanied by a demon army? Such coincidences are hardly plausible. Hasumo's words seemed to dismantle the last bastion of hope within Ao Ing. "Impossible! This cannot be true," she murmured, her eyes vacant. "Wait." Ao Ing suddenly lifted her head, questioning. "I was not captured by Phylian. Could it not be that he fears the Dragon Clan behind me?" Su Mo shook his head, unrelentingly shattering Ao Ying's delusions. It is merely a tactic of feigned retreat. If you do not lose faith in the Dragon Clan, how could you possibly be devoted to serving the demon court? How could you willingly offer up the merits and fortunes you have amassed over countless years of suppressing the CEI? Her heart sank at his words, even as she internally denied the truth 1,000 times. The reality lay stark before her. Had she not harbored doubts in her heart, her escape would have led her to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, not to the opposite direction of Penglai Island. "What am I?" Ao Ing lamented, tears brimming in her eyes. Atone for the Dragon Clan. She had endured solitude and frigid despair for countless years, bearing immense pressure. Was it all for naught? Had the dignified princess of the Dragon Clan been so easily betrayed? "Dragon King of the East Sea, how malicious your intentions are," Su Mo observed Ao Ing as she wept in silence. There were many things he had failed to articulate. The Dragon Clan, currently led by the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, had already established a fixed hierarchy. The sudden emergence of an ancestral dragon's daughter and the princess of the Dragon Clan raises the question, would the Dragon Clan heed her or continue to follow our lead? Moreover, the Demon Clan covets the fortunes and merits that Ao Ing embodies from her long-standing guardianship of the CEYAS for the Dragon Clan after the Longhorn catastrophe. Do they still possess fortunes? Yes, just look at the Phoenix ancestor. The Yuan Feng has suppressed the dormant volcano, leaving behind but a few remnants. The Qilin is scarcely heard of. Only the Dragon Clan, not only occupying the 4 Seas, but also clamoring to restore their former glory. Without the protection of clan fortunes, they would have long since turned to dust. Suddenly, Ao Ing collapsed before Su Mo frowned. What is the meaning of this? Ao Ing bowed deeply. I beseech you, revered one, to accept me as your disciple. Su Mo regarded the kneeling Ao Ing with a hint of amusement. Why would I take you on as a disciple? Ao Ing straightened, her gaze unwavering as she met Su Mo's eyes. You have shielded me from the demon army. I am eternally grateful. Now that I have been forsaken by my kin, I find myself without refuge. Are you merely seeking a place to hide? Su Mo scoffed. You misunderstand. Ao Ing insisted, bowing once more in her defense. Your depth of cultivation is unfathomable. I would never dare to act recklessly. Enough. Su Mo waved his hand dismissively. To save Ao Ing was simply a matter of curiosity, having never encountered a true dragon before. Moreover, he felt a certain fondness for the dragon clan. After all, they were the descendants of dragons. However, in a sense, this dragon clan was not the same as that of old. Ao Ing hesitated in her desire to become a disciple. Yet Su Mo saw through her intentions clearly. She merely wished to glean insights into his profound abilities to seek revenge against the Dragon King of the East Sea in the future. Ao Ing, the eldest daughter of the ancestral dragon, was never short of ruthlessness and decisiveness. Unyielding, Su Mo remained silent, causing Ao Ing to grow anxious, bowing repeatedly. Please, revered one, show mercy. I possess treasures of the dragon clan that I am willing to offer in exchange for your acceptance of this little dragon. This was her only opportunity. With Philian hunting her from without and betrayal from within, she was left with only the highly skilled Su Mo to rely upon. Yet, she had nothing of value to offer. Her only worth might be the secrets of the dragon clan, but you think I covet your dragon clan's treasures? Su Mo scoffed. As her desperation mounted, Ao Ying's anxiety became palpable, sweat beading on her forehead. In her agitation, she inadvertently aggravated her injuries, and suddenly a spray of blood erupted from her mouth, followed by her fainting once more. What was the need for this? Su Mo was taken aback. Just then, a crisp sound echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have successfully accepted Ao Ing as your disciple. Wait, when did I say I would take her as a disciple? Su Mo was bewildered. Does the host truly not wish to? Su Mo was at a loss for words that he had considered it. After all, the surroundings of Penglai Island were far too desolate, and accepting a disciple could be a stroke of luck if this continued. Who knew when he would achieve the status of a sage? With Ao Ing presenting herself as a disciple, perhaps it was a fortuitous turn of events. Very well, Su Mo muttered, and as his thoughts shifted, the spiritual energy of Penglai Island coalesced and entered Ao Ying's body, mending her injuries. However, as vast amounts of spiritual energy surged in, Ao Ying's condition improved only slightly as Su Mo furrowed his brow. Chapter 15. Ao Ing becomes a disciple and enters the academy. Su Mo plans grand designs. As the sun set and the moon rose under the silver moonlight, Ao Ing slowly opened her eyes. The first sight that greeted her was not Su Mo, but rather the ethereal and enigmatic academy suspended in the air above Penglai Island. In an instant, Ao Ing was captivated, as if a mere glance spanned an eternity. Her soul drifting through the void. Awake? Su Mo asked, somewhat irked. She had spent a considerable amount of time healing, and the concentration of spiritual energy on Penglai Island had diminished by more than a tenth. While the academy would replenish it in a matter of days, Su Mo still felt a pang of regret. If healing required such a massive expenditure of spiritual energy, what would it be like to cultivate? Regaining her senses, Ao Ing was filled with astonishment, her words momentarily faltering. Why entering your tutelage, I will gain access to the academy. Su Mo replied nonchalantly. Ao Ing froze for a moment before suddenly realizing. Hastily rising to her feet, she knelt before Su Mo, performing 3 bows and 9 prostrations. I am Ao Ing, paying my respects to my master. However, in her heart, she thought, I fainted for a moment and agreed. My master is indeed a kind-hearted person. Su Mo nodded, coldly stating, Ao Ing, you are my 3rd disciple. The academy houses countless tomes and opportunities. Your 2 senior brothers are currently in seclusion within. You should also seek your own fortune. Upon hearing this, Ao Ing instinctively glanced skyward once more. Master, please go ahead. Su Mo appeared impatient. Waving his hand, Ao Ing bowed again, and, filled with curiosity and eagerness, flew toward the Hongmeng Academy. Standing before the academy, Ao Ing hesitated slightly. Could it truly contain the means to alter her fate? Why had she never heard of it before? In truth, Ying harbored a secret that she had not disclosed. She possessed a body of heavenly leakage. As long as there was sufficient spiritual energy or rare treasures of heaven and earth, her cultivation could rise swiftly without any obstacles. Yet, one must gain at the cost of something else. Her magical power was continuously draining away. Upon awakening from her injuries, she found herself returned to the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, her previously depleted body, for the first time in hundreds of thousands of years. Restored to fullness, that it was as though she had been starving for countless eons and had finally eaten her fill. During this time, the sole change was that she had fainted and awakened to find herself recognized and accepted as a disciple by Su Imo. Thus, she believed that all of this was a boon granted by Su Imo. Her master was so mysterious. Perhaps the academy could completely heal her. Biting her lip in anticipation and trepidation, Ying pushed the door open. The vast expanse of stars hung high, as if she had entered an entirely different world. Ying was left utterly spellbound. Su Mo's status in her mind elevated yet again. Even if she could not find a solution to her problems here, she would not leave. Each star represented a book, and by extracting a book from the stars and opening it, one could enter its world. What one could gain would depend entirely on their understanding. A gentle voice resonated in her ears. It was Fushi. Facing the perplexed gaze of Ying, Fushi smiled and declared, "I am Fushi, the second disciple of the academy." Ying, momentarily stunned, instinctively replied, "The Fushi of Mount Buzhou? You should be addressed as senior brother." Fushi, with a smile, reminded her, gesturing towards the star of Jianlai, "The master brother is in seclusion on that star." Ying was left speechless, her mouth dry. The master brother is Tongtian, one of the three pure ones, and the second brother is the great Fushi. No, she needed to pause. Just a moment ago, she had been betrayed and despised by her kin, and now she was soaring high. The abruptness of the change was overwhelming for her to accept. However, Ying quickly regained her composure and bowed to Fushi. "I have met the second brother." Fushi nodded warmly, realizing she was the Dragon Clan's eldest princess. Upon hearing this, Ying's heart welled with sorrow. The second brother jested, "I am merely Ying." Fushi, taken aback, did not press further. Regardless of her identity, as long as she came to the academy, her most distinguished title would undoubtedly be that of an academy disciple. "Junior sister, you may choose any star to observe, but trust your own intuition that I shall retreat into seclusion first," Fushi said with a smile before returning to the Yangshan star. Watching Fushi depart, Ying followed her instinct to a star before her, reaching out to grasp a heavy tome that fell into her hands. Heavenly cover! As she opened the pages, revealing the world within, Ying's eyes widened, and her breath quickened that a dragon's corpse being used as a coffin. How dare they? Who would dare? Fury surged within her. Ying felt as if she would ignite in flames. How could the noble Dragon Clan endure such indignity, even if she had been betrayed by them? She absolutely could not allow her clan to be treated in such a manner. Fortunately, her rage did not cloud her judgment, but it took her a while to calm down as she continued to read with gritted teeth. As she read on, Ying lost sight of her original intent and found her attention drawn to the ruthless empress. She pitied her circumstances, admired her ruthlessness, and was awed by her mercilessness. The line, "Not for the sake of becoming an immortal, but to await your return in the mortal realm," brought her to tears. Deep within her heart, Ying genuinely admired the ruthless empress, reflecting inwardly that if she were the empress, she could never match such prowess. The devouring sky devil art filled her with immense joy. She had been mistaken all along. She had always relied solely on absorbing the spiritual energy from spirit fruits to maintain her cultivation, never contemplating that her own aptitude could be compensated for by devouring the unique properties of spirit fruits. The devouring sky devil art was the perfect solution, if she were a quasi-saint. Who would dare to coerce her or make decisions on her behalf? "Master, thank you," Ying silently murmured in her heart. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Ying gathered her focus, immersing herself in contemplation. She devoted herself entirely, losing track of the passage of time. Outside the academy, Su Mo returned to his cave dwelling. There were words he had not shared with Aoying. Previously, he had deliberately misdirected his sword strike. The location of Peng Lai was too remote, with few mighty beings. It was only after Tongtian became a saint and the three pure ones separated, eventually settling on Golden Ao Island, that it became somewhat lively. If he were to wait idly, when would he gather enough disciples to become a saint himself, no longer hiding on this Peng Lai Island? He also anticipated the wonders of the vast primordial world. Yet he had always felt powerless. Hong Jun lectured on the Tao and recruited disciples by establishing the Zixiao Palace in the chaos beyond the 33 heavens. Who among the 3,000 mortals did not endure hardships to reach the Zixiao Palace? The law must not be imparted lightly. Sumo was also reluctant to accept disciples casually. To become his disciple, one must at least possess the stature of a saint. However, in the primordial realm, the reputation of the Hongmeng Academy was not prominent, so how could mighty beings come to seek him out? Yet, the arrival of the demon army was fortuitous. Aoying attracted the dog-headed demon, and slaying the dog-headed demon drew in Philian. With Philian, one of the 10 great demon commanders of the demon court, how far could Dongwang Tai and Dijuan be? In truth, Su Mo harbored deeper thoughts. Once Hong Jun completed his 3 lectures, he would merge with the Tao. At that time, the entire primordial realm would be as though it were in the palm of his hand. How would he regard the existence of the Hongmeng Academy? Previously, when he sought to recruit Laozi and Yuanshi, the system's reminders were not without reason. Thus, he must gather enough disciples before Hong Jun merges with the Tao. Even if Hong Jun plotted against him, he could still advance steadily. Chapter 16. Ouying acquires the Devouring Sky Devil Art. Tao Ancestor bestows title. Su Mo had a premonition that Hong Jun would not allow the academy to flourish. The current period leading up to the 3 lectures was undoubtedly a window of opportunity. As time passed, Peng Lai Island had been entirely occupied by the demon race, and among the demon court, those skilled in breaking innate restrictions had been gathered by Philian. Unfortunately, after decades of effort, there had been no results. Philian was not angry, but rather pleased. The more difficult the innate formations were to dismantle, the higher the quality of the treasures within the formations. If they could be unraveled, that would be ideal. If not, once the Tao Ancestor's 2nd lecture concluded and the Emperor returned from the Zixiao Palace, all innate restrictions would be in vain before the Eastern Emperor Bell the By then, even if they could not obtain the treasures nurtured within the formations. They would still receive commendations from the Emperor. There was no loss in any scenario. Therefore, Philian was not at all anxious, spending his days leisurely. Of course, he was also engaged in one other matter, causing trouble for the Dragon Clan. Aoying was indeed a member of the Dragon Clan, and since he had not captured her, the Dragon Clan must take responsibility. The only thing that vexed him was that the wild hermit on the island occasionally wandered about, sitting in a peculiar rocking chair, watching them dismantle the restrictions. This truly infuriated the demons, as it was not harmful, but highly insulting. Sumo, on the other hand, was quite pleased, the more demons that came. The better point one day, as the sun shone brightly and Sumo was dozing off, a sudden system notification echoed in his ears, due to Aoying comprehending the Devouring Sky Devil Art while reading. The host has also grasped the Devouring Sky Devil Art. Aoying, the host's 3rd disciple, has gained insight in the Hongmeng Academy. The host cultivation has been elevated to Xianxian, the Devouring Sky Devil Art. Su Mo sat up abruptly, carefully sorting through the information relayed by the system, a smile creeping onto his lips. He could barely contain his laughter. He had to give Aoying a thumbs up. The Devouring Sky Devil Art was precisely what he needed. Having traversed from a future era, his own aptitude was merely that of an ordinary postnatal human, inferior to many minor demons in the primordial realm. Just as Su Mo was about to integrate the Devouring Sky Devil Art into the Hongmeng Tao Sutra, the system's voice sounded once more, due to the host disciple Fushi reaching quasi-saint cultivation. The host cultivation has been elevated to the late stage of Xianxian. Mo burst into hearty laughter. He could no longer contain himself. What is the meaning of double happiness? This is the essence of double happiness. Outside the grand formation, the numerous demons looked at Su Mo, who was inexplicably laughing, their nostrils flaring in anger. Our posture for breaking the formation, so amusing. Returning to his senses, Su Mo cast a sidelong glance at the demon formation master, flipped over, and began to wander through the void once more. Not long after, Fushi was the first to fly out from the Hongmeng Academy, landing directly before Su Mo, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Master, for your cultivation. I have lived up to expectations and have successfully broken through to Quasi-Saint." "Not bad," Su Mo nodded, advising Quasi-Saint is merely a starting point. Do not let it lead to arrogance and neglect of your cultivation. In truth, Sumo's eyes were nearly gleaming with joy. Fushi was left speechless. The Quasi-Saint is just a starting point. However, recalling the term mere Quasi-Saint spoken by Master Tongtian, he could not allow himself to be complacent and quickly responded, "I shall heed Master's teachings." After exchanging pleasantries, Fushi noticed the demons outside Penglai Island, his brows furrowing. "Master, how can the blessed land of the immortals allow them to act so recklessly? Let me deal with them." Fushi was quite irate. When the demon court was established, Dijuan and Tai had once visited him and Enhua, inviting them to serve in the heavenly court. He had been tempted at the time. But fortunately, his sister had stopped him. Who could have anticipated that the demon court would act so brazenly? Surrounding Penglai Island, they were courting their own demise. "In no need." Sumo waved his hand, implying, "There are others who will handle them." "Oing, junior sister?" Fushi asked instinctively. Sumo nodded. Several hundred years passed. The system's voice resounded once more. Due to the host's disciple Aoing reaching quasi-saint cultivation, the host cultivation has been elevated to golden immortal. Just as Sumo was refining the devouring sky devil art into the Hongmeng Dao Sutra, he opened his eyes to see Aoing rushing toward him. With a thud, Oing knelt before Sumo, weeping uncontrollably. "Master, I have succeeded." In that moment, Oing seemed reborn. Her gratitude towards Sumo and the Hongmeng Academy ran deep in her bones, and no one knew the extent of the torment she had endured. During the peak of the Dragon Clan's glory, her father disdained her, and her kin ignored her. The isolation, the coldness, and the torment of suppressing the North Seas, I felt like a deathly silence. The realization of her abandonment had left her heart extinguished. Yet, from this moment onward, all of that would dissipate into thin air. From this moment forth, I'm only Aoing, the third disciple of the Hongmeng Academy, and no longer the eldest princess of the Dragon Clan. Oing silently vowed within her heart. In the Zixiao Palace, as Hongjun Jiaozhu was delivering a sermon, he suddenly paused, a look of contemplation crossing his face, and then stopped his discourse to calculate with his fingers. Yet, the heavenly secrets remained shrouded in chaos. Disregarding this, Hongjun resumed his teachings. For great beings, time holds little value. 5,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. As Hongjun's voice ceased, the golden lotuses in the grand hall receded, and the multitude of powerful beings gradually awoke, each absorbed in their own thoughts. Some wore broad smiles, having reaped substantial rewards, while others furrowed their brows in dismay, lacking the comprehension needed to grasp the profound teachings of Hongjun, merely committing them to memory for later contemplation. That a few appeared utterly despondent, having understood not even a fraction of the teachings. Once all had fully regained their senses, Hongjun spoke. "Laozi, Yuanshi, you too are the transformed essence of Pangu, having contributed to the heavens and the earth, and shall be my personally instructed disciples." Laozi and Yuanshi bowed deeply, paying their respects to their master. Hongjun continued, "Enhua, you have performed a great deed. Thus you shall be my third disciple." Enhua knelt in gratitude, acknowledging her master. Hongjun then turned his gaze towards the eagerly awaiting Jane, Junti, and Kuinpeng. "Jane and Junti shall be my recorded disciples." Jane and Junti, filled with joy, bowed repeatedly in thanks, disregarding the distinction of personal instruction. Observing his companions being designated, Kuinpeng grew increasingly anxious. Not waiting for Hongjun's gaze to shift, he bowed and implored, "Please bestow your favor upon me, master." Witnessing the respectful posture of Kuinpeng, Hongjun felt a growing discomfort, as though the situation was not as it should be. Nevertheless, it was too late. "You shall also be a recorded disciple," he declared. With that, Hongjun vanished without even bidding them to depart on their own. Once he left, the powerful beings began conversing amongst themselves. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Inhua gathered to share their insights, inadvertently excluding the others. Jin and Zhuinti were surrounded by a throng of admirers, their previously somber expressions lightening slightly, yet their gazes towards Laozi, Yuanshi, and Inhua were tinged with envy and hostility. The distinction between personally instructed disciples and recorded disciples was vast. One was the heir to the teachings, while the other merely learned alongside. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun were also encircled by numerous individuals. Though most expressed regret, had Hongyun not given up his seat, he might have become a personally instructed disciple as well. Kunpeng was not overlooked either. Dongwang Tai and Dijun approached him. Dao friend, the demon court awaits a demon master. Our demon clan should unite and strive together against the witch clan, Dongwang Tai said, unable to resist glancing towards the corner where Huda stood, the only witch present to attend the sermon in Zixiao Palace. Chapter 17. Kunpeng refuses Tai. Owing battles Philian, since the formation of the demon court by the demon clan, their power had been steadily growing. Tai and Dijun proclaimed themselves as the heavenly emperors, with the grand ambition of governing the entire primordial world. However, not all races were inclined to side with the demon clan. The most vocal opposition came from the witch clan. The witch clan was composed of 12 ancestral witches, said to be transformed from Pangu's essence, possessing formidable physical strength. Although they did not cultivate their primordial spirits, each ancestral witch wielded innate divine abilities, making them formidable adversaries. Furthermore, the witch clan feasted upon the demon clan. While the demon clan held an overall advantage in strength, in terms of peak combat power, Tai and Dijun could not match the 12 ancestral witches. In light of this, Tai and Dijun had been actively courting top-tier powerhouses, with the 3,000 mortal guests in Zixiao Palace being their primary targets. Those who could traverse chaos to hear the Jiaozhu speak were all individuals of remarkable cultivation, the least among them being great Luo golden immortals. Although Tai and Dijun had made significant gains, the collective strength of those gathered was still inferior to Kunpeng. The 6 lotus cushions certainly held profound significance, for Kunpeng was now a recorded disciple of the Jiaozhu, making him a worthy candidate for their overtures. The title of Demon Master represented their utmost sincerity. However, Kunpeng did not share this view. His status had changed. The mere title of Demon Master held no appeal for him. What he truly coveted were the vast cultivation resources of the demon court. If he could partake in those resources without being beholden to Tai and Dijun, it would be perfect. Thus, despite his disdain, he played the field with Tai's invitation, neither agreeing nor outright refusing. This behavior infuriated Tai, while Dijun maintained an unperturbed demeanor, engaging Kunpeng in light conversation and inviting him to visit the demon court. Brother, Kunpeng is behaving so oddly. Having become a recorded disciple of the Jiaozhu, he now rebuffs our invitation. Such a petty individual, why bother with him? Tai could not help but convey his thoughts to Dijun. Dijun merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond to Tai, but instead inquired of Kunpeng, "How have you considered the matter, Dao friend?" Kunpeng was momentarily taken aback, ultimately reluctant to forego the immense cultivation resources of the demon court. Since the Heavenly Emperor has extended an invitation, it would be disrespectful for me to decline. I shall witness the grandeur of the demon court. Dijun smiled as he took Kunpeng's arm. The demon court will surely provide a warm welcome. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Tai, subtly indicating Hutu's presence. The implication was clear. Even if they could not win over Kunpeng, they must not offend him, lest he align himself with the witch clan. Tai's expression remained sour, though somewhat improved. The 3 departed Zixiao Palace together. The remaining attendees exchanged glances and began to leave as well. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Inhua were the last to exit AKT that moment. Hongjun reappeared in his seat, his fingers moving in calculation as his brows furrowed deeply. Outside the palace, the gathering departed through the chaos. Just as they returned to the primordial realm, Tai spotted Ying Zhao hastily approaching. Despite being meant to guard the demon court. "What is the matter?" Dijun interjected, stepping in front of Tai. Ying Zhao surveyed the surroundings, his lips moving slightly. Dijun maintained his cheerful demeanor, while Tai's expression darkened. "Dao friend Kunpeng, The demon court has urgent matters to attend to today. Shall we postpone our meeting? Facing Dijuan's amiable smile, Kunpeng felt a stirring in his heart. The affairs of the demon court are of utmost importance. Please, do as you see fit. We shall take our leave first. Dijuan clasped his hands in farewell. While Tai had already taken to the skies in impatience, Kunpeng's gaze darkened as he watched them depart, contemplating for a moment before following at a measured distance. Among the powerful beings, Jin and Junti exchanged glances and discreetly departed. Among the remaining powerful beings, many displayed interest and followed suit, including Hutu. Others remained indifferent, such as Xinyuanzi, but were compelled to follow due to Hongyun's entreaties like a tea this moment. The demon court commanded the attention of even the mightiest. Tai, possessing the Dongwang bell, an innate treasure of extraordinary utility, was not to be underestimated. Dijuan, bearing the Hichu and Luoshu, was equally formidable. What could provoke such urgency in both heavenly emperors? This posed an intriguing question. Half an hour earlier at Penglai Island in the Eastern Sea, the sun hung high in the sky, and the demon clan's camp outside Penglai was filled with raucous celebration. "Brothers, please drink this cup to your heart's content," Philian declared, raising a wine goblet and downing its contents with gusto. Opposite him sat two figures, one with a dragon's head, clawed feet, feathered arms, clad in dragon scale armor, wielding the Sanyang blade, Jimin, one of the 10 great demon commanders. The other was diminutive, with an unsavory appearance, brandishing a gleaming sword. Fian, also one of the 10 great demon commanders. Both demons raised their goblets and drank deeply. Just as the revelry reached a crescendo, a booming voice echoed, "Philian, come out and face your doom." Enraged, Philian squinted, only to burst into laughter upon recognizing the figure hovering above the camp. Issuing a challenge. How dare a defeated foe utter such bravado? "Today, I shall send you on your way," Philian scoffed, then turned to Jimming and Fian, saying, "Brothers, wait here. I shall deal with her. She's perfect for my drink." With that, Philian grasped a massive scythe, and with a swift motion, he appeared mere dozens of meters in front of Aoing, coldly declaring, "I spared your life before, yet you show no gratitude and dare to shout here. Do you truly think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Aoing, brandishing her crimson cloud spear, retorted with scorn, "You are but a mere lackey of Tai." Philian's fury ignited, as one of the 10 great demon commanders. He bristled at the notion of being called a lackey. "You insult the demons too much. What a presumptuous dragon princess. Even if I face punishment from the emperor, I shall take your dragon head." In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Philian's demonic aura surged skyward, a potent stench of blood filling the air, nauseating all who inhaled it. "Die!" Philian bellowed, his scythe cleaving through the air, elongating towards Aoing's face. The blade as dark as ink, conjuring a tempest that roared like the winds of the 9 heavens. Any ordinary cultivator would be obliterated in an instant beneath its might. Aoing calmly raised her spear. Bang! The spear tip met the scythe's blade with a resounding clash. The black demonic energy quickly dissipated under Aoing's azure magic, revealing the scythe's true color. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion echoed as the colossal clash of magic sent shockwaves radiating outward, shattering clouds for miles around. Within the demon camp below, many lesser demons were blasted apart, while others clutched their ears, screaming in agony, blood seeping from their wounds, when great Luo golden immortals engaged in battle. The innocents suffered. Philian's expression turned to one of confusion. 5,000 years prior, his subordinates had easily forced Aoing to flee. Now, he personally intervened, and yet she had managed to withstand his full force strike. Without further contemplation, Philian withdrew his scythe, brandishing it with one hand while forming a spell with the other. In an instant, dozens of Philian clones appeared around Aoing, each swirling with a black-green tempest. The storm reaching heights unimaginable and radiating an overwhelming pressure. "Prepare to die." Dozens of Philian roared in unison, directing the dark azure storm toward the central figure of Ao. The demonic energy of Philian possessed a potent corrosive nature, and when combined with the piercing wind drawn down from the heavens, Even other demon generals at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm dared not confront this attack head-on. However, with a sharp sound, Philian watched in disbelief as the Qiyun spear pierced through its forehead. Chapter 18. Ao Ing devours Philian. Fushi confronts the demon general, but a look of arrogance still lingered on Philian's face. Following the shaft of the spear, Ing stood unperturbed amidst the fierce, piercing wind, which could not even lift the hem of her garment. How could this be possible? A piercing scream erupted as a phantom appeared above Philian's forehead. Resembling a deer with a bird's head, possessing horns and a serpent's tail, and adorned with spots like a leopard. This was Philian's primordial spirit, as the primordial spirit separated from its corporeal form. The body, now revealed as a towering figure hundreds of zhang high, resembled a small mountain. Yet this mountain was rapidly withering away. Upon closer inspection, one could discern strands of red essence flowing from the Qiyun spear into Ao Ing, each strand shimmering with a hint of gold and pulsating with immense vitality. Clearly the essence of Philian's physical body. How dare you? The primordial spirit of Philian, regaining its senses, was filled with shock and fury as it lunged toward Ao Ing. Begone! Ao Ing swatted the primordial spirit of Philian away with a single strike, her gaze icied. If I do not slay you today, for your lack of discernment, you shall be reduced to naught. A dense aura of murderous intent enveloped Philian's primordial spirit, sending chills throughout its being. The rationality, clouded by rage, returned as it watched its physical form shrink gradually, causing it to feel immense sorrow. This was the body it had painstakingly refined over several primordial gatherings. Brothers, come to my aid! Philian's primordial spirit cried out desperately. Yet there was no response. It could only watch helplessly as its body withered inch by inch until it finally turned to ash. At this moment, Ao Ing closed her eyes, her aura circulating, fluctuating in strength. Philian, one of the divine beasts of heaven and earth, had a body refined over numerous primordial gatherings, containing vast reserves of essence and the innate intelligence of a divine beast. Ao Ing was diligently endeavoring to refine it. Moments later, Ao Ing abruptly opened her eyes, her aura surging to new heights. The primordial spirit of Philian let out a wail of despair as it retreated, eventually stopping a few dozen kilometers away, still shaken. Before it, Ao Ying's aura had become so substantial that it seemed poised to suppress the very fabric of the universe. The most unfortunate were the demons encamped nearby. The entire encampment was submerged beneath the waves. Many lesser demons were crushed into pulp, while the survivors struggled to maintain their diminishing protective auras. Pop, pop, pop. The protective barriers of the demons burst like bubbles, with those inside being crushed into mush. Without any engagement, the demon army had suffered catastrophic losses. Only the formation of Penglai Island remained unscathed. From within the island's caverns, Su Mo watched everything unfold, appearing expressionless, yet his heart was profoundly shaken. After traversing here, he had wandered through the vastness of the primordial world and understood its enormity. He had long harbored question. How could the war of the witches and demons nearly fracture the primordial realm? Now, he comprehended Ao Ing was merely in the early stages of quasi-sainthood, and yet, with just her oppressive aura, the entire encampment of millions of demon soldiers had been nearly obliterated. The full force of a quasi-saint's attack could only be imagined. Even the most powerful nuclear weapons from his past life would pale in comparison. Boom! Just then, Ao Ying's aura surged dramatically. The heavens and earth were rent asunder, a fierce energy piercing the sky, while boundless solar flames cascaded down like a torrent of stars and moonlight, illuminating Ao Ing as if she were a celestial deity. Due to the host's disciple Ao Ing reaching the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, the host cultivation has been elevated to the mid-stage of golden immortal. The system's voice echoed in Su Mo's ears, stirring his heart. The heavenly devouring demon art truly this formidable. Ao Ing had only recently broken through to quasi-sainthood. Unlike Su Mo's calm demeanor, the primordial spirit of Philian, pressured by Ao Ying's overwhelming aura, was on the verge of exploding to quasi-saint aura. How could Ao impossibly be a quasi-saint. In the next breath, the primordial spirit of Philian fled in desperation that it was not unjustly doomed. Below quasi-saint, what was the great Luo golden immortal pinnacle worth? Yet, the fleeing primordial spirit of Philian was filled with resentment and vengeance. The annihilation of its physical form would undoubtedly come at a cost. Meanwhile, the remaining demons were filled with bewilderment, particularly at the banquet platform of the demon encampment. Fushi stood before Jaimin and Feixian with a gentle smile. These two renowned demon generals dared not move an inch, even when Philian had called for help. They sensed themselves enveloped by an immense aura, knowing that any slight motion would invite fatal repercussions. The source of this aura was none other than the gentle figure of Fushi standing before them. Ao Ying's aura soared, revealing her quasi-saint prowess. They dared not stir. Fushi had remarked, "My junior sister's progress is commendable." Was this even human speech, let alone quasi-saint? Even they, as great Luo golden immortals, had to toil endlessly, refining themselves for countless eons to achieve even the slightest advancement. Ao Ying had merely been a great Luo golden immortal herself. Yet within 5,000 years, she had reached quasi-sainthood, and even the mid-stage at that. How many cultivators would be shamed by such rapid advancement? Before Jaimin and Feixian could regain their wits, Fushi continued with a smile. "I invite you both to the island as guests." Jaimin and Feixian exchanged glances, obediently following Fushi. What choice did they have? Philian was reduced to mere primordial spirit. The once mighty demon generals now resembled defeated curs. Ao Ying returned to the island first, immediately bowing deeply before Su-Mo. Exact vengeance upon her enemies was an exhilarating experience, and all of this was bestowed by Su-Mo and the Hongmeng Academy. "Your second senior brother has returned. Please rise." Seeing Fushi approach with Jaimin and Feixian, Su-Mo said with a smile. Ao Ying subtly wiped away her tears and stood up, then immediately took a vigilant stance beside Su-Mo. Positioning herself as his guardian, Su-Mo was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head with a smile, choosing not to comment further. From afar, Jaimin and Feixian spotted the previously imposing Ao Ying standing behind Su-Mo, their eyes widening in shock. A quasi-saint. This is indeed a quasi-saint, the most elite of the primordial realm, yet she was acting as a guardian for that wild Taoist. What merits did that wild Taoist possess? In the next moment, their jaws nearly dropped. The formidable Fushi, who had previously subdued them with his aura, was now bowing to the wild Taoist. "Master, I have not failed in my duty." This statement struck like a thunderclap in their minds, leaving the two demon generals utterly dumbfounded. The wild Taoist, whom Philian had referred to, was actually the master of a quasi-saint. Were they hallucinating, or was the world truly this insane? Furthermore, Fushi had referred to Ao Ying as his junior sister. This implied that the wild Taoist, no, the esteemed one, had not one, but two quasi-saint disciples. Their peak combat power was no less than that of the demon court. When Ao Ying's cold gaze turned toward them, the dignified demon generals bowed their heads in submission. Jaimin and Feixian pay their respects to the esteemed one as two quasi-saints master. They could not afford to show any disrespect, especially since they were in a state of antagonism. Their hearts filled with dread. "Philian, you have brought about your own demise." The thought crossed their minds, leading them to incessantly curse Philian. Su-Mo cast a casual glance at the two demons and addressed Fushi. "It should be about time. Summon your elder brother." Understood. Chapter 19. Tai and Emperor Jun come knocking. The duel of the two emperors. Fushi complied and set off to the academy to summon him. Jaimin and Feixian felt numb. Another elder brother? Without needing to guess, they knew he would also be a quasi-saint. 3 quasi-saints in one sect. Philian, that pitiful creature, had truly invited calamity upon the demon court. The two demon generals felt their spirits sink. Even if the heavenly emperor returned from his teachings, could he rescue them? Even if he could withstand 3 quasi-saints, what about that mysterious, esteemed one? With disciples who were all quasi-saints, how could the esteemed one be weak? Philian, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Jaimin cursed inwardly. What a mere wild Taoist. Your vision is truly clouded, that if even this mysterious esteemed one was merely a wild Taoist. Then what were these demon generals but weeds by the roadside? Feixian's resentment surged like a tidal wave. Sumo, however, ignored the two demons and inquired with concern, "Are you feeling any better?" Ao Ing? Ao Ing nodded, but then added, "Please forgive me, master, for acting on my own and letting Filian go." Sumo smiled lightly. "Everything is predestined. Letting Filian go, that was a wise decision. Had he not allowed it to escape, it would have undermined his careful selection of such an auspicious day. With just those lesser demons, they would not have reached the heavenly audience for some time, nor would they have drawn much attention. Now, it was perfectly timed. With Jaimin and Feixian subdued and Falian's physical form destroyed, could Tai and Emperor Jun remain indifferent? Surely, they cannot contain themselves that if they remain unperturbed under such circumstances, how could they possibly lead the demon court? Now, we await their arrival. Just as I was contemplating, Tongtian and Fushi approached together. Jiaming and Feixian stole a furtive glance before burying their heads deep into the ground, fervently cursing Filian. "You are not blind. You simply lack vision." The once mighty demon generals were on the brink of tears. They had been enjoying a carefree life of revelry, only to find themselves as prisoners, subjected to waves of intimidation. It is beyond tragic. While Fushi and Aoying were not particularly familiar with each other, they instantly recognized Tongtian, the revered Sanqing, the illustrious Panga Orthodox. This was a formidable being explicitly warned by the Heavenly Emperor not to provoke. "Master," Tongtian approached to pay his respects, casting a glance at Jiaming and Feixian. The latter two were nearly burying their heads into the ground. "I'm exhausted. Let it all end, or whatever you wish. Can T, my brother, and I just lie flat?" They were, after all, at the pinnacle of the Daoyu Jingxian, with the bloodline of divine beasts, yet they appeared as docile as children to Sumo. Meanwhile, was engaged in discussions with Tongtian regarding the establishment of a dojo. With an increasing number of future disciples, they could not remain secluded within the academy forever. Penglai Island needed to be prepared with spaces for disciples to interact, and it was certain that visitors would come. They could not allow guests to suffer exposure to the elements. Fushi and Aoying eagerly joined the conversation. Tongtian decided to manifest the entire Penglai Island using clouds, as the brothers and sisters showcased their abilities, each adding their preferred structures, transforming the island within the clouds into a breathtaking spectacle point. One need not doubt the aesthetic sensibilities of a quasi-saint. However, each building exuded a strong personal flair. Tongtian's Hongming Palace was flamboyant and aggressive, yet deeply infectious. Fushi's Dao Palace harmoniously melded with the landscape, exhibiting both creativity and environmental integration. As for Aoying's constructions, they were simply magnificent. Whether it was the rare Wudao wood, the golden silk Nanmu, or the crystal pearls, Aoying added them without hesitation, treating them as commonplace, a testament to the wealth of the Dragon Clan in its prime. Sumo stood by, merely smiling, refraining from voicing any opinions. Yes, fearing to appear foolish. Just as they were conversing, Tongtian suddenly lifted his gaze toward the northwest, where a silver glint of a small sword flashed in his starry eyes, a formidable aura flickering momentarily. Simultaneously, outside the great formation of Penglai Island, countless strands of spiritual energy surged and coalesced, swiftly forming a colossal long sword. Its tip pointed directly northwest, a small black that hurtled in from the northwest, colliding forcefully with the sword's tip. Boom! A deafening roar rent the heavens, the shockwaves dispersing the surrounding waters, completely erasing the remnants of the demon camp that had already been ravaged once. In the next breath, the sea surged back, a thunderous roar echoing, yet Penglai Island stood steadfast and unyielding. Once the chaos subsided, everyone focused their gaze, only to find that the object that struck the sword's tip was a spinning brass bell. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the massive long sword's blade cracked into countless fissures, ultimately shattering into fragments that vanished. The brass bell, however, fell into the hands of a person radiating a formidable aura. This individual, clad in the robes of the Sun and Moon Emperor, had eyes that gleamed with cunning and unparalleled dominance. The newcomer was none other than Donghuang Tai, and the brass bell was the renowned innate treasure. The Dongwang Bell, beside Tai stood T that moment. The expressions of the two demon emperors were grave. They had rushed here upon hearing the news. From afar, Tai had unleashed his full power, only to be halted by a manifested sword. The one who struck must undoubtedly be more powerful than they inside the island. Tongtian bowed respectfully to Su Mo master. I shall intercept them, indeed. Su Mo nodded, instructing, allow them to enter the island in a calm manner. Tongtian's lips curled into a mischievous smile upon hearing this. The disciple understands. How can one remain calm? A good thrashing should quell any temper. And no sooner had he spoken than Tongtian abruptly appeared before Tai and Dijuan. Tongtian, upon seeing him, both Tai and Dijuan were momentarily stunned. The news they had received indicated that Phalian's physical form had been destroyed and Jiaming and Faxian had vanished, with an innate grand formation suspected to harbor immense fortune. However, there was no mention of Tongtian. Nevertheless, they would not hold back. Tai's eyes blazed with fury. To dare destroy a demon general's physical form was to show utter disdain for the demon court. And such an affront deserved death. He flicked his finger at the Dongwang Bell. Hum! The resounding chime echoed across the heavens, a pale yellow halo instantly sweeping outward. Wherever that halo reached, the fabric of space seemed to be cleaved, with dark fissures erupting, unleashing chaotic torrents of space as if heralding the apocalypse. Come on! Tongtian laughed heartily, hands clasped behind his back as his mind stirred, and a row of 9 long swords aligned before him. Spirals of spiritual energy surged into the swords, solidifying their forms, and soon the swords rang out, obscuring the sky. Go! Tongtian uttered a single word, and the 9 long swords shot forth. 5 of them raced toward Tai. While 4 confronted the pale yellow halo in the blink of an eye. The halo was shattered into fragments. Simultaneously, the 5 long swords, howling through the air, arrived before Tai, encircling his vital points with precision. Protect! Tai hurled the Dongwang Bell into the air, the bell spinning rapidly, casting a pale yellow shield that enveloped him securely. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of metal clashing echoed as all 5 swords returned empty-handed. However, before Tai could counterattack, the 5 swords returned once more, aligning to strike the same point. The speed of the Dongwang Bell's rotation surged exponentially, and the once stalwart pale yellow shield trembled violently. Chapter 20. Onlookers witnessed the battle. Tai and Dijuan yield. From a distance, the 5 long swords ensnared Tai, the mighty heavenly emperor rendered unable to move under the protection of the Dongwang Bell. Nearby in the void, Cunny wore a greedy expression. Though it was unclear whether he coveted the Dongwang Bell in Tai's possession or Tongtian's technique, or perhaps both. Meanwhile, Jean's expression was one of despair. The west was barren, while the east was rich with talents. Formidable beings emerged in droves. When would the west ever flourish? Not far from the two is this Tongtian, my friend. Hong Yun was left speechless. The Tongtian he knew was not this formidable. Xinyuanzi's eyes widened, filled with trepidation. Placed in Tai's position, he would have likely been injured by now. The Kunpeng closest to the battlefield displayed a face of shifting emotions. The strengths exhibited by both Tai and Tongtian far surpassed his own. By what right am I not the disciple of the Tao ancestor? Just then, Tongtian erupted into laughter. Not enough fun. Dijuan, you too shall join the fray. As Tongtian's words fell, the 4 idle long swords before him abruptly vanished. Not good. A jolt ran through Dijuan's heart as he instinctively summoned the Hichu Luoshu. Bang! 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 A series of collision sounds rang out, and Dijuan could feel the mournful wails of the Hichu Luoshu, clearly suffering under the might of the 4 long swords. Damn it! Fire flared on Dijuan's forehead. The Hichu Luoshu was not like the Dongwang Bell, an innate treasure with both offensive and defensive capabilities. It could only be considered a rudimentary, innate spiritual treasure, primarily used for divination. Yet, despite his anger, Dijuan darted left and right, attempting to escape the onslaught of the 4 long swords, only to find each effort thwarted. The scene quickly grew more interesting. Tongtian stood firm, the gentle breeze caressing his face, Embodying the demeanor of a transcendent figure point, one of the renowned mighty beings of the primordial era found himself passively enduring blows, while the other was relentlessly pursued. What a sight of utter disarray! Among the powerful beings hidden around, many silently warned themselves never to provoke Tongtian. He was far too ruthless. It was blatant oppression against Tai and Dijuan. Tai, whose temperament was already volatile, was further incensed by the unfolding situation. Burn! A sudden, thunderous roar erupted as Tai revealed his true form, a massive three-legged golden crow materializing, blazing with the genuine fire of the sun. The surrounding temperature soared rapidly, and the seawater evaporated swiftly, resembling a great sun hanging in the sky. Caw! The three-legged golden crow tilted its head back and roared, the Dongwang bell embedding itself in its forehead, its fiery golden eyes fixed intently on Tongtian. The 5 long swords that had previously cornered Tai were reduced to ashes under the searing sunfire. Now this is interesting. Tongtian smiled lightly, taking a step forward, as a colossal figure behind him gradually emerged, towering hundreds of feet high, fierce sword energy soaring into the sky, transforming the atmosphere into a starry expanse. Tongtian looked down at the size of the three-legged golden crow, which was only the size of his fist, and mocked, "Come, let us battle." The three-legged golden crow let out an enraged cry, expanding in size as it flapped its golden wings, its claws lunging at Tongtian. Tongtian responded with a punch aimed directly at the golden crow's head. Bang, bang, bang! One was an emperor of the demon court possessing an innate treasure. The other was a pinnacle quasi-saint of the Pangu Sanqing. Both renowned powerhouses of the primordial era, engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. It was a sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. Yet the commotion was anything but subtle. The flames from the three-legged golden crow, hammered down upon, ignited wherever they landed, and wherever Tongtian went, the earth trembled and the heavens cracked, merely the aftermath of their battle reshaping the very landscape. Big Brother is truly reckless, Fushi spoke gently. And the 7 mystical strings appeared. He casually plucked the strings, and as the notes danced, a faint luminous shield radiated from the 7-stringed instrument, swiftly enveloping the entire battlefield. Otherwise, if the 2 quasi-saints continued their fierce clash, the surroundings of Panlai Island would inevitably become a wasteland. Brother a quasi-saint? Nuwa, watching the battle from the void, immediately noticed the ethereal sound shield, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Laozi and Yuanshi soon sensed it as well. Fushi, too, had attained quasi-saint status. Observing his aura, it was evident he was not a recent arrival to this realm, having surpassed them by a considerable margin. Coupled with Tongtian's advantage in a 2-on-1 situation, they felt an overwhelming bitterness in their hearts. It was clear they had encountered Suemo first. Why had fortune not favored them? Especially Yuanshi, who felt as if a venomous snake were gnawing at his heart. At that moment, a delicate voice suddenly resonated. "Master Brother, the Master requests the 2 demon emperors to enter the island." The voice was soft yet clearly audible to every mighty being present. It was evident they had been discovered. Gazing intently, they beheld Ao Ing standing in the void, impervious to the swirling winds or the blazing sunfire. Another quasi-saint. The assembled powerhouses were astonished to see through their concealed positions and accurately convey her message, while boldly standing amidst a battlefield of 3 quasi-saints could only be the work of another of such caliber. Is that Ao Ing? Who is Ao Ing? The eldest daughter of the ancestral dragon. Was it not said that the ancestral dragon's daughter lacked complete innate talent? In the skies, numerous thoughts exchanged among them. Since their positions had been exposed, hiding was futile. Many of the powerful beings had made a name for themselves since the onset of the Longhan calamity, naturally recognizing Ao Ing and being aware of her predicament. This was precisely why they were so incredulous that in the present wilderness, one's cultivation was merely a norm. What determined the outcome were one's innate roots, bloodline, talent, and fortune. Ao Ing's incomplete innate talent was inconsistent with her title as the ancestral dragon's daughter. Yet now, as a quasi-saint, who would dare to mock her? Tongtian, engaged in a fierce struggle with the 3-legged golden crow, swiftly swung his fists, sending the creature tumbling dozens of miles away as he retracted his spiritual manifestation. Laughing heartily, "This ends today. The master has decreed that the two of you enter the island." "Humph," Tai Yi, having resumed his human form, snorted coldly, his expression unwavering, and his eyes filled with gravity. His battle with Tongtian seemed evenly matched. Yet, without the protection of the Eastern Emperor Bell, he would have been gravely injured by now. Of course, Tongtian could not break through the defenses of the Eastern Emperor Bell, either on the side of Dijun. The atmosphere was similarly heavy. While Tongtian battled Tai Yi, he had not relaxed his assault on Dijun, and the four long swords had nearly breached the defenses of the He Tu and Luo Shu, forcing him to reveal his true form as well. Now, they were no longer inclined to continue the fight. Tongtian was already a formidable opponent, and Ao Ying, possessing quasi-saint cultivation, was no less capable than the two of them. With Fushi subtly shielding the battlefield, there were now 3 quasi-saints present. Continuing the battle might allow them to preserve their lives, but they would inevitably suffer humiliation and become the laughingstock of the world. "Please, two esteemed ones," Tongtian and Ao Ying stood together, inviting Tai Yi and Dijun to enter the island. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the resolve in the other's eyes. They had to enter the island, even if it meant facing unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, their status as demon emperors would be rendered meaningless. As Tai Yi and Dijun entered the island, the powerful beings who had been observing the battle erupted into a frenzy. Tongtian is the elder brother. Aside from Jiaozhu, who else has the right to be Tongtian's master? How did Ao Ying become a quasi-saint? Are all 3 quasi-saints disciples of the mysterious venerable? Thoughts raced among them. They had too many questions to resolve, and many even contemplated rushing onto the island to demand answers. Yet they refrained. Had they not seen Tai Yi and Dijun storming in with fury, only to calmly enter the island after receiving a beating? They were acutely aware that forcing their way onto the island without an invitation could provoke the mysterious powerhouse, and they had to weigh whether they could withstand the wrath of Tongtian. Many of the mighty beings also turned their attention to Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Yuhua. However, the 3 remained silent. At the very least, they wanted to ascertain Su Mo's stance before speaking. When it came to venerables, any caution was warranted. Meanwhile, upon entering the island, Tai Yi and Dijun immediately spotted Ji Ming and Fei Yin, who were kneeling on the ground, wishing they could bury their heads in it, and they secretly sighed in relief. The survival of Ji Ming and Fei Yin indicated that the other party had no intention of turning against them. Upon seeing Su Mo and Fushi standing behind him, Tai Yi and Dijun both bowed deeply. "We have met the venerable," in their eyes. Su Mo was shrouded in an aura of mystery. No gesture of respect could be deemed excessive, as Su Mo had earned the right to lower their proud heads before him. Tongtian, one of the 3 pure ones, had previously fought evenly with either of the brothers, yet now he had the upper hand against both. The change undoubtedly stemmed from Su Mo, this enigmatic master. As for Ao Ying, she was the ancestral dragon's daughter whom they had personally sought to recruit 5,000 years ago, before they went to listen to the teachings at Zixiao Palace. They had meticulously studied Ao Ying's situation, believing that their demon court could support her, perhaps even restoring her full strength. Yet now, Ao Ying exhibited no signs of restlessness. Her quasi-saint aura was steady, devoid of the instability caused by her previous heavenly leak. Clearly, her issues had been resolved. What even the ancestral dragon could not rectify had now been addressed. This at least indicated that Su Mo possessed certain capabilities that surpassed those of the ancestral dragon. To be disrespectful would be sheer folly. Moreover, they had already been thoroughly beaten by Tongtian. "We are unaware of the venerable summons and the nature of your instructions," Dijun spoke up first. Anxious to prevent Tai Yi's fiery temper from provoking the mysterious venerable before them, in his mind, he had elevated Su Mo to the same rank as Hongjun Jiaozhu. Su Mo regarded Tai Yi and Dijun with a calm demeanor. In the mythological tales of their previous lives, these two were undoubtedly tragic figures. Tai Yi possessed the innate treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell, also known as the Chaos Bell, yet he could never refine it. Unable to unleash its full power until his demise, that as for Dijun, he met his end amid the onslaught of the Wu clan, leading to the disintegration of the demon court they had established. Everything they had attained was reduced to nothingness. These thoughts flitted through Su Mo's mind as he spoke. I invite you to the island to discuss the causes and consequences as his words fell. An ominous premonition surged within Tai E, and Djun Sumo smiled faintly. You and your subordinates hunted down my 3 disciples. Tai E and Dijun exchanged glances, and Dijun reluctantly admitted. It was my brother's offense that it was pointless to argue about Ao Ying's status as Su Mo's disciple at that time. That Sumo nodded, acknowledging the admission. You demon army surrounded my immortal island for a full 5,000 years. Tai Yi's face darkened, and he felt an impulse to retaliate against Fei Lian. Nonsense about the innate formation. Nonsense about wild Taoists. All of this is trouble you invited upon yourselves. You attacked my immortal island the moment you arrived. Tai E and Dijun exchanged glances, hesitating briefly before gritting their teeth and accepting the accusation. After all, they were at a disadvantage. How could a dignified demon emperor feel such humiliation? Yet, they had to endure the grievance. Fei Lian's physical form was destroyed. It was already merciful that it had not turned them to dust. What resolution do you propose for this matter? Su Mo inquired coolly. Tai E and Dijun, upon hearing this, felt both delighted and troubled. They were certainly willing to resolve the conflict, but how could they do so? Su Mo offered a way out. I intend to establish a venue, yet I find myself lacking the resources. Venerable, our demon court possesses many spiritual materials. If you require them, we are more than willing to offer them. Dijun hastily suggested. Su Mo narrowed his eyes. Willingly? Willingly. Dijun nodded repeatedly. Sumo's gaze shifted to Tai E, who, despite his reluctance, could only acquiesce. Then so be it. I shall graciously accept your offer. You may take them with you. Su Mo gestured towards Ji Ming and Fei Yan. Humble venue is simple. And I shall not keep the 2 demon emperors any longer. With grim faces, Tai E and Dijun led Ji Ming and Fei Yan away as soon as they left the island. They activated their escape light and departed rapidly, ignoring the gathering powerful beings, including the scheming Kunpeng. The demon court had suffered a significant loss this time. One of the 10 demon marshals, Fei Lian, had his physical form destroyed, while the 2 demon marshals Ji Ming and Fei Yan had been captured. The mightiest Tai E and Dijun stormed in with fury, only to be coerced into signing a treaty of surrender. It was no different from admitting defeat. As the news spread, countless races were poised to act. Tai E and Dijun needed to return to the demon court swiftly to stabilize the situation. The news could not be hidden at the very least. Those powerful beings who had attended the teachings at Zhixiao Palace would spread the word this moment. These mighty beings exchanged information, their curiosity about Penglai Island reaching a fever pitch. Brothers, should we descend? Niwa inquired. Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged a glance, with Laozi responding, Sister, do as you wish. Yuan Shi and I shall return to the mountain first. Yes, she gazed at the retreating figure of Laozi Yuan Shi. Niwa couldn't help but smile gently. She could sense the discontent simmering within him that Tongtian's unparalleled combat prowess allowed him to face 2 opponents single-handedly, while they, as elder brothers, found their cultivation lacking compared to their younger sibling. It was hardly a cause for celebration. However, she refrained from entering the island. With numerous powerful entities observing, she was unwilling to invite trouble at that moment. After conveying a message to Fushi, Niwa returned to Mount Buzhou. Many formidable beings had their own choices to make. For instance, Kunpeng and Randang prepared to keep watch over Penglai for some time, hoping to reap some rewards. Though their lineage was not lacking, they fell short in terms of fortune and aptitude compared to the 3 pure ones and other top-tier powers, unwilling to forsake any opportunity, no matter how ephemeral it might seem. There were also figures like Xinyuzi and Hongyan, who were intrigued by the mysterious venerable being on Penglai Island, but were more anxious to organize their gains from the second sermon, bidding farewell before departing. Moreover, Huda was filled with curiosity about this place and wished to pay a visit. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. With Penglai Island engaged in conflict with the demon court, it stood as an ally to the witch clan. After careful consideration, Hutta decided against rash actions and instead prepared to return to the Witch clan to consult with the brothers. The Witch clan held its own pride. While they welcomed friends, they would not humbly seek alliances. Penglai Island had returned to a state of tranquility, albeit not entirely peaceful. News spread like wildfire throughout the vast wilderness. Chapter 22. The Dragon Clan seeks to atone. Ao Ing's severing causality. The demon court had suffered setback, much to the delight of many powerful beings. The larger and more formidable the demon court became, the more audacious their actions, which had long stirred dissatisfaction among numerous mighty entities. Having faced defeat on Penglai Island, the demon court lost both face and substance, and they were naturally compelled to publicize their disgrace. The streams of spiritual materials being transported to Penglai only served to corroborate this point. The eyes of the wilderness turned towards Penglai Island, and various rumors emerged. Have you heard? There is an island called Penglai in the Eastern Sea, abundant with great fortunes and opportunities. That it is said that there are venerable beings on Penglai Island whose power rivals that of the saints. Tongtian, one of the three pure ones, is the grand disciple of that venerable being. He single-handedly defeated Tai and Dijuan. Otherwise, would the demon court have conceded? And one of the great deity Fushi of Mount Buzhou. He too is a disciple of that venerable being and possesses the potential of a quasi-saint. As the news spread further, the Hongmeng Academy became renowned overnight. Countless individuals began their arduous journeys towards the Eastern Sea, eager to seek their fortunes. This fervor was also tied to the current state of the wilderness. Not all beings were like those mighty entities, possessing inherent cultivation techniques or spiritual treasures. Many lacked the aptitude to comprehend the ways of cultivation from the workings of the heavens or the treasures they bore. The demon race fared somewhat better. Any formed clan could discuss and validate their understanding. Yet a greater number of beings remained bewildered by the path of cultivation, reaching the limits of their bloodline potential without knowing how to proceed further. As for the Tao ancestors' teachings, only those capable of traversing the chaos could hear them. Among the throngs of beings, how many were true mighty entities? Thus, in the current wilderness, the pursuit of a singular doctrine had become exceedingly rare. The Hongmeng Academy boasted a mysterious venerable being, with three great disciples who were quasi-saints, each renowned in their own right, making it the prime choice for seekers of the Tao. Naturally, this news reached the nearby Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. In the splendid Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, melodious music filled the air, and palace maids danced gracefully, while a feast of mountain delicacies and seafood adorned the tables, accompanied by the fragrant aroma of exquisite wines. However, the mood of the master of this domain, the Dragon King Ao Guang, was far from jovial, and he lacked the inclination to revel like tea that moment. The Crab General arrived to report that the other three Sea Dragon Kings had arrived. Ao Guang hastily went out to greet them. Soon, the four Dragon Kings took their seats. Brothers, Ao Ing is currently on Penglai Island, already possessing quasi-saint cultivation. What course of action should we take? Ao Guang was the first to speak. The decision to sell Ao Ing to the demon court had been a collective one, that who would have anticipated such a turn of events? With Ao Ing becoming a disciple of a mysterious venerable being and rising to prominence as a powerful entity. They needed to reconsider their relationship with Ao Ing. Big brother, the West Sea Dragon King interjected, we cannot welcome her back. Otherwise, will the Dragon Clan heed our commands or hers? As the eldest daughter of the ancestral dragon, her status is too imposing. Moreover, with Ao Ing now a quasi-saint, her prestige has only increased. They had endured countless trials to gain control over the Four Seas Dragon Clan, who wished to have an additional superior to serve with trepidation. The Long Princess's breakthrough to quasi-saint makes her the foremost expert of our clan. It is precisely the time for our Dragon Clan to restore its former glory. Many clan members held this sentiment. The North Sea Dragon King murmured, Ao Ing has been suppressing the North Sea for countless years, maintaining significant ties with the Dragon Clan there. The Dragon Clan may be in decline, but they have never forgotten their past glory, constantly yearning to restore their reputation. Perhaps only the Four Sea Dragon Kings were reluctant. Whether to accept her or not is a dilemma. Guang hesitated before speaking again. Brothers, why don't we visit the Long Princess and present her with numerous spiritual materials, allowing her to cultivate well with the venerable being? It would also be an honor for our dragon clan." Upon hearing this, the other dragon kings nodded in agreement. Excellent. The implication was clear. The dragon clan intended to elevate Ao Ing, while Ao Ing remained diligently cultivating on Penglai Island, leaving the affairs of the dragon clan to be forgotten. This approach allowed them to leverage Ao Ying's reputation without compromising their own authority, a flawless strategy. Once their agreement was reached, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings sprang into action, producing countless carts of heavenly materials such as Enlightenment Wood and Millennium Grey Gold. Totaling over 10,000 carts, when the caravan appeared upon the sea, the shimmering spiritual materials even overshadowed the sunlight. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings made a grand procession to Penglai Island, eager to pay their respects to Ao Ing, unknowingly attracting countless gazes. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings reveled in their triumph, unaware that many observers were laughing at their expense. The Dragon Clan has truly become increasingly inept to pay homage to their own Long Princess. They must make such a grand display. Those in the know regarded the Dragon Clan with nothing but disdained. Ao Ying's suppression of the North Sea was a monumental feat, a profound act of merit for the Dragon Clan, which had benefited from Ao Ying's efforts over the years. Yet they had turned around and sold Ao Ing to the heavenly court, now that she had taken a mysterious venerable being as her master and achieved quasi-saint status. They shamelessly approached her again. Who granted them such audacity? Such a dragon clan could hardly be deemed worthy. How could they expect to be regarded by the myriad races of the wilderness? The grand approach of the dragon clan was indeed a blunder of monumental proportions, devoid of any semblance of clan dignity. Had they known the intentions of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, they surely would have laughed themselves to tears. Put it succinctly, never had they encountered such brazen shamelessness. However, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings held a different perspective. A quasi-saint was now the pinnacle of combat power in the wilderness. Any future provocations against the Dragon Clan would necessitate careful consideration of Ao Ying's stance. As long as there was consideration, they would have room to maneuver, especially since the Dragon Clan possessed abundant treasures. Suddenly, as the 4 Sea Dragon Kings indulged in their fantasies, a radiant light shot forth from Penglai Island, landing before them with a resounding crash. As the onlookers focused their gaze, they beheld a gleaming silver spear. The spear trembled and a sharp voice erupted. "Get lost!" The unprepared 4 Sea Dragon Kings were instantly overturned, tumbling several times before barely coming to a halt, their expressions a comical mixture of disbelief as they stared at the Qian spear. Their faces covered in dust. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the void. Someone could no longer contain themselves. Ao Guang's face tightened, and he promptly knelt before the Qian spear, wailing, "Long Princess, we, the Dragon Clan, are oppressed by the myriad races and are now on the brink of collapse. We beseech you, Long Princess, to return to the clan and restore the illustrious reputation of our Dragon Clan." Upon hearing this, the other Dragon Kings looked at Ao Guang in astonishment. This was not what they had previously discussed. Ao Guang glared at them, awaiting a response in silence. Regardless of the outcome, they needed to clarify the relationship between Ao Ing and the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, the earlier get lost would turn them into a laughingstock. As for power, there would always be ways to gradually reclaim it. Ao Ing was but a simple-minded ancient relic. With a slight maneuver, she could be easily manipulated. Heavenly Tao bears witness. The booming voice resonated above Penglai Island. I, Ao Ing, hereby sever all ties with the Dragon Clan. From this day forth, I am solely Ao Ing of the Hongmeng Academy's 3 disciples. I am no longer Ao Ing of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 23. Ao Guang's Shamelessness. Ao Ing speaks of bloodline. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed through the heavens and earth. An inexplicable message spread through the hearts of all present. Everyone understood that the heavenly Tao had acknowledged Ao Ying's severance from the Dragon Clan. Henceforth, Ao Ing would have no further connection with them. Ao Guang stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The other Dragon Kings fared no better at that moment. They were far from concerned about the power they held. The ancestral dragon was the progenitor of all dragon clans, and Ao Ing was the ancestral dragon's eldest daughter. In other words, Ao Ing was also their ancestor. Now, their ancestor had severed ties with them? Fear gripped their hearts. Forget about having a quasi-saint as a supporter. How would the myriad races of the wilderness regard the Dragon Clan upon learning this news? What prospects did the Dragon Clan have for resurgence? They were destined for decline. After a brief moment of distraction, Ao Guang's eyes flickered, and he immediately burst into tears. Ancestor, ancestor, why must you endure this? Although our clan has certainly diminished in power, we are not a weak and easily bullied tribe. As these words escaped his lips, the other Dragon King's eyes brightened in unison, and they too began to wail and lament. The onlookers, concealed in the surroundings, were initially perplexed, struggling to understand this peculiar display. Suddenly, someone could not resist a chuckle. Their respect for the Dragon Clan utterly evaporated. Those unaware of the underlying circumstances, Ao Guang's actions seemed to imply that their ancestral figure, O Ing, had severed ties with the Dragon Clan to protect them from the retaliation of the Demon Clan. After all, with Penglai Island at odds with the Demon Court, if the latter could not contend with Penglai Island, might they not seek to vent their frustrations on the Dragon Clan? Should Ao Ing cut off a relationship with the Dragon Clan? It would be illogical for the Demon Court to provoke them further. The Dragon Clan, under the protection of the quasi-saint Ao Ing, would not only be shielded from the Demon Court scrutiny, but would also maintain both their face and substance. The most remarkable aspect was that even if Ao Ing were aware of her exploitation, would she truly disregard any semblance of affection and reveal the truth? To be betrayed by her own kind would surely be a source of shame for her. Would she not fear such a significant blemish upon her reputation? Now, Ao Ing found herself in a quandary. The best course of action seemed to be to wait for the Four Seas Dragon Kings to depart on their own, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Within Penglai Island, Ao Ying's complexion darkened with rage. Shameless, utterly shameless. The words escaped her clenched teeth, and she yearned to slay the Four Seas Dragon Kings, particularly Ao Guang. Yet, she could not take action. Even if she severed ties with the Dragon Clan under the witness of the Heavenly Tao, to act upon it would be an entirely different matter. I have gained wisdom. Fushi, standing nearby, was equally incensed. He had never encountered such brazen shamelessness. The Dragon Clan shall inevitably face desolation. As these words fell, Ao Ying's expression dimmed slightly. Ultimately, deep within her heart, she still cared for the Dragon Clan. Sister, do not be disheartened. They shall come to regret it. Once you attain sainthood, perhaps even rise beyond that, the Dragon Clan will become the greatest laughingstock of the Honghuang continent, with a lofty spirit. He fixed his gaze upon the future, and he had a certain level of assurance that the Hongming Academy would stand firm amidst the chaos of Honghuang. However, Ao Ying's mood remained anything but buoyant. Fushi turned to the meditative Su Mo and smiled. Master, why not teach them a lesson? Su Mo opened his eyes, a divine light flickering within. Hold on, Ao Ing. I have a question that perplexes me. What is your relationship with the Four Seas Dragon Kings? Why do they address you as ancestor? Su Mo had long harbored this doubt, by the time of the journey to the west. The Dragon Clan had not only fallen from grace, but had become a target for anyone to trample upon. The Jinghe Dragon King was slain by Wei Zheng, and Sun Wukong wreaked havoc within the Dragon Palace. If the earlier events were merely a performance in cooperation with the Buddhist scheme of the journey to the west, why did they not rise again in later times? Not to mention, at the peach banquet and other heavenly feasts, dragon meat was a staple dish, indicating they were barely better off than the human race. Upon hearing this, Ao Ying's complexion turned somewhat unnatural, yet she still offered an explanation. My father's descendants, evolved solely from him, are but myself. The others were born from unions with other races, Sumo understood. The dragon lineage was not solely from her father. During the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era, the Dragon Clan was not solely comprised of her father's bloodline. Many other races were rewarded or fortuitously received the dragon bloodline, transforming into dragons through the dragon transformation pool. In fact, Ao Guang and others originally stemmed from a great serpent. During the three clan wars, the true dragons, Qilins, and phoenixes were few in number. The majority were subordinate races. The Dragon Clan possessed scales. The Qilin clan primarily consisted of terrestrial beasts, while the Phoenix clan comprised avian creatures. After Ao Ying's explanation, Su Mo gained considerable insight into why the Dragon Clan in later generations held such a grand reputation, while the Qilins faded into obscurity and the Phoenixes became exceedingly rare. It was simply because the Dragon Clan that persisted into subsequent generations was no longer the true dragon lineage. Moreover, there was a more significant reason: the absence of Ao Ying in later times. Consequently, the original Ao Ying must have faded into obscurity. The remaining fortune of the Dragon Clan had been seized by the Demon Court. It was no wonder they had fallen into desolation. At this moment, Ao Ying added, "Before my father's demise, he entrusted the Dragon Clan to Ao Guang and his brothers. One could begrudgingly say they are also my father's great-grandsons," as Mo chuckled. "Then they can only be considered your distant relatives." Ao Ying nodded, unable to suppress her words. "Master, there are many promising younger generations within the Dragon Clan." Ultimately, Ao Ying could not let go of her connection to the Dragon Clan, despite claiming she would sever ties. When faced with the reality, she found it difficult to harden her heart. Yet, Su Mo preferred this version of Ao Ying. In truth, there were solutions at hand as soon as Su Mo voiced this. Ao Ying immediately fixed her gaze upon him, her expression resembling that of a child seeking her father's affection. "Please, speak quickly. Do not tease me," as Mo spoke earnestly. "Ao Ying, come to terms with your heart. What place does the Dragon Clan hold within you?" With a single sentence, Ao Ying fell into silence. Throughout her life, she began as a burden to the Dragon Clan, her quasi-saint cultivation sustained by an abundance of spiritual fruits and materials. At that time, she was the Dragon Clan's eldest princess. After the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era, she suppressed the North Sea CI, wholeheartedly devoted to the continuation of the Dragon Clan. She believed this was her responsibility. Upon entering the academy, she was betrayed by the Four Seas Dragon Kings, viewing the entire Dragon Clan as her enemies. While disheartened, she was filled with resentment, feeling as though all her passion had been wasted. During that time, she merely wished to distance herself from the Dragon Clan. Now, after undergoing trials in the Jiaozhu world, she viewed matters with greater clarity. She understood fully why the Four Seas Dragon Kings first betrayed her to the Demon Court and now approached her with feigned friendliness. It was Ao Guang and the other Dragon Kings who plotted against her. The ordinary Dragon Clan bore no guilt. With this realization, Ao Ying bowed to Su Mo. "Master, I still hold the Dragon Clan in my heart." This admission was difficult for Ao Ying to articulate. Nevertheless, both Su Mo and Tongtian, even Fushi, revealed smiles. To disdain one's own race is to disdain oneself, that a cultivator who can disregard their own lineage should not pursue the path of cultivation at all. Chapter 24. Su Mo points Ao Ying to re-establish the true Dragon Clan. "Foolish child," Su Mo muttered, then continued, "If that is the case, why not re-establish your clan?" Re-establish the clan. Ao Ying's mind buzzed. Leaving her momentarily stunned, Tongtian's eyes sparkled with divine light, as if he grasped something profound yet felt disoriented. In contrast, Fushi remained calm, but pondered the feasibility of such an endeavor. Su Mo smiled gently. "Your father's ancestral dragon is renowned. Tales of him abound in the Honghuang. Do you not wish to inherit and even surpass your father?" Ao Ying's spirit stirred. To surpass her father was a desire she harbored deeply. Regaining her composure, she bowed to Su Mo. "I humbly request your guidance." "Master," Su Mo gazed at Ao Ying with a smile. "Since you have made up your mind, go forth and pursue it. The academy and I shall always be your steadfast support." "Thank you, Master." Ao Ying expressed her gratitude with a deep bow, while Su Mo stood firm, embodying the essence of a true mentor. A teacher indeed is one who imparts knowledge and resolves doubts. Ao Ying rose and then addressed Tongtian and Fushi. "I request the assistance of both elder brothers." "Very well." Tongtian and Fushi both bowed in agreement. Suddenly, Su Mo interjected, "Do not hesitate to broaden your ambitions." Ao Ying paused, as if understanding something profound, and nodded in affirmation. Shortly thereafter, the three disciples departed the cave. Outside Su Mo's cave, mountains of spiritual materials sent by the Demon Court lay piled high. With many already refined and integrated into the structures of Penglai Island, appearing somewhat chaotic, "I shall take care of this," Fushi smiled and waved his sleeve, causing countless spiritual materials to soar into the air. Engulfed in spiritual flames, melting into various shapes, they then constructed a massive array in midair before gently descending. This array is merely a temporary measure. With my and my elder brother's cultivation, we can effectively convey my sister's intentions to all beings in the Hongwang. Fushi expressed a hint of regret, as he had even better ideas, but this array would suffice for now. Thank you, second brother. Ing expressed her appreciation. Fushi smiled warmly. Sister, you are too polite. Tongtian flipped his hand, revealing an ancient pool in his palm. Upon seeing this object, Ao Ying's eyes immediately filled with tears that I acquired this item during my travels through the Hongwang. It belongs to you, dear sister, Tongtian said, offering the pool to Ao Ying. She reached out to accept it, tears streaming down her cheeks. This pool was indeed the Dragon Clan's treasured dragon transformation pool. Within it lay the essence blood of the ancestral dragon. Even without the ancestral dragon's spirit to preside over it, to Ao Ying, it felt as if she were face to face with the ancestral dragon. Ao Ying expressed her gratitude to her elder brother. Wiping away her tears, "Thank you." Tongtian waved his hand, glancing at the scene of the Four Seas Dragon Kings wailing outside Penglai Island, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Sister, let the show begin. We eagerly await to see the faces of the Four Seas Dragon Kings. Indeed. Ao Ying nodded deeply, first refining the dragon transformation pool, and then forging a magical artifact with a delicate leap. She gracefully landed within the Fushi formation. Tongtian and Fushi exchanged glances, swiftly appearing on either side of the formation, their surrounding magical energy surging. The engraved symbols and runes on the formation were activated, ultimately converging upon Ao Ying, merging with her own cultivation at a potent aura, capable of making all beings tremble, emanated from her. Ao Ying's eyes sparkled like stars, as if she could perceive the entirety of the vast primordial land. One could say she now resembled a saint, or rather, a pseudo-saint. Without further ado, Ao Ying spoke. I am Ao Ying, the third disciple of the Hongmeng Academy. Today, I established the Dragon Gate and the Dragon Transformation Pool, reenacting the true lineage of the Dragon Clan. All beings shall leap through the Dragon Gate and enter the Dragon Transformation Pool, and thus shall they become part of the true Dragon Clan. Her voice was not loud, yet, under the enhancement of the formation, it reached the ears of every being. Accompanying her words was the Dragon Transformation Scripture, for only by practicing the Scripture could one qualify to leap through the Dragon Gate. Ao Ying did not pause there. With her magical power as an extension of her will, she caused a massive island, comparable to Penglai, to rise from the depths of a sea not far from it. Ao Ying casually tossed the Dragon Gate, which stood majestically outside the great island, as the roars of true dragons echoed. Subsequently, she cast the Dragon Transformation Pool right behind the Dragon Gate. Countless ethereal dragon figures emerged from the pool, frolicking joyfully in the skies above it. The various onlookers from the outside, observing in secret, were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape. This was a game played on an entirely different scale. The re-establishment of the true Dragon Clan left many pondering the fate of the original dragon lineage. As they regained their composure, their gazes turned towards the Four Seas Dragon Kings, filled with mockery. Ao Wang, in particular, was genuinely astounded, and as he came to his senses, a wave of horror washed over him, ultimately culminating in profound fear. The Dragon Clan had no future. The sky had collapsed. The other Dragon Kings were no better off, filled with regret, their hearts heavy with remorse. Ao Ying's voice continued, from this day forth, the true Dragon Clan shall forever serve as the guardians of the Hongmeng Academy. For Ao Ying, this declaration was paramount. She offered the Dragon Clan an alternative path, yet they were to pay a price. No, to serve as guardians of the Academy was indeed their honor. Little did they know, this very statement alleviated the concerns of many powerful figures who initially harbored hostility towards the Academy. The law must not be easily transmitted. 99% of the beings in the primordial realm cultivated instinctively, and the Dragon Transformation Scripture was akin to a long-awaited boon for them, had it not been for that final declaration. The vast majority of beings would have rushed to practice the Scripture, leading to the resurgence of the Dragon Clan in the future. Regardless of whether it was due to the harrowing memories of the Three-Clan War or considerations for their own legacies. They would not allow the Dragon Clan to rise again, even if they donned the guise of the true Dragon Clan. With everything settled, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky once more. However, this thunder sounded like the ringing of the great Tao, not only failing to instill fear, but instead igniting a flicker of enlightenment in the minds of the beings who heard it. Akin to a sudden awakening that invigorated their spirits. Numerous bewildered beings found their understanding awakened. Then, boundless merit descended like a great whale falling, painting the entire horizon in golden hues. This immense merit was mostly attributed to Ouying, with a fraction flowing into Su Mo and another portion shared between Tongtian and Fushi. This scene caught the attention of many powerful beings that in the demon court, Tai and Dijun exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's intentions. In Buzhou Mountain, Nuwa pondered thoughtfully, her fingers absent-mindedly twisting as a myriad of strange beings materialized in her palm. On Kunlun Mountain, Laozi, who was in the midst of a discussion, withdrew his celebratory clouds, proclaiming great virtue, while Yuanshi smiled, yet a lingering gloom remained in his brow. In the west, surrounded by numerous disciples, Jin and Junti, with tongues like blooming lotuses, found Junti's smile growing ever brighter, while Jin's expression grew increasingly somber. In the realm of the underworld, amidst the blood sea, the figure of the primordial slaughterer emerged, his eyes filled with delight. Ouying's re-establishment of the true Dragon Clan felt to them like a window had suddenly opened in a pitch-black room, allowing light to pour in, illuminating their hearts. Yet, they awaited the true opportunity for transformation. Many powerful beings rejoiced, while the Four Seas Dragon Kings were nearly brought to tears, genuinely sobbing in despair. Did you not see that the subordinates who followed them gazed at the immense Dragon Gate with shining eyes? Chapter 25. Su Mo speaks of calamity, the essence of the primordial realm under the governance of the Four Seas Dragon Kings. The Dragon Clan had lost its former formidable might, and dissatisfaction had long been brewing within them. Yet there had been no better choice until now. Now they had one that each began to silently contemplate the dragon transformation scripture, striving to qualify for leaping through the Dragon Gate and joining the true Dragon Clan. Although Aoying had re-established the true Dragon Clan, not every being was accepted. Only those who reached the golden immortal realm could qualify to leap through the Dragon Gate. Regardless of the external distractions, within Penglai Island, Tongtian and the other three disciples returned to Sumo's side. "Well done," Sumo said with a smile. "Thank you for your guidance, Master," Aoying replied gratefully as Sumo nodded, gesturing with his hand, causing 3 cushions to appear before them. "Please, take a seat." Though the 3 disciples were puzzled, they complied and sat down one by one. Sumo organized his thoughts and slowly spoke. "You have been in the academy for some time, now that I have allowed you to cultivate in isolation without offering any guidance. Do you harbor any grievances?" The 3 disciples shook their heads in unison. "Master, why would you say such a thing? Being able to enter the academy is already a tremendous fortune. To be part of the Hongmeng Academy is a great blessing. Any additional guidance would only diminish that fortune." Seeing their response, Su Mo continued, "Your cultivation is your own affair within the academy. Today, I will not speak of training, but rather share some secrets of the universe with you." The 3 disciples immediately perked up, their full attention drawn to his words. Pangu opened the primordial realm, and over 10,000 yuan meetings have passed. "Do you know the history of the primordial realm?" Su Mo inquired, and the 3 disciples paused for a moment before shaking their heads in succession. Tongtian, having transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, had spent most of his time on Kunlun Mountain, knowing little of the outside world. Fushi was similarly uninformed, although Aoying was the daughter of the ancestral dragon. She too was unaware of ancient matters. Let us not speak of the events prior to the creation of the heavens. Pangu, in his quest for the great Tao, opened the heavens and the earth, giving rise to the primordial realm. After the formation of the primordial realm, the first batch of beings were tainted by the turbid qi, transforming into ferocious beasts. Some beings maintained their intelligence, gradually growing stronger through battles against the beasts. Hongjun Jiaozhu was among them. along with other prominent figures such as Yang Mei and the Lord of Yin and Yang I in the later stages of the Beast Calamity, the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix. And the first Qilin rose to prominence, revered as the Three Clans. Following the extermination of the ferocious beasts, a period of tranquility descended upon the primordial realm. However, as the Three Clans grew increasingly powerful, coupled with the emergence of newly birthed races, resources such as spiritual energy and treasures became scarce, leading to mutual conflicts among the Three Clans. Upon hearing about the Three Clans, Aoying listened intently. She only knew that the Three Clans had fought fiercely, resulting in mutual destruction, but was unaware of the deeper intricacies involved. As Mo continued to narrate, the eventual catastrophic battle among the Three Clans was instigated by Luo. Tongtian and Fushi both shuddered at the mention of this name. Luo, who, the demon ancestor. Luo, who, having attained enlightenment, perceived the Three Clans and the ferocious beasts as blights upon the primordial realm. He sought to eradicate the Three Clans to validate his own path. This marked the onset of the first calamity of the Dragon and Han era, the outcome of which you are all aware of. The first calamity did not conclude there. Jiaozhu invited numerous powerful beings to encircle and annihilate the demon ancestor Luo, who in the western part of the primordial realm. Ultimately, Luo, who and several other powerful beings perished, bringing an end to this calamity. Following this, Hongjun achieved enlightenment, and the Zixiao Palace held teachings. After finishing his account, Su Mo remained silent, allowing Tongtian and the others to digest the information. Master, I cannot comprehend. Tongtian was the first to regain his senses. He did not believe Su Mo would speak these words without reason, yet he could not grasp the underlying meaning. Fushi and Aoying felt the same. Su Mo expressed more plainly. The root of the conflict among the Three Clans lies in the struggle for cultivation resources. Otherwise, how could Luo who incite discord? Hongjun became a saint, achieving the merit of the creation Jade Disc, purging the ferocious beasts, and resolving the threat posed by Luo who, the battle to encircle Luo who left the West in ruins. The innate spiritual energy fell to the level of postnatal spiritual energy. And this trend spread throughout the primordial realm. Hongjun's teachings were a great merit. The ancestral dragon commanded the Dragon Clan to suppress the Four Seas. The Qilin became a heraldic beast, and the primordial phoenix quelled the eternal fire mountain, both to ensure the continuation of their races and to accumulate merits and fortune, aiming for a resurgence. After achieving the status of a heavenly Tao saint, one attains the fruit of the heavenly Tao saint, with the primordial spirit entrusted to the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm, free from karmic entanglements, and indestructible through countless tribulations. Tongtian, Fushi, and Aoying furrowed their brows, each lost in thought. Soon, Tongtian's brow relaxed as he grasped something. Fushi and Aoying followed suit, as Mo, seeing their understanding, nodded in satisfaction. Beneath the heavenly Tao, some truths are difficult to articulate clearly. Since Tongtian entered the academy, he has been pondering, and at last he has unraveled the threads of understanding. Beneath all the tumultuous appearances, the truth is quite simple. The primordial realm must maintain a balance for sustainable development. However, cultivators absorb spiritual energy without giving back to the world. This is the greatest cause and effect. The higher one's cultivation, the longer one lives, the greater the debt to the heavenly Tao becomes. When the balance of spiritual energy in the primordial realm is disrupted, calamities will inevitably arise. The heavens manifest their wrath, shifting stars and altering homes. The earth unleashes its fury, summoning dragons and serpents from the land. And no matter how high your cultivation, if you do not repay your karmic debts, you shall ultimately turn to ash under the calamities. Is there truly no solution? There exists a notion of merit and fate. Engaging in actions beneficial to the development of the primordial realm attracts heavenly merit, which can counterbalance the natural consequences of existence. Similarly, the accumulation of fate can also negate the repercussions of the cosmos. Fate, in essence, is a manifestation of a race's favorable contribution to the evolution of the primordial realm, which signifies the favor of the heavenly laws. The nature of both is akin. One pertains to individual merit, while the other pertains to the collective merit of a clan or a great sect. Is it possible to transcend this cycle? Indeed, through the attainment of sainthood, by achieving the status of a heavenly saint, one's primordial spirit becomes a vessel for the heavenly laws, transforming into an instrument of the divine. Once one becomes aligned with the divine, the weight of consequence dissipates. However, prior to achieving sainthood, it is imperative to accumulate substantial merit to atone for past consequences in the interest of the primordial realm's advancement. Even after attaining sainthood, one must endeavor to carve out celestial realms within the chaos, striving to minimize the depletion of primordial spiritual energy. Yet, this presents yet another constraint. Hence, heavenly saints vie for fate and merit. On one hand, it alleviates the consequences for their disciples, and, on the other, it accelerates their own cultivation in pursuit of transcending the heavenly laws. Thus, we witness the later stages of the primordial realm, marked by the Fengshan calamity and the journey to the west, the delineation of the three realms, and the severing of the connection to the heavens. To simplify, the primordial realm resembles a corporation. Pangu is akin to the chairman who established the company, leaving behind a stable framework for its development before resigning. As the company progressed to a certain stage, internal corruption proliferated, leading to financial strains. Consequently, the heavenly laws enforce calamities to prevent the company from being drained of its resources. Following catastrophic events such as the Beast Calamity and the Longhan Initial Calamity, the primordial realm suffered severe damage. Although the internal corruption was purged, revenues dwindled significantly. Observing the dire situation, the heavenly laws sought alternative solutions, and at that moment, Hongjun emerged, claiming to possess a remedy, provided he could enlist a few individuals for assistance. The heavenly laws acquiesced. Thus, Hongjun attained sainthood and became a shareholder. Little did they know, Hongjun harbored ulterior motives. Becoming a shareholder was merely the first step. He proposed to the heavenly laws that in order to mitigate calamities and ensure the company's continuity, it was essential to grant numerous powerful beings the privilege to borrow extensively, thereby using the threat of calamities to compel them into actions favorable to the company. Hence, the three teachings commenced. And as the powerful beings advanced their cultivation, their debts escalated, with the specter of calamities looming ever closer. In Chapter 26, Su Mo feigns weakness, alleviating Hongjuan's concerns. Among the 3,000 worldly guests in the Purple Cloud Palace, how many can truly survive? This is the essence of the matter. The heavenly laws show no mercy to those who default on their debts. To showcase the results of his teachings, Hongjun targeted an unfortunate individual. Indeed, the Eastern King, a minor scheme destined the Eastern King to demise and dissolution. Upon witnessing its efficacy, the heavenly laws promptly granted Hongjun the promised privilege of achieving sainthood, without the heavenly laws' sanction. How could one entrust their primordial spirit to the divine? Unbeknownst to them, this was but another layer of Hongjuan's stratagem. With the tools having attained sainthood, managing a single saint became increasingly complex, potentially leading to significant turmoil. The heavenly laws, left with no choice, had to concede even greater authority. This was the essence of Hongjuan's alignment with the divine. Subsequently, Hongjun instigated the witch-demon calamity, showcasing his prowess. While several heavenly saints performed impeccably, allowing the heavenly laws to demand even greater privileges from Hongjun, thereby alleviating their concerns. The Fengshan catastrophe was yet another remarkable spectacle that, on one hand, Hongjun orchestrated the calamity, observing the Tool Saints reap abundant merit and fate, thereby weakening the heavenly laws. On the other, he employed various means to extract more authority from the heavenly laws. Claims of Hongjun serving the heavenly laws were mere facades. The heavenly laws did not serve Hongjun. Such rhetoric sounded appealing, yet the burdens of consequence rested with the heavenly laws, a manifestation of fate that could not be defied. Benefits were solely for Hongjun, underscoring the immutable trends of great power versus minor influences. At this juncture, Hongjun had reached a level of parity with the heavenly laws, naturally placing the fates of the tools within his grasp. It can be said that, up to this point, Hongjun had essentially become synonymous with the heavenly laws. Thus, the subsequent events of a journey to the west unfolded in a somewhat frivolous manner. After all, by then, the entirety of the primordial realm had effectively become a monologue of Hongjun. There was no need for excessive seriousness. The most significant reason for this was the emergence of the human race as a harvest of fate, wherein countless powerful beings utilized fate to dissolve the cosmic consequences, creating an atmosphere of harmony, thus negating the necessity for brutality. These reflections were merely musings within Su Mo's mind, not to be spoken aloud. Those who understood would grasp the meaning, while those who did not would face their own misfortunes, succumbing to fate. This is aptly described as, good words are hard to offer to the doomed. Master, is there no way to avoid this? Tongtian could not restrain himself from inquiring. His ambitions soared above that of a saint. How would he repay the cosmic consequences in the end? Would he not be reduced to ashes when calamity struck? Fuxi and Ao Ying shared similar concerns, particularly Ao Ying, who, after decades of suppressing the North CSI, was acutely aware of the stakes involved. Umo smiled and replied, "You disciples of the Academy are different." Tongtian and the others perked up, eager to hear more. Frankly, since their entrance into the Academy, they had accumulated many uncertainties, the greatest being the existence of the books within the Academy's celestial bodies. Did those worlds truly exist? If they did, what form did they take? Without delay, Su Mo addressed them directly. The Academy has consistently transformed chaotic energy into primordial spiritual energy. Thus your cultivation not only avoids incurring cosmic consequences, but also, due to the Academy's continual contributions to the primordial realm, has accrued heavenly merit. The eyes of the third disciple widened in shock. The chaos was boundless. The sea of worlds floated within it. And all primordial spiritual energy originated from the chaos. The primordial heavens consistently transformed chaotic energy into spiritual energy. Sumo continued. The Academy's conversion of chaotic energy into spiritual energy does not mean it is entirely consumed in your cultivation. A significant portion dissipates into the primordial heavens, which is why the heavenly laws favor the disciples of the Academy. At the very least, during times of calamity, they will not target you. Now, go and devote yourselves to your cultivation. Su Mo concluded. The three disciples responded in unison. Just as they were about to take their leave, Su Mo suddenly called out to Ao Ying, "Now that the true Dragon Clan has been established, do mind the details." Ao Ying was taken aback, looking at Su Mo, who had already closed his eyes, leaving her in a state of confusion as she departed. Within the Academy, Tongtian halted Ao Ying. Speaking earnestly, "Junior sister, Master has your best interests at heart. You must pay more attention to the true Dragon Clan." Ao Ying, still bewildered, nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, within his cave, Su Mo suddenly opened his eyes. "System, has it truly departed?" "Host, this system can shield the Academy from any prying eyes." The system's message brimmed with dissatisfaction. The Hongmeng Academy status is not inferior to that of the primordial realm, even if Hongjun were to approach. The array remains unbreakable. There is no need to lower the defenses, allowing Hongjun's consciousness to infiltrate. Aside from the Academy, Hongjun has also been privy to the conversations between Su Mo and the three disciples. The Academy requires time to develop. Time is of the essence, Sumo mused. One must be strong to forge steel, despite the three disciples currently possessing quasi-saint cultivation, which sounds impressive in the face of Hongjun. They are insignificant. Below the saints, all are but ants. It's not as simple as it appears. Hongjun, wielding a portion of the primordial heavenly authority, is formidable. Sumo had not anticipated that Hongjun would take notice of the Academy even before achieving alignment with the divine. As Ao Ying re-established the true Dragon Clan, Hongjun's gaze had already been cast upon her. Sumo hesitated for a brief moment before resolving to adopt a strategy of feigned weakness. Should Hongjun issue a decree forbidding all beings of the primordial realm from entering the Academy, all would be lost. Even if Su Mo proactively sent Tongtian and others to recruit disciples, various calamities would surely befall them, potentially ensnaring Tongtian as well. Thus, if Hongjun desired to ascertain the Academy's secrets, let him see. Su Mo would even take the initiative to disclose information he would convey to Hong Jun. I'm aware of your schemes, yet I harbor no intention of opposing you. The existence of the Academy is beneficial to the heavenly laws, as Su Mo fashioned himself as a fortunate lad who stumbled upon a treasure. For Hong Jun, the paramount objective now was to seize authority from the heavenly laws. Until that aim was achieved, all matters could be postponed. Moreover, the Academy's existence was advantageous to the heavenly laws and the overall progression of the primordial realm. Should he take action against the Academy, the heavenly laws would heighten their vigilance, complicating the acquisition of authority. Hong Jun understood well what was of greater importance. Before Hong Jun's alignment, we must accelerate our development. Su Mo silently deliberated. Merely 3 disciples are far from sufficient, at the very least. The Academy must have 1 saint before Hong Jun achieve alignment, and he himself must elevate his cultivation beyond that of a great Luo golden immortal. The authority of the primordial heavenly laws piqued his interest as well as Su Mo harbored yet another ambition. The human race in the primordial realm suffered greatly, as evidenced by the journey to the west. At the foot of Ling Mountain, the Lion-Trojan Ridge resembled a graveyard, with skeletal remains littering the landscape. Human heads formed a matted carpet, and human flesh decayed into putrid dust. Human sinews dangled from the trees. Dry and glistening like silver, it was a veritable mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, reeking with a foul stench. In the east, minor demons butchered the living. In the west, unruly fiends boiled human flesh fresh to consume. It was a scene of unimaginable horror. Who was responsible for all this? The green lion and white elephant were the steeds of Manjushri and Samanabhadra, while the rock was the uncle of the Tathagata. This was indeed at the foot of Ling Mountain. The human race's standing in the eyes of the divine and the Buddha is painfully evident, since you dare to view my human race as mere sustenance. Do not be surprised if I upend your doctrines and obliterate your temples. Chapter 27. The mortal heart array, Fushi's desire to enlighten. Alas, the strength remains insufficient. Su Mo shook his head in resignation. If only he possessed the cultivation of a quasi-saint, or even the prowess of a great Luo golden immortal, he would dare to step out of Penglai Island and venture into the wilderness to gather disciples. Surely, that would be far preferable to his current confinement on the island. The feeling of being manipulated by external forces was quite disheartening. As time passed, the atmosphere outside Penglai Island grew increasingly lively. Although the dragon kings of the 4 seas had departed, a multitude of dragons flocked from all directions, setting up camp around Penglai. They devoted themselves to practicing the dragon transformation technique, eagerly anticipating the day they would leap over the dragon gate and enter the dragon pool to reclaim their true dragon forms. Others included spies from various clans, as well as beings who had come specifically in search of opportunities. Many formerly concealed beings revealed themselves, either summoning friends to engage in grand discussions or waging battles, creating chaos and disarray all around. One day, as Fushi was in seclusion within his yang god state, he awakened. Fushi, come before me. Sumo's voice resonated in his ears a quarter of an hour later. Fushi stood before Su Mo. Fushi, you shall forge a formation. Su Mo instructed. As he spoke, he transmitted the design of the formation he had conceived to Fushi through his divine consciousness. The IT was essentially a selection formation. The number of beings outside Penglai Island was on the rise, their incessant clamor becoming quite bothersome. The celestial abode was rapidly transforming into a bustling marketplace. This issue needed to be resolved swiftly. The heart query formation, Fushi inquired, perplexed in the current knowledge transmission system of the wilderness. Information was typically passed down within clans through bloodline markings. The vast majority of the myriad tribes in the wilderness relied on such methods for knowledge transfer. Alternatively, powerful beings might bestow cultivation techniques upon those they favored. Some formidable individuals would test the knowledge of their disciples, yet most would merely inquire about their innate talents, qualifications, bloodlines, and the backing of their clans. The concept of heart query was entirely new to Fushi. Seeing his confusion, Su Mo explained, all external factors can be altered, yet the will remains inviolable and irreversible. Fushi, though still somewhat bewildered, proceeded to craft the formation according to Su Mo's vision. Su Mo personally instilled the core principles of the formation. Any being that entered the formation would face numerous tribulations under its influence. These trials would delve into their hearts, revealing their true natures. Most crucially, it would reveal the choices they made when confronted with dire circumstances, as Su had no desire to cultivate a horde of traitors. The following day, the commotion outside Penglai Island persisted. A faction of demons engaged in raucous drinking and brawling, while many beings gathered eagerly to observe. In the midst of this hubbub, a deafening roar erupted. An overwhelming pressure radiated from the very heart of Penglai Island, causing all beings to collapse to the ground, many revealing their true forms, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Above Penglai Island, Fushi nodded in satisfaction before casting the Heart Quarry Formation disc. The disc spun gracefully in mid-air before settling just east of Penglai Island. Within moments, a thick mist began to billow forth from the formation, shrouding the entirety of Penglai Island. Those who pass through the red dust Heart Quarry Formation may enter the academy and partake in great fortune. Fushi's gentle voice echoed across the expanse of Penglai Island. Yes, the quasi-saint's pressure dissipated. Thousands of beings rushed into the mist without hesitation, followed by a steady stream of others. Those who remained behind dwindled to less than a tenth of their original number. Within the mist, the formation began its work. Any being that inhaled the mist would find themselves ensnared in a dreamscape of various manifestations before Su Mo and Fushi. Some beings seized control of their clans within their dreams, indulging in unchecked malevolence as their inner darkness erupted forth. Others devoted their lives in pursuit of their beloved, tirelessly seeking ways to achieve their goals, a pursuit that evoked both tears and chills. For their pursuit was one of slaughter, murder without restraint. Wherever they ventured, sorrow reigned supreme. Some beings, in their quest for power, committed fratricide, betraying teachers and fellow disciples, their hearts as black as their hands were ruthless. Such scenarios were abundant. A staggering 99% of beings chose to revel in bloodshed and arrogance within their dreams. The grotesque nature of these revelations even caused the usually composed Fushi to harbor thoughts of violence. In contrast, Su Mo maintained his tranquility, having anticipated this outcome. The debate over whether human nature is fundamentally good or evil is a timeless one. However, the environment in which one exists greatly influences character development. In a world like the wilderness, where strength reigns supreme and moral constraints are absent, the emergence of such scum is hardly surprising. Only Fushi, as he witnessed the choices made by countless beings in their dreams, found himself unsettled. Is there not something wrong with this? He uttered with difficulty. What is wrong? Su Mo countered with a smile. Fushi opened his mouth, only to shake his head in resignation. Words eluded him, leaving him with a sense of frustration lodged in his chest that he could not articulate. For him, the world ought not to be this way. Why did I not sense this before? Su Mo pressed on. Fushi's heart skipped a beat. Previously, he had accepted everything as normal, believing the world to be as it should be. When had his perspective shifted? As a quasi-saint, Fushi quickly realized, thanks to Su Mo's subtle reminder, that it was after entering the academy and engaging in secluded cultivation within the Yang God state that his thoughts had been imperceptibly transformed. That I am grateful for my master's enlightenment. Fushi solemnly acknowledged, enlightenment leads to the path of sanctity. Due to the host's guidance, Fushi comprehended the road to sainthood, rewarding the host with a saint's cultivation card. The system's voice echoed in Su Mo's mind. Cultivation card? Upon seeing it, Su Mo could not help but smile. The cultivation card provided by the system would grant Su Mo the cultivation of a saint for 1 day, with a cooldown period of 100 years. What insights have you gained? Su Mo inquired, delight evident in his voice. To take on disciples. Fushi is a tremendous prophet, he added. Fushi's expression became serious. Master, as the book states, reading 1,000 books is not as beneficial as traveling 1,000 miles. I wish to enlighten the world, traversing the vast wilderness to spread the brilliance of the academy. How shall I accomplish this? Su Mo continued to question. After a moment of contemplation, Fushi's eyes gleamed with determination. I shall proclaim my ideals along the way. Selecting talented individuals to impart my teachings. Sumo shook his head. Fushi was momentarily taken aback. You must cultivate in seclusion, drawing wisdom from the myriad stars of the academy. Remember, the stones of other mountains can serve to polish jade. Understood. Fushi, unable to contain his eagerness, departed with an array of perplexities that required urgent resolution. Sumo observed the formation dreamscape for a considerable time, shook his head, and turned to leave the that moment. None of the beings within the formation were deemed worthy of entering the academy. It was not a matter of cultivation, but rather a question of character. The task of accepting disciples was both formidable and laden with responsibility. Sumo would not concede that among the myriad tribes of the primordial wilderness, including the formidable beings, there were but a scant few who captured his interest. The true flourishing of the academy would depend on the emergence of the human race. Whether it be the 3 ancestors of humanity or the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, including the illustrious Qin Shi Huang, the dragon ancestor who unified the realms, he found them all intriguing. Chapter 28. Sumo enters the primordial wilderness. Fushi seeks the path of enlightenment. The surroundings of Penglai Island gradually returned to tranquility. Emerging from the formation, the beings departed in silence. The memories from the dreamscape would not fade from their minds. They merely left behind a vague impression, feeling an overwhelming terror from the heart-questioning formation, compelling them to leave in haste. Yet, this did not deter the beings of the primordial wilderness from aspiring to join the Hongmeng Academy. Rather, it ignited an even greater fervor. The Academy's actions aligned perfectly with their thoughts. The disciple of the 3 perfected saints was undoubtedly a remarkable opportunity, not something to be casually bestowed. It was essential to undergo rigorous trials. Upon hearing news of the heart-questioning formation, even those beings who had previously shown little interest in the Hongmeng Academy began to feel compelled to journey to the East Sea. Each believed themselves to be that exceptional individual. Regardless of the external commotion, life on Penglai Island proceeded methodically. Tongtian, Fushi, and Ao would occasionally emerge from the academy to seek clarity on their uncertainties. From Sumo, for instance, Tongtian inquired, "What is the way of the sword?" Sumo responded, "The path of the sword should be as sharp as thunder and lightning, with the winds and clouds as its edge, the heavens as the sword body, and the earth as the sword hilt. It descends to the 9 underworlds and ascends to the jade sky. It opens with yin and yang and is governed by the 5 elements. It manifests without form and gathers without spirit, traversing the realms and gazing across the directions. When this sword is drawn, nothing in the universe can withstand its might." Tongtian was enraptured by his words. During the remaining time, the 3 disciples would diligently work on the construction of Penglai Island as per their previous plans. The core of this endeavor was Sumo's future dojo, named the Hongmeng Dojo, consisting of 36 grand halls, each serving as a focal point and collectively forming the great array of the Northern Dipper. Surrounding the Hongmeng Dojo, to the east lay the Tongtian Sword Palace, to the west the Fushi Dao Palace, and to the south the Ao Ing Xiaoming Palace. As for the north, Fushi constructed 2 rings of buildings as per Sumo's instructions. One ring served as the residence for true disciples, featuring various palaces, dojos, and alchemical chambers. The outermost circle accommodated the inner disciples. Ing also established a treasury on the island, while Tongtian cultivated numerous spiritual fields. And Fushi created a spiritual fruit orchard, though it regrettably contained only 5 types of spiritual fruit trees of low rank. Thus, the entire construction of Penglai Island was completed. The 3 disciples also enlightened some of the spiritual beings on the island to serve as attendants. Breathing new life into Penglai Island. One day, Sumo, with a thought, calculated that 500 years had passed since the Tao ancestors' second sermon. "Come forth, all of you." Summoning the 3 disciples, Sumo declared, "I am preparing for a journey into the primordial wilderness, and Fushi shall accompany me. Tongtian, you shall be the eldest brother. In my absence, you may make decisions with a single word." Tongtian bowed in acknowledgement, while Fushi's heart leaped with joy, and Ao Ing hesitated to speak. "How fares the true dragon clan now?" Sumo inquired. Ao Ing furrowed her brow and replied, "Master, there are already 7 clansmen, all at the golden immortal level. Sumo shook his head. The Dragon Clan has deep ties to the primordial wilderness. Your path will be fraught with challenges. Remember to strive relentlessly. The disciple understood. Though Ao Ing verbally acquiesced, her heart remained reluctant. I shall be gone for no more than 500 years. You need not worry. After imparting a few words of caution, Sumo and Fushi set forth from Penglai Island. Upon exiting Penglai, Sumo halted in place as he had departed the academy. The system concealed the heavenly secrets from him, rendering it impossible for anyone to calculate his whereabouts beneath the D. Sumo felt a pang of frustration. Why did you not mention this sooner? Had I known, I would have left Penglai Island for the primordial wilderness to accept disciples long ago. The primordial wilderness revered strength. He implored the system to possess a modicum of self-awareness. An impulse to curse erupted within him. However, upon further reflection, he realized the system's words held merit. Considering his initial true immortal cultivation, merely arriving safely at the EC to find Penglai Island was a stroke of fortune. Had he departed earlier, he might have been devoured by some beast. Master, Fushi inquired from the side. Sumo regained his composure and gestured for Fushi to continue forward. After about a quarter of an hour, the two exited the sea and entered the primordial wilderness. Master, where shall we go? Fushi asked during their flight. Sumo smiled faintly. Let us wander aimlessly. If you are eager, you may proceed to Mount Bujo first. Upon hearing this, Fushi chuckled and quickened his pace. What was the state of the primordial land at this moment? Sumo took the opportunity to observe clearly. He also realized one thing. The reason he had safely traversed to the EC and found Penglai Island was undoubtedly due to the system's assistance. Otherwise, on the day he left his cave dwelling, he would have most likely met with calamity. This was no exaggeration. Beings clashed with one another over fertile lands, treasures, or simply out of a penchant for conflict. From a lofty vantage point, one could see battles raging everywhere. The victors reveled in their triumph, while the vanquished were left as mere remnants, their souls lamenting in despair, the heavens becoming increasingly polluted with noxious energies. However, the victors in the next moment would also become the spoils of another being. Life and death were capricious, a veritable haze of chaos. Conflicts among cultivators were even more frequent. When formidable beings clashed, the aftermath could stretch for thousands of miles, annihilating all life and leaving behind a scene of devastation. Only the settlements of the witch and demon clans fared somewhat better, but even that was relative. The witch and demon clans often engaged in warfare, with the repercussions extending far and wide. Sumo observed a battle between the witch and demon tribes along the way. The witch clan possessed formidable physical strength, rampaging across the battlefield with unparalleled might. The majority of the demon clan, shrouded in dark demonic energy, relied on their sharp claws and innate abilities to combat their foes. Both sides experienced victories and defeats, but overall, the witch clan held the advantage. The core combat power above the immortal realm presented an entirely different spectacle. You might be invincible in physical prowess, while I wield profound supernatural powers. The two would engage in a delightful exchange, causing significant destruction, yet neither could gain the upper hand. After both sides suffered considerable casualties among their foot soldiers, they tacitly withdrew, lying in wait to gather strength for another round. During this period of dormancy, both sides would simultaneously strike against nearby tribes. These tribes had but two choices: either submit or perish. This scene compelled Fushi, who yearned to impart wisdom, to furrow his brow. Was it worthwhile? Indeed. Yet would it be effective? Beasts, after all, are driven by fear rather than virtue. Even if he forced them into submission with his own strength, instilling in them the notion of heavenly benevolence, once he departed from the grand scheme of the primordial wilderness, the principles he had instilled would swiftly transform into their path to demise. Master, what should I do? Fushi implored helplessly. Sumo was munching on a spiritual fruit when a gust of demonic wind swept by, revealing a rat demon towering several meters high, grinning maliciously with a foul stench. However, with a swift motion, Fushi sent it flying. The rat demon rolled over a dozen times before scrambling to its feet and fleeing in a panic. Such scenes were commonplace. As long as one ceased their flight and walked upon the ground, Encounters were inevitable. Agile beings dared not approach, yet countless others were undeterred. Sumo swallowed the sweet fruit flesh, discarded the pit, and calmly remarked, I am reminded of a saying. Please, master, enlighten me that I study to articulate reason, and I cultivate to ensure that you can listen to my reasoning in peace. Fushi was momentarily taken aback. Is that truly the case? He sensed something amiss, yet could not refute it. It did indeed hold a semblance of truth. Chapter 29. The Five Elements Pine of Mount Buzhou. Visiting Jinyuan at Wuzhuang Temple Mount Buzhou. The pillar of the primordial wilderness. 3 days prior, Su Mo had caught sight of Mount Buzhou, and under Fushi's full exertion of his escape technique, it took them a solid 3 days to reach the mountain's base. The oppressive aura of Mount Buzhou was no less formidable than that of a golden immortal. Though Su Mo appeared to move with ease, he was, in fact, exerting 9/10 of his strength to withstand the mountain's pressure. Disciples are born within Mount Buzhou and have roamed extensively, acquiring numerous treasures. Why does Master not take a leisurely stroll? Perhaps there are fortuitous encounters awaiting us. It seemed as if returning home had made Fushi more talkative. This was the first time he displayed a smile. Having been somewhat disheartened by Su Mo's earlier remark, I cultivate to ensure that you can listen to my reasoning in peace. Then let us explore. Su Mo responded with a cheerful demeanor. Mount Buzhou, the pillar of heaven, was said to be transformed from the spine of the Panga deity, and it was certain to harbor numerous treasures that he truly needed to prepare some items. Otherwise, when the time came for more disciples to join, he would have nothing to present as gifts, which would be quite embarrassing. System, you are not pulling your weight. Look at the systems of others. They have bloodlines, divine abilities, and treasures. Everything one could desire. Su Mo silently complained within, noting that the system was consistently aloof. You may grumble, but I shall feign ignorance. What a bunch of dogs. The two wandered casually, as she described the scenery of Mount Buzhou. When they encountered treacherous terrain, he would carry Su Mo over, intensifying her desire to take on disciples. How embarrassing. However, as they scaled a steep cliff, Su Mo's spirit suddenly stirred, and she gazed towards the edge of the precipice. Before her stood a solitary rock formation, surrounded by wild grass swaying in the breeze, with clouds gathering in the in the context of Mount Buzhou. This view was unremarkable. Yet, Su Mo sensed a faint calling from the location. Master, why not go take a look? Fushi instantly understood. They had stumbled upon a treasure. Upon hearing this, Su Mo walked towards a rock, but after just a few steps, a barrier unexpectedly appeared before her, and the scenery transformed dramatically. Gone were the rocky formations and cliffs, replaced by an expansive spiritual realm spanning dozens of kilometers, filled with successfully transformed spiritual ginseng, flowers, and herbs frolicking joyously. At the very center of this realm stood a towering pine tree, its needles sharp and needle-like, adorned with 5 fruits that swayed in tandem with the laughter of the spirits. These fruits shimmered with different hues: golden, wood green, water blue, fire red, and earth black. Master truly possesses great fortune. It appears to be the 5-element pine of innate spiritual roots. She exclaimed excitedly, as Su Mo felt equally elated. These innate spiritual roots are indeed extraordinary, each renowned in its own right. Ginseng fruit, Huangzhong Li, Fusong, and Ku Zhu, all with their own titles. Master, allow me to break this innate formation. She was eager to Su Mo shook her head. With just a slight effort, the barrier's resistance dissipated, and Su Mo found herself illuminated as she entered the spiritual realm. Her sudden appearance startled the playful spirits, who leapt away to hide behind the pine tree, occasionally peeking out with curious eyes. Fellow Taoist, if you invite me in, must you accompany me to the academy? Su Mo inquired towards the great pine. The tree swayed, conveying a vague message to her. Upon receiving the information, Su Mo smiled. Follow me, and there will come a day when you can transform. The branches and leaves of the great pine swayed, enveloping the entire spiritual realm before gradually shrinking, ultimately forming a 5-element pine stone. Su Mo beckoned with her hand, and the stone fell into her embrace. Upon examining it closely, she saw that it contained the earlier spiritual realm. Excellent. Su restored the 5-element pine stone, clapping her hands in delight. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring a treasure. Congratulations, esteemed one, on your good fortune. Two voices echoed simultaneously, one of which belonged to Niuhua. After exchanging pleasantries with a familiar face, the three arrived at the Taoist temple halfway up Mount Buzhou, where Su Mo excused herself to leave. System, how can the 5-element pine be considered a disciple? In the bright cave, Su Mo sat cross-legged, her mind questioning. After collecting the 5-element pine stone, the system had sent a message indicating that the 5-element pine could also be counted as a disciple. Anyone who enters the academy may be regarded as the host disciple, whether officially recognized or as a servant. Su Mo pondered for a moment, feeling overjoyed. The system's meaning was clear. As long as they entered the academy, they would be considered his disciples, regardless of their external titles. This meant that in the future, when Tongtian and the others took on disciples, as long as those disciples gained something within the academy, he too would receive a share and experience in elevation and cultivation. Consequently, many matters would become manageable. After some deliberation, Su Mo formulated her plans. After lingering on Mount Buzhou for several months, Su Mo had made various attempts, yet no further opportunities arose, not even the gourd vine she had longed for. And ultimately, she had no choice but to depart with regret. The next destination, Wu Zhuangguan. Does Master wish to conceal their identity? Fu Shi inquired, puzzled, as they traveled to Wu Zhuangguan. Su Mo nodded. You shall act as my attendant, and, upon arrival, convey a few words to Zhen Yuanzi on my behalf. Fu Shi looked taken aback, requesting further instruction. We shall discuss it later, Su Mo said solemnly. Fu Shi nodded in response. Su Mo changed the subject, asking, regarding what you mentioned earlier, how much have you comprehended? Fu Shi shook his head, a look of confusion on his face. Master, understand the principles involved. Yet I find it difficult to accept all at once. Foolish. Su Mo lightly tapped Fu Shi, stating that their cultivation required the protection of the T times. When necessary, they must assert their authority. Fu Shi seemed to grasp something. Su Mo chose not to elaborate further. After all, Confucius had 72 disciples, and Fu Shi, within the path of teaching, would undoubtedly gather many followers. He merely awaited a bountiful harvest. The pressing concern now was Zhen Yuanzi of Wu Zhuangguan. Zhen Yuanzi was the predetermined disciple he had chosen to in Su Mo's plans. There were 6 direct disciples: Tongtian, Fu Shi, Ao Ying, Zhen Yuanzi, Ho Tu, and Ming He. Others could be classified as true disciples, inner sect members or outer sect members. Zhen Yuanzi, the progenitor of Earth Immortals, would not be easily subdued. Days passed, and Wu Zhuangguan was now within reach. Zhen Yuanzi, my fellow Taoist, I have come to visit. Why do you not swiftly come out to welcome me? Fu Shi brought Su Mo to hover above Wu Zhuangguan. The scenery of Wu Zhuangguan was serene, devoid of any murky air or hostile energy, with spiritual essence coalescing like clouds, and celestial cranes drifting leisurely. It is indeed my friend Fu Shi. A crimson cloud burst forth from the temple, transforming into a burly man with a kind face. It was the venerable Hong Yun. Come, partake of ginseng fruit. Hong Yun approached, pulling Fu Shi into the temple with familiarity. Fu Shi smiled in response, while Su Mo remained silent, quietly following behind. Upon entering the temple, Zhen Yuanzi was already waiting at the entrance, accompanied by a young attendant holding a fruit platter. On the platter were 5 fruits resembling infants, gently swaying. These were the renowned ginseng fruits, also known as grass wandon. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhen Yuanzi personally distributed the fruits to Fu Shi and Su Mo. While Hong Yun had already begun to nibble on one, grumbling about the situation. Fu Shi, my fellow Taoist, it's rare for you to visit. Why not offer one? Zhen Yuanzi, observing this, was not angered but merely smiled as he explained. These fruits hold little use for us, but they are excellent for quenching thirst and generating saliva. As he spoke, Zhen Yuanzi subconsciously glanced at Su Mo since Fu Shi had not introduced her. He assumed she was merely Fu Shi's disciple or the son of an old friend. Just a single ginseng fruit was no trouble at all. this moment. Zhen Yuanzi still carried an air of grandeur. Chapter 30. Su Mo encounters obstacles. Ran Deng seeks to seize treasure. What is the taste of ginseng fruit? It melts in your mouth, leaving a fragrant aftertaste. Beyond that, a substantial amount of gentle spiritual energy flows down the throat, nourishing the entire body, including the primordial spirit, producing an overwhelming sense of comfort. This comfort is utterly irresistible. Of course, this was only true for Su Mo in the eyes of Fu Shi and the others. The ginseng fruit merely served to quench thirst and generate saliva. Fellow Taoist Fu Shi, what is the state of the Hongmeng Academy? Han Yun could not help but inquire. Zhen Yuanzi, upon hearing this, also paused his actions, his expression turning serious. The sect with 3 quasi-saints is not to be taken lightly. However, only Han Yun would dare to ask such a question. Prying into others' fortunes is a major taboo. Fu Shi, upon hearing this, cast a subtle glance at Su Mo by his side. Su Mo offered no indication. My 2 fellow Taoists, my entry into the academy is indeed a great fortune. Fu Shi sighed. Even now, reflecting on it, feels as if he is still dreaming. Han Yun, impatient, pressed for more details. Fellow Taoist Fu Shi, what exactly is this great fortune? Can we partake? At their level of cultivation, every advancement is incredibly arduous, with each step forward requiring countless years of refinement. In just 1,000 years, Fu Shi had made remarkable progress to the quasi-saint level, a fact that had long made him envious. This, Fu Shi hesitated. Han Yun, frantic, tugged at his hair, while Zhen Yuanzi's breathing became rapid. It is not impossible. Just as Fu Shi finished speaking, Han Yun eagerly pressed on. Speak quickly, speak quickly. Fu Shi paused slightly under their watchful gazes and said, the master has established a heart-testing formation. As long as one passes the formation's trial, they can join the academy and receive the great teachings. Given your respective levels, there is no need for such trouble. But what? Han Yun pressed again, grumbling, you Fu Shi are so uncooperative. Fu Shi offered a wry smile. Zhen Yuanzi grasped Han Yun's arm, urging him to listen to Fu Shi's explanation without haste. Only then did Han Yun patiently await the answer. Fu Shi resolutely continued, if Zhen Yuanzi wishes to join the academy, I can recommend you. Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Han Yun. This is indeed a fortunate opportunity. Han Yun stood there, momentarily stunned, before congratulating Zhen Yuanzi, urging him not to hesitate. Zhen Yuanzi shook his head, rising to bow to Fu Shi. Fellow Taoist Fu Shi, Han Yun is my closest friend. Before he could finish, the implication was clear. If he wished to enter the academy, he must go together with Han Yun. Fu Shi shook his head. The master once mentioned that there's a great causality surrounding Han Yun. If he wishes to enter the academy, he must alter his disposition, or else he must wait for the right opportunity to arise. Han Yun was left speechless. Great causality? Change one's nature. Zhen Yuanzi, he forced a smile, and then bowed once more. I beseech you, fellow Taoist, to enlighten me on the nature of the causality surrounding Han Yun. Fu Shi shook his head. The master did not specify, and Fu Shi dared not speculate. Zhen Yuanzi's expression grew grave. They had already witnessed the might of the saints, and the ability to elevate all disciples to the quasi-saint level indicated that the master Fu Shi spoke of was undoubtedly a powerful figure, at least far surpassing them. The words of such a high being would certainly not be without merit. Han Yun has always been kind to others. Zhen Yuanzi found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend how Han Yun could possibly bear such profound karma. Meanwhile, Han Yun was deeply contemplating whether he had erred in any way. Fu Shi appeared to be in a state of contemplation as well. That he recalled that Su Mo had spoken of the primordial purple energy, which was the reason his sister could not enter the academy. Reflecting on the time of the first sermon, when Han Yun had offered his seat, Fu Shi realized that the golden lotus seat was evidently a sacred position, one that Han Yun had relinquished for Jin. Such monumental karma. Could Jin bear this burden? The answer was a resounding no. If it could not be borne, then perhaps a chill coursed through Fu Shi's mind. Although these were merely his conjectures, there was an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance they would manifest into reality. as for altering Hong Yun's inherently kind nature. It seemed a matter of choice. In truth, it was utterly impossible that a character forged over countless ages could not simply be altered. Should he change, he would cease to be Hong Yun. For several days, Wu Zhuangguan lingered, and under Su Mo's subtle hint, Fuxi took his leave. Zhen Yuanzi ultimately chose not to broach the topic of entering the academy again. Clearly, he intended to advance and retreat alongside Hong Yun. Upon departing Wu Zhuangguan, Fuxi inquired whether they should visit other locations, to which Su Mo shook his head. He had simplified matters in his mind. Upon reflection, Tongtian's entry into the academy was spurred by a mere sentiment of being above the saints. Initially intending to give a try, if it failed, he could continue his journey to hear the teachings at Zishao Palace without delay. Fuxi, witnessing Tongtian become a quasi-saint over a millennium, was already aware of the academy's great power as for Ao Ing. Her situation was one of serendipity. Apart from the academy, she had no other destination at that time. Zhen Yuanzi's refusal awakened Su Mo to the realization that not everyone understood what the Hongmeng Academy represented, especially for mighty figures like Zhen Yuanzi, who had been tempered by the passage of countless eons. Their hearts were as steadfast as rock. To sway them with mere words was utterly impossible. Initially, Su Mo had contemplated visiting the witch clan to meet Ho Tu and persuading the ancestor of the Nether River and the Blood Sea. But upon leaving Wu Zhuangguan, these thoughts had dissipated. He would travel alone, while the Tao ancestor returned after the 3 sermons. After distancing himself from Wu Zhuangguan, Su Mo dismissed Fuxi and continued on his own. Fuxi, without suspicion, bowed and departed, that eye in his eyes. Su Mo was undoubtedly a master, and his journey through the Honghuang would surely be devoid of peril. Little did he know, ever since they left Penglai Island, someone had been following them. This individual was none other than Randang. Having attained enlightenment from the first coffin of heaven and earth, Randang was born with a spirit lantern, accompanied by the Qingquan ruler as his magical artifact, mastering the path of annihilation, and was among the elite in the 3,000 guests of Zishao Palace. Yet he had always preferred solitude, shunning companionship. After the second sermon, he observed the conflict between Penglai Island and Tai Emperor Jun. Unlike other powerful beings who left after the commotion, he continued to monitor Penglai Island, only briefly diverting his attention to the demon court. From Fei Lian, he learned of an incident. Su Mo had once attempted to slay a dog-headed demon, only to misstrike, revealing a cultivation level no more than that of a true immortal. Subsequently, it was always Su Mo's disciples who took action, their reputation as quasi-saints resounding. During his surveillance of Penglai Island, he discovered numerous peculiarities. Tongtian and the others appeared and vanished intermittently, while Su Mo remained within his cave abode, occasionally revealing his prowess, yet never exceeding the level of a golden immortal. Coupled with the innate grand formation of Penglai Island, Randang's suspicions began to grow. Perhaps it was not Su Mo, the master of the 3 quasi-saints, who was powerful, but rather that Su Mo, the wild man, had acquired a supreme treasure from Penglai Island. The success of Tongtian and his companions in achieving quasi-saint status was entirely dependent on this treasure's influence. Thus, upon noticing Fuxi and Su Mo leaving Penglai Island, he quietly followed, and Su Mo's various displays along the way only served to strengthen his conviction that it was the treasure of Penglai Island that was formidable, not Su Mo himself that Su Mo was. At best, merely a fortunate individual, if that treasure were to fall into his hands. Infinite ambition surged within Randang. Saints were inconsequential. He would dare to challenge the heavenly Tao. Even so, Randang refrained from making a move, opting instead to continue his pursuit. What if Su Mo was merely pretending? What if he had already been discovered? What if Randang was beset by countless uncertainties? The crux of the matter was that if Su Mo lacked sufficient protection, how could he so easily depart from Penglai Island? Knowing the demon court was lurking nearby, Randang pondered numerous methods of testing, only to dismiss each one. The only course of action left was to follow, seeking an opportunity to strike decisively. Otherwise, with Tongtian, Fuxi, and Ao Ing potentially arriving at his doorstep, he would be unable to withstand it. Thus, he followed for 300 years. During these 3 centuries, Su Mo encountered numerous perilous situations, nearly resorting to using the saint-level cultivation card provided by the system. Some dangers were genuinely threatening. On one occasion, he nearly fell prey to an elephant demon. Others, however, were orchestrated by Su Mo himself. Even the likes of the Tao ancestor, such as Hong Jun, could be sensed and preemptively warned by the system, while Ran Deng, a great Luo golden immortal, observed in secret, long since alerted by the system. Yet, Ran Deng never took action, and Su Mo hesitated to unleash his full power. Su Mo was biding his time, waiting for Ran Deng to make a move. And so, 300 years passed at you have a penchant for spying. Su Mo quipped one night as the faint sensation of being watched resurfaced while he grilled meat. With a sardonic smile, he reflected on how this scrutiny had persisted for over 2 centuries. In that time, the only notable progress he noticed was that the sensation of being observed had advanced by a mere meter. No, not even a meter! How cautious can you possibly be? Su Mo lamented in frustration. He felt helpless. While using the cultivation card would certainly drive off or slay the hidden observer in the ensuing century, his golden immortal cultivation would be insufficient to contend with the myriad dangers of Hong Huang. Not using it. Who could endure such a predicament? At that moment, the feeling of being watched vanished completely. Had he changed tactics? Su Mo paused slightly, feeling a twinge of disorientation. Until now, that sensation of being observed usually lingered until late into the night. The heavy footsteps approached, growing louder, and Su Mo's ears perked up. Before he could react, a figure emerged from the shadows, in the light of the fire. The newcomer was strikingly delicate and graceful, with an icy demeanor, yet the most captivating feature was the 2 silver serpents hanging from her ears. Perhaps sensing Su Mo's gaze, the serpents lifted their heads, hissing softly that it was none other than Xianming, one of the 12 ancestor witches. As she approached, she remained silent, fixated intently on the meat roasting on Su Mo's grill. Fate has brought us together. There is no need for formality, my friend, Su Mo remarked, tearing off a generous chunk of meat and offering it to her. Xianming accepted it without hesitation, taking a hearty bite. A hint of delight surfacing in her cold gaze, and soon devoured the entire portion. Care for some wine? Su Mo gestured, and a wine jug appeared before Xianming, filled with a subtly aromatic amber liquid. Xianming's nose twitched as she lifted the jug and drank it all in one go, her formerly frosty cheeks flushing with a hint of color, her eyes sparkling brighter than before. After setting the jug down, she fixed her gaze on Su Mo. He found himself momentarily stunned. With a swift motion, Xianming tossed a palm-sized piece of metal, glinting with icy brilliance that it landed, and frost rapidly formed on the surrounding grass. 9 nether Xian ice iron? Su Mo mused, recognizing this rare material, prized for its use in crafting. Trade it for wine, Xianming stated with a crisp voice. Su Mo nodded in response, pondering for a moment before producing a wine gourd to hand to her. It should suffice. The gourd contained a cosmic formation, and half of the celestial wine he had brewed over the years resided within. Xianming took the gourd, shook it, and tilted her head in thought before tossing out a collection of materials akin to the 9 nether Xian ice iron. Su Mo could only smile wryly and shake his head. Change your method. Why not say so earlier? Su Mo remarked as he stored the materials, transmitting the recipe for brewing celestial wine through his mind. Xianming closed her eyes to review it. Though she appeared cold as ice, the slight upturn of her lips betrayed a sense of exhilaration. Good indeed, she said, narrowing her eyes at Su Mo, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her gaze. Suddenly, she flicked her finger, and a drop of golden blood shot towards Su Mo's brow. Su Mo's pupils constricted, and he promptly activated the saint-level cultivation card, discreetly intercepting the blood and concealing it. What have you done to me? Su Mo demanded, alarmed. Xianming smiled slightly. I am Xianming. I grant you my essence blood. From this moment forth, you shall be one of my great witches. Xianming felt an immense sense of pride. Trading recipes was one thing, but to bring someone into the witch clan was a thrill of its own. From now on, whatever wine or meat he desired would be at his fingertips. It was a rare fortune. Ordinary people would kneel and beg for just a drop of her essence blood. Yet here was Su Mo, receiving it so easily. She saw no wrongdoing in her actions. However, she had chosen the wrong target. Boom! A tremendous pressure surged into the sky, overwhelming the world. That moment, Xianming, who was brimming with self-satisfaction, found herself at the forefront of this force. And no matter how formidable her physical prowess or innate abilities were, they proved utterly ineffective. She was pinned to the ground, unable to rise. Gritting her teeth, Xianming dared to glance upwards, her mind echoing with a resounding buzz. What lay before her was no longer the insignificant golden immortal she had previously perceived, but rather a towering mountain that rivaled the majestic Buzhou mountain. In those tranquil yet profound eyes, it seemed as if galaxies were swirling, dictating the fate of eons. With a thud, the concealed lantern, hidden nearby, was directly suppressed, crashing to the ground in a pitiful state. Yet at that moment, the lantern dared not show any signs of negligence. Filled with terror, it scrambled to its knees, bowing repeatedly. "Great One, spare me, Great One, spare me." The lantern was on the verge of tears, consumed by anxiety. It now fully believed in its instincts, realizing how fortunate it had been not to act earlier. Otherwise, it would have had no chance to plead for mercy. From this point forward, it vowed to be exceedingly cautious. Thus, from this moment, the lantern transformed into a master of survival in the primordial realm, refraining from action unless it had complete certainty. "Begone!" Su Mo's voice thundered. The lantern's heart leapt with joy, but before it could make a move, a gust of wind swept it away, sending it soaring into the heavens. Su Mo held no particular regard for the lantern. After all, this individual had once shamelessly sought to be accepted as a disciple by Yuan Shi, only to be rejected. Yet Yuan Shi had granted him the position of deputy leader of the Chan sect, which he subsequently abandoned during the Fengshan War, luring disciples away to the west. Such a person had no sense of boundaries whatsoever, and no matter how high his cultivation or how sharp his intellect, Su Mo would never accept him. Turning his gaze back to Xianming, he observed her obstinately attempting to rise from the ground, her head held high in defiance. "Do you not recognize your error?" Su Mo's eyes blazed with intensity. Xianming bared her teeth in a cold smile, her eyes nearly spitting fire. "What error could there be? The Wu clan fights against heaven and earth. Our strength merely pales in comparison. I accept my punishment, but to admit defeat, that is but a dream." Under the overwhelming pressure of a saint, Xuanming's body emitted creaking sounds, as if she would be reduced to mere flesh in the next moment. Yet, all she could do was maintain her current stance. This was still a result of Su Mo not unleashing his full saintly might. Otherwise, Xianming would not have been able to lift her head. However, faced with such stubbornness, Su Mo felt a twinge of frustration. Among the ancestral witches, there were many like her, stubborn and unyielding, such as Gong, who crashed into Buzhou Mountain. Thus, Su Mo's most favored disciple among the ancestral witches remained Hadu. Since he refused to acknowledge a mistake, then Su Mo raised his hand, his index finger pointing. A mountain coalesced out of thin air, and he pressed Xianming beneath its weight. "Release me. I shall fight you to the death." Xianming exclaimed in shock, her furious roars reverberating for miles. The torrent of power surged forth, causing the very space to groan in lament, as an overwhelming coldness spread inch by inch. Xianming had exhausted all her trump cards. Yet it was futile. She remained firmly pinned beneath the mountain. Still, Xianming was unwilling to yield. "You insolent one! I am Xianming, one of the 12 ancestral witches. You dare to insult me? My clan will never rest until one of us is dead." Su Mo frowned. "You do not recognize your error?" Xianming seethed with anger. "What wrong have I committed in pursuing my destiny?" Su Mo merely chuckled, bemused by her defiance, with a slight pressure of his finger. The mountain rapidly took shape, doubling in mass. "You do not understand the value of our clan's essence, which contains the will of our progenitor, a treasure sought after by countless beings." Xianming defended herself. Su Mo scoffed. "To obtain your essence only to be constrained by it. Is that your intent?" Xianming fell silent. "Reflect deeply on your actions." Yes, Su Mo's words settled. The mountain solidified, firmly suppressing Xianming. This was the might of a saint. capable of wielding the power of the world for their own use. And no matter how formidable the physical form of the ancestral witches, could they truly contend with the entirety of existence? Perhaps some could, but certainly not the Xianming before him. Yet the essence of the ancestral witches indeed held a certain allure. Without achieving sainthood, one remains but an ant, Su Mo remarked, observing Xuanming's futile struggles beneath the mountain. You are to remain beneath this mountain for a century, to reflect on your actions. Upon hearing this, Xuanming's struggles intensified, her roars echoing. You vile being, I shall turn you to dust. Su Mo shook his head in exasperation. Is there no lesson to be learned? The Wu clan seems to breed such obstinate fools, he mused. With a thought, a spark of spiritual light drifted from Su Mo's fingertip, gently landing upon Xianming. Soon, her voice faded, her expression dulled, and her struggles ceased. Dreamlike prison, Su Mo intoned. The physical strength of the ancestral witches was undeniable, yet their lack of cultivation in the primordial spirit rendered them vulnerable to mental assaults. Within the prison, Xianming would become a woman of mere strength, destined to undergo reincarnation that a century was the perfect span for one reincarnation. However, unless Xianming altered her disposition, she might well endure 3 to 5 cycles. Su Mo hoped this experience would help reshape her worldview. He believed that upon her eventual release, she would exhibit significant transformation. Casually seek to enslave others indicated a profound flaw in Xuanming's values. Yet, she was not alone in this regard. The entirety of the primordial realm operated under such principles. Had another individual obtained Xuanming's essence, they would undoubtedly rejoice, thrilled by the prospect of wielding such formidable power, viewing the loss of a measure of freedom as trivial. However, Su Mo held a different perspective. Thus, it could be said that Xianming was merely unfortunate. Having dealt with Xianming, Su Mo turned his gaze toward the horizon. Moments ago, he had felt several distinct auras probing around him. Additionally, someone was calculating the heavenly secrets. Humph, Su Mo snorted coldly. Across the primordial realm, powerful beings engaged in their calculations were suddenly stricken with fear. Before they could react, Su Mo's disdainful snort resounded in their ears, causing their minds to tremble. Many powerful figures turned pale, spitting blood in shock. The might of a saint was evident, although they could not discern the source of that cold snort. A sense of dread settled in their hearts, for they understood that the primordial realm likely held more than just Hong Jun as a saint. There was another existence they could not afford to provoke. Those aware of the existence of the Hongmeng Academy simultaneously thought of its enigmatic master. Just then, a slight smile graced Su Mo's lips. Despite the great powers avoiding him, someone dared to approach. Senior, Yuan Feng requests an audience. Su Mo was taken aback. The ancestral phoenix. What business do you have? Yuan Feng, emboldened, replied, I implore the senior to meet me at the undying volcano. Su Mo furrowed his brow. As his thoughts turned, his divine sense traveled toward the undying volcano, where he soon encountered the ailing Yuan Feng. She was a colossal phoenix, yet her feathers had lost their luster. The once resplendent, immortal bird was now scorched, its vitality flickering like a dying ember. Yet she could not hold on for long. At most, 500 years. After a brief contemplation, Su Mo stepped forward, his form vanishing abruptly. In the next instant, he appeared at the mouth of the undying volcano. I have arrived, he spoke softly, his voice echoing like a great bell throughout the volcano. Before long, a magnificent figure emerged at the volcano's entrance, accompanied by an overwhelming presence. Behind her, a fiery phoenix could be seen. Poised to take flight, I have met the senior, Yuan Feng greeted respectfully. Even as the former leader of the Phoenix clan, she bowed her head low before Saint. Su Mo nodded, his tone casual. Yuan Feng, I am Hongmeng. Hongmeng, Yuan Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The name Hongmeng was not one to be taken lightly. It was a title that signified the primordial beginnings, transcending the chaos. However, the stronger, the better, she thought, suppressing her excitement. With a wave of her hand, a towering 5-colored egg materialized before Su M. Why time is drawing near, and my only concern is for my unborn child. I beseech the senior to watch over them. As Yuan Feng spoke, the egg trembled continuously, emanating a profound sorrow. Poor child, she murmured, caressing the five-colored egg, before her gaze returned to Su Mo Hongming. I am about to undergo nirvana. My child may serve as a disciple at your side. As she uttered these words, a deep sorrow filled her heart. The proud Phoenix clan had fallen to such depths. Had they been in their prime, even a saint would not have been allowed to take her child as a disciple. But now, she was reduced to pleading for her child to serve as a disciple, fearing rejection. The unpredictability of fate evoked a sense of melancholy. Rest assured, my child will not defy your wishes, Yuan Feng assured. When Su Mo offered no response, she resigned herself and, with determination, knelt before him. I pay my respects. Chapter 33. Su Mo returns to Penglai. The Tao ancestor's third sermon. Yuan Feng waited anxiously, her heart filled with desolation. I end the days of the three clans' rivalry. The Feng clan basked in unparalleled glory. Now, as her child was about to be born, she could not find a worthy protector and was left to seek the aid of others. Few cultivators ventured near the immortal volcano, and those few she dared not entrust her child to. What if her offspring were to be devoured alive, their essence extracted for refinement? The ancestral Phoenix bloodline was coveted by many. If Su Mo declined her plea, her only recourse would be to expend her last ounce of strength to cast the five-colored egg away, leaving the outcome to fate. Yet, how could she bear to do so? As time dragged on without a response, Yuan Feng's heart sank into despair. Well, then, Su Mo returned to his senses and decided to let him remain by my side. Thank you, esteemed predecessor. Thank you. Yuan Feng exclaimed joyfully, tears brimming in her eyes, completely relinquishing her former pride as she bowed repeatedly to Su Mo. This kindness was greater than the heavens, as Su Mo offered a gentle smile, his right hand gesturing to halt her prostration. He had been lost in thought, contemplating the identity of the five-colored egg. This egg did not harbor just any being. It was destined to nurture the very first peacock of the universe, Tongtian, who had shone brilliantly during the calamity of sealing the gods in his past life. The five-color divine light was said to cleanse all, indeed a formidable force. Historical records indicated that upon his emergence, Tongtian was ferocious and had a taste for human flesh, but he resided in the Great Snow Mountain, where no human dared to tread within 1,000 miles. It is said that before attaining Buddhahood, the Buddha of purity was swallowed whole by Tongtian during his travels in the Great Snow Mountain and had to break free from his back. Eventually, the Buddha subdued Tongtian, granting him the title of the Mother of Buddha, known as the Peacock Great Bright King. During the sealing of the gods, Tongtian also shone brilliantly, his quasi-saint cultivation overwhelming all, even causing the lamp of enlightenment to flee in disarray. Until it was only with the Buddha's intervention that Tongtian was subdued. Tongtian possessed the potential for sanctification. Considering Yuan Feng's entrustment, Su Mo deduced that in his previous life, Tongtian's emergence was delayed. Likely due to the loss of Yuan Feng's protection and the consequent lack of resources, which naturally hindered his timely arrival. Had it been the Tongtian of the sealing gods era, Su Mo would have never taken him in. Rather, he would have sought to eliminate him on sight. After all, Tongtian had a penchant for devouring humans. However, at present, Tongtian was merely an egg. With proper guidance, his temperament could surely be reformed. Predecessor, I implore you, Yuan Feng said, casting a reluctant glance at the five-colored egg before slowly vanishing. The egg trembled violently, emitting mournful cries that a parent's love for their child is rooted in profound foresight. Observing this, Su Mo offered comfort. Joining my ranks is your great fortune. One day, should you attain the state of primordial unity, you may yet rescue your mother. This. The five-colored egg ceased its lament and hopped toward Su Mo. Haha, come with me. Su Mo chuckled as he collected the five-colored egg, feeling quite pleased. This outing had yielded considerable rewards. The innate spiritual root of the five elements pine could bear five-colored fruits, perfect for nurturing Tongtian. With the potential for sanctification, Tongtian could be positioned as an inner sect disciple, but Su Mo was not greedy. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "Let us return home." And so, this journey would span several decades. Along the way, Su Mo collected numerous treasures, such as spiritual materials and fruits, which, while seemingly insignificant now, will become rare wonders in the future, as soon as Su Imo set foot back on Penglai Island. A voice resonated from the horizon, summoning him. A millennium has passed. You are all to come forth with haste. Upon hearing this, Su Imo cast his gaze towards the Zixiao Palace, his expression inscrutable. After the third sermon, Hong Jun would merge with the Tao, gaining dominion over the heavenly laws, and his unrestrained recruitment of disciples might invite unforeseen complications. However, who would fear whom? Su Imo smiled faintly, his heart brimming with ambition to end the boundless calamity. Without engaging, how could one discern the ultimate victor? At this moment, Tongtian and Ao Ing approached, without mentioning the bustling affairs of Penglai Island within the Zixiao Palace. The 3,000 worldly guests gathered once more. The appointed time arrived, the palace gates closed, and Hong Jun Dao ancestor commenced his sermon. This time he spoke of the paths to quasi-sainthood and sanctification. His eloquence was captivating, yet the responses of the disciples varied greatly. Laozi and Yuan sure listened enraptured, their auras swirling as they continuously advanced in their cultivation. Niuhua and Jin showed signs of struggle, frowning intermittently as they struggled to comprehend many aspects. Kunpeng's expression was even more distressed than Jin's. He could grasp only 30 to 40%. The remainder he could only memorize. Meanwhile, many formidable beings without seats could barely comprehend 1/10 of the discourse, let alone committed to memory. Ta, E, and Di Jun, who had always considered themselves strong, wore grim expressions. Zhen Yuanzi persisted in his efforts, while Hong Yun had long since given up. After only a century, Hong Jun Dao ancestor paused. You have any questions? Feel free to inquire. Unlike the previous two occasions where he vanished directly, this time, he opened the floor for questions. Laozi asked, Master, how does one attain sanctification? Hong Jun replied, there are 3 methods to achieve sanctification. The first is to validate the Tao through strength. The great Pangu is an example of this path, having perished on the day of his success. The second is through merit. This method requires great merit. The third is to sever the 3 corpses. One must eliminate the inner good thoughts, evil thoughts, and self, and this requires innate spiritual treasures. Ultimately, the 3 corpses must unite to validate the Tao. Yuan Shi inquired, Master, who can attain sanctification? Hong Jun responded, to achieve sanctification, one must possess the primordial purple energy to the primordial world. There are 9 paths of purple energy. I control 8 of them. In the past, those who attained sanctification utilized 1 path, leaving 7 remaining. The many powerful beings grew tense. Hong Jun vividly illustrated what it meant to be under a sage, with all others considered mere ants. No one wished to be deemed lesser. This was the moment of destiny. Laozi, Yuan Shi, you are incarnations of the primordial spirit of the great Pangu, endowed with great merit for opening the heavens. You may attain sanctification. With a wave of his hand, 2 strands of primordial purple energy flew into their dantian. Both bowed in gratitude. Niuhua, you possess a great merit and may attain sanctification. He spoke. A strand of primordial purple energy returned to Niuhua. Seeing this, Jin and Zhuan Ti grew anxious and promptly bowed in supplication. Please, Master, bestow your favor. A flicker of displeasure crossed Hong Jun's eyes as he replied. Very well. The West has significant karmic ties with me. Both of you may attain sanctification. Another 2 strands of primordial purple energy found their recipients. With 7 paths reduced to 5, only 2 remained. Before Kunpeng could speak, numerous powerful beings bowed in unison. Please, Master, bestow your favor. Kunpeng stood frozen, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Among those acknowledged as disciples by Hong Jun, why was he the only one unable to attain sanctification? Hong Jun cast a glance at Kunpeng and threw him a strand of primordial purple energy. You may attain sanctification. Kunpeng was overwhelmed with joy, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. However, Hong Jun's expression remained cold as his gaze shifted to the kneeling, powerful beings. Only 1 strand remained. Tai Yi, Di Jun, Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and the lamp of enlightenment awaited eagerly. Enough, enough, enough. Hong Jun sighed, waving his hand as a strand of primordial purple energy drifted above the Grand Hall. Before anyone could react, the primordial purple energy descended into Hong Yun's body. In an instant, the hall fell into a profound silence. However, at present, Tongtian remains but an egg in need of careful nurturing. With proper guidance, his temperament can undoubtedly be transformed. Senior, I implore you. Yuan Feng cast a reluctant glance at the multicolored egg before gradually vanishing. The egg trembled violently, emitting sorrowful cries. The love of parents for their child is driven by far-reaching considerations. Observing this, Su Mo offered words of consolation. Joining my ranks will be your great fortune. One day, should you achieve the state of primordial unity, you may yet rescue your mother. It was then that the egg ceased its lamentations and bounded towards Su Mo. Ha! Come with me. Su Mo chuckled as he collected the multicolored egg, feeling quite pleased within. This outing had yielded commendable rewards. The innate spiritual root of the 5 elements pine could bear multicolored fruits, perfectly suited for nurturing Tongtian. Tongtian possesses the potential for sainthood. However, given his character, he may be better suited as an intersect disciple. Sumo, not being overly greedy, waved his hand. Time to head home. With that, another several decades passed. Along the way, Su Mo collected numerous valuable items, such as spiritual materials and fruits, which may seem insignificant now, but would prove to be rare treasures in the future. Just as Su Mo set foot back on Penglai Island, a voice resonated across the sky, that of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, that a millennium has passed. You are to gather swiftly. Sumo, upon hearing this, glanced toward the direction of the Purple Cloud Palace, his expression inscrutable. After 3 sermons, Hongjun was to merge with the Tao, seizing control of the heavenly Tao's authority. Such an audacious endeavor to recruit disciples may encounter unforeseen obstacles. However, who fears whom? Sumo smiled faintly, his heart brimming with ambition. In the face of immeasurable tribulations, without engaging, how could one discern the true victor? At this moment, Tongtian and Ao Ing approached, leaving aside the commotion on Penglai Island. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, 3,000 mortals convened once more. When the time arrived, the palace gates shut, and then Hongjun commenced his teachings. This time, he spoke of the paths to quasi-sainthood and sainthood. His discourse was as enchanting as the flowers in the sky and the golden lotuses rising from the earth. Yet, the reactions among the disciples varied greatly. Laozi and Yuanshi listened with rapt attention, their auras swirling, ever in pursuit of advancement. Niwa and Jane Juni, however, appeared somewhat perplexed, furrowing their brows at times, struggling to grasp many concepts. Kunping's countenance was even more forlorn than Jian's, able to comprehend only about 30 to 40%, with the remainder requiring rote memorization. Meanwhile, the many formidable beings without seats could scarcely grasp even 1/10, let alone commit anything to memory. Tai and Dijuan, who had long held the belief in their own strength, wore expressions of utter dismay. Zhen Yuanzi continued to strive, while Hong Yun had long since given up. Such were the myriad reactions that, in just a century, Hongjun came to a halt. If you have any doubts, feel free to inquire. Unlike his previous lectures, where he vanished immediately, Hongjun now opened the floor for questions. Laozi inquired, "Master, how does one achieve sainthood?" Hongjun replied, "There are 3 methods to attain sainthood. The first, to validate the Tao through strength." The great Pengu followed this path, falling to his demise on the day of his success. The second, to validate the Tao through virtue. This method requires great merit. The third, to sever the 3 corpses to validate the Tao. One must eliminate the innate good thoughts, evil thoughts, and self, requiring innate spiritual treasures. Ultimately, the 3 corpses must merge to validate the Tao. Yuanshi asked, "Master, who is capable of becoming a saint?" Hongjun responded, "To achieve sainthood, one requires the primordial purple energy. In the vast primordial world, there are 9 paths of purple energy. I control 8 paths. In the past, 1 path was used to achieve sainthood, leaving 7 remaining." Many formidable beings grew anxious. Hongjun vividly illustrated that beneath the saints, all else are mere ants. None wish to be regarded as inferior. The moment of destiny was at hand. Laozi, Yuan Shi, you are incarnations of the primordial spirit of the great Pangu, endowed with the great merit of opening the heavens, and thus may attain sainthood. With that, Hongjun waved his hand, and two streams of primordial purple energy flew into their mud pill palace, both men bowing deeply in gratitude. Niuhua, you possess a significant merit and may achieve sainthood. As he spoke, a stream of primordial purple energy returned to Niuhua. Jin and Juni, seeing this, grew anxious and quickly bowed in supplication. Please, master, bestow your favor upon us. A flicker of displeasure crossed Hongjuan's eyes as he replied, Very well, the West holds great karma with me. You too may attain sainthood. Another two streams of primordial purple energy found their recipients. 7 down of 5, only 2 remained. Before Kunpeng could utter a word, many formidable beings bowed in unison. Please, master, bestow your favor upon us. Kunpeng stood frozen, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, among the disciples acknowledged by Hongjun. Why was he the only one without the chance for sainthood? Hongjun cast a glance at Kunpeng and tossed him a stream of primordial purple energy. You may achieve sainthood. Kunpeng, overwhelmed with joy, bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Hongjuan's expression remained cold, his gaze shifting to the kneeling formidable beings. Only one opportunity remained. Tai, Dijuan, Zenyuanzi, Hongyun, and the many formidable beings awaited with bated breath. Enough, enough, enough. With a sigh, Hongjun waved his hand, and a stream of primordial purple energy drifted through the great hall. Before anyone could react, the primordial purple energy descended into Hongyun's being. Chapter 34. Hongjun distributes treasures. Hongyun faces calamity. The many formidable beings were rendered speechless, and many gazed at Hongyun with newfound scrutiny. They dared not covet the previous 6 streams of primordial purple energy, for they belonged to Hongjuan's disciples. Targeting any of them would be a slight to Hongjun. However, why did Hongyun deserve one? Especially Tai and in terms of aptitude, lineage, and influence, they were among the most distinguished of the formidable beings. Why were they denied primordial purple energy? Why could they not achieve sainthood? Hatred and endless resentment echoed within their hearts. Lantern and the other formidable beings were not much better off. Zenyuanzi felt a jolt in his heart as he recalled Fushi's words. Hongyun carries great karma. Zenyuanzi longed to seize Hongyun and leave the Purple Cloud Palace, heading straight for Penglai Island. If anyone could protect Hongyun now, it would undoubtedly be Penglai Island. With 3 quasi-saints in one school, and a mysterious master whose cultivation would not be beneath that of Hongjun. It was merely that the door had yet to open. I possess some treasures to distribute among you. Hongjun, unconcerned with the thoughts of the formidable beings, spoke to himself. The many formidable beings' gazes returned to Hongjun. Saintly treasures are bound to be extraordinarily potent. They looked on with envy. This aligned with their expectations, as Hongjun first distributed treasures to his disciples. Laozi, this Taiji diagram, is a primordial supreme treasure. It can harm saints and suppress the fortunes of great teachings. Yuan Shi, this Panga banner is also a primordial supreme treasure. It can harm saints and suppress the fortunes of great teachings. Niuhua, you have a great merit. You may use the map of mountains and rivers to suppress fortunes, and I will grant you the red embroidery ball to create another merit. Jin and Juni, you too belong to the West. I bestow upon you the 12-grade Golden Lotus and the 7 Marvelous Treasure Tree. The 12-grade Lotus platform has limitless uses, while the 7 Marvelous Treasure Tree is abundant. Distributing the treasures one by one, Hongjuan's gaze fell upon Kunpeng. Kunpeng was on the verge of tears. Why must he be treated differently, just because he was also a disciple? It had been this way during the first sermon, this way during the second recruitment, and it had been the same when the primordial purple energy was granted. Now, during the treasure distribution, must it be the same again? Did it seem as though he was merely a filler? 1,000 thoughts whirled in Kunpeng's mind, yet he dared not show disrespect, awaiting Hongjuan's decree, his heart filled with bleakness. Instinctively, Kunpeng found himself feeling a degree of fondness for Tai and Iti, at the very least. They would not overlook him. Kunpeng, you shall receive the god-slaying spear, which can harm saints. Hongjun produced a long spear, and a fierce, sinister aura instantly filled the great hall. Kunpeng was overjoyed as he accepted it with both hands. Though the spear radiated a fearsome power that made him tremble inside, he still cherished it dearly. Among the 3,000 guests in the Purple Cloud Palace, if Kunpeng was not second in terms of poverty, no one would dare claim the first position. The god-slaying spear was his first innate treasure. After the distribution concluded, Hongjun remarked nonchalantly, "I have many more treasures awaiting distribution at the treasure distribution cliff. You may retrieve them." As his voice fell, Hongjun vanished from sight. The numerous formidable beings hastened toward the location. Laozi and Yuan Shi, ever the keen observers, swiftly teamed up and obtained over 100 treasures in an instant. Nuwa followed closely, but she only retrieved a little over 10 before ceasing. Jin and Juni had their own gains. Kunpeng managed to acquire 2 or 3 items. Upon arrival, the treasure distribution cliff was already devoid of treasures, and his heart brimmed with resentment. In the end, Yuan Shi claimed the treasure distribution cliff. "You all may depart." With Hongjuan's voice echoing, the formidable beings bid their farewells. However, this time, there was a shift. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Nuwa left together. Jane and Junti never separated. Yet Kunpeng found himself huddled with Tai and Dijuan. Zenyuanzi hurriedly pulled the still bewildered Hongyun away. "Kunpeng, my heavenly court has treasures. If you assist me with a task, you may select 3 treasures." Tai's eyes glinted with malice as he spoke softly. Kunpeng felt a surge of displeasure at this, but upon reflection, he realized he lacked the innate treasures necessary for severing the 3 corpses. Dijuan added, "No need for you to do much. After leaving the chaos, just entangle Zenyuanzi." Kunpeng was taken aback. "You wish to kill Hongyun and seize the primordial purple energy?" Tai sneered. "What virtue or ability does Hongyun possess? My brother and I establish the demon clan and guard the heavenly court. This is a great merit." Dijuan nodded in agreement. "Kunpeng, you are alone and isolated. Whichever of us achieves sainthood, we will surely stand guard and assist you." Kunpeng fell into a moment of contemplation before nodding slightly. Capturing Zenyuanzi was merely a trifling matter. He would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a sage in the future, so why should he fear a single Zenyuanzi? Moreover, Emperor Jun's words held truth. Laozi, the primordial beginning, embodied the unity of the 3 pure ones. Setting aside Enhua for the moment, both Jin and Juni were his fellow disciples. Alone, he would inevitably find himself at a disadvantage in future conflicts. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet they remained united in their endeavor to transcend the primordial chaos. Once they emerged from the chaos, Zenyuanzi seized Hongyun and attempted to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" Tai's murderous intent flared as he summoned the Eastern Emperor Bell and charged towards them. Following closely was Emperor Jun Kunpeng, being the swiftest, caught up to Zenyuanzi and Hongyun in but a few breaths. "How dare you? The primordial purple chi is a gift from the Tao ancestor," Zenyuanzi bellowed, sternly. Hongyun's countenance tightened. Even one is carefree as he recognized the gravity of the situation and poured all his energy into hastening his escape. "Haha, stay right there." Kunpeng was the first to close the distance, one hand transforming into a colossal wing that blotted out the sky, each feather shimmering with a fierce luster, tinged with dark demonic energy. As it sliced towards Zenyuanzi and Hongyun. "Block it!" Zenyuanzi hurled the earth book just in time to shield himself before colliding with Kunpeng's wing. Boom! In an instant, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Zenyuanzi's face flushed as his escape light was shattered, leaving him rooted in place. "Hongyun, run!" Zenyuanzi roared in fury, his Tao robe billowing as the full force of his peak, Deluo Jin Xian aura, erupted. Clashing against Kunpeng's presence in the void, Kunpeng swiftly appeared before Zenyuanzi, chuckling sinisterly. "Tao friend Jinyan, Hongyun is fated to face this calamity. I am merely following the will of heaven. Do not waste your efforts." "Nonsense!" Zenyuanzi, incensed, cursed vehemently as his power surged into the earth book, which began to darken ominously, launching itself towards Kunpeng. Kunpeng did not retaliate, merely evading while simultaneously preventing Zenyuanzi from reaching Hongyun. Kunpeng excelled in speed, moving like a shadow, and though Zenyuanzi was worried for Hongyun, his attempts to break free were repeatedly thwarted, leaving him increasingly agitated. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce stalemate. Meanwhile, Tai and Emperor Jun had completely encircled Hong Yun. "Are you not afraid of the Tao ancestors' wrath?" Hong Yun shouted fiercely. Though his confidence was waning, his left stood Tai, wielding the innate treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell, a supreme artifact renowned for its offensive and defensive capabilities. To his right was Emperor Jun, equally a peak de Luo Jin Xian, possessing the famed innate treasures, the river map and the Luo book, which inherently ensnared foes with their formations. Facing either of them would be a grueling battle, let alone both attacking simultaneously. In this instance, he felt certain of his demise. Recognizing this, a resolute determination flickered in Hong Yun's eyes. Chapter 35. The Death and Dissolution of Hong Yun, the Disappearance of the Purple Qi. All in vain. Surrender the primordial purple qi, Tai urged, the bell's toll resonating with a soul-shaking intensity. For ordinary cultivators, this chime could directly shatter the primordial spirit, severing the threads of life, an insidious and treacherous assault. Hong Yun's complexion paled, a throbbing pain surging through his head, prompting him to hastily channel his energy to shield the 3 flowers atop his head, simultaneously summoning the 99 Scattersoul Gourd for protection. Realizing his efforts were in vain, Tai ceased the bell's toll, gripping the Eastern Emperor Bell tightly before hurling it forcefully at Hong Yun. Boom! The Eastern Emperor Bell collided with the 99 Scattersoul Gourd, both treasures flying apart. The Eastern Emperor Bell returned to Tai's grasp, while Hong Yun's face flushed crimson, blood seeping from his lips as he grasped the gourd. Noticing a bell-shaped imprint upon it, its spiritual essence diminished by a full 10%, causing him to tremble with pain. This 99 Scattersoul Gourd was a treasure obtained millennia ago, one of the 7 gourds formed from the innate gourd vine. Tai, you are truly ruthless, Hong Yun roared, brandishing the gourd as he violently uncorked it. A plume of crimson mist erupted, surging towards Tai. This was no ordinary mist. It was the Scattersoul mist, which upon contact would erode the primordial spirit. Those of weaker cultivation would perish instantly, while the strong would suffer greatly, barely managing to endure. This was a power inherent to the 99 Scattersoul Gourd, enhanced by Hong Yun's refinement. Sensing the danger before it could make contact, Tai immediately raised the Eastern Emperor Bell above his head. Channeling all his energy, the Eastern Emperor Bell shone brilliantly, casting a golden hue across half the sky, its body adorned with phantoms. Beneath the phantoms, earth, wind, water, and fire swirled, with the sun, moon, and stars above, as if the entirety of the primordial world was encompassed within. The Scattersoul mist approached but could not penetrate, only swirling around the periphery. The might of the Eastern Emperor Bell was evident. Hong Yun stood dumbfounded. Tai let out a cold laugh, igniting the true fire of the sun. The Eastern Emperor Bell above him, bearing down upon Hong Yun. Unable to evade, Hong Yun was struck fiercely in the chest by Tai's fist, blood erupting from his throat. The injuries within were grave, but what truly horrified Hong Yun was the searing, true fire of the sun burning at the spot where he was struck. The intensity of the true fire was relentless, continuously consuming his energy. Once his power was exhausted, his flesh would be incinerated in an instant. This moment, Hong Yun could only resist desperately. I implore all Tao friends to lend a hand. Hong Yun will surely offer great rewards. He called out to the many powerful beings. Known for his excellent rapport in the primordial realm, he hoped for assistance. However, Emperor Jun watched intently from the sidelines, and none of the powerful beings stepped forward. Most merely observed with cold indifference. The primordial purple qi was the foundation for attaining sagehood. Both Tai and Emperor Jun coveted it, as did the other powerful beings. In this game, everyone wished to play the role of the cunning mantis while keeping an eye on the cicada. In a moment, Hong Yun's heart sank, feeling as though hope had faded under Tai's relentless assault. He found himself in a perilous situation. Surrender the primordial purple qi, and I shall spare your life, Tai shouted, intensifying his offensive. You are dreaming. Hong Yun bellowed in defiance, but in a moment of distraction, his left arm was reduced to ash by the true fire of the sun. His energy was nearly depleted. This is a deadlock. I, Hong Yun, shall not share the sky with your demon tribe. Hong Yun roared, a flash of determination igniting in his eyes. He withdrew all his protective energy from his body, directing part of it to shelter his primordial spirit as it dove into the 9-9 scatter soul gourd, while the remainder clutched the primordial purple chi within him, hurling it towards the gathered powerful beings. All of this transpired in the blink of an ey. The time Tai sensed it. Hong Yun's physical form had been reduced to ash, and the primordial purple chi he coveted was now before the many powerful beings. With the first to react being the burning lamp, Tai's eyes widened. Who would dare touch the primordial purple chi? The demon court would surely pursue them relentlessly. After all the effort to extract the primordial purple chi from Hong Yun, if someone else seized it, Tai would be furious at that moment. He could not concern himself with the fleeing Hong Yun's primordial spirit, which was desperately maneuvering the 9-9 scatter soul gourd away. The burning lamp, startled by this sudden fortune, took flight. The numerous powerful beings were left dumbfounded. A heavenly opportunity had descended. Yet why was he fleeing? The burning lamp had his reasons. Did he not wish to attain sagehood? Certainly. He dreamt of it. He coveted the primordial purple chi. However, even if he obtained the primordial purple chi, he must still preserve his life to become a sage. Without life, all else is meaningless. Thus, he chose to evade. Though Hong Yun's cultivation was slightly inferior to his, it did not mean he could escape the combined forces of Tai and Emperor Jiaozhu. In light of this, it was wiser to keep his distance and avoid unnecessary trouble. Tai observed this scene with great satisfaction, that if everyone were as perceptive as the burning lamp, life would be much simpler. Yet, not everyone was as prudent. Faced with the approaching primordial purple chi, the powerful beings were stirred. Mingyi and Dong Wanggong were both remarkable figures, believing themselves to be on par with others. Why should the opportunity for sagehood not fall into their hands? However, neither the rushing Tai and Emperor Jun nor the ready-to-strike Mingyi and company anticipated that the primordial purple chi would suddenly halt mid-air, and then disappear, vanished without a trace. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. What just happened? Countless powerful consciousnesses scoured the area where the primordial purple chi had vanished, yet no trace remained. Those adept at divining the heavenly mysteries discerned a fog of obscurity surrounding the situation. Hong Yun, Tai, snapping back to reality, roared, his eyes ablaze with the true fire of the sun. What was the purpose of calling upon Kunpeng, risking the wrath of Hong Jun, the Tao ancestor? Was it not for the primordial purple chi, the foundation of sagehood? And now, it was gone. The primordial purple chi had vanished. His rage ignited, consuming his reason. Tai struck the Eastern Emperor bell with all his might. Dong! The bell's toll resonated, drowning the world in silence. Extinguishing countless souls within a radius of thousands of miles, their spirits snuffed out without a sound. The many powerful beings in the sky fared no better. Each activated their protective barriers, but apart from Laozi, Yuan Shi, Inhua, and Jane and Junti, the rest displayed varying degrees of discomfort. The toll of the Eastern Emperor bell shook the very souls of the Xianmen cultivators, leaving them with little recourse but to endure the onslaught. Meanwhile, having finally freed himself from Kunpeng's grasp, Xinyuan Zizi clutched the 9-9 scatter soul gourd tightly and sped away, only to be struck from his escape by the reverberating bell. Hong Yun, once his primordial spirit stabilized. Xinyuan Zizi's expression changed drastically as he turned to gaze at the gourd. Inside lay Hong Yun's primordial spirit, shattered and devoid of consciousness. I shall never share the sky with the demon tribe. Xinyuanzi ground his teeth, his heart filled with an indescribable sorrow and indignation. Even if a remnant soul still lingered upon reincarnation, would it still be his old friend Hong Yun? With a resentful glare directed at Tai, Xinyuanzi turned and departed. This grudge must be avenged. Meanwhile, Tai, who was venting his fury, remained oblivious to Xinyuanzi's animosity and failed to notice the perplexed expressions of numerous powerful beings. The primordial purple energy obscured the perceptive eyes of Tai and Dijuan. Their actions severed any possibility of forming amicable relations with the other 3,000 guests of the Zhixiao Palace. Chapter 36. Xinyuanzi seeks assistance. Su Mo seizes the opportunity to accept disciples. Tai wielded the Eastern Emperor bell and was the heavenly emperor of the demon court. The danger was immense. Tai departed. Dijuan flew to Tai's side and spoke in a subdued tone that Tai's eyes nearly brimmed with tears. Brother, Dijuan sighed heavily, it is fate. Without the primordial purple energy, it is not impossible to become a saint. Remember, you are the heavenly emperor. There is no need for despondency. Tai was taken aback, then regained his composure as an overwhelming sense of superiority surged within him, the true fire of the sun billowing in his eyes. And his lofty battle spirit soared to the heavens. Since the primordial purple energy is gone, then I shall seek it. If Jiaozhu does not grant me the position of saint, I shall fight for it myself. I shall seize it. I, Eastern Emperor Tai, shall never bow my head. This is my brother, Dijuan exclaimed with delight. The two demon emperors departed together, while the many powerful beings exchanged whispers before dispersing. Laozi called out to Yuanshi to return to Kunlun, his heart filled with profound sentiments. The primordial chaos would likely not remain tranquil for long. Tai and Dijuan would not abandon their pursuit of sainthood, with strength as proof of the Tao. If even the great Pangu could not succeed, then no matter how arrogant Tai and Dijuan were, they would not choose that path. Thus, only the paths of virtue and the slaying of 3 corpses remained. To slay the 3 corpses required innate spiritual treasures, and how many of such treasures existed in this world? Jiaozhu had once said that the better the innate spiritual treasure used for slaying the corpses, the stronger the 3 corpses would be. With the pride of Tai and Dijuan, they would undoubtedly seek the finest innate treasures. The demon court might not possess them. Thus, they would have to vie for them. Moreover, where would the merits come from? Tai and Dijuan were certain to choose to wage war across the primordial chaos, placing the entire primordial realm under the control of the demon court. With these 2 reasons, it was no wonder the primordial chaos would descend into turmoil. These thoughts flickered through Laozi's mind over the years. Now their most pressing task was to attain sainthood. Without it, even if they were the supreme rulers of the world, they would still be mere ants beneath the saints in the void. Yuanshi rode on auspicious clouds, suddenly coming to a halt, within the 99 scattering soul gourd. The essence of Hongyun was continuously weakening. Yuanshi exhausted every method but still could not prevent the depletion of Hongyun's essence. Old friend, hold on. Yuanshi altered his course, heading straight for the Eastern Sea. If anyone could alter the fate of Hongyun's dissipating essence, it could only be from the Penglai lineage. More precisely, it was the mysterious venerable from Penglai. Yuanshi dared not delay, even for a moment, hastening his speed to the utmost. Half a day later, Yuanshi arrived at the outer edge of the Wenxin array in Penglai. Yuanshi of Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, seek an audience with the venerable. Yuanshi called out loudly. As soon as his voice fell, he saw the dense fog within the Wenxin array dissipate, and Ao Ing approached with measured steps. Greetings, Taoist Ao Ing. I implore you to relay my request to the venerable. Yuanshi seeks an audience. Yuanshi immediately bowed, articulating his plea. Compared to the life of an old friend, any semblance of pride was insignificant. Ao Ing smiled faintly. The master is already aware. Please follow me. The 2 entered the Wenxin array in succession, unobstructed, reaching the heart of Penglai Island, the primordial Tao field. Upon seeing Su Mo, Yuanshi's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the seemingly inconspicuous Su Mo, who once followed Fuxi, was actually the mysterious venerable of Penglai Island. Do you not believe? Su Mo gazed at Yuanshi with a faint smile and said nonchalantly, I never expected that Taoist Hongyun would still be unable to escape. Yuanshi dropped to his knees with a thud, producing the 99 scattering soul gourd, his visage filled with sorrow. I beseech the venerable to save Taoist Hongyun. I am willing to pay any price. Su Mo waved his hand, and the 99 scattering soul gourd flew into his grasp. With a sweep of his divine sense, he clearly discerned the state of Hongyun's essence. Venerable, Hongyun and I were besieged by Tai and Dijuan, and I was hindered by Kunpeng. Hongyun could not withstand Tai's might and ultimately perished. Yet not a single powerful being extended a helping hand. Yuanshi's words brimmed with resentment, directed not only at Tai, Dijuan, and Kunpeng, but also at the former friends who had stood idly by. upon hearing this. Su Mo handed the 99 scattering soul gourd to Ao Ing beside him and advised, "Not everyone is heartless." Hong Yun's tribulation was already seated in past karma. Xinyuansi exchanged glances, utterly speechless. A surge of pent-up frustration lodged stubbornly in his chest. He understood that the origins of it all lay in the act of yielding. Because he had yielded, the primordial purple energy had come seeking him. And because of that yielding, Ji Yin and Zhuan Ti had borne the great karma of Hong Yun. An unfathomable burden, if that were the case. Then severing the source of karma was necessary. Hence, they had covertly obstructed the powerful beings who sought to rescue Hong Yun. Every sip and every peck is preordained by the heavens. I possess two methods to save Hong Yun. Su Mo, stated slowly. Point 1, is to place the 99 scattering soul gourd within the academy. The academy contains formations that can nourish the spirit and essence, allowing for a perfect revival of Hong Yun. The only drawback is that it requires an endless passage of time, at least several dozen Yuanhua cycles. The second method is for me to have Tongtian personally escort Hong Yun's essence to reincarnation. However, the reincarnated Hong Yun will be a different being. As Su Mo's words fell, Xinyuansi pondered briefly before replying directly. "Thank you, Venerable, for your assistance. That I choose the first option. We can afford the endless time." Su Mo nodded, and then spoke to Ao Ing. "Deliver the gourd along with that multicolored EGG." Ao Ing complied and departed. Xinyuansi watched Ao Ing leave with reluctance, then once more bowed to Su Mo. "I am grateful to the Venerable. I shall obey your commands without hesitation." Su Mo smiled slightly. "Xinyuansi, I happen to think of something that may hasten Hong Yun's recovery." Xinyuansi was momentarily stunned, then bowed deeply again. "Please instruct me." "Venerable," Su Mo replied calmly, "the academy is where my disciples cultivate. Although Hong Yun can rely on the academy's profoundness to recover within, it will take a considerable amount of time, far less effective than if someone actively assisted him. But in an instant, Xinyuansi understood. Point 1 was passive absorption, while the other was active nourishment. The difference in efficacy was self-evident. However, before Xinyuansi could speak, Su Mo interjected, "Let me state this first. The academy is a core sacred ground. Only my disciples may be fortunate enough to witness it and enter." Xinyuansi was taken aback. Should he become a disciple? As for whether Su Mo harbored ulterior motives, Xinyuansi did not entertain such thoughts. The name of the Penglai Island's Primordial Academy had long since spread throughout the primordial chaos. With 3 disciples, all of whom were quasi-saints, their prestige was immense. Xinyuansi himself understood more of the underlying circumstances. Tongtian had not attended Hung Jun Daozu's teachings, yet in a mere 1,000 years he had ascended from a great Luo golden immortal to a quasi-saint, and his strength had reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint level. Surpassing Eventide, he was likely on the verge of breaking through to the mixed element level. In the future, he would undoubtedly become a revered saint. Fuxi, having begun his training millennium later than Tongtian, was also a quasi-saint, far exceeding the 3,000 worldly guests who had listened to the teachings at Zhixiao Palace. Lastly, Ao Ing was shrouded in even greater mystery. As the eldest daughter of the ancestral dragon, she had been unable to heal despite the dragon clan's power and wealth. Yet Ao Ing found new life within the academy. The wonders of the academy were self-evident, and it would not lack disciples. Su Mo's intention to accept disciples was a boon for himself. Chapter 37. Xinyuansi observes the Willow Deity, the demon court's campaign against the Eastern King with this thought in mind. Xinyuansi adjusted his robe and knelt in homage. Xinyuansi pays respect to the venerable Good. Su Mo was overjoyed. Just moments ago, he had been anxious when Xinyuansi fell silent, fearing rejection. "Follow me, my disciple." Su Mo stood and walked outward, with Xinyuansi hastily following. Upon reaching the entrance of the bookstore above the Dao field, Xinyuansi was left speechless. No, to be precise, he was filled with exhilaration. Just the entrance alone was no less impressive than that of the Zhixiao Palace. In fact, it was even more profound and mysterious. Becoming a disciple is worth it. Go ahead. Watching Xinyuansi enter the academy, Su Mo returned to the Dao field, content with yet another tool at his disposal. Within the academy, Xinyuansi gazed at the resplendent stars, casting aside any doubts regarding the academy's might. Each book was a world unto itself, and every world possessed its own uniqueness. When Jiaozhu finally regained his composure, Tongtian introduced, "The worlds of the Academy's books are like the stars in the sky. Thus, finding a world that resonates with you relies entirely on your intuition." Tongtian smiled as he continued, "You still need to care for Taoist Hongyun. When entering the world of stellar books, you may bring Hongyun along to seek a suitable place for healing within the worlds out of course. You may also choose to remain in the Academy. The choice is yours. I shall heed your teachings." Tongtian smiled and said, "Make yourself at home." Having spoken, Tongtian departed, returning to the realm of Jianlai. Lost in his own thoughts, he felt that he was not far from becoming a saint. With a breakthrough, he was certain to achieve the state of Hunyuan. Jiaozhu watched Tongtian leave, then surveyed his surroundings. After a considerable pause, he managed to calm the tumultuous feelings within him before making his way to a corner of the entrance. The Jiaozhu, Sampo, Hulu, and an egg emanating five-colored light lay together, both enveloped in a faint azure glow. This azure light was composed of the purest innate spiritual energy, infused with mysteries that even Jiaozhu could not comprehend. Yet he sensed it held great significance for the primordial spirit. After all, approaching closer, even a breath of air felt exhilarating, as if one were basking in the gentle spring breeze, washing away all weariness. His old friend would rest in the Academy for the time being. Ultimately, Jiaozhu decided against bringing Hongyun along, as the circumstances within the realm of celestial tomes remained uncertain. Following Tongtian's guidance, Jiaozhu strolled amidst the stars and tomes, ultimately halting before a star radiating an ancient aura. Taking a deep breath, he entered the star, where a hefty tome appeared before him, inscribed with 4 large characters. "Perfect world." Soon, Jiaozhu became immersed within its depths. Though in comparison to the plentiful writings of Shurho, he found himself more enamored with Lucian. The simplest and most profound truths were contained within the most ordinary of things that a broken ancient tree may perish, for its vitality has long since waned. Like the chives initially sown when they are yellow and frail, yet after being harvested time and again, they become increasingly verdant and robust. Similarly, the silkworm, if confined within its cocoon, will suffocate and perish. However, if it breaks free, it transforms into a butterfly, resplendent and vibrant, marking a rebirth and transcendence from the past. Dear friends, please return to the upper realm. There is no need for further farewells. Tao brother, please set forth that in the absence of tranquil negotiations, only through battle could one carve out a clear sky. If that is the case, let blood quell the slaughter. Jiaozhu was lost in contemplation, entirely unaware that his cultivation was gradually advancing, his primordial spirit becoming increasingly full. The passion of Lucian, her dauntlessness, and her grand spirit all captivated Jiaozhu. What endeared him further was Liuxian's identity, though not explicitly stated. He had a vague suspicion. Jiaozhu held a deep admiration for Liuxian's method. The phrase endless vitality sufficed to encapsulate it, rivaling divine powers. Meanwhile, Su Mo within the Hongmeng Daochang also received a notification from the system. As Jiaozhu contemplated Liuxian's method while reading, the host similarly grasped its essence. Due to the insights gained by the host's 4 disciples within the Hongmeng Academy, the host's cultivation was rewarded with an elevation to the late stage of Jingxian. A smile crept upon Su Mo's lips as a warm current surged within him. This warmth was the purest life force, continuously growing stronger. Based on Su Mo's estimations, this life force was sufficient to mend his body twice, even after it had been reduced to a mere heap. Observing the rapid growth of this life force, it could achieve a complete restoration every century. This was akin to having countless lives. Moreover, while the late stage of Jingxian was somewhat lacking, it brought him a step closer to becoming a saint. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Su Mo exited the Daochang, gazing toward the horizon, where a dense mass of dark clouds loomed from the northwest, above which banners fluttered and war drums resounded, with countless demonic warriors lined up in formation. The highest point of the clouds, Tai held the Dongwang bell. Looking down upon all. Su Mo furrowed his brow slightly. What scheme was the demon court concocting? Observing the direction of their advance, It was clear they were not heading toward Penglai Island. Master, Tongtian appeared at Su Mo's side, also gazing at the demonic army in the distant sky. That direction was Fenghu Island. Tongtian Sumo realized. Fenghu Island was the Dao ground of Dongwangong, who was one of the 3,000 dusty guests of the Zixiao Palace. Appointed by Jiaozhu as the foremost among male immortals. This appointment had inflated Dongwangong's ego. Being the foremost among male immortals implied that all male cultivators were to look to him as their leader. This was bound to create strife. The 3,000 dusty guests of the Zixiao Palace were all formidable beings, many of whom possessed an arrogant disposition, who would willingly heed his call. Not to mention, what of Tai and Dijuan, who had established such a vast demon court? Observe the Zhuangmu, who, despite being named the foremost among female immortals, remained indifferent, content in her own Dao ground, seldom venturing out and lowering her presence during teachings at the Zixiao Palace. Fearful of attracting enmity, shall we go take a look? Tongtian inquired, an air of battle intent coalescing around him. Sumo shot an unexpected glance at Tongtian. Not to assist Dongwangong. Tongtian shook his head. His gaze fixed squarely on Tai, positioned at the heart of the demonic army. Sumo paused, then understood. The time was not ripe. Tongtian looked at Sumo in surprise. The immeasurable calamity is approaching. Our academy will not retreat into seclusion. Sumo spoke softly. Tongtian reined his battle intent. He believed Sumo's words. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Sumo's mind. The system has detected that the host's first disciple, Tongtian, is about to break through to Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Please, host, open a certain world. What does that mean? Sumo furrowed his brow, inquiring with his mind. Tongtian is about to break through. Why must I open a certain world? How do I even go about opening a world? The system transmitted a torrent of information into Sumo's consciousness. After reading it, he fell into silence. Master, Tongtian asked, perplexed by Sumo's sudden quietness. You should continue your cultivation. You may also explore the Hongwang that I need to prepare for your breakthrough. Chapter 38. The path to sanctity for the Academy disciples Dongwangong is doomed. The demonic army's campaign signifies that Tai and Dijuan have, to some extent, disregarded Hongjun. Or rather, the tacit approval of Jiaozhu in their pursuit of Hongyun has emboldened them significantly. The death of Dongwangong also heralds the official onset of the calamity between the witch and demon clans. Subsequently, Niwa will create the human race, attaining sanctity through immeasurable merits, ushering in the era of saints as Laozi, Yuanshi, and other predestined saints achieve their sanctity. The actions of the demon court will grow increasingly aggressive. For Tai and Dijuan aim to acquire vast merits by mastering the ways of Hongwang, in hopes of attaining sanctity. The Witch Clan, apart from the Demon Clan, stands as the most powerful race in Hongwang and will become the greatest adversary of the Demon Clan. Then, both sides will perish in a grand battle. Following the war, as the calamity subsides, both the Witch and Demon clans will fade entirely from the annals of history. Sumo escorted Tongtian back to the academy. He pondered a question. Why are humans the predetermined protagonists? Dragons, phoenixes, Qilins, witches, demons. Each once played a pivotal role in the life of Hongwang, having endured countless trials and battles, exhibiting unmatched combat prowess. Yet, it is the seemingly weak human race that has ascended to the role of protagonist by divine decree. In later stages, humans became the source of luck and merit nurtured by the myriad gods and Buddhas, even serving as sustenance. How could such a frail race possess the virtue to become the predestined protagonists? Sumo's sudden desire to explore this question arose from the system's earlier reminder. Tongtian had reached the threshold of sanctity. For Tongtian to ascend, Sumo, as the host, must grant a certain privilege, the privilege of bestowing a world upon his disciple. Disciples of Jiaozhu could attain sanctity using the Hongmeng purple qi, which was the divine permission granted by the heavenly deity. Sumo's disciples similarly required a foundation for sanctity. Disciples of the academy could use a world as the foundation for their ascent. With countless starry worlds within the academy, as long as the talent permitted, disciples could attain sanctity. However, this carried a significant drawback. Disciples who relied on a world for their sanctity would draw the ire of the Honghuang heavenly Tao. In other words, once Academy disciples achieved sanctity, they could not freely appear on the Honghuang continent. Otherwise, they might face falling meteors, or various beings might express their aversion, and even Hongjun Jiaozhu might take action. To mitigate this targeting, corresponding merits were necessary. Additionally, there was a complex issue. Once disciples utilized the starry world for their sanctity, that world could no longer remain in the Academy. It must be taken by the disciple to the chaos. Utilizing the power of chaos to strengthen the world's essence while simultaneously enhancing the disciples' cultivation. Upon entering chaos, disciples must anchor their world to Honghuang. Without great merits, the heavenly Tao would not permit this anchoring. In simple terms, hitching a ride was possible, but one had to pay the fare. Therefore, Su Mo needed to discern why humans were the predetermined protagonists, why they enjoyed the favor of the heavenly Tao, resulting in the continuous descent of merits. Otherwise, should Tongtian and the others achieve sanctity, they might be whisked away by the chaotic tempest at any moment, ultimately becoming what they despised most. The bitter smile crept upon Su Mo's face. In the future, the human race of Honghuang would become a plaything in the hands of the Hongjun lineage. Was he to follow suit? No. Su Mo resolved within himself. At the same time, he continuously expanded his gaze, broadening it to encompass the entirety of Honghuang and the Hongmeng Academy, hoping to uncover the reasons behind humans being the predetermined protagonists from the smallest of clues, thereby resolving the merit issue entirely. The direction was indeed clear. Based on past experience, as long as actions benefited Honghuang as a whole, the heavenly Tao would bestow merits, rewarding such conduct. Thus, the question remained, in what manner had humanity garnered the favor of the heavenly Tao? What benefits does the human race bring to the primordial world? Days passed in Su Mo's contemplations until, due to the host disciple, Zhen Yuanzi, reaching the quasi-saint level of cultivation, the host received a reward that elevated his own cultivation to the peak of golden immortal. Following this, as the host disciple, Ao Ying, attained the late quasi-saint level, the host cultivation was further enhanced to the early stage of Tai golden immortal. Subsequently, upon Fushi achieving the completion of quasi-saint cultivation, the host cultivation was promoted to the mid-stage of Tai golden immortal. Information flooded Su Mo's mind, awakening him from his reverie as he quietly absorbed the surging power within him, gradually mastering the explosive magical energy until he had full control. Tongtian, come forth. Shortly thereafter, Tongtian, imbued with a sword intent, appeared before Su Mo sit. Su Mo gestured, producing a mat for Tongtian. Once seated, Su Mo spoke. Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Do you have any thoughts on breaking through to the Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal? Tongtian immediately adopted a serious demeanor, pondering deeply before responding. I feel that my opportunity lies within the sword-coming world, yet I have searched repeatedly without success. In truth, Tongtian had long harbored this sentiment, but was at a loss on how to pursue it. This was why, upon encountering the Eastern Emperor Tai, he felt a surge of battle intent, wishing to seek his path through a vigorous and exhilarating confrontation. As for why he did not seek Su Mo's counsel, it was partly due to his desire not to disturb Su Mo, and partly because he could not bear to lose face, having aspired to surpass the saints, yet now finding himself unable to break through even to their level. Would that not imply his incompetence? Do you comprehend the distinction between the Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal and a saint? Upon hearing this question from Su Mo, Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. Was there a difference between the Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal and a saint? Were they not simply two titles for the same realm? Su Mo discerned his confusion and explained, a saint is the fruition of one's path, while the Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal pertains to the level of cultivation. Every saint must be a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal, yet not every Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal is a saint that in the primordial world. Achieving the status of a saint requires one's primordial spirit to be entrusted to the primordial heavenly way, thereby gaining the ability to harness the power of the primordial realm. This is why it is said that beneath the saints, all are akin to ants that in the face of a saint. One confronts the entirety of the primordial world, Before it, you are but an ant. The reason the primordial purple energy is regarded as the foundation for attaining sainthood is that only by possessing this primordial purple energy can one entrust their primordial spirit to the heavenly way and achieve the status of a saint. Only by entrusting the primordial spirit to the heavenly way can one utilize merit to draw upon the world's power and elevate their cultivation to the Hunyuan de Luo, golden immortal. Su Mo elucidated. This entire process is intricately interconnected. None can be omitted. It is also a limitation imposed by the heavens. Tongtian, upon hearing this, was initially stunned, then inquired, Master, what does a disciple of our academy require to attain sainthood? He could not believe that such a magnificent entity as the Hongming Academy would lack a method for achieving sainthood. Su Mo smiled faintly. Our academy shall not be inferior to the Hongjun lineage. As your master, I shall grant you the authority of the world, allowing you to rely upon the world of books within the academy to achieve sainthood. However, after a brief hesitation, Su Mo revealed the potential drawbacks. To achieve Hunyuan within one world and to achieve Hunyuan outside of it are inherently different. That I surmise that the greater distinction lies in the fact that the primordial realm is already a mature world. In contrast, the star world within the academy are still in the process of gestation. The worlds chosen by the disciples for attaining sainthood are merely those depicted in books, with many unknowns left unfilled, requiring the disciples to strive to perfect the world, ultimately forming a mature realm. If development proceeds smoothly, it may well evolve into a complete world akin to the primordial realm. Thus, disciples achieving sainthood within the academy resembles adopting an immature world, growing together in mutual accomplishment. Another point weighed on Sumo's mind, the urgency of the situation. Hongjun was nearing the completion of the Tao. After merging with the Tao, Hongjun would possess certain heavenly authority. If he did not relinquish the qualification for world anchoring, would the disciples of the academy fail to achieve sainthood? Tongtian pondered for a moment before rising and performing a grand bow to Su Mo. I implore you, Master, grant me the opportunity for transformation. Simultaneously, information from the system echoed in Su Mo's mind. Due to the host clarifying Tongtian's path to sainthood, a reward of 1 saint cultivation card is granted to the host. Upon examining the cultivation card, Su Mo found it to serve the same function as the one he had previously acquired. Well, Su Mo said, extending his hand to assist Tongtian to his feet, flipping his palm to reveal a purple key. This object is known as the key to the world. You may select any book star world within the academy. Simply integrate this item, and it shall be done. Tongtian reverently accepted. As Su Mo cautioned, you are the manifestation of Pango's primordial spirit, possessing merits of great creation. After achieving Hunyuan, you will wield it with ease. When the time is right, you will instinctively know what to do. Tongtian once more bowed respectfully. Master, I shall take my leave. Su Mo nodded. Tongtian turned and departed, swiftly returning to the academy without a trace of hesitation. Directly approaching the sword-coming star, the path to sainthood lay before him, and Tongtian felt an overwhelming excitement. After a brief moment of contemplation, he floated and sat cross-legged before the sword-coming star. Once his emotions settled, he declared, I shall attain sainthood. My junior brothers and sisters may come to witness. His voice resonated clearly to Ao, Ing, and Zhen Yuanzi. Sainthood? Ao, Ing, and Zhen Yuanzi simultaneously awoke, their gazes fixated on Tongtian. The senior brother is about to attain sainthood? Ao, Ing felt a flicker of confusion, but refrained from voicing it, fearing to disturb Tongtian. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuanzi was gripped by profound shock. Having listened to Hongjun Daozu's teachings thrice, he understood the nature of saints. Without the primordial purple energy, how could Tongtian achieve sainthood? If Tongtian could attain it, then, at this thought, Zhen Yuanzi's breath quickened. If it were true, a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts flooded his mind, causing fluctuations in his internal magical energy. He hastily quelled his distractions. Whether it was possible, he would discern from Tongtian. Yet Tongtian paid no heed to the thoughts of Ao, Ing, and Zhen Yuanzi. Reverently producing the key to the world and placing it upon the sword-coming book, the key to the world gradually merged with the book. Boom! The book erupted instantly, countless fragments spraying outward. Yet all were intercepted by the surrounding starlight. Subsequently, these fragments and starlight intertwined. That moment, Tongtian found ethereal blossoms of vitality manifesting above his head, each flower representing the 12th grade, known as the blooming of 12 grades. As the 3 flowers converge at the apex, achieving great perfection, Tongtian's 5 energies coalesced within him, corresponding to the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, each aligned with metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The book's fragments, starlight, and Tongtian's 3 flowers and 5 energies all fused together. As the starlight gradually diminished, Tongtian's 3 flowers and 5 energies grew ever more vibrant. Suddenly, auspicious clouds appeared above Tongtian's head, coalescing into a purple egg formed from the previously exploded book fragments. Pulsating as if breathing, the breath of the world. Boom! Another explosion resounded. There was no sound, yet reverberated in the hearts of all who beheld the scene. The purple egg burst open, revealing scenes from the book that ultimately merged into the world, a miniature world, roughly the size of Tongtian's palm. Concurrently, the aura emanating from Tongtian surged dramatically, swiftly surpassing the pinnacle of quasi-saint and unleashing a unique pressure belonging to the Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal that swept through the entire academy. Yet this power was confined to the academy. Congratulations, senior brother, on achieving the Tao. Ao, Ing, and Jun Enzi both bowed in reverence. The pressure Tongtian had exuded nearly compelled them to kneel, their instincts warning them with increasing clarity. Tongtian could end their lives with but a thought. This was the essence of Hunyuan. Without achieving Hunyuan, one remained an ant, junior sister and junior brother. No need for formalities. Tongtian retracted his 3 flowers, 5 energies, and auspicious clouds, waving his hand gently, allowing Ao, Ing, and Jin Yuanzi to rise under a soft force. Come with me to congratulate our master. Tongtian said with a smile. Ao, Ing, and Jin Yuanzi readily complied. In truth, they were still somewhat dazed, the earlier events having been overwhelmingly shocking. Moreover, when they exchanged glances, they could see the excitement reflected in each other's eyes. Tongtian was the trailblazer. In the future, they too would achieve sainthood. After all, the Academy housed countless star worlds within its books. Upon stepping outside the Academy, Tongtian spotted Su Imo awaiting below and swiftly descended. Master, I have not failed your expectations, Su Imo nodded with a smile. Disregarding Ao, Ing, and Jin Yuanzi, who followed closely behind, and urged, the newly hatched world requires nourishment. Hasten to the chaos and remember my instructions. Understood. After bowing once more, Tongtian soared directly towards the outer realms of Penglai Island. However, upon departing from Penglai, without the concealment of the Grand Formation, Tongtian gazed skyward. He acutely sensed the profound malice permeating the heavens and the earth. It felt as if the very air of the primordial world harbored a deep-seated aversion towards him. A wave of grievance washed over Tongtian. Despite being mentally prepared, he still felt wronged. The primordial realm was birthed by the father god Pangu, and he was but a transformation of Pangu's primordial spirit. This world was his home, yet now it seemed to reject him. Although this emotion flickered only for a fleeting moment, it would profoundly influence many of Tongtian's future actions. Why should his own home despise him? Nonetheless, Tongtian expended a vast amount of his celestial merit to counterbalance the world's disdain. Then, like a shooting star, he broke through the cosmos of the primordial realm and entered the chaos. As soon as he stepped into the chaos, the miniature world within his auspicious clouds burst forth, absorbing the chaotic energies and growing ever larger until it ultimately formed a realm of its own. Upon closer inspection, Tongtian indeed found the world to be lacking. Just as Su Mo had indicated, a surge of enlightenment flooded his mind as he instinctively cast the anchor of the world towards the primordial realm. With a resounding bang, the anchor was halted outside the primordial world. A chilling piece of information surged into Tongtian's consciousness. With a cold smirk, he concentrated his merit into a golden wheel behind his head. 1,000th. The cold information reappeared. Unfettered, Tongtian dispatched the designated merit he observed as the merit swiftly immersed itself into the primordial world. Subsequently, the anchor of the sword-come world penetrated the primordial realm, instantly stabilizing the entire world. This scene illuminated many concepts for Tongtian. Although he longed to explore the sword-come world, he opted to return to Penglai Island once the world had stabilized. Upon meeting Su Mo, Tongtian's face lit up with joy. Master, it has succeeded. Sumo was equally exhilarated. Ao Ing and Jin Yunzi nearby were left in a daze that it was truly possible to achieve sagehood. They too had a chance. What could be better news than this? Nothing, especially for Jin Yunzi, who was overwhelmed with excitement. He had only recently joined the academy, and his cultivation had already reached the threshold of quasi-saint. Furthermore, the prospect of becoming a sage loomed on the horizon. The path ahead was clear and unobstructed. His heart brimmed with elation. This was perhaps the greatest fortune of his life. Simultaneously, his gratitude and respect for Su Mo were genuine. Had Su Mo not taken him on as a disciple, he would have left without a second thought. Without the Hongmeng Academy, he would have remained a quasi-saint for life. After a celebration, Ao Ing and Jin Yunzi, filled with confidence, retreated to seclusion, with Tongtian as a forerunner. They too wished to attain chaos unity in the shortest possible time, their hearts brimming with determination. Tongtian then returned to the Hongmeng Taoist Hall, alongside Su M, as Mo presented the finest celestial wine he had brewed over the years as a celebratory gesture. What insights have you gained? After several rounds of wine, Su Mo inquired with a smile. Tongtian, filled with emotion, replied, Master, it is indeed another realm of scenery within chaos. I have gained a clear understanding of my future cultivation. However, the disdain of heaven and earth leaves me at a loss for words. His heart felt heavy. The heavenly path is merely a collective of rules, operating according to fixed procedures. If numerous sages were to arise, the world would inevitably revert to chaos. Sumo offered some consolation. Nonetheless, Tongtian remained troubled. His obsession was difficult to quell. That Sumo shifted the topic. What of the world? Tongtian composed himself, reflecting slightly, as he said, Master, there are indeed many deficiencies that IT expands autonomously within the chaos. Yet without my oversight, it struggles to absorb and transform chaotic energies. Sumo nodded, asking another question of great concern. What conditions are needed for the world to grow? Tongtian hesitated. He instinctively wanted to say absorb chaotic energies, but upon further thought, he realized Sumo's question could not be that simple. He quickly probed through his connection with the sword-come world, only to wear a puzzled expression. Civilization? Sumo's brow furrowed, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Tongtian nodded, appearing perplexed. Master, what exactly is the concept of civilization? Sumo fell silent. In his past life, civilization lacked a precise definition. However, from a vague understanding, the current dominant races, the witch and demon clans, were merely in the rudimentary stages of civilization. They could barely be called civilized, as they lacked many essential elements, such as laws. If there were laws to instill fear, the primordial continent would not be rife with despair and conflict. The demon court held the greatest potential for achieving a name in civilization. Yet Tai and Emperor Jun's leadership remained too crude. A civilization that neglects its foundation has no future. Both the witch and demon clans harbored severe bloodline ideologies. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the elites of both clans wielded uncontested absolute power, derived from the might gained through their cultivation. This mode of governance doomed them to fail in developing a splendid civilization. These thoughts flickered through Sumo's mind as he suddenly realized why humanity was the predetermined protagonist. It was because humanity cultivated civilization. Of course, such an understanding was far from complete. The fall of the witch and demon clans stemmed from numerous factors. Given enough time for development, they could have potentially fostered a brilliant civilization. However, in the eyes of Hong Jun, the witch and demon clans did not align with his fundamental interests, as they were difficult to control. While Su Mo and Tongtian discussed civilization, a resounding voice echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. I am Hong Jun. Today, I shall unite with the Tao. Henceforth, the heavenly path shall be Hong Jun's, and Hong Jun shall not be subservient to the heavenly path. The great Tao bears witness. Boom! the entire primordial realm trembled. Everyone understood what the heavenly path represented. Now that the heavenly path was under Hongjuan's control, it implied that an authoritative figure loomed over them, creating a sense of constraint, even if they did not yet perceive anything amiss. The phrase "the heavenly path" is for Hongjun, and Hongjun is not for the heavenly path bore hints of guidance. The masses subconsciously believed that Hongjuan's union with the Tao was to fill the void of the heavenly path, destined to become its puppet, serving the heavenly path. Thus, it was said that the heavenly path is for Hongjun, and because Hongjun still had personal matters after the union, it followed that Hongjun is not for the heavenly path. In essence, Hongjun could not represent the heavenly path. Yumo's mind whirled with alternative thoughts, a cold smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. The great trend cannot be altered, but the minor trends can. The phrase "the heavenly path" is for Hongjun, and Hongjun is not for the heavenly path was perhaps the greatest lie beneath the heavens. The heavenly path operates according to rules. That is true fairness. Not targeting anyone as for Hongjun. However, Su Mo felt a surge of tension. Unlike last time, this union with the Tao posed the greatest challenge for him. Union meant to transcend. Tongtian inquired. Su Mo nodded. Yes and no. When Hongjun initially became a sage, he also entrusted his primordial spirit to the heavenly path, thus remaining within the primordial realm that he seeks a higher realm. Uniting with the Tao is one path. Meanwhile, within the chaos, at the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun, who previously wore a mask of indifference, now furrowed his brow, radiating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. His eyes, akin to vessels containing countless stars, brimmed with fury. He had sensed something amiss earlier, yet the heavenly secrets were shrouded in chaos, leaving him uncertain of the source. Now, having united with the Tao and gained partial authority over the heavenly path, he finally grasped the situation's intricacies. Why did he only unite with the Tao now, rather than immediately after completing his third sermon? The key lay in the imperfections of his teachings. He had not garnered the anticipated fortunes and merits. This portion of fortune and merit had been siphoned away. Tongtian, Fuxi, Zhen Yuanzi. These three played pivotal roles within the primordial realm. Tongtian, one of the three pure ones, a manifestation of Pangu's primordial spirit, possessed immense fortune and merit. Fuxi, the elder brother of Enhua, one of the future human sovereigns, also held great merit. Zhen Yuanzi, the progenitor of Earth immortals, likewise bore substantial merit and fortune. Realizing this, Hongjuan's heart bled. The absence of these three meant that the authority he obtained from the heavenly path was diminished by 1/3. Damn it! Hongjun glared towards Penglai Island, his eyes flashing with lightning. Outside Penglai Island, Hongjuan's figure gradually materialized. The fury of a sage sends tremors through the world. Ominous black clouds appeared from nowhere, swiftly enveloping the skies above Penglai Island. While tendrils of purple lightning, resembling writhing dragons, twisted within the clouds, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, causing all living beings outside Penglai Island to flee in panic. Even the dragon clan on Jinlong Island was frantically escaping. Within those dark clouds resided the fearsome Zixiao Divine Thunder, a harbinger of celestial wrath. Boom! Hongjun narrowed his eyes, and hundreds of bolts of Zixiao Divine Thunder struck down violently. Yet, just before reaching Penglai Island, they vanished without a trace, completely intercepted by the Grand Formation. Outside the formation, the primordial spiritual energy surged to unprecedented levels. Hongjuan's expression darkened. The surplus primordial spiritual energy was precisely the result of the excessive decomposition of the Zixiao Divine Thunder he had wielded. It felt as if a resounding slap had struck him across the face. The serene presence of Penglai Island seemed to mock him. The Zixiao Divine Thunder is merely this? This is the mightiest punitive measure of the heavenly path. The dark clouds rolled ominously, heralding the brewing of more divine thunder from the purple heavens. Hongjuan's gaze grew increasingly profound, within the confines of Penglai Island. Su Mo rose to his full height, his eyes fixed unwaveringly upon Hongjun. It was as if the obstacles between them were non-existent. Master, the disciple Tongtian began to speak, yet his words were abruptly interrupted by Su Mo. Wait. As the last syllable left his lips, Su Mo stepped forward, his figure vanishing abruptly, only to reappear directly before Hong Jun. Tongtian stood in a daze for a moment before hastily exiting the dojo, turning his attention to the confrontation unfolding in the air between Su Mo and Hong Jun. Meanwhile, Su Mo, facing Hong Jun, reveled in the familiarity of his newfound strength. He had utilized a card of sage-level cultivation, the results of which exceeded all expectations. Not only had his realm ascended to that of a primordial golden immortal, but he had also harnessed the celestial power of all the starry worlds within the academy. At this moment, the secrets of heaven and earth lay bare before Su Mo, as if he could rend the entire primordial world with a mere gesture, recreating the elemental forces of earth, fire, water, and wind. A single thought could return the primordial realm to chaos, while another could birth an entirely new world. This was an unprecedented experience, akin to that of a creator god. Hong Jun's gaze remained locked on his Su Mo within the formation, a myriad of emotions swirling in his eyes, ultimately crystallizing into uncertainty. Firstly, the aura emanating from Su Mo was not inferior to his own. At the very least, he was a primordial golden immortal, equal to Hong Jun. Secondly, he had sensed the sword-come world beyond the primordial realm, which was currently expelling chaotic energy, transforming it into innate spiritual energy. Part of this energy lingered within the sword-come world itself, while another portion was conveyed back to the primordial realm in an unseen way. The heavenly Tao forbade the sword-come world from falling into ruin, and all of this stemmed from the presence of Su Mo. Thirdly, Tongtian had achieved sainthood before his disciple could, having embarked on a different path. This left Hong Jun in a state of hesitation, with Su Mo and Tongtian, one not weaker than himself, and the other's cultivation unknown. A confrontation could indeed lead to a catastrophic clash, akin to the elemental forces once more bringing the primordial realm to silence. A mutual destruction. Though this may sound protracted, in reality, it was but a fleeting thought. "My friend, you are quite mysterious," Hong Jun spoke slowly, as Su Mo replied with a faint smile. "Since my friend Hong Jun has come a visit, why not enter and have a seat?" Hong Jun's expression twitched. How could he dare? The divine thunder from the purple heavens had proven ineffective against the formation, and with Su Mo and Tongtian present, entering would be akin to walking into a trap. More importantly, even the omniscient and omnipotent heavenly Tao could not unveil the secrets hidden within the island, indicating that the mysteries of Penglai Island were not inferior to that of the heavenly Tao. With a cold visage, Hong Jun remained silent, his eyes fixed on Su Mo. "If my friend does not wish to enter, do you have something to say?" Su Mo inquired with a smile. After a moment of silence, Hong Jun replied coldly, "The primordial realm has its destined course. Should my friend disrupt the celestial mechanisms, there may be dire consequences." Su Mo scoffed. "Why must you feign righteousness, my friend? I dare to act, and I shall bear the consequences." Hong Jun's expression darkened, his aura growing increasingly frigid. Su Mo showed him no respect whatsoever. Su Mo's thoughts were simple, since they would inevitably confront one another. There was no need for pretense. Each should rely on their own prowess. The grudge against the obstruction of the Tao was one that could only end in death, with no possibility for reconciliation. Hong Jun, fixing his gaze on Su Mo, articulated each word with deliberate weight. "That I am the headmaster. Expelling you is but a thought away," Su Mo retorted with a cold smile, "to recreate the elemental forces and return the primordial realm to silence. What does it matter if you are a saint of the heavenly Tao, my friend?" "Humph." Hong Jun's eyes glinted with coldness, fissures appearing and vanishing around him as his emotions surged, causing his magical power to rip through space. The heavenly destiny is unalterable, yet minor forces may be swayed. Hong Jun continued. Su Mo shook his head, causing Hong Jun's gaze to chill further. He had already made the greatest concession, Su Mo interjected, in the struggle of the Tao. "Let each rely on their own abilities. Do you wish to impose restrictions upon me? Dream on. Is the so-called heavenly destiny determined by the heavenly Tao?" Hong Jun's eyes grew even colder, the emotional fluctuations he had previously sensed vanishing without a trace, replaced by a chilling rationality. "Saints, and those beyond cannot quarrel within the primordial realm. The karmic consequences for your disciples will be doubled, and should they lack merit, calamity will befall them. Upon hearing this, Su Mo furrowed his brow slightly. The heavenly Tao's essence? I shall heed your words. As soon as he spoke, the icy aura surrounding Hongjun dissipated, replaced by a deeply buried fury. What does my friend think? Su Mo inquired. Hongjun scrutinized Su Mo deeply before vanishing in a blink. With a sigh of relief at Hongjun's departure, Su Mo felt a weight lift. He had finally dealt with the greatest threat. His threat to Hongjun about returning the primordial realm to silence was, in truth, a strategy of mutual destruction that it was not easy to arrive at the current situation, setting aside the immense karmic burden of reopening the primordial realm. It was uncertain if Tongtian and the other disciples could survive within the silence. The present circumstances were just right. The heavenly Tao served as the arbiter, and he and Hongjun would rely on their respective abilities. Whosoever excelled would find favor with the heavenly Tao, a scenario he had long desired to witness. Yet, gazing at the desolate Penglai Island, a renewed sense of urgency to take on disciples surged within Su Mo. He harbored myriad plans, all of which required disciples to execute. Furthermore, the doubling of karmic consequences necessitated greater merit and fortune. After some contemplation, Su Mo returned to the dojo, where Tongtian awaited him with an eager expression. Master, what was the outcome? Su Mo smiled. Everything transpired as I anticipated. Tongtian let out a breath of relief. In truth, even after achieving the Tao as a primordial golden immortal, he felt no confidence facing the already established Hongjun. With his heart finally at ease, Tongtian recalled the aura he had sensed from Su Mo earlier, confirming that Su Mo was indeed a primordial golden immortal, significantly stronger than himself, from true immortal to profound immortal. To golden immortal, and now a saint, Tongtian felt a sense of helplessness. His master was undeniably a revered figure, yet he often preferred to appear modest. Unaware of Tongtian's silent grievances, Su Mo contemplated briefly before issuing his directive. Tongtian, go seek Fushi. Have him find Nuwa, and then accompany her. Once Nuwa achieves sainthood, bring back the races she creates. Tongtian grew serious at Su Mo's words and understood. Su continued, now that you have attained the Tao, it is time for you to have disciples of your own. Should you take on apprentices, allow them to hone their skills in your world. Those who break through to the primordial golden immortal can enter the academy. Tongtian's heart swelled with joy as he eagerly agreed. Watching Tongtian depart the island, Su Mo turned back to the dojo that a grand era was upon them. Chapter 42. Nuwa enlightens the Tao. The deeper significance of civilization, many great eras arrive silently. Much like the present one, that whether it be the ambitious demon race under Tai and Dijuan's leadership, or the witch clans solely focused on expanding their numbers, neither fathomed the challenges that lay ahead. Fushi was equally unaware. Thus, upon seeing Tongtian, and particularly the news he bore, a multitude of questions arose. For instance, what kind of race was his sister about to create? And why was this race of such importance that it could lead to her sainthood? Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, Fushi adhered to Su Mo's instructions and departed from the witch clan he had inhabited for decades. As he left, all the clan members gathered to bid him farewell. I do not know whether the civilization I pass on to you is good or bad. Faced with the gratitude of the clan leader, Fushi's expression remained inscrutable. If only he had 100 years. No, even just 50 more years. He would ensure that the primordial realm beheld a transformed witch clan. Yet, time was not on his side in this harsh realm, where survival was a constant struggle against slaughter and annihilation. Civilization perhaps was not a blessing. Ultimately, Fushi departed, yet he firmly etched the name of this clan into his memory. A day later, Fushi returned to the dojo of his siblings at Buzhou Mountain. So brother has returned on the orders of the revered one. Nuwa pondered thoughtfully after hearing Fushi's account. Was her opportunity for sainthood tied to the creation of an entirely new race? A race valued by the revered one? Nuwa instinctively recalled her own path of creation and the repeated mentions of her during the sermon at Zixiao Palace, where Hongjun had declared, "You have a great opportunity ahead." Thus, her grand destiny is to create a race that is fundamentally different from the myriad beings of the current primordial chaos. Hua attains enlightenment, while Fuxi reflects upon over 5 centuries of guiding sentient beings. Anticipating that he may perform even better next time, that he possesses a genuine passion for the path of enlightenment. At this moment, Tongtian has returned to the world of Jianlai, beyond the chaos. Previously, he had merely cast a fleeting glance. Now, after a thorough investigation, he comprehends why Su Mo urged him to take on disciples. The world instinctively absorbs the chaotic energy to transform it, yet within this chaotic essence, not only can spiritual energy be converted, but also malevolent and turbid energies. Furthermore, the entire world requires maintenance. Otherwise, at any moment, the world's membrane might rupture, leading to its assimilation by the chaos. At the very least, it must be preserved until the world matures truly. Allowing the protagonist of the narrative, the child of destiny, to grow. This is a laborious and time-consuming endeavor. Should any issues arise, they would be of significant consequence. However, the benefits are equally substantial. What excites Tongtian most is that the laws of the entire world lie within his observation. To perceive the laws in the primordial chaos is akin to sifting through a vast heap of soybeans, with the occasional green beans slipping through. Whereas now, as Tongtian cultivates, he finds a pile of green beans before him, readily accessible. The disparity is stark. Upon realizing this, Tongtian speculates with a hint of malice that perhaps Hongjun did not possess such exceptional conditions for enlightenment. Additionally, Tongtian currently harbors no desire for any innate spiritual treasures. For with a mere wave of his hand, he can create countless innate spiritual treasures. The so-called innate spiritual treasures are merely the final manifestation of the fusion of the laws of heaven and earth with substances capable of bearing those laws. It is no wonder that after Hongjuan's 3 teachings, he distributed the treasures. Directly invoking the laws of heaven and earth is far swifter than utilizing treasures. As Tongtian traverses the Jianlai world, he delves into the deepest secrets of this realm. This turn of events spans over 3 centuries. This measurement of 300 years grants Tongtian a deeper understanding of the Jianlai world and a rough outline of its future development. After departing from the Jianlai world, Tongtian returns to the primordial chaos, locating an island near Penglai, which he names Golden Turtle Island. Following some organization, Tongtian returns to Penglai Island and shares his detailed plan with Su Mo. Connecting the Jianlai world and Golden Turtle Island, Su Mo contemplates the pros and cons. Tongtian, brimming with excitement, declares, "Master, the Jianlai world has yet to mature. There are still too many blank spaces that I shall not take in all beings who seek enlightenment as disciples. They must first train in the Jianlai world, and only those who excel will qualify to enter my fold. The most elite disciples may be integrated into the academy. In truth, the advantages extend beyond this. The entry of diverse beings into the world will introduce various laws, filling the ocean of world laws. Simultaneously, the collisions between different beings will generate new laws, rendering the world more complete and prosperous. The world will also grow stronger. As the world strengthens, Tongtian's cultivation will become easier, and his own power will also increase. However, not all is beneficial. With the world exposed to the primordial chaos, it inevitably invites the emergence of ulterior motives among many beings. For instance, if Tongtian can attain sainthood through this world, can I not do the same? Thus, if I were to seize control of this world, could I not also achieve sainthood? Such scenarios are destined to occur. Greed is an inherent trait of intelligent beings. The only distinction lies in some beings' ability to control it, while others cannot. Moreover, the stronger the power, the more intense the greed, and the greater their capacity for execution. Tongtian cannot monitor every detail of the Jianlai world at all times. The likelihood of conspirators succeeding is not negligible. As these thoughts flit through his mind, Su Mo speaks slowly. It can be opened, but necessary protections must be in place. Su Mo glances at Tongtian, noticing his confusion, and continues, "Currently, the Jianlai world is not stable. Premature openness may incite chaos within the world, hindering its rapid development and potentially leading it toward collapse." Tongtian walks away, deep in thought. However, his ideas and observations regarding the world have granted Su Mo a deeper understanding of civilization and the operation of the primordial heavenly path. Tongtian now occupies a position analogous to that of the heavenly path in the Jianlai world. Yet, in contrast to Tongtian, who possesses subjective awareness, the heavenly path of the primordial chaos operates instinctively. Sometimes, instinct reveals the truth more clearly. The civilization Tongtian speaks of can be interpreted as the introduction of new laws and new phenomena. New laws can be viewed as nourishment for the world. For example, if the primordial chaos lacks swords, how could there be laws governing swordsmanship? Thus, Enwa's attainment of sainthood and the immense merit she accrued become comprehensible. This is because Enwa created a new race, thereby introducing the concept of humanity into the primordial chaos and establishing the path of humanity, as opposed to beings evolved from the chaos itself. An instance of creation ex nihilo. Conversely, when the river of Hades created the Azura race, why did he not attain sainthood? In Chapter 43, Tongtian proclaims his achievement to the world, and multitudes extend their congratulations. Sumo speculates on two possible reasons. 1. Enwa, as a disciple of Hongjun, possesses the foundational merit of the primordial purple energy, while the river of Hades, with only the sea of blood, lacks the means to support his ascendance to sainthood. The second point is that the developmental potential of humanity surpasses that of the Azuras, who are burdened by excessive malevolence. While Su Mo contemplates these matters, Tongtian ultimately decides to connect the Jianlai world with Golden Turtle Island, albeit with a slight modification to his plan. Initially, he intended to cast all beings seeking enlightenment directly into the Jianlai world, accepting only those who performed well as disciples. Now, he will teach on Golden Turtle Island, allowing only those who pass his test to enter the Jianlai world for training, ultimately determining their eligibility to become his disciples. I am Tongtian, now attain sainthood, in 300 years I shall teach at Golden Turtle Island in the Eastern Sea. Those with fate may come forth. There is no purple energy extending 3,000 miles, no celestial merit descending, yet his clear voice resonates within the minds of every being. There is no overwhelming pressure, yet a profound sense of reverence emerges from deep within their hearts. Some powerful beings stifle their heartfelt impulses, but 99% of beings kneel towards the Eastern Sea's Golden Turtle Island, uttering, "The saint is compassionate." In an instant, the entirety of the primordial chaos erupts in commotion. The river of blood. Hades' eyes blaze red with fury, wishing to teleport directly to the Eastern Sea. Tongtian is neither a disciple of Hongjun nor a celestial saint. If Tongtian can attain sainthood, why can he not? On Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi approaches Laozi, and the two brothers share a silent glance. However, compared to Laozi's indifference, Yuan Shi is more visibly distressed. Once, Tongtian was the slowest among them in cultivation. Now he has achieved sainthood while they have yet to seize their own opportunities. This elder brother feels somewhat humiliated. We should go to congratulate him. Laozi rises. Regardless, the three cleans are one eldest brother. Yuan Shi is reluctant and wears an unhappy expression. Let's not speak further. We ought to rejoice for our third brother. Yuan Shi hesitates, forcing a smile. On Buzhou Mountain, Enwa, who is in seclusion, opens her eyes, filled with joy. Brother, let us go congratulate our friend Tongtian. Fuxi nods, beaming with delight. How could the siblings not be happy? Enwa rejoices for Fuxi, confident that Tongtian's attainment of sainthood means her own brother will surely follow suit. Fuxi, brimming with optimism for the future, eagerly wishes to meet Tongtian and learn how to achieve sainthood. In the demon court, Tai and Dijuan wear solemn expressions. The news of Tongtian's sainthood brings them discomfort. Their ties with Penglai Island are not amicable. We should carry valuable gifts to offer our congratulations. Dijuan suggests slowly. Tai's eyes flash with anger. But ultimately, he can only nod in resignation. Without attaining sainthood, one remains but in the Hall of Ancestral Witches. The 12 ancestral witches gather joyously. Hutu and Xianming share whispers, while Gonggong and Zhu Rong engage in drinking contests, and the other ancestral witches pursue their own merriment. Dijiang sits at the head, brow furrowed. Eldest brother, do not worry. Come and join us for meat and wine. Gonggong calls to Zhu Jioyin, grinning widely. Dijiang sighs, waving off Gongong's invitation, and addresses the other ancestral witches. Our friend Tongtian has attained sainthood. We cannot turn a blind eye. Brothers and sisters, who among you is willing to journey to the eastern sea? I have matters to attend to with Zhu Rong regarding our tribe. Dijiang interjects. Eldest brother, why must we go congratulate them? They are not of our witch lineage. Indeed, our witch tribe has no ties with their celestial sect. The ancestral witches either decline or question the necessity, clearly expressing a singular attitude, reluctance. Their hesitation stems not only from the witches' lack of interest in cultivating their primordial spirit, but also from the struggle for legitimacy. The three cleans claim to be manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, while the ancestral witches are said to be born from Pangu's vital blood. Who, then, is the true heir of Pangu? Furthermore, the ancestral witches resent the fact that Laozi and Yuan Shi from the Three Cleans took Hongjun as their master. Since all beings of the primordial chaos are born from the Father God, how can they, as the true lineage of Pangu, bow to Hongjun? This disdain extends to Tongtian as well, for he is a disciple of the Hongmeng Academy. Thus considered a student of Hongjun, let us go with Xianming, who finally offers, providing Dijiang with a way out. Dijiang nods and advises, bring back some treasures from the treasury that I asked for the other ancestral witches. They hardly gave this matter a second thought. This scene left He deeply troubled. The indifference of the ancestral witches towards the sages could spell great calamity. Sister, why must I accompany you? Xianming expressed her reluctance. Among the powerful beings, she constantly felt like an outsider. Furthermore, the memory of being trapped by an unknown Taoist for a century gnawed at her, filling her with resentment. How could she have been sealed in both body and divine abilities? Reduced to an ordinary being, enduring endless suffering in the cycle of reincarnation. However, even Xianming herself remained unaware that her disposition had undergone a fundamental transformation. Otherwise, her response would not have been mere complaints about not wanting to go, but rather a firm refusal. Creating a good bond may prove useful one day, Hutu remarked, her brows furrowed with unrestrained concern. Below the sages, all are but ants if one day the sages of heaven and earth return. What fate awaits the witch clan? The bloodline of Pangu cannot protect them indefinitely. In contrast to the varied thoughts of the mighty beings, the creatures throughout the vast wilderness stirred with excitement. This was all due to the preaching by Tongtian. When Hongjun Jiaozhu expounded his teachings, they yearned to attend, yet their lack of ability prevented them from venturing into the chaos, leaving them envious. Later, Ao Ing transmitted the Dragon Transformation Sutra, but the difficulty in its cultivation meant that, apart from those of the dragon lineage, others would find their efforts futile. Now, it was the third occasion. The venue for the teachings remained the Golden Tortoise Island in the East Sea. A far simpler journey than reaching the chaos. Countless beings promptly set forth towards Golden Tortoise Island. However, the first guests Tongtian welcomed were not those seeking to become disciples or to listen to the teachings, but rather many of the powerful beings themselves, including Laozi and Yuan Shi. Big brother, second brother, Tongtian greeted them warmly. It has been far too long. Your cultivation has advanced impressively. Laozi nodded with a smile, while Yuan Shi merely huffed. Displaying displeasure to Yuan Shi, it seemed Tongtian was flaunting his achievements. Tongtian raised an eyebrow, feeling quite pleased with himself. He indeed was showing off, yet without any malice, like a child unable to contain their joy over good grades in front of their parents. Laozi shot a glare at Yuan Shi and advised Tongtian, there are many friends arriving. You should go greet them. Tongtian smiled and departed. Yuan Shi remained sulky. Laozi shook his head and offered words of comfort. We three clear ones are united as one. Tongtian's ascension to sainthood benefits us all. Yuan Shi nodded sullenly, understanding the rationale, but still feeling discontented. As time passed, more and more powerful beings arrived, until the hall was filled with esteemed guests. Niwa and Fushi, Tai and Dijuan, Randall and Mingi, Zhuanti and Jean, Laozi and Yuan Shi, all were present. Over half of the 3,000 worldly guests of the Zixiao Palace had gathered. Amidst the camaraderie among the powerful beings, Xianming and Hutu felt like mere shadows, particularly Xianming, who was restless. She could not interject into the discussions and was at a loss to comprehend what was being said. this was not the only source of her discomfort. A familiar aura wafted from the nearby Penglai Island, reminiscent of her own essence. After the pleasantries, the numerous powerful beings intuitively ceased their conversations, turning their attention to Tongtian at the main seat. Their attendance was not merely to congratulate Tongtian on his ascension. There was another motive. How had Tongtian achieved sainthood? Laozi, Jiaozhu, and the other disciples under Jiaozhu had grasped the foundations for becoming saints. Yet they remained perplexed about the path to sainthood itself, still struggling to comprehend. As for Tai and others, their urgency was even greater. They lacked the foundation for sainthood, and with no hope from Jiaozhu, perhaps they could find a new path through Tongtian. Despite being renowned, powerful beings of the wilderness, they refused to accept being relegated to mere ants beneath the saints. They were unwilling and discontented. Tongtian's ascension to sainthood was akin to the first ray of light piercing through the darkness. Thus, they were eager to arrive. Facing the eager gazes of the crowd, Tongtian felt a twinge of pride. Yet he pondered how to articulate the path to sainthood. His ascension was rooted in the sword comes world, but the way to sainthood was the great way of the sword. In simpler terms, it involved comprehending the rules, mastering them, and ultimately establishing laws, aligning his heart with the heavenly heart to walk the path of the celestial. The cultivation following sainthood entails mastering all the rules of a world. That is, I am the world, and the world is me. As long as one possesses sufficient divine power, they can create a complete world at any time. The difficulty, however, is evident. Even though Nuwa and others had established their small worlds in the chaos after becoming saints, those were merely inferior imitations of the wilderness, destined to collapse without the sustenance of the wilderness continent in a short time. To fully create a world, their journey remained long. The realm following the Hunyuan Dojin Immortal is the heavenly Tao realm. Without exposing the sword comes world, Tongtian could only conceive one path that might aid in achieving sainthood. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Tongtian spoke slowly. Esteemed friends, I do have some insights to share regarding sainthood. At his words, everyone perked up their ears that a saint is a fruit position. Hunyuan is a realm. Tongtian first clarified the essence before continuing. A saint mobilizes the power of heaven and earth, needing the foundation of sainthood, gaining the approval of the heavenly Tao, and having their primordial spirit entrusted to the heavenly Tao, thus becoming indestructible through the ages. To achieve Hunyuan, one must master a complete law, leveraging that law to move the power of the world. This distinguishes a saint from Hunyuan and what they can accomplish. Many of the powerful beings possess some understanding of this, as it had been discussed by the Tao ancestor before. What followed was the aspect that truly captured everyone's attention. Tongtian pondered briefly before continuing. To become a saint, one must make significant contributions to heaven and earth, accumulating great merit to repay the karmic debt of heaven and earth. The saying goes, true transmission in a single sentence, false transmission in 10,000 books. At this point, Tongtian paused. As for what constitutes great merit, how much is needed to repay the karmic debt, and what specifically is the karmic debt of heaven and earth? He did not elaborate. However, this was already far more generous than Hongjun. When Hongjun preached, he concealed many critical issues. At the very least, he did not clarify the difference between Hunyuan and sainthood and regarding achieving sainthood. He merely mentioned that Nuwa needed to perform a great deed, while Laozi and Yuanshi had the merit of opening the heavens. Beyond that, he said nothing further. The many powerful beings were deep in thought. Yet their minds were filled with countless questions, but they found it difficult to voice them. After all, Tongtian had already attained sainthood, and sharing any insights with them was already a generous act. Following the straightforward discussion, the numerous powerful beings began to take their leave, with only Laozi and Yuanshi remaining. As the three clear ones were united, their status was naturally extraordinary, leaving the other powerful beings envious. Outside Golden Tortoise Island, Xianming pulled Hudu to stop Nuwa and Fushi, who were preparing to leave. Esteemed friends, I wonder if you would be so kind as to introduce us to Penglai Island? Xianming inquired. Huda looked at her sister in astonishment. The former Xianming would never have spoken so politely. Moreover, Xianming intended to visit Penglai Island. Did she not know that the mysterious Hongming Academy, was located there? Tongtian was the senior disciple of Penglai Island. What was her sister planning? Various questions flooded her mind, yet Hutu refrained from interrupting Xianming. There must be a reason behind Xuanming's actions. Fushi was momentarily taken aback. What could the ancestral witches want on Penglai Island? Hadn't they always looked down upon interactions with the Xianmin? But Fushi quickly regained his composure. Xianmin was one thing, while the academy was another. I shall consult my master. Fushi deliberated. He could directly take Niwa to Penglai Island, as long as it did not involve the academy. As for the two ancestral witches, he felt uncertain. Just then, Fushi received a transmission from Suemo. Bring them. I shall obey the master's command. Fushi respectfully acknowledged towards Penglai. This scene further confirmed Xuanming's suspicions. Her guess was accurate. The reason she felt a peculiar resonance with Penglai was indeed due to Suemo. At that moment, on Penglai Island, within the Hongming Dao field, Suemo sat cross-legged on a mat, with a droplet of shimmering blood suspended in the palm of his right hand. This was the very drop of essence blood that Xianming had previously cast aside. This single droplet could create a great witch, possessing the potential to cultivate to the battle prowess of a Daoyuo Jinxian. What truly captured Sumo's attention was that within this droplet of blood, the system had detected high-dimensional consciousness. The system continually prompted him, asking if he wished to eliminate the high-dimensional consciousness. That Sumo did not immediately choose to eliminate it, but instead carefully sensed it. Even with the awareness of a saint, he could not fully unravel the secrets contained within this droplet of blood. The so-called high-dimensional consciousness was like seeing flowers in the fog, entirely incomprehensible. Nevertheless, Suemo had some conjectures. The ancestral witches were transformed from Pangu's essence blood, so the high-dimensional consciousness should pertain to Pangu's in the myths and legends of his past life. Pangu opened the heavens and the earth to prove the Great Way. Thus, the high-dimensional consciousness must have some relation to the Great Way. Therefore, could it be that the ancestral witches' lack of cultivation in their primordial spirits was connected to this high-dimensional consciousness? Could it be that the high-dimensional consciousness was, in fact, an advanced version of the primordial spirit? It is not that the ancestral, which cannot cultivate the primordial spirit. Rather, it is the existence of a higher dimensional will, an advanced version, that raises the question of why one would revert to cultivating the primordial spirit. Confusion abounds. Suemo lifted his gaze. Fushi had already brought Hutu and Xianming into Penglai Island. With a mere glance, both Xianming and Hutu froze in place, their bodies rigid, as the two ancestral witches who had traversed the vast wilderness for countless Yuan meetings simultaneously experienced a surge of fear. The sensation was akin to being targeted by a natural enemy, as if they would turn to ash in the next moment. It felt as if all their secrets could be seen through in an instant. No matter the depth of their concealment, they could not hide from such a gaze. Xianming felt an overwhelming impulse to flee, especially as memories of a century-long suppression surged back, reminding her of the terror of being dominated. Thus, under Fushi's warm invitation, Xianming smiled through discomfort. Beneath the saints, all are but ants. She began to grasp the meaning of this statement. Chapter 45. Suemo analyzes the blood of the witch clan. Taking root in Hutu, Fushi had met his master, and Niwa had encountered the revered one. The witch clans Xianming and Hutu had also met the esteemed one within the Hongming Taoist temple. They each paid their respects. Sumo's gaze swept over them. Xianming turned pale. Speculation was one thing, but facing the reality made her heart race with trepidation. The head of the Hongming Academy, the master of the heavenly sage. And she had contemplated accepting Xianming as a grand, which it was a testament to Sumo's restraint that he had not simply dispatched her, especially upon witnessing the ambiguous smile in Sumo's eyes. Xianming felt even more vexed. She could not comprehend why she had felt compelled to come. She had willingly walked into this situation. Once again, they met. Hearing Sumo's gentle voice, Xianming broke into a cold sweat and bowed once more. Hutu, on the other hand, cast a curious glance at her elder sister. When had the mysterious master of the Hongmeng Academy crossed paths with her sister? Sensing Hutu's gaze, Xianming tugged at Hutu's sleeve, signaling her to refrain from questioning further. You may wander about. The five elements pine has just transformed. Suemo spoke slowly. Fushi and Yuhua exchanged glances, bowed, and then departed. Sumo turned his attention back to Xianming and Hutu, and then extended his hand to release his essence blood. In midair, the essence blood spun gracefully, and an overwhelming aura instantly enveloped the entire hall. "This is not," Hutu exclaimed in surprise, but before she could finish her sentence, her expression shifted to one of concern. The essence blood imparted a warmth akin to that of the earth itself, as if she had returned to her mother's embrace, entrancing her. There were no grievances or entanglements, no worries about her clan. Everything felt so carefree and untroubled. Xianming was equally astonished, rubbing her eyes vigorously, unable to believe that the essence blood floating in the air belonged to her. When had her essence blood possessed such an aura? It was utterly incredulous. Instinctively, Xianming looked towards Su Mo, convinced that he had tampered with her essence blood. "I have merely unveiled the truth," Su Mo replied calmly. "The truth?" Xianming rolled her eyes. She was well aware of her own essence blood, and it certainly did not possess such an aura. Hutu appeared puzzled yet tinged with excitement. She sensed that there lay a path to salvation for their witch clan within this. However, it was evident that all of this required Su Mo to elucidate. "Please, revered one, enlighten us." Hutu bowed deeply. Sumo smiled slightly, and with a flick of his thoughts, the essence blood divided into 3 distinct orbs. One orb exuded a powerful aura, appearing amber in color. The second was blood red, radiating a rich life force that was intoxicating. The final orb had transformed into a blue ice crystal, emanating a chilling aura. "Revered one, what does this signify?" Xianming could not help but inquire, her eyes brimming with astonishment, even questioning whether this was indeed her essence blood. One represents the path of power. One embodies the strength of the bloodline, and the last pertains to the path of water, Su Mo explained. Upon hearing this, Xianming and Hutu exchanged thoughtful glances. The path of power was cultivated by the father god Pangu. The strength of the bloodline likely underpinned the formidable physicality of the ancestral witches. As for the path of water, Xianming, known as the water ancestral witch, possessed innate abilities to control water. Yet, with merely a drop of essence blood, their ancestral secrets had been laid bare before Su Mo. Coming back to reality, Hutu and Xianming locked eyes, each perceiving the shock and astonishment mirrored in the other's gaze, along with a concealed fear. If Su Mo comprehended all their ancestral secrets, then the witches stood defenseless before him. They felt an impulsive urge to turn and flee. Even when facing Hongjun, Hutu had not felt as terrified as she did now. Moreover, Su Mo spoke again, his words plunging Xianming and Hutu into an icy abyss while simultaneously igniting elation within them. "The essence blood of you ancestral witches harbors a higher dimensional will that surpasses the primordial spirit. Thus, it is not that you cannot cultivate the primordial spirit, but rather that you have yet to discover the appropriate method. Fear and trepidation arise from the dissection of one's essence, while elation signifies a newfound direction for your clan's cultivation. Thank you, revered one," Hutu expressed with profound sincerity as she bowed deeply. If they could find the right path for cultivation, the future of the witch clan would be exceedingly bright. As for requesting Su Mo's assistance in developing cultivation techniques for the witch clan, Hutu would not dare to ask. Even if offered, she would not presume to accept, for the witch clan could not bear such consequences. You have further matters to discuss," Su Mo asked indifferently, snapping his fingers to return the essence blood to Xianming. Xianming and Hutu exchanged glances, their minds racing. Although they had come seeking answers, Su Mo had directly revealed the greatest secret of the witch clan and illuminated a new path for them. Would they truly be allowed to depart so easily? In that moment, Xianming and Hutu found themselves at a loss. Ultimately, it was Hutu who bowed and inquired, "Revered one, you have shown great kindness to our clan. Is there any way we sisters may serve you?" To leave without clarifying this matter would become a source of inner turmoil for them. To seek nothing in return suggested that they would have to pay a far greater price in the future, which was a gamble she dared not take. It was better to inquire now. Sumo squinted, a hint of a smile playing on his lips then, under the watchful eyes of Xianming and Hutu. He slowly spoke, Hutu, you share a connection with the academy and are destined to be my disciple. However, the time is not yet ripe, so consider this a gift from your master." These words utterly bewildered Hutu. She and Su Mo had a fateful connection as master and disciple, yet the timing was not right, so she could still enter the academy. Hutu questioned herself. She had no desire to become a disciple. Firstly, as the rightful heirs of Pangu, they held their own pride. Secondly, the Witch Clan's greatest trump card lay in the 12 capital Heavenly Gods formation. IT could only be activated with the gathering of all 12 ancestral witches. Once the formation was established, it could summon the spectral image of the Father God Pangu, boasting unmatched combat prowess in the vast wilderness. If Hutu were absent, the clan's trump card would be rendered ineffective. She could not allow her personal desires to jeopardize the Witch Clan's foundation. Go now. Go now. Su Mo waved his hand, urging Xianming and Hutu to depart. The seed had already been sown. It was only a matter of time before Hutu became a disciple of the academy. That day was not far off. In a state of confusion, Xianming and Hutu left Penglai Island, and on their way back to the ancestral witch hall, the two sisters fell into silence. The impact of this journey had been immense. The might of the heavenly sage made them understand the meaning of beneath the saints. All are but ants, prompting them to ponder the future of the Witch Clan in the face of such formidable beings. The analysis of the ancestral witch blood by Su Mo left them in a state of bewilderment. Could the Witch Clan uncover a brighter path and refine new methods of cultivation? Why had Xuanming's essence blood found its way into Su Mo's hands? Did Hutu truly share a connection with the academy? The myriad shocks and uncertainties weighed heavily on their minds. All they desired was to return to the ancestral witch hall swiftly and confer with the other ancestral witches to unravel the mysteries surrounding what had transpired. Meanwhile, on Jiaozhu Island, after bidding farewell to a host of powerful beings, Tongtian and Laozi, along with Yuanshi, resumed their discourse. Unlike before, Tongtian, facing Yuanshi and Laozi, who had been together since their transformation, spoke candidly and exhaustively about every detail. Chapter 46. Laozi and Yuanshi enter Swordcombe. Tongtian shares teachings and seeks disciples. Every aspect was laid bare, from the cosmic causes and effects to the foundations of great merit and the basis for becoming a saint, with no hint of concealment. This demonstrated Tongtian's sincere heart. The questions lingering in Laozi and Yuanshi's minds were gradually resolved, and soon, relying on the innate spiritual treasures in their possession, they advanced toward quasi-sainthood. Laozi, with his profound accumulation and virtuous disposition, managed to sever all 3 corpses within a mere 3 days. Yuanshi, being slightly less adept, succeeded only in severing the good and evil corpses, finding it impossible to sever the self. There was a clever trick involved here. The act of severing corpses. When a cultivator seeks enlightenment, they are often distracted by extraneous emotions, hindering their understanding. Severing the corpses serves to eliminate these superfluous emotions. During the process of enlightenment, the severed corpses are detached from the body, allowing for clearer insight. However, providing a better environment for enlightenment does not guarantee immediate success. With the support of the academy, Tongtian took thousands of years to comprehend the path of the sword that resonated with him. Without the academy's enhancement, Laozi and Yuanshi would require even more time, understanding how Tongtian ascended to sainthood. Especially with the additional benefits from the Swordcombe world for comprehension, Yuanshi was stirred. "Third brother, may I and elder brother enter your Swordcombe world?" Upon hearing this, Tongtian fell into deep thought, while Laozi's expression shifted dramatically, though he quickly regained his composure. This request was, indeed, exceedingly rude. It is akin to a person borrowing money from another, only to be met with a refusal, in a display of arrogance. The borrower demands to see the entirety of the lender's balance as proof of their lack of funds. How audacious! Were it anyone else, Tongtian would undoubtedly have slapped them away, exclaiming, "Get lost! What a foolish dream!" Yet, the one making this demand is Yuanshi, his second brother. While feeling troubled, Tongtian cannot help but harbor resentment. Does Yuanshi not comprehend the significance of the sword to him? Noticing Tongtian's hesitation and prolonged silence, Laozi finally speaks up. "Third brother, if this is to be a hardship, let it be." Yuanshi immediately grows anxious, urging him persistently, "We are but manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, the true lineage of Pangu. If we fail to achieve sanctification before others, what face shall we have to call ourselves the true Pangu lineage?" Laozi opens his mouth, yet no words emerge. Tongtian's heart simmers with suppressed anger. Can the title of the true Pangu lineage overshadow his own interests? Where does Yuanshi derive such audacity? "Third brother, my elder brother, and I merely wish to borrow for the sake of hastening our cultivation. We're not here to seize your world. Oh, you truly regard us as brigands." Upon hearing this, Tongtian's expression darkens, a fierce sword intent surging forth. "Yuanshi, how dare you speak in such a manner?" Laozi hastily intervenes, admonishing, "Apologize to Tongtian at once. I am merely anxious, not solely for myself," Yuanshi mutters in dissatisfaction. Observing this, Laozi helplessly addresses Tongtian. "Third brother, your second brother is simply too impatient. After 3 teachings from our master, we are all striving for sanctification. Honyun has already been schemed against by Tai and Emperor Jun. It is only natural that we too might be targets, as our strength ultimately remains insufficient." Tongtian hesitates slightly. Yuanshi, seizing the moment, adds, "Third brother, my second brother spoke out of turn. After all, we, the 3 pure ones, are one entity. If others achieve sanctification before us, it would indeed be quite embarrassing." Laozi's persuasion softens even the prideful Yuanshi, and Tongtian's heart begins to relent. He fears not the forceful approach of Laozi and Yuanshi, but rather their persistent entreaties. After all, how could the bonds forged over countless epochs be so easily cast aside? Thus he concedes, "Very well, let it be so." Tongtian ultimately agrees. "Hurry, hurry!" Yuanshi urges impatiently. His anticipation extends beyond merely comprehending the path in the sword-coming world and swiftly enhancing his cultivation. He yearns to witness the realm that serves as the foundation for Tongtian sanctification, one that rivals the primordial purple qi. Tongtian, with no other option, opens a spatial passage on the other side of the passage. A completely different atmosphere from the Hongwang world envelopes them. "Please enter, my 2 brothers." As the words leave his lips, Yuanshi strides in first, with Laozi and Tongtian following closely behind. Upon exiting the passage, they behold a vast world slowly rotating within the chaotic sea. Even with their quasi-saint cultivation, their spirits sway in awe of the wonders of creation and the immense power of the world. Yuanshi clenches his fists in secret, his breath quickening. Although this world pales in comparison to Hongwang, it is still 1/3 of its size, and this world entirely belongs to Tongtian. What merit and capability must he possess? Yuanshi feels a scratching sensation within, an unbearable discomfort. Laozi, however, remains relatively calm, though he cannot help but feel envy. The glory of possessing one's own world is indeed magnificent. Merely contemplating it stirs one's excitement. "Come with me, my 2 brothers," since he has allowed Yuanshi and Laozi entry. Tongtian does not linger in his words, leading them directly to the core of the sword-coming world, where the laws intertwine. Countless world laws merge into one. The operational rules manifest before their eyes. The air seems to be infused with the essence of these laws. Merely standing at a distance, the profundities of it all rise to their minds, rendering them clear, dash-headed. Comprehend the path here is far superior to that of Hongwang by at least 100-fold. Yuanshi, losing his composure, rushes forward, ready to plunge into the convergence of laws. Tongtian's expression suddenly shifts. It is Laozi who acts swiftly, grasping Yuanshi. Understanding the path. Coming to his senses, Yuanshi offers an awkward smile, unable to meet Tongtian's gaze, and sits down to meditate, observing Tongtian's face flushed with anger. Laozi reflects upon the situation. It is not surprising that Yuanshi has developed such greedy thoughts. Even he has experienced a fleeting impulse. If one could merely enter the convergence of laws and refine it slightly, the entire sword-coming world would be theirs to claim. Who could resist such a shortcut? Elder brother, should Yuanshi continue in this manner, do not blame me for turning against him. Tongtian declares darkly. He recognizes that his decision has been hasty. He should never have trusted Yuan. Laozi sighs upon hearing this. 500 years. We shall comprehend the path for 500 years, and then depart. Best to do so. Tongtian replies coldly, advancing towards the law convergence. His gaze sharp. Laozi sighs and begins to meditate. Yet he finds it difficult to enter a state of focus. His heart is filled with regret. Why could he not muster the resolve back then? Had he entered the academy alongside Tongtian, there would have been no need for envy over the sword-coming world. Why must Yuan, so concerned with appearances, abandon all semblance of dignity? Yet, alas, it is too late for regrets. One misstep leads to another. While lamenting, Laozi's heart is also filled with astonishment that the world 1/3 the size of Honghuang is being so freely bestowed upon a disciple. What tremendous audacity! By comparison, Hongjun merely gifted some innate spiritual treasures. Displaying a miserly spirit, as his thoughts whirl, Laozi finds it increasingly difficult to attain tranquility. Meanwhile, Yuan is equally unable to settle into a meditative state. Tongtian's path to sanctification elicits merely his envy. Now, however, regret, envy, and jealousy intertwine like a shattered jar of mixed flavors, rendering him speechless. Tongtian is not without his own struggles. The events of the past may seem distant, yet Yuan's actions have swiftly eroded the bonds of brotherhood in Tongtian's heart. The unity of the three pure ones has become a relic of the past. This shall be my final concession. Tongtian silently vows, his heart gradually turning cold and hard. The scene on Golden Ao Island is bustling with life. The number of beings drawn to hear Tongtian's teachings exceeds tens of thousands, and were it not for the vastness of Golden Ao Island, it would hardly accommodate them all. However, with an increase in beings, disputes arise. Initially, restraint prevailed, for it is the holy ground of the sage. Yet as time passes, tempers flare, and chaos ensues. Time and again, beings clash, causing a ruckus that disrupts the peace. The disciples enlightened by Tongtian are powerless to intervene. Instead, certain individuals rise to prominence. Among them is Daobao Daoist, whose profound powers command respect from all. Another is Zhao Gongming, alongside the three daughters of the sky. Zhao Gongming, with a gentle demeanor, and the three daughters, who are fierce in their disdain for evil, have earned considerable respect due to their formidable abilities. Whenever conflicts arise, Zhao Gongming and the three daughters step in to mediate, were it not for their efforts. Golden Ao Island would descend further into chaos. Tongtian observes all of this. The 300 years have come to an end. Golden Ao Island seals itself off. The sage's oppressive aura instantly envelopes the entire island. Compelling all to kneel towards its source, we have witnessed the sage. They proclaim, and no sooner have the words left their mouths than Tongtian manifests in the void, seated upon a purple cloud lotus. Adorned with the golden wheel of merit behind his head, the three flowers atop his crown, and the five energies converging at their origin, as he speaks. Golden lotuses erupt from the earth, and purple chi fills the air, suffusing the island with rich, innate spiritual energy. The multitude of beings rejoices, each one focused on listening to the teachings. This lecture lasts for 200 years. During this time, many beings experience breakthroughs. And once the teachings conclude, they once again kneel in unison. Thank you, sage, for imparting your wisdom. Our gratitude knows no bounds. Tongtian, filled with joy, responds generously. You all should diligently cultivate, if any among you possess a sincere heart towards the path. I shall choose among you as my disciples. The proclamation incites a chorus of cheers. Be a disciple of the sage. What immense honor! To be able to receive teachings from the sage at all times is a rare opportunity. More importantly, as disciples of the sage, who would dare not regard them with greater esteem as they traverse Honghuang? The beings etch this in their hearts and strive diligently in their cultivation. Yet, it is precisely this that stirs the hearts of many to think otherwise, that if one's talent is lacking or comprehension insufficient, then alternative methods come to mind. Some resort to secretly refining the essences of other beings to enhance their own power, while others even plot to eliminate the outstanding individuals in a flash. The atmosphere on Golden Ao Island grows tense, and several beings meet untimely ends. Even Zhao Gongming and the three daughters narrowly escaped dark schemes. All of this remains unbeknownst to Tongtian at this moment. He is focused on the sword-coming world, observing Laozi and Yuanshi while sorting through the various rules of that realm, hastening its growth. The last century passes in the blink of an eye. Under Tongtian's piercing gaze, devoid of any mercy, Yuanshi reluctantly concludes his meditation and, alongside Laozi, departs the core of the sword-coming world with lingering reluctance. Upon returning to Hongwang, the three pure ones collectively furrow their brows. Golden Ao Island, once a sanctuary akin to paradise, now lacks any celestial aura. The atmosphere is thick with malice. Beings are either embroiled in conflict or drunkenly indulging, creating utter chaos. Before Tongtian can voice his thoughts, Yuanshi speaks first. A throng of creatures, clad in fur and horns, have sullied my sight. Upon hearing this, Tongtian's anger flares up abruptly. Yet he forcibly suppresses it, resenting not only Yuanshi's words, but also the ignorance of the beings on Golden Ao Island. "My two brothers, please wait," Tongtian exclaims, before ascending above Golden Ao Island. As his thoughts swirl, the sage's oppressive aura envelopes the island once more. Everything that has transpired during this time is laid bare before Tongtian's eyes. His anger rekindles. "It is your reckless actions that have brought me shame before my brothers." Upon this thought, amidst the oppressive aura of the celestial sovereign, a palpable intent to kill emerged. The multitude of beings kneeling on the ground immediately sensed the shift in atmosphere. The astute among them hastily prostrated themselves, pleading for mercy. "O sage, we acknowledge our transgressions. We acknowledge our transgressions." Yet, some creatures remained in a daze, still harboring dreams of becoming disciples of the sage, even under the weight of that immense pressure. Those who acted recklessly and harmed others shall be annihilated. The celestial sovereign snorted coldly. Instantly, countless golden small swords materialized above Golden Ao Island. In the fearful gazes of the myriad beings, these small swords descended without mercy. Puff! One golden small sword struck a tiger-headed demon, who had no time to react before disintegrating into ashes. Such scenes repeated mercilessly. Chapter 47. The primordial sage speaks. The celestial sovereign's wrath against the "O sage, spare us!" The cries of countless beings echoed. The celestial sovereign hovered in midair, cold and silent, as golden small swords continued to fall. With each small sword that descended, a life was extinguished. Under the sage's oppressive might, they were denied even the chance to struggle. Their reckless actions, once thought to hold a glimmer of hope for becoming a sage's disciple, had instead cost them their very lives. Before long, the wail subsided. The golden small swords remained suspended in the air above Golden Ao Island. While the population of beings on the island dwindled by a third, this wave of judgment from the celestial sovereign showed no mercy. All who committed crimes were utterly eradicated. The remaining beings, trembling in fear, knelt on the ground, afraid to make even the slightest movement, lest the sage's wrath befall them. Once the celestial sovereign had completed his purging, he felt a third of his fury dissipate. As his thoughts churned, he slowly spoke. "Let this serve as a lesson to you all. Among my disciples, there is no room for those who engage in wrongdoing and act recklessly. O sage, in your mercy." The multitude of beings sighed in relief, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. "You shall cultivate diligently. Should such behavior arise again, I shall show no mercy." With a flick of his wrist, the celestial sovereign departed. His emergence from seclusion was to accept disciples and prepare to unveil the sword realm. Yet his interest was now entirely extinguished at a group of lawbreakers. Could they truly be admitted into the sword realm? Upon returning to the side of Laozi and the primordial sage spoke softly. "Third brother, a group of detestable individuals only brings trouble. It would be better to expel them all." This statement reignited the flames of anger that had yet to extinguish within the celestial sovereign. "Second brother, a small punishment serves as a great lesson. Not all are as you say." The celestial sovereign countered. The primordial sage's expression darkened as he reprimanded him sternly. "Third brother, I do this for your own good. The universe is rife with great karma. As you preach the Tao, those who commit such grave offenses share in that karma. How will you treat them in the future? The celestial sovereign's brow furrowed tightly, his sword heart trembling lightly, growing increasingly impatient. Laozi interjected, "Primordial sage, you speak too much." The primordial sage lifted his head, displeased. "Eldest brother, I act in the interest of third brother. Such a group of disgraceful beings cannot be accepted as disciples of our Pango orthodoxy. Would it not invite ridicule?" Boom! The celestial sovereign's anger surged instantly. "What is this nonsense? What do you mean by disgraceful beings? What do you mean by ridicule?" And for my benefit, the celestial sovereign's fury was barely contained as he glared at the primordial sage. The sword must not bend. The primordial sage had crossed the line. Unfazed, the primordial sage coldly snorted, believing the celestial sovereign to be retreating, and continued to speak increasingly out of line. "Third brother, our Pango orthodoxy must assess potential disciples based on their roots, character, and comprehension. Those with a touch of malevolence or born of filth should be expelled." Upon hearing this, the celestial sovereign's pupils constricted. "Is it not you who is envious of my ascension to sagehood? Seizing any opportunity to belittle me to elevate yourself. What have I ever done to wrong you? I have laid bare the entirety of the path to sagehood and even elucidated the methods of cultivation after becoming a sage. Even regarding the most confidential sword realm, did I ever express the slightest reluctance? I have shared my heart and soul, and yet you choose to demean me." A pair of massive swords brooded ominously in the depths of the celestial sovereign's eyes. His aura remained calm, yet sword intent coalesced within him. Once unleashed, it would undoubtedly shake the heavens. The celestial sovereign coldly directed his gaze at Laozi. "What say you, eldest brother?" The intent behind his words was unmistakably conveyed to Laozi. Laozi raised his eyelids, replying indifferently, "What second brother says is not without merit." Boom! This single utterance detonated in the celestial sovereign's mind like a bomb. Flames of fury erupted in his eyes. The primordial sage, hearing this, swelled with pride. "Third brother, we all act for your benefit, for my benefit." The sharp and glaring sword intent surged skyward. In an instant, the aura of the sage enveloped the entire eastern sea, causing all beings to prostrate themselves, trembling in fear. Even Golden Ao Island quaked. When the sage was enraged, the heavens would shatter and the earth would quake. Laozi and the primordial sage sensed something amiss, their expressions shifting dramatically. The celestial sovereign's icy gaze bore down on Laozi and the primordial sage. The recent events replayed in his mind. The primordial sage's unwillingness to celebrate, his jealousy, the subtle pressure as they sought entry into the sword realm, and the glee he had felt while reprimanding him today. All of this had been foreshadowed. He had simply been too foolish to accept it. Today, we, the three clear ones, shall part ways. The celestial sovereign resolutely turned. Returning above Golden Ao Island, a brilliant light began to rise from his form, an indomitable sharpness spreading throughout the vast primordial expanse, from the most remote blood seas to the peak of Mount Buzhou. And even to the 33 heavens overlooking the primordial world, all eyes beheld a colossal sword standing tall. Its edge was razor-sharp. This sword seemed poised to slice through the heavens, the earth, and all injustices. It was the very manifestation of the celestial sovereign's Tao. Upon witnessing this scene, Laozi and the primordial sage's expressions changed drastically. In the next instant, a resounding voice reverberated throughout the primordial realm. "I am the celestial sovereign. Today, I establish a great teaching, seizing a sliver of hope for all beings, with the sword realm as the foundation of this teaching, to suppress the fortunes of the great teaching." Established, rumblings echoed as the entire primordial realm trembled. Boundless merit cascaded from the heavens, bathing the sky in a golden hue. Ethereal melodies faintly resonated between heaven and earth. This was the heavenly Tao's acknowledgement of the celestial sovereign. Laozi watched this scene, his brow furrowing deeply, a hint of regret stirring within him. Meanwhile, the primordial sage's face turned as dark as night. The celestial sovereign's actions were a blatant slap in the face to his earlier words, each strike resounding painfully against him. Listen to the teachings of seeking to procure a sliver of hope for all beings. Did you not call them all disgraceful? the celestial sovereign, shall take them as my disciples." The primordial sage's heart brimmed with deeper resentment. The establishment of this teaching was a clear signal to all mighty beings of the primordial realm. You are not unaware of how to attain great merit. Am I not demonstrating it for you? Establishing a teaching brings great merit. The primordial sage's teeth nearly ground to dust. If this news were spread, would it not mean that Nuwa, alongside Jin and Juni, might very well ascend to sagehood before them? Celestial Sovereign, have you ever regarded us, the Pangu Orthodoxy, with any respect? Eldest brother, let us depart. The primordial sage turned to leave, since the celestial sovereign held him in such disregard. There was no need for him to be overly sentimental. The three clear ones had split. Let it be so. The primordial sage never believed he had done anything wrong. Laozi stood in a daze, sighed, and followed after. From this point on, the three clear ones would never be united again. But what could be done? Congratulations to the celestial sovereign for establishing a teaching. Congratulations to my friend, the celestial sovereign, for establishing a teaching. Regardless of the congratulatory voices echoing from afar, the celestial sovereign bore no semblance of joy, a raging flame igniting within him. The three clear ones could never return. Yet, what of it? With me, the celestial sovereign, who would dare to underestimate the Pangu orthodoxy? These thoughts flitted through his mind as he gazed at Golden Ao Island, summoning 5 figures to rise from the island. Chapter 48. The three clear ones part ways. The celestial sovereign reflects, Tai Dijuan seeks to establish the heavenly court. These 5 figures were none other than the Taoist Duo Bao, Zhao, Gongming, and the 3 Xiaos. We greet the sage. The 5 hurriedly paid their respects upon seeing the celestial sovereign. I shall furtively cast a glance at the celestial sovereign, feeling as though he were a heavenly sword cutting through the air. An endless profundity swirling around him. One glance was almost enough to lose oneself in that eternal void. Hastily, she lowered her head. Upon witnessing this, the celestial sovereign felt a flicker of amusement, Bi Shao, with her childlike demeanor. However, he swiftly composed himself, his voice steady as he asked, "Do you wish to become my disciples?" The 5 bowed deeply, exclaiming, "We greet our teacher." Finally, their wishes were fulfilled. Had it not been for the aspiration to become disciples of a sage, they would have long since departed from Golden Ao Island. Good. The celestial sovereign laughed heartily, then continued, "Duo Bao, you shall be my eldest disciple." Duo Bao rejoiced, hastily performing 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Subsequently, the celestial sovereign's gaze fell upon Zhao, Gongming, and the 3 Xiaos. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly shifted his thoughts and amended his words. "Zhao, Gongming, the 3 Xiaos, you may be my named disciples. Zhao Gongming shall be the eldest senior brother of the outer sect of. Are you willing?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming's face lit up with joy, while the 3 Xiaos harbored their own thoughts. The youngest, by Xiao, pouted in discontent. Why is it that when we all become disciples, Duo Bao, that dullard, gets to be the eldest disciple, while we are merely named disciples and only of the outer sect at that? We are no less than Duo Bao. Yet Bai Shao was suppressed by Yin Xiao beside her, reluctantly kneeling to express her gratitude. Yin Xiao understood well that being accepted as named disciples, especially as outer disciples of, was already an immense fortune. Cultivate diligently, and when you attain golden immortal cultivation, I shall grant you a great opportunity. With a flourish of his sleeve, Tongtian summoned a gentle force that lifted several individuals, smiling as he spoke. The 5 promptly expressed their gratitude once more. Go forth, he urged, sending them off to cultivate. Tongtian did not return to the world of swords, but instead produced his own brewed celestial wine, making his way directly to Penglai Island, the Hongmeng Taoist Hall. He called out, "Master, your disciple brings you wine." "What exquisite wine is this? Let me savor it," Su Mo replied with a smile. Recently, his spirits have been exceptionally high. Possessing 2 cards of saint-level cultivation and having repelled Hongjun, his eldest disciple, Tongtian, had also ascended to sainthood, and the academy had finally established its foothold in the primordial chaos. How could he not be joyous? With a grin, Tongtian raised his cup, performing a hand gesture as the wine gourd tilted itself. releasing a rich aroma that enveloped the entire hall. "Excellent wine," Su Mo exclaimed, downing the contents in one gulp. "The brewing is indeed commendable. Tea is a necessity," Tongtian chuckled, refilling Su Mo's cup before adding, "Master, I have not erred." He drank deeply, his voice solemn, as Su Mo nodded in agreement. The rift among the three pure ones was an inevitable consequence. Given the current circumstances, it was not yet dire in his previous life. Tongtian had been so enraged that he nearly replicated the cataclysmic events of the earth, fire, wind, and water, bringing the entire primordial chaos to silence. Moreover, there would be more disturbances to come. After all, the positions of the academy and Hongjuan's lineage were entirely opposed. What was this situation? Furthermore, Yuanshi and Laozi were hardly paragons of virtue themselves. Yuanshi disregarded familial ties, prioritizing his own reputation and jealousy, speaking with contempt, an epitome of double standards. As for Laozi, he schemed in the shadows. Among the 6 heavenly Tao saints, none could outmaneuver him. These thoughts flickered through Su Mo's mind, and he comforted Tongtian, saying, "Paths that differ cannot conspire together. If we can coexist, then let us do so. If not, let us part ways. The sun of tomorrow will rise over the primordial chaos regardless of who is absent." Tongtian couldn't help but roll his eyes at Su Mo. Previously, he had heard Fushi remark, "I study to impart reason. I cultivate so that you may listen to my reasoning with calmness." This had left Fushi in a state of melancholy for quite some time. Tongtian had found it quite reasonable at the time, but now, "Master, are you serious?" Su Mo asked, downing his cup once more, his expression nonchalant. "There is no banquet that does not come to an end. This situation is acceptable. Our lineage and Hongjuan's will inevitably clash. When that time comes, what will you do?" "As long as I have a clear conscience," Tongtian replied, falling silent. Firstly, they belonged to different factions, and it seemed that a confrontation was imminent. Secondly, upon calming down, he could only sigh at the unpredictability of life. "Let us drink," Su Mo suggested cheerfully. Tongtian acquiesced. Everything felt as though it was dissipating into thin air. Yet, ultimately, a reckoning was inevitable. Meanwhile, in the demon court, Tai and Dijuan were gathered together for a drink. However, unlike Su Mo's leisure, both were deeply troubled. They sensed the impending arrival of the Saint era. During their previous visit to congratulate Tongtian on his ascension, he had not revealed much, and they had not felt any significant impact. Yet, when Tongtian established his teachings, the celestial sword that spanned the horizon was unmistakable. Beneath the saints, all are mere ants. Who could guarantee they could withstand that sword? One sword might be manageable with a powerful treasure, but 2, 3, 4, 5. The more they pondered, the colder and more fearful their hearts grew. Even Tai, who possessed the innate supreme treasure, the Donghuang Bell, felt trepidation, given the current circumstances. It was no wonder the atmosphere between the two was tense. "Brother, what shall we do?" Tai inquired. Dijuan's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he countered, "With the establishment of the—" "What are your thoughts?" Tai pondered before responding. "Heaven grants great merits. Could it be that those merits are tied to attaining sainthood?" As their gazes met, they both saw a flicker of light in each other's eyes. The establishment of Tongtian's teachings had indeed left them profoundly shaken, while simultaneously illuminating the path to their own sainthood. Great merits. Establishing a teaching will surely yield immense merits. However, Dijuan, twirling his wine cup, contemplatively remarked, "As brothers, we are not suited for establishing a teaching, regardless of whether we have the foundation for sainthood. We should first acquire merits. Let us establish the heavenly court," Tai suddenly declared, exuding an air of authority. "Heaven above, earth below, the entirety of the primordial chaos shall be under the control of the heavenly court, which we shall govern, commanding the world to comply." Dijuan's eyes narrowed as he abruptly raised his head, contemplating the means to achieve this to conquer the myriad races, to command the dragon clan of the 4 seas, to subjugate the witch clan. Tai unabashedly revealed his ambition. "If I cannot become the Tao ancestor, then I shall be the sovereign of all living beings." "Not enough," Dijuan shook his head. "Our strength in the demon court is far from sufficient. Without a legitimate claim, our words will not hold weight. Tai returned to his seat, his gaze sweeping over the world. Elder brother, we must swiftly devise the Hongyuan He Luo Great Formation that I will lead our forces to conquer the myriad races. Once the formation succeeds, we shall establish the heavenly court and raise our banner high. Hearing this, Dijuan contemplated before nodding that in 300 years, the Hongyuan He Luo Great Formation will surely be completed. Tai rejoiced at this response. Brother, within 300 years, I will undoubtedly sweep through the universe. Chapter 49. The Demon Court's campaign against the Dragon Clan, the Academy's renowned Tai strategy for unifying the primordial chaos was straightforward. Target the weakest first. The Demon Court first subdued the weakest of the 33 outer heavens, then turned their forces towards the celestial stars that in this battle, the goddess of the morning sun, born from the Tine star, gained fame. The Demon Court's commander, Philian, was routed by the goddess Changxi, returning in disgrace. In an instant, they became a laughingstock. Nevertheless, Tai and Dijuan did not press their attack further, but instead personally brought gifts to apologize. These were merely minor interludes. 200 years later, the demon army emerged across the four seas, parading 1,000,000 soldiers. The three great demon commanders, by Zhe, Jiming, and Ying Zhao, held their ground, pressuring the Dragon Clan. Before the Four Seas Dragon Kings could devise a countermeasure, members of the Dragon Clan began to flee, their destination being Penglai Island. With 1,000,000 soldiers, the three demon commanders could only watch helplessly. Not daring to obstruct their retreat, A.O. Ying had already reached the quasi-saint level and was a disciple of the Academy, while Philian's physical form was destroyed by A.O. Ying, the Academy's eldest disciple. Tongtian fought valiantly against two demon emperors without faltering. The demon court had no choice but to lower their heads, shamefully offering spiritual materials. They dared not act recklessly, for should they provoke the Academy's lineage, their fate would mirror that of Philian. Soon, word reached Tai he was troubled and sought out Dijuan, who was currently devising formations. Upon hearing the news, Dijuan felt the same distress. To establish the heavenly court, they needed sufficient foundation. The Dragon Clan was an indispensable component. Otherwise, the heavenly court would fail to gain the heavenly Tao's recognition, and they would not achieve their ultimate goal of acquiring merits. Currently, the powerful members of the Dragon Clan had fled to Penglai Island. Even if they conquered the Four Seas, they would gain no fortune from the Dragon Clan. To engage in a confrontation with Penglai Island? The mere thought was immediately dismissed by Tai and Dijuan. When they had only 3 disciples, they had already been bested without recourse. Now that Tongtian had become a saint, beneath the saints, all were but ants. They would be mad to provoke the Academy's lineage. This was indeed a dilemma. Dijuan felt a headache coming on, wishing he could bang his head against a wall. Tai could only sigh, proposing a seemingly futile solution. I shall negotiate that as long as the true Dragon Clan has experts above the golden immortal level. We can allow the remaining Dragon Clan members to continue guarding the Four Seas, provided they acknowledge our heavenly court's dominion. I believe they will not refuse. Dijuan nodded helplessly. They had never felt so constrained. Wherever the demon army went, all surrendered in fear. Even the Witch Clan dared not obstruct them when they truly intended to act. Yet, facing Penglai Island, they had no confidence whatsoever. The Academy was too mysterious and formidable. One quasi-saint after another, including A.O. Ying, who was labeled a waste, wielded unfathomable methods. Not to mention, Tongtian had actually attained sainthood. This was not merely the Tao ancestors' claim of heavenly Tao saints. The Academy could elevate its disciples to sainthood, who knew what other terrifying powers they possessed. They had no choice but to yield. Exchanging glances, the two brothers' resolve solidified. Achieving sainthood. It was imperative. Chapter 50. Su Mo subdues Tai in a single night. True Dragon Island welcomed dozens of new members. This was just the beginning. Over the following days, the membership soared into the thousands. A.O. Ying was both astonished and delighted. Many of the newly joined members were familiar faces. However, not all was joyful. Outside True Dragon Island, a multitude of Dragon Clan members had gathered, leaving A.O. Ying in a state of distress. She could only seek a solution from Su Mo, accept them. Su Mo decisively declared. From now on, you should be the king of the four seas. Master, please do not jest. Ao Ing awkwardly refused that I am not jesting. Su Mo replied with a serious expression. Your path is fraught with challenges, and the Dragon Clan may be your only opportunity for sainthood. This sentiment was not a mere whimsy from Su Mo in later generations. The various Xia claimed to be descendants of dragons. Presently, Su Mo held the current Dragon Clan in low regard. However, leading the true Dragon Clan under Ao Ying's command was certainly a possibility. As they spoke, a young attendant came to report. My lord, Tai requests an audience. Su Mo chuckled coldly, acknowledging the swiftness of the visit. Noticing Ao Ying instinctively shrink back, Su Mo understood she was not yet prepared to face the challenge, and immediately instructed, let him enter. The young disciple departed upon receiving his orders. Merely possessing great cultivation is insufficient to become the king of the four seas, remarked Su Mo with profound significance. Ao Ying stood in a daze, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, Tai approached, having paid his respects to the venerable one. He bowed, his gaze defiant, audaciously fixing his eyes upon Su Mo's brow furrowed slightly. An invisible pressure suddenly bearing down upon Tai. Having anticipated this, Tai gritted his teeth and questioned, Venerable one, is this an act of oppression against the weak? He spoke with a strained neck. It is but a minor punishment to serve as a grave admonition. Su Mo replied with a cold snort, retracting his pressure. What brings you here? Sensing the release of the oppressive force, Tai's heart leaped with joy as he stated, Venerable one, my brother and I seek to unify the primordial realm, to diminish the bloodshed therein, and to establish a heavenly court to govern it. Su Mo scoffed. What concern is it of mine? To which Tai slowly responded, the true Dragon Clan also falls under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court. Boom! A formidable pressure descended in an instant, catching Tai completely off guard and forcing him to the ground. The Eastern Emperor Bell automatically defended its master, humming incessantly. How noisy! Su Mo coldly huffed, making no visible movement, causing the Eastern Emperor Bell's immense power to dissipate entirely, falling to the ground with a thud. Akin to an ordinary little bell. Tai's expression shifted dramatically as he gritted his teeth and attempted to activate the Eastern Emperor Bell. Yet, it showed no response whatsoever. Venerable one, do you wish to become a laughingstock for the world by bullying the weak? Seeing the loss of the Eastern Emperor Bell, Tai's emotions were in disarray, and he questioned sharply. Boom! The pressure intensified by yet another third. Tai, now prostrate on the ground, coughed up blood, his body engulfed in the violent flames of the sun. As if a three-legged golden crow struggled and screeched within him. However, it was of no avail. Even if Hongjun or the heavenly Tao were to arrive within the confines of the academy, Su Mo remained invincible. A mere Tai, he could be subdued at a mere thought. Nonetheless, Su Mo found Tai's attitude quite perplexing. Tongtian had already attained sainthood, and Tai was certainly aware of this. Thus, from whence did he derive such audacity to provoke? Unbeknownst to him, Tai's heart was ablaze with resentment. On his journey here, he had encountered Kunpeng, who had relayed an important piece of information. Hongjun Jiaozhu had an agreement with the Penglai lineage that saints and those above them were prohibited from intervening within the primordial realm. Tai had been elated upon hearing this news, with Tongtian having attained sainthood, and Su Mo undoubtedly being a saint or even beyond, while Fushi remained distant on Mount Buzhou. The only one from the Penglai lineage who could act was Ao Ying. How could he not easily subdue Ao Ying? Thus, he spoke confidently of his intentions to dominate the true Dragon Clan. Little did he know how shameless Su Mo truly was, using his status as one above a saint to bully him. A mere newly ascended quasi-saint. How brazen! Su Mo remained unfazed. In his view, those who dared to appear before him in arrogance must be prepared for suppression. Tai, he was simply reaping what he had sown. Venerable one, how shameful you are! Tai, he continued to stoke the flames, as Su Mo chuckled, amused by his obstinacy. Boom! The pressure increased yet again. Tai, he found himself completely submerged in the ground, with only his head remaining above. Blood spilling from his mouth, his bones creaking ominously, as if on the brink of reverting to his true form. Venerable One. Tai Yi acknowledges his error. After struggling for a full hour, Tai Yi's spirit waned, forcing him to set aside his pride and plead for mercy, nearly brought to tears by his predicament. Chapter 51. I, the eldest daughter of the Ancestor Dragon, am not inferior to any mortal. Do you acknowledge your fault? Su Mo inquired coolly. Tai Yi's eyes were red-rimmed. A man must bow his head beneath a roof. I acknowledge my fault. Su Mo's eyes sparkled with amusement as he asked, wherein lies your error? Tai Yi nearly spat blood in his indignation, feeling an overwhelming urge to devour Su Mo to alleviate his simmering rage. And what of Kunpeng? Was it not said that saints and those above them could not intervene? Why did this old fool dare to strike against him, and in such a humiliating manner? Kunpeng bore the brunt of the blame. He merely conveyed the words of Hongjun Laozu. Unbeknownst to Tai Yi, Hongjun Laozu was equally disappointed in him. The grand formation of Penglai Island was such that even Hongjun Laozu did not dare to enter. Who could have imagined that Tai Yi would brazenly step inside? One reaps what one sows. Despite his immense fury, Tai Yi gritted his teeth and admitted, I should not have been so ostentatious. Su Mo nodded. Though he was not entirely satisfied with this answer, he nonetheless released the pressure. Tai Yi gasped for breath, struggling to rise from the ground after quite some time. What brings you here? Su Mo inquired once more. This time, Tai Yi understood the gravity of the situation and respectfully stated, Venerable One, the Dragon Clan is founded by the Ancestor Dragon, my third disciple. Ying is the Ancestor Dragon's eldest princess. Matters concerning the Dragon Clan will be decided by Ying, and there is no need for your concern, Su Mo retorted directly. Tai Yi, you presume too much. Tai Yi clenched his teeth, his anger surging to new heights. He was unwilling to retreat. Resolutely, he stepped forward and declared, Venerable One, Ying has severed her ties with the Dragon Clan under the guidance of the Heavenly Tao. You assert that matters of the Dragon Clan are to be decided by Ying. What rationale supports this? Su Mo's brow furrowed slightly. Seeing this, Tai Yi continued, Venerable One, the Dragon Clan is part of the Yao Clan, that I have a recognition of the Four Seas Dragon Kings. Currently, a large number of Dragon Clan members remain stranded on True Dragon Island. And, as the Heavenly Emperor of the Yao Clan, I possess the authority to govern them. Tai Yi spoke with fervor, having indeed secured the promise of the Four Seas Dragon Kings before arriving. After all, Su Mo had no grounds to deny his jurisdiction over the Dragon Clan. This logic was universally accepted. However, Tai Yi forgot one crucial point. When had he ever governed by reason? Was it not the might of one's fist that constituted the greatest rationale? Thus, boom! Tai Yi was once again forced into the ground. Su Mo looked at him with disdain. Who granted you the audacity to believe you are capable? Tai Yi felt as though he might explode from the humiliation. Here we go again. Do you not possess any sense of dignity? Must you persistently bully the weak? Were it not for my inability to best you, I would gladly engage you. This time, Tai Yi truly cried, feeling aggrieved and tormented. Though tears welled in his eyes, they were instantly vaporized by the flames of the Ying, standing nearby, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Having already suffered a setback by acting arrogant before her master, why had he not learned his lesson? At that moment, Tai Yi shouted loudly, Venerable One, I wish to duel Ying that if I win, the Dragon Clan shall fall under the governance of the Yao Court. If I lose, the Dragon Clan shall never be involved with the Yao Court again. Boom! An even greater pressure descended. Tai Yi transformed into his true form, struggling with all his might. However, the violent flames of the sun rendered him powerless, scorching even the surrounding stone slabs. Su Mo regarded Tai Yi with a bemused expression. Venerable One, Tai Yi felt as though the weight of the world rested upon him, threatening to crush him. Under such immense pressure, he exerted every ounce of his strength to activate the Eastern Emperor Bell, which had previously been silent, now emitting a faint vibration. Su Mo's eyes flickered with intrigue. Truly, it was commendable as a companion treasure to maintain even a slight connection under such a formation, leaving one in awe. Master, at that moment, Ying stepped forward. Su Mo looked at her quizzically. Ying was willing to face Tai Yi in combat. She gazed directly at Su Mo, stating, I cannot forever take refuge beneath the protection of my master and the academy. In the future, I shall be the ruler of the four seas, to become a king. One must confront challenges. Tai is my challenge. She could not falter. This was not merely for the Dragon Clan, but for her own sake. Good. Su Mo rejoiced, as Ao Ying's willingness to step forward was indeed unexpected. He had thought it would take the battle between the Wu and the Lich for her to exhibit such resolve. Given this, Su Mo released his suppression over Tai with a chirp. The three-legged golden crow took flight, flames of the sun blazing fiercely, its imposing presence radiating outward. However, upon a single glare from Su Mo, the once mighty three-legged golden crow instantly transformed into a trembling bird. Retracting its wings, extinguishing the sun's flames, its head bowed, devoid of any semblance of a demon emperor's grandeur. Tai was thoroughly demoralized. Having been repeatedly subdued, he had no choice but to concede. Since my disciple is willing to fight, I shall grant you an opportunity. Su Mo's words fell. The Eastern Emperor Bell soared, embedding itself into the forehead of the three-legged golden crow. After a moment of hesitation, the three-legged golden crow reverted to its human form. Venerable one, do you truly mean this? Tai questioned, a hint of disbelief in his tone. Sumo smiled lightly, his gaze falling upon Ao, and go forth and fight with all your might. If you lose, win it back next time. Ao nodded with a smile. Tai, filled with immense frustration, thought to himself, what kind of fair duel is this? It's all nonsense. Su Mo was subtly indicating to him to hold back in battle. Should Ao falter, he was to intervene to end this battle. Defeat was permitted, but victory was not. How absurd. This was not a duel. It was merely using him as a stepping stone for Ao. He had no choice but to submit. Otherwise, Tai dared not contemplate further. Soon, at the outskirts of Penglai Island, Tai faced off against Ao in the void. This moment, Tai was engulfed in an inexplicable shock. For he was not merely observed by Su Mo, but also by Tongtian, who had arrived from Jinao Island, and Xinyuanzi, who had emerged from seclusion within the academy. Tongtian was one thing, but Xinyuanzi exuded an aura that filled him with trepidation. Clearly another opponent, not weaker than himself. It was worth noting that Tai had previously dismissed Xinyuanzi's prowess. Thus, he pondered whether he should shift allegiances and become a disciple of the academy. Ao, however, was wholly focused on harnessing her magical powers and adjusting her state. Not because of the Dragon Clan's attention below, but rather to prove herself. She, Ao, was not inferior to anyone. Fight! A furious roar erupted. Behind Ao, a white true dragon materialized, its battle intent soaring into the heavens, piercing the clouds. Without any visible motion from Tai, an inexplicable thunderclap resounded in the void, and the blazing sun's true fire ignited upon Tai. Neither party yielded, and to the onlookers, it appeared as if two suns had taken to the sky. One, ablaze with unmatched ferocity, the other, radiating oppressive might. The Dragon Clan below scattered in fear. Such a battle, merely a byproduct of their clash, was beyond their endurance. Tongtian furrowed his brow slightly, and then turned to Xinyuanzi. Xinyuanzi chuckled, emanating a gentle magical force that shielded the multitude of dragons. This scene ignited a brilliant light in Tai's eyes, and his aura abruptly transformed into something fierce and sharp that he resolved to trust the words of Kuanping. Since Tongtian and Su Mo could not intervene, who among the quasi-saints could stand against him? Ao, a mere Dragon Clan princess of little worth. Even if given the opportunity, she would prove ineffectual. Chapter 52. Relentless Battle. Ao, slightly prevails. Seeing this, Su Mo narrowed his eyes, a cold glimmer flashing within. Tai's attitude had shifted repeatedly, and he had long deduced the reason. Evidently, Tai understood that he and Tongtian could not act within the realm of Hongguang. Master, should I venture to the demon court? Xinyuanzi remarked with a chuckle, as if the demon court were merely his own backyard, to be explored at will. Tongtian laughed at this, his gaze towards Xinyuanzi softening considerably. Xinyuanzi's words resonated with his temperament. Su Mo shook his head with a smile. Let us observe. Ao may yet prevail, A.O. Ying had spent ample time in the academy, comprehending the Empress's devouring magic, and had consumed the flesh of Fei Lian, not only resolving her innate limitations, but also significantly improving herself. Even if she could not best Tai, she would not fall far behind. Moreover, the Empress of the Heavenly Court had engaged in numerous battles. A.O. Ying should have gleaned something from that experience. At Tea this time, the spectators were not limited to Su Mo and the others. Numerous powerful beings had arrived upon hearing the news. Even Laozi and Yuan Shi, who had once left in anger, were quietly observing with their divine senses. Emperor Jun of the Heavenly Court, the River of Blood's Ming He, the concealed Ran Deng, the Queen Mother of the West, and even the primordial ancestor, Di Jiang, were all present. Even Hong Jun was keeping a watchful eye on this battle. Compared to the earlier clash between Tongtian and Tai, this battle drew even more attention from powerful beings and showcased the true strength of the academy. Tongtian was one of the three pure ones, an embodiment of Pangu's primordial spirit, renowned as a formidable power, adept in the art of slaying. Defeating Tai at his quasi-saint level was not surprising and did not genuinely validate the academy's might. A.O. Ying, however, was different. Previously obscure, she merely bore the title of Dragon Clan Princess. Her performance would significantly reflect the Academy's capabilities that in this context. The momentum had reached its zenith as Tai and A.O. Ying launched their attacks simultaneously. Boom! They collided in mid-air, akin to two suns clashing, their brilliance flashing white, illuminating the surroundings thousands of times brighter than daylight. Ordinary cultivators screamed in agony as their eyes were blinded by the radiant light. Yet, to the powerful beings, this clash revealed that A.O., Ying, and Tai were evenly matched. How can this be? One of the onlookers gasped. Tai, renowned as the strongest beneath the saints, earned such accolades not solely from the Eastern Emperor Bell. Even without it, he was a formidable force in his own right at A.O. Ying, managing to hold her own against him. It felt like a dream. Outrageous, Tai roared, unable to fathom that A.O. Ying could exhibit such combat prowess. Impossible. She could barely contend with a demon general from the demon court before. This clash, however, instilled a surge of confidence in A.O. Ying. The fact that she had not been overwhelmed in a single blow signified her potential for victory. Whoosh! Both were sent flying backward. In the void. The remnants of their clash reverberated as they stood firm amidst the aftermath, their gazes locked, silently cultivating their next offensive, awaiting another collision. Between them, their energies had already engaged in a preliminary confrontation, pursuing and striking each other, hoping to find a chink in the other's armor. Yet, they remained evenly matched. Sister is quite impressive, Tongtian praised as Yumo smiled. To earn Tongtian's commendation indicated A.O. Ying's commendable attributes in battle. Meanwhile, Xinyuanzi stroked his beard and chuckled. The stronger A.O. Ying became, the more delighted he felt, as he too was now part of the academy. In the void, the onlookers harbored their thoughts. A.O. Ying had preliminarily proven her strength. However, their attention had shifted to Su Mo. Xinyuanzi has also attained quasi-saint status. What extraordinary phenomena does the academy possess? Are there no limits? If A.O. Ying can become formidable, could those powerful beings not weaker than her also? This thought stirred confusion among many powerful beings that at this moment, the forthcoming challenges would be even greater. Indeed, Tongtian remarked pensively. Everyone understood that having matched in their first collision, the next contest would hinge upon who possessed greater magical power, sharper divine abilities, more intricate treasures, and whose fighting spirit was more resolute. Come! A.O. Ying, fully aware, let out a fierce roar and, as the challenger, struck first, flying a mortal technique. Countless phantoms emerged around A.O. Ying, each solidifying, while the original A.O. Ying appeared ethereal. In an instant, those phantoms solidified one by one. Some bore dragon heads with human bodies, others had human heads with dragon bodies, and some resembled various beasts. As these phantoms took shape, the world suddenly darkened, as if the very light were distorted. Across the heavens and earth, countless auras manifested, some pure, some turbid, some malevolent, some lethal. All these energies were devoured, and with each breath, those phantoms grew increasingly formidable, until the very heavens and earth dimmed. Boom! After a span of several breaths, the phantoms merged into one, and Ao Ing reappeared, now towering several dozen zhang high, resembling an entire world, weighty, solid, and terrifying. The heavens trembled, Tai's gaze sharpened suddenly, and he inwardly cursed. So despicable! Ao Ing called for battle. It had been brewing a grand move. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly seized the initiative. Now, witnessing Ao Ying's increasingly potent and fearsome aura, Tai revealed his true form, activating the Easter Emperor bell above his head with all his might. Buzz! The world trembled in fear. Boom, boom, boom. Without granting a moment's thought, the two prepared adversaries collided once more, not merely once but countless times. The sound transformed into a tangible wave, and without Xinyuanzi's protection, chaos reigned. The void shattered, and spatial turbulence became ubiquitous. The sky fractured, and myriad stars quivered. From the mid-air to the void, from the void to the stars, and from the stars to the ground, collisions erupted everywhere. Ordinary cultivators could only hear the mournful cries of the heavens and earth, utterly unable to comprehend the struggle. Many powerful beings, too, struggled to keep pace, only able to make vague estimations. For instance, Randang wiped the cold sweat from his brow. As a quasi-saint, the level displayed by Ao Ing and Tai was 100 times more formidable than his own. Within the demon court, Emperor Jun bore a solemn expression. Throughout the observing powerful beings, discomfort was palpable. Although it appeared to be a mere clash between Tai and Ao Ing, each collision represented a different contest, be it physical confrontation, magical power clash, or the emergence of ultimate techniques and laws. With every strike, both poured their utmost efforts. Sun true fire, flying immortal technique, Easter Emperor bell, true dragon physique, an array of dazzling trump cards unfolded. Upon introspection, they realized they possessed none of such depth. Facing them would likely render them inadequate. After a fragrant stick of incense, boom, they collided once more, separating. The solar flames on the three-legged golden crow waned, and the Eastern Emperor bell buzzed, its earlier momentum significantly diminished. After a brief moment, the three-legged golden crow transformed back into Tai, who bore a cautious expression and softly declared, "I concede." Opposite him, Ao Ing was drenched in blood, wounds visible all over her body, yet her eyes shone with an unsettling brilliance upon hearing Tai's admission of defeat. Ao Ing managed a strained smile. "It is I who has lost." As soon as the words left his lips, Tai closed his eyes, plummeting like a shooting star, only to faint before the crowd could react. Ao Ing, who had just turned to look in Su Mo's direction, suddenly lost her magical power and fell as well. Second brother, junior sister, their voices echoed simultaneously. Tai was cradled in the arms of the arriving Dijuan. While on the other side, Xinyuanzi caught Ao Ing. Chapter 53. Tai and Dijuan's trials and tribulations. Both parties examined their injuries. Dongwang Tai had exhausted his magical energy, while Ao Ing had depleted her primordial spirit. The four Cs awaited. Dijuan uttered a brief remark before hastily departing to the academy. Ao Ing opened her eyes, her first words being, "Master, I have succeeded. I did not bring shame to the academy." Su Mo felt warmth in his heart and nodded slightly. "Focus on healing," he urged. That Ao Ing weakly nodded in agreement. "Junior sister, you were remarkable," Tongtian praised. Ao Ing forced a smile, her body weary but her spirit invigorated. She had gained a recognition of both Su Mo and Tongtian. After escorting Ao Ing to the academy for healing, Xinyuanzi retreated to seclusion, while Tongtian voluntarily offered to manage the dragon clan in Ao Ying's stead, observing Dijuan returning with the unconscious Tai. The crowd gasped in shock. Without pausing, Dijuan carried Tai into the seclusion chamber for healing. Both were three-legged golden crows, their essence derived from the true fire of the sun, and thus, Dijuan's magical energy easily integrated into Tai's body. After several dozen days, Tai finally awoke. "Elder brother, I have been defeated," he said slowly, sitting up with a hint of despondency. Ao Ing was utterly unexpected. As he spoke, Tai glanced at his hands. Defeat was nothing. Who dared claim invincibility? Yet, The one who had bested him was Ao Ing, a figure once regarded as a laughingstock by the mighty of the Primordial era. This left him in a state of deep humiliation. Ao Ing is a disciple of the Hongmeng Academy, Dijun stated solemnly. With that single statement, Tai's heart chilled, and he turned sharply to look at Ding. Oh, Ing has been in the academy for merely a few thousand years, less than the time we have spent in seclusion. Yet in these few thousand years, she has undergone a complete transformation, Dijun lamented. Having first defeated Philian, now she can even match Tai. The pace of her improvement is astonishing. Indeed, Tai replied with difficulty. The reality was laid bare before them. After a long silence, Dijun inquired, "What shall we do now?" Tai shook his head, avoiding the question. "When I journeyed to Panlai Island, I encountered Kunpeng." Dijun looked puzzled. Tai bitterly reflected. He claimed that the heavenly Tao has rules. Saints and those above cannot act within the primordial realm. That it was because I believed Kunpeng's words that I dared to be arrogant on Panlai Island. Now, I regret it. Saints and those above cannot act in the primordial realm. Dijun mused, his eyes growing brighter as he paced back and forth, resolutely declaring, "Regardless, the heavenly court must be established." Tai furrowed his brow. "This is our opportunity," Dijun continued with urgency. "The temporary setback is inconsequential. The establishment of the heavenly court will grant us immense merit. Even if we cannot attain sainthood, as peak quasi-saints, we shall stand tall in the primordial realm. Below the saints, we brothers shall reign supreme." Dijun stepped before Tai, gazing intently at him. "The world is watching us." Tai's eyes trembled as he spoke gravely. "But how can we establish the heavenly court when the four seas are in disarray?" Dijun smiled faintly. "This matter is neither easy nor difficult to resolve." "How so?" Tai pressed. "I plan to make a trip to Panlai Island and seek permission from the Academy's head to establish the heavenly court. We shall offer 1/10 of the heavenly court's fortune to you." Dijun confessed. Tai's expression turned grim. The two brothers, who had once forged the formidable reputation of the demon clan, had never felt so stifled. Such is the situation. Dijun's gaze was profound. In the primordial realm, strength commands respect. If we are weak, we must catch up, or else we shall have no place to stand. These words were tinged with helplessness. Yet even the obstinate Tai had to concede to their truth. Furthermore, in the long run, engaging in a true conflict with the Academy would be counterproductive to their grand ambitions. Then it shall be so. Tai felt as though his heart was being sliced, suffocating with frustration, wishing he could unleash his anger to alleviate the pent-up emotions within. Observing Tai, who was at odds with himself, Dijun could only sigh in pity and offer words of comfort. "You have been wronged." Tai shook his head, clenching his fists tightly, his eyes filled with defiance. After a moment, Tai asked, "What excuse shall we use?" "Heavenly marriage. Send out invitations." Days later, the banners of the demon court fluttered at the southern gate. As Dijun, accompanied by thousands of loyal guards, made a grand procession toward Panlai Island. Along the way, the myriad races and powerful beings of the primordial realm cast curious glances, speculating on the intentions behind Dijun's actions. Upon arriving at Panlai Island, numerous powerful presences could be sensed hovering in the void. Dijun, the demon emperor, seeks an audience with the head of the academy, he proclaimed loudly outside the great formation. Before long, a youth with red lips and white teeth emerged from the island. "Demon Emperor Dijun, the master requests your presence. Pray, lead the way," Dijun replied nonchalantly. However, the onlooking mighty beings could only sigh in amazement. They had often heard of Tai's formidable presence, his proud spirit unwilling to yield. Yet the seemingly gentle Dijun possessed an even greater pride. While Tai's defiance was overt, Dijun's was more subtle and less easily discerned. Unexpectedly, the illustrious demon emperor, before the Panlai lineage, even had to speak in hushed tones, employing the phrase "pray no less." In stark contrast to his once unparalleled and commanding demeanor, this was quite a sight to behold. Alas, a voice sighed softly from the crowd. Not every powerful being shared this sentiment, however. For instance, Yuan Shi scoffed. "What demon emperor? Merely a sycophant." Meanwhile, Dijun encountered Su Mo, and after exchanging greetings, he stated directly, "I have 3 matters for which I have come. First, I apologize on behalf of my reckless younger brother and seek the understanding of the Academy's head and fellow friends. Second, in 100 years, I, along with Shi He, Tai, and Chang Shi, will hold a heavenly marriage. And I hope the Academy's head and fellow friends will attend. This is the invitation." As he spoke, Dijuan presented the invitation, which the youth quickly handed to Su Mo glanced at it and inquired, "What is the third matter?" Seeing Su Mo's indifference, a flicker of disappointment crossed Dijuan's eyes as he continued. "The primordial realm is rife with bloodshed, and the living cannot find peace. Tai and I empathize with the plight of all beings and intend to establish the heavenly court to set rules and reduce slaughter. Restoring clarity to the realm, a noble endeavor," Su Mo replied with a faint smile. However, he did not elaborate. Dijuan nearly spat blood in frustration. Su Mo's attitude was exceedingly vexing. Taking a few deep breaths to compose himself, Dijuan added, "Respected one, my younger brother and I are frail and lack power. The establishment of the heavenly court is a significant undertaking. Therefore, we are willing to offer 1/10 of the heavenly court's fortune and merit to you." Once he finished speaking, Dijuan fell silent, awaiting Su Mo's response. Su Mo frowned slightly. Contemplating before speaking, "The merit and fortune are unnecessary. The heavenly court may be established, but it shall not extend its reach into the 4 seas. During the heavenly marriage, my lineage will have disciples in attendance." The implication was clear. The 4 seas would not fall under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court, yet the establishment of the heavenly court would not hinder the Penglai lineage. At that time, he would send disciples to express their stance. Upon hearing this, Dijuan felt a chill in his heart, though it was not unacceptable. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Dijuan left behind gifts and took his leave. At Su Mo's side, Tongtian appeared. "Master, the merit from establishing the heavenly court is considerable and ongoing. Why not accept?" Su Mo cast a glance at Tongtian. "Troublesome! Troublesome!" A flock of crows flew overhead. "You disdain the fortune and merit that comes knocking at your door?" "Master, is this truly your stance?" Chapter 54. Dark schemes in the timeless expanse of the primordial realm. One day, the demon court suddenly dispatched a massive contingent of personnel to various locations across the realm. Kunlun Mountain, Buzhou Mountain, the Blood Sea, the Western Spiritual Mountain, the Yaoqi of Tianshan, Lingjiu Mountain, and the Northern Sea. Before long, accurate news spread throughout the primordial realm. The demon court's grand initiative primarily encompassed 3 matters. Firstly, the demon emperor Dijuan and Tai were to wed the moon goddess Shi He and Chang Shi, marking the grandest marriage in the primordial realm, referred to as the heavenly marriage. The quasi-saint, Niwa, would serve as the witness, inviting numerous mighty beings to witness the ceremony. Secondly, following the heavenly marriage, Dijuan and Tai would establish the heavenly court to govern the entirety of the primordial realm, setting rules, while also bestowing the title of demon sovereign upon Kunpeng, elevating him to the status of a revered figure among the demon clan. Thirdly, the demon emperor Dijuan, utilizing the Hichu and Luo Shu, had devised the Honyuan Hua grand formation, inviting various powerful beings to witness, and if the first piece of news was somewhat ordinary, the second and third were earth-shattering. At Kunlun Mountain, Tai and Dijuan were deluded. How could they ever hope to dominate the primordial realm? Yuan Shi's face was filled with scorn, seething with rage. Tio governed the primordial realm. He and Laozi were the most qualified. They were the true descendants of Pangu, and the primordial realm was born from Pangu's creation. The establishment of the heavenly court by Dijuan and Tai was akin to a sparrow occupying a magpie's nest. Yuan Shi was rightfully enraged. "Second brother, quickly sever your ties to your former self." Once the fury of the primordial began to subside, Laozi spoke in a calm tone. His words left the primordial in a prolonged silence. Meanwhile, in the western spirit mountain, the sound of sacred chants resonated, and spiritual energy continuously gathered, adorning the entire mountain in a vibrant display. However, the countenance of Jin, who was delivering a sermon, grew increasingly sorrowful. Seated beside Jin, Zhuti was not paying attention to the teachings, but instead fixated on the invitation in his hand. as he observed the disciples below, struggling to listen. A shadow of gloom flickered in Junti's eyes. The West, being barren, naturally birthed no exquisite and vibrant beings. The few disciples they had, found in the East, were regarded as inferior by the Primordial. Looking again at the invitation in his hand, crafted from star gold, edged with 9 nether Xian ice, inscribed with Tianhe vermilion. The extravagance was undeniable. Such items, if placed in the West, would incite fierce competition among disciples, yet in the East they were merely used for crafting invitations. This disparity filled him with bitterness. "Brother, how shall we proceed?" Jean asked, his face etched with worry. The invitation had arrived, and they were obliged to attend and present a gift. However, they had nothing of worth. If their gift appeared meager, it would only invite ridicule. Junti was equally troubled. Just then, a phantom appeared before them. "I have seen the master." Jean and Junti both bowed in unison. "What commands do you have?" "The disciples shall surely comply." Junti responded cleverly, that a flicker of disdain appeared in the phantom's eyes, and with a wave of its hand, Jean and Junti heard a clattering sound as myriad rays of light enveloped the entire spirit mountain. Upon closer inspection, they beheld hundreds of magical treasures, including several innate spiritual treasures. "Thank you for your generous gift, Master," Junti exclaimed joyfully, bowing in gratitude. Now, not only had they alleviated their worries regarding gifts, but they were also considerably enriched. The Hongmeng Academy is an external entity, and the heavenly court is of utmost importance. Tai and Emperor Jun must not engage too closely with it. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Jean and Junti were both astonished. Their expressions filled with bewilderment. What is there to misunderstand? The phantom inquired again. Jean and Junti exchanged glances, bowed once more, and declared, "The disciples understand." "That is good to hear," the phantom said, casting a meaningful glance at them before vanishing. Jean and Junti stared at each other, gazing at the hundreds of treasures before them, their excitement now replaced by a sense of dread, as if they were handling a hot potato. "Brother, I have a plan," Junti said through gritted teeth, storing away the treasures. "Having obtained these items, we must act. The ancestors' instructions are not to be disobeyed on Penglai Island." "Master, do you wish for me to go?" Tongtian inquired eagerly. "No," Su Mo shook his head. "Your junior sister is the most suitable. However, she is currently at a crucial juncture in her breakthrough that I plan to send Jin Yuanzi instead." "Junior brother?" Tongtian was puzzled. "Jin Yuanzi still has unresolved matters with Tai. Emperor Jun and Hongyan it would be inappropriate to send him to offer congratulations." Sumo smiled faintly. "Inappropriate? How could it be so?" Tongtian shrugged. He could see that Su Mo was deliberately stirring the pot. "Jun Yuanzi is relatively new to the academy and lacks experience in combat. It would be best if I, when Sumo was left speechless. Do you possess an abundance of merits? Once you enter the primordial chaos, the heavenly Tao will surely grind as for Jun Yuanzi's combat skills. Do you know Lu Shen? He once single-handedly infiltrated foreign realms, returning 9 times, striking fear into the hearts of foreign demons. Do you think Jin Yuanzi cannot learn combat skills from him? Who would believe that? Furthermore, since Niwa is the efficient, Fushi will undoubtedly be present. Point 2 quasi-saints in an era where saints do not emerge cannot suffer losses. As the date of the heavenly marriage approached, numerous powerful beings set out for the monster court. This moment, the monster court was adorned festively, bustling with excitement. The usually imposing hall was decorated vibrantly, exuding an air of celebration. Philion and the 10 great demon lords donned celebratory attire, standing at the southern heavenly gate to welcome guests. Leaders from various tribes continuously arrived, presenting lavish gifts, yet the 10 great demon lords remained unmoved. Until, "I have seen Taoist Randing. Please come in quickly." Upon Randing's arrival, Philion immediately stepped forward, as if prearranged. With Randing's appearance, numerous powerful beings made their entrance. Laozi and the Primordial arrived together, followed by Jane and Junti. In no time, the main banquet hall was filled with esteemed guests. However, Laozi and the Primordial did not join the gathering, but were led into the inner hall by attendants. Tai, Emperor Jun, what is the meaning of this? upon seeing Tai and Emperor Jun. The Primordial questioned bluntly. A flicker of displeasure crossed Tai's eyes, though he did not react. Emperor Jun bowed to Laozi and the Primordial point, "Two esteemed brothers, please do not take offense. There are matters I wish to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, the Primordial let out a cold laugh. "Emperor Jun, you have miscalculated. My elder brother and I will never acknowledge the heavenly court." Emperor Jun maintained a smile. "You have misunderstood, Primordial brother. The establishment of the heavenly court is the decree of the ancestor. Otherwise, Taoist Kunping would not have deigned to join the heavenly court, nor would Taoist Niuhua have presided over today's heavenly marriage." As soon as these words were spoken, the Primordial immediately wished to retort, "Do not use the ancestor to pressure me." However, he dared not voice such thoughts. Laozi raised an eyebrow, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Implicitly, he was urging them to articulate their conditions. Understanding the implication, Tai and Emperor Jun exchanged glances, with Tai saying, "Upon the establishment of the heavenly court, 1/10 of the fortune and merits shall be allocated to the two esteemed brothers." Laozi pondered for a moment, and under the gaze of the increasingly irate Primordial, he nodded. The Primordial grew anxious, but before he could speak, he was halted by Laozi. Emperor Jun smiled. "Thank you for the support of the two esteemed brothers." Laozi grasped the Primordial's arm and said nonchalantly, "Take care of yourselves." With that, he led the Primordial away. They left the inner hall and made their way to the main hall. The Primordial could no longer contain himself and transmitted a thought. "Elder brother, are we truly just going to let them benefit this easily? We, as the true lineage of Pangu, cannot allow this." Laozi walked at a leisurely pace, his voice ringing in the Primordial's ears. Third brother once spoke of the great karmic causes. Calamities arise from impatience. Reflect on this. Upon hearing this, the Primordial's expression darkened. Soon, the light in his eyes began to flicker, clearly indicating he had grasped the key point: to obtain merits and fortune without bearing any responsibility. This deal was indeed tempting. Wait and observe the changes. One must not act hastily. Laozi's calm voice echoed in his ears, and the Primordial instinctively nodded. In front of Tongtian, he desired to assert himself. But before Laozi, he had no choice but to comply. After walking a short distance, they unexpectedly encountered Jane and Juni. "Brothers, where do you come from?" Juanti inquired with a smile. The Primordial cast a disdainful glance at Juanti and huffed, quickening his pace to leave. Laozi merely said, "Long time no see," before following suit. Junti's gaze grew increasingly frigid, yet his smile became ever more disingenuous and inviting. "They have left," Jean murmured, sighing. Who could blame them for being impoverished in the West, and for their brotherhood being merely honorary disciples? Such was their fate. Junti scanned the path Laozi and the Primordial had taken, contemplating something with a shadowy grin. The guide, Chimeng, shivered, not daring to rush them, merely focusing on his own duties. Upon entering the main hall, before Jean could say much, Junti enthusiastically greeted everyone. "Taoist Randang, it's been a while. How have you been lately?" "I have seen Taoist Xinyuanzi. I visited Wuzhuang Temple recently, but alas, he has not returned." "Congratulations, Brother Kunpeng, on becoming the Demon Lord." Junti flitted about, exchanging a few words with each guest, making the atmosphere even more lively. "The auspicious time has arrived." A shout rang out, and all guests rose in unison, whereupon Tai and Emperor Jun appeared with Changshi and Xia. Under Niuhua's witness, the heavenly marriage was completed. In that instant, countless merits rained down from the heavens. This batch of merits was divided, with Tai, Emperor Jun, Changshi, and Xia each receiving 2 portions, Niuhua receiving 1, and the remaining portion dispersing into countless fragments that settled upon the heads of the guests. It was evident to the naked eye that Tai and Emperor Jun's auras had been significantly bolstered. Had it not been for the inappropriateness of the occasion, they could have at least slain another foe. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations to the 4 esteemed friends." The personnel of the monster court rejoiced. The stronger Tai and Emperor Jun became, the happier they were. As for the other powerful beings, their expressions varied. Some genuinely congratulated them. Some merely followed the crowd, while others maintained a facade of calmness. "Thank you all. Let us feast." Tai, invigorated, felt his cultivation at least increase by 30%, and once he fully refined the merits, he might reach the peak of quasi-sainthood. How could he not be delighted? Moreover, with the impending establishment of the heavenly court, they would continue to gain merits and fortune. As Tai's words concluded, a bevy of fair-skinned, beautiful maidens entered the hall, presenting an array of exquisite dishes, celestial wines, and divine fruits. The hall was soon filled with an ethereal aura and fragrant aromas. Various factions and powerful beings offered their congratulations to Tai and Emperor Jun, while Nuwa and the Queen Mother of the West gathered with Changshi and Shiha. Additionally, Zhen Yuanzi became a focal point of attention, with many approaching him, eager to learn more about the academy. Just as the atmosphere was at its peak, Zhuanti leaned in, speaking in a voice neither too loud nor too soft. Daoist Zhen Yuanzi, what is the current situation of Daoist Tongtian? The great hall fell into an immediate silence. Zhen Yuanzi's expression was as cold as ice, his gaze sharp and piercing. Tai and Di Jun appeared ready to ignite with fury. Yuan Shi, observing from the side, wore a look of malicious glee, eager to see how Zhen Yuanzi would respond to this moment. Zhuanti seemed to sense the tension and hastily offered his apologies. My apologies. It was my thoughtless words. Please, do not hold it against me. Yet, despite his words, the triumph in Zhuanti's eyes was unmistakable. Before Zhen Yuanzi could respond, Tai slammed the wine vessel down onto the table with a resounding bang. Words must not be spoken carelessly. Upon hearing this, Zhuanti's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a blaze of anger. Zhen Yuanzi had yet to speak, but Tai's sudden outburst left many wondering what his intentions were. Ignoring Zhuanti, Tai boldly approached Zhen Yuanzi. Fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi, regarding the matter of Hong Yun, I have acknowledged my mistake alongside my brother. Whatever you desire, we shall do our utmost to assist. His words were earnest, yet unbeknownst to him, the powerful beings present were nearly taken aback. This was Tai, the once arrogant Tai, who would rather perish than bow down, was actually showing humility. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Even in his apology, Tai held his head high, remnants of his former arrogance still faintly visible. Zhen Yuanzi narrowed his eyes. What exactly do you mean by this? Hong Yun's physical form has been obliterated, and his essence is in quiet recovery at the academy. He nearly faced death. You think a mere apology will suffice? Not a chance. Zhen Yuanzi subtly surveyed the room. Laozi remained steadfast. Yuan Shi was astonished. And while was taken aback, Fushi appeared concerned, while Jane wore a hint of delight and Ran Deng was on high alert, all of which did not escape his notice, especially Zhuanti's smugness. Why was Zhuanti so pleased? Thoughts raced through Zhen Yuanzi's mind as he quickly discerned the truth. Zhuanti was deliberately provoking a conflict in the presence of 9/10 of the powerful beings of the Hong Huang. As a disciple of the academy, if he were to let go of the grudge for his fallen friend, how would the world perceive him and the academy? Then, what was Tai's motive? Surprisingly, Zhen Yuanzi noticed that Tai's gaze was genuine. He was sincerely apologizing. Yet, this apology was not for Hong Yun. Zhen Yuanzi never believed he was wrong for surrounding and attacking Hong Yun. It was to ease tensions. He was unwilling to stand against the academy. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. All eyes were now on Zhen Yuanzi. Should he forgive Tai, or should he not? Zhen Yuanzi found himself cornered. Fushi quickly grasped the situation and moved to intervene, only to be stopped by his sister. Brother, the revered one is aware of the grievances between Zhen Yuanzi and Tai Di Jun, yet still insists on having Zhen Yuanzi represent the academy. There must be a deeper significance to this. Let us observe. Yes, soon as her words fell, Zhuanti spoke again, his tone almost ethereal. Tai, if you recognize your mistakes and seek to amend them, how admirable that is. Zhen Yuanzi, do not forget that Hong Yun is not truly in peril. Why not let bygones be bygones with a smile? This statement drew frowns from many of the powerful beings present, as if he were pointing a finger at Zhen Yuanzi, proclaiming, if you can forget the grave injustice done to your old friend, I shall look down upon you. Suddenly, Di Jun stood up, his gaze sharp as a blade, aimed fiercely at Zhuanti. Zhuanti, however, maintained a serene smile, as though he had never uttered those words. Meanwhile, Jean subtly obstructed Di Jun's line of sight. On the other side, Yuan Shi suddenly interjected. Perhaps it would be best if the two of you engage in a contest. In an instant, all eyes turned towards him. Yuan Shi remained unyielding, a calm smile adorning his face. Both Zhen Yuanzi and Tai Yi have their own convictions. Since a decision seems difficult to reach, why not settle it through competition? The victor shall reign supreme. Chapter 56. Zhen Yuanzi breaks the deadlock. Tai Yi and Di Jun established the heavenly court. The great hall was thick with gravity, an atmosphere reminiscent of an impending storm. Whether it was Di Jun or Tai Yi or even Enhua and Fuxi, all gazed at Yuan Shi with a hint of hostility. Although Laozi harbored his own grievances, he staunchly stood beside Yuan Shi, exuding an aura of pinnacle quasi-saintship, and behind him, three ethereal figures hovered, representing his three corpses. Each possessed the cultivation of mid to late quasi-saint levels. Yuan Shi also demonstrated his might, yet he paled in comparison to Laozi. He had only severed 2 corpses, and his quasi-saint pinnacle aura lacked the same refinement. Nevertheless, he was not to be underestimated. Together with Laozi and their severed corpses, they equated to the power of 7 quasi-saints, unrivaled in the realm. Despite Yuan Shi's words clearly stoking the flames, no one dared to confront Laozi or Yuan Shi. It was inevitable that one would remark, indeed, as expected of Pangu's true lineage, their strength is formidable. The faces of Tai Yi and Di Jun were dark enough to scrape the bottom of a pot. This was their territory, the venue for the heavenly marriage. Yet Laozi and Yuan Shi insisted on causing a scene. However, they found themselves powerless, their strength inadequate. Even if they joined forces with Shi He and Chang Shi, they could not contend with Laozi and Yuan Shi, not to mention Zhen Yuanzi, who had yet to declare his stance. Fuxi was undoubtedly on Zhen Yuanzi's side, while Enhua would at most remain neutral. Jane and Zhuan Ti had ulterior motives. In that moment, Di Jun and Tai Yi found themselves in a dilemma. Amidst the profound silence, Zhen Yuanzi finally spoke, and as all eyes turned towards him, he calmly stated, "I am not qualified to forgive or seek justice for my friend Hong Yun." With these words, the expressions of Di Jun and Tai Yi visibly brightened. "Thank you, Zhen Yuanzi," Tai Yi murmured. If Zhen Yuanzi were to cling to Hong Yun's affairs, it would utterly ruin their dignity today. When the heavenly court was established later, they would merely become a laughingstock. "What I say is the truth." Zhen Yuanzi replied sternly, "If Hong Yun were truly to perish, I would naturally seek justice. But now, he is clearly alive and well. His grievances must be resolved by him alone." With Zhen Yuanzi's declaration, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated. Yuan Shi pouted, dissatisfied. The previously provocative Zhuan Ti now wore a smile, though a chilling glint lingered in his eyes. Time was drawing near. Tai Yi returned to his position, exchanging a glance with Di Jun, and both spoke in unison. "Heavenly Tao above." We, Tai Yi and Di Jun, sensing the chaos in the Hongwang and the plight of the living, hereby established the heavenly court to govern the beings of Hongwang, with the hope of minimizing slaughter and fostering peace among the races. The heavenly court is established. Boom! The voices of Tai Yi and Di Jun echoed throughout heaven and earth, and the sky transformed into a brilliant golden hue. Boundless merit cascading down. Most of it was shared equally between Tai Yi and Di Jun, while a significant portion went to Kunpeng, with some falling upon the gathered beings in the great hall, and another portion scattering among the 10 great demon leaders and other high-ranking members of the heavenly court. Yuan Shi's eyes turned red with envy. Jin's expression grew increasingly bitter, while Zhuan Ti was nearly beside himself with rage. Even though he knew that, given the opportunity, he could never establish the heavenly court and obtain such immense merit as Tai Yi and Di Jun, the reality stirred his greed. Merit was exceedingly rare. As the merit entered their beings, most chose to refine it, enhancing their cultivation. Only a few, such as Laozi, Enhua, and Fuxi, stored the merit for future use. "Greetings, Your Majesty. We have come to pay our respects to both Your Majesties." The 10 great demon leaders, along with the high-ranking members of the heavenly court, bowed before Tai Yi and Di Jun. The latter two wore smiles of satisfaction, their spirits soaring. "Humph!" Yuan Shi snorted softly. No matter how reluctant he felt, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, The heavenly Tao had recognized the establishment of the heavenly court. Greetings, your majesty, and Hua, leading the other powerful beings, bowed in acknowledgement of Tai Yi and Di Jun's dominion over the heavenly court. It was merely a formality. Should Tai Yi and Di Jun truly overstep their bounds and issue commands to them, the heavenly court, despite being recognized by the heavenly Tao, would not endure for long. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Tai Yi and Di Jun returned the gesture of respect. They vividly recalled the events that had transpired, knowing that mere recognition from the heavenly Tao was not a guarantee of safety. To achieve their goals, they ultimately required sufficient strength. Thus, after a brief celebration, Di Jun led everyone out of the Great Hall. Outside the Great Hall, hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers were lined up. Upon seeing Tai Yi and Di Jun, their eyes sparkled with fervor as they collectively bowed. "We have come to pay our respects, your majesty." The roar resonated through the heavens. "Ha!" Tai Yi could not help but burst into laughter. The foundation of the heavenly court lay before him. Among these hundreds of thousands of soldiers, half were golden immortals, 30% were Tai golden immortals, and there were dozens of the Luo golden immortals. This unified roar echoed across the sky. Formation. At Di Jun's command, hundreds of thousands of soldiers swiftly took their positions, an aura of profound mystery emanating as they settled into formation. Enter the formation. The 10 great demon leaders stepped forward, each entering the formation in an instant. The stars flickered, the sun and moon obscured, and an ancient aura enveloped the space. "Rise!" Di Jun took 2 steps forward, hovering in midair. Casually tossing a spiritual treasure, it was the He-Tu and Luo Shu, which landed precisely at the formation center. In the blink of an eye, the heavens and earth transformed, and a formidable aura surged throughout the entire demon court. Many powerful beings grew serious. This formation seemed to envelop the entire heavenly court. Judging by its power, even a pinnacle quasi-saint would struggle to break through it. Esteemed guests, behold the Hunyuan He Luo Great Formation. Tai smiled as he spoke. The more serious the crowd became, the more his joy intensified. Without a trace of hesitation, how could one dare to establish the heavenly court? The crowd did not refuse. One by one, they soared into the sky to observe the grand formation. They beheld the continuous gathering of spiritual energy, where primordial phantoms materialized above the great array, depicting mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and stars, all rendered with exquisite detail. It seemed as though a miniature version of the primordial world had manifested. The pillars of the heavens, the unraveled mountain, Kunlun Mountain, and Lingjia Mountain were all present. This formation was crafted by my brother, who comprehended the innate spiritual treasures, the river diagram, and the Luo book. Once the formation is complete, it will draw upon the primordial essence to protect the entire heavenly court, impervious to all but a sage. Moreover, as time progresses, it will only grow stronger, and the scenes within this array shall be governed by the heavenly court, Tai proudly elaborated. Upon hearing this, many faces darkened, particularly those of Laozi, Yuanshi, and other powerful beings. Our Taoist sanctum also resides within this formation. Are you implying that we too are to be subjected to your governance? Faced with the crowd's fury, Tai replied nonchalantly, "This formation is the completion of the Tao ancestor." With that singular statement, no matter how dissatisfied they were, they could only swallow their grievances. Who would dare to challenge the Tao ancestor, lest they grow weary of life? Just then, a faint voice echoed. "Tai, my friend, why does this formation not encompass the 4 seas? Could it be that the 4 seas do not belong to the primordial realm?" Chapter 57. Zenyuanzi angrily strikes Zhuani, Fushi traps Jin. Well done. Many powerful beings secretly applauded upon hearing this. Upon closer inspection of the Hunyuan He Luo Grand Formation, it indeed lacked the 4 seas. Even Penglai Island and Janeo Island were absent. It was clear to all that the 4 seas had returned to the lineage of Penglai after Tai's battle with Ao Ing. Zhuanti, Tai's anger flared. Zhuanti smiled slightly, seemingly oblivious to Tai's wrath, and calmly remarked, "Why should you be angry, Tai? Since our master and the heavenly Tao have consented to the establishment of the heavenly court, you and your friend Emperor Jun shall govern the entire primordial realm." The 4Cs, your brethren, must be given some guidelines. Could it be that the 4Cs do not belong to the primordial realm? Tai's eyes nearly ignited with fury. This Zhuani was utterly ungrateful. Time and again sowing discord, was it not merely to witness a clash between the heavenly court and the lineage of Penglai? Zhuanti, observing Tai's barely contained rage, spoke with conviction. Tai, do not disappoint the expectations of our master and the heavenly Tao. Tai trembled slightly, his anger continuing to blaze. Indeed, upon seeing an opportunity, Yuanshi immediately stepped forward to stoke the flames. Since it is the master's decree, the entirety of the primordial realm must fall under governance. Both of you are correct. The 4Cs are also part of the primordial realm. We cannot make an exception for only the 4Cs. Numerous powerful beings chimed in. They were dissatisfied with Tai's previous assertion. And seizing the opportunity, they pressed him relentlessly. If Tai confronted the lineage of Penglai and emerged victorious, the other disciples of the Penglai Hongmeng Academy would not rest easily, causing future headaches for Tai and Emperor Jun. Conversely, if he were to lose, the newly established heavenly court would suffer a significant blow to its prestige, potentially becoming a laughingstock. In that moment, Tai found himself in a precarious position. Even with the merits he had accumulated, he lacked sufficient confidence to defeat the lineage of Hongmeng Academy. At this juncture, Zhuani turned his gaze to the taciturn Zenyuanzi. Zenyuanzi, do you honor the master's decree or not? Zhuandi's voice brimmed with mockery. Zenyuanzi narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. Zhuani did not relent, pressing further. Are the 4Cs not part of the primordial continent? Zenyuanzi, you have also listened to the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. A flash of sternness crossed Zenyuanzi's eyes. Zhuanti was relentless. Is the lineage of Penglai seeking to divide the primordial realm? No sooner had the words left his mouth than two verdant green hands materialized beside Zhuanti, which then clasped together. Boom! The force erupted, catching Zhuanti completely off guard as he was forcefully pinned beneath the palms, golden light radiating from him. The smile erased from his face, replaced with a grimace. Zenyuanzi, how dare you strike? Zhuanti bellowed. Why should I not? Zenyuanzi replied with a cold laugh, the verdant hands kneading with relentless force. Zhuanti's complexion changed dramatically as the golden radiance around him intensified, emitting a creaking sound. Caught off guard, Zhuanti rolled back and forth beneath the hands, his golden aura visibly dimming. Puffed, Zhuanti spat a mouthful of fresh blood. Zenyuanzi, I shall fight you to the end. Zhuanti roared in fury, gritting his teeth and fully channeling his powers. Break! Amidst the thunderous roar, Zhuanti suddenly expanded several times, his eyes bulging, cheeks puffed, and his body covered in muscular lumps. Boundless strength erupted explosively, shattering the verdant hands. Freed, Zhuanti fixed his furious gaze on Zenyuanzi and bellowed. Zenyuanzi, today we must have a reckoning. No need for further words, Zenyuanzi scoffed, his figure flashing as he appeared before Zhuanti in an instant. Prepare yourself. The earth trembled as Zenyuanzi struck down with a hand. Zhuanti barely had time to lift his head before a resounding slap echoed. He was sent spinning several times. Wretch! Zhuanti exploded with rage, his body swelling suddenly. Yet it did not expand. Around him, profound symbols swirled, forcefully compressing Zhuanti back. That a tremor ran through Zhuanti's heart as he opened his mouth to speak. Slap! Another resounding blow followed. Hiss! The surrounding onlookers gasped. The two slaps were deafeningly loud. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Zhuanti was on the verge of madness. Slap! Another crisp sound rang out. Ren Deng and others felt their scalps tingle, especially Zenyuanzi, who stood before Zhuanti, maintaining an expressionless demeanor throughout. Zhuanti struggled desperately, yet he could not break free from the endless profound symbols encircling him. Slap! 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 The sound of slaps echoed continuously. Silence enveloped the surroundings that Zhuanti's body, ensnared within the profound symbols, rapidly morphed. One moment, transforming into the 7 wonderful treasure tree, the next into the 12-grade merit lotus. His form shifted to thousands. Then to the 8-foot golden body, and finally the 3 corpses emerged and vanished. Countless spells and hidden cards were unleashed. Yet Zenyuanzi merely stood there, expressionless, delivering slap after slap. Zhuanti exhausted every means at his disposal. Not only could he not confront Xinyuanzi directly, but he could not even break through the profound symbols, forced to continuously showcase his skills in place. The assembled powerful beings were left dumbfounded. On one hand, they were astonished by Xinyuanzi's might. The profound symbols appeared as unbreakable as the laws of heaven and earth. On the other hand, they were struck by Xinyuanzi's cruelty. Was there a more humiliating act than this? Zhuanti could only endure the blows, his face nearly gone. Many harbored a sense of dread. Had they been in his position, they too would likely meet a similar fate. "Junior brother," a cry of despair echoed. Jane seemed to awaken from a dream, his feet manifesting the 12th-grade merit golden lotus, his left hand wielding the Eastern Qing lotus banner, and his right hand grasping the 6 roots of purity bamboo. Charging towards Xinyuanzi. However, before he could close the distance, another figure appeared before him. Clad in white, with the 7 mysterious Qin revolving before him, it was none other than Fushi. "Step aside." Jane's face was nearly drenched in despair. Fushi smiled calmly. "Zhuanti has repeatedly sown discord. What right does he have to comment on our lineage?" A lesson is well-deserved. Jane's face twisted in frustration, akin to biting into a bitter fruit. "Fushi, my junior brother, speaks out of turn. Please forgive us. I will certainly take him to apologize." Jane yielded. Resistance was futile. He sensed that Fushi stood at the pinnacle of quasi-saintship. Merely standing there felt like confronting an insurmountable mountain. He could not defeat him. If he insisted on fighting, he too would lose face. Fushi smiled faintly, remaining quiet as he observed, "My junior brother will not resort to harsh measures." Jane felt a chill run down his spine, the bitterness on his face deepening. "Junior brother, why must you provoke the lineage of the academy?" Now he found himself trapped between a rock and a hard place. "My friend, please show mercy." Jane could only plead. Closing his eyes, unable to bear witnessing Zhuanti's plight, that moment. Zhuanti's cheeks were swollen, his golden body riddled with cracks, appearing as if countless shards were pieced together with great difficulty. He stood there obediently, absorbing the punishment. There was no escaping and evading. All divine powers and spells rendered futile. All supports vanished. What could he do? He could only pray for Xinyuanzi's wrath to dissipate swiftly. Tai and Emperor Jun watched, their smiles unabashed. They were on the verge of shouting, "Well done." Chapter 58. Zhuanti loses face. Yuanshi avoids confrontation. That Zhuanti's repeated provocations had filled Tai and Emperor Jun with pent-up fury. Yet today was their momentous day, and they could only endure. Now witnessing Zhuanti being beaten, they felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yuanshi unconsciously edged closer to Laozi, having not forgotten his own part in the earlier provocations. Xinyuanzi was ferocious. Who could have anticipated that the usually mild-mannered Xinyuanzi, who had never displayed anger while mingling with the amiable Hong Yun, could strike with such ruthlessness, slapping one after another, under the gaze of numerous powerful beings in the primordial realm? It was more painful than killing Zhuanti. The earlier mocking tone of Zhuanti now seemed to haunt him, making him wish for death. That a prominent disciple of the Tao ancestor, one of the saints of the heavenly Tao, now found himself utterly humiliated. Slap. Once again, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Zhuanti's cheek quivered as he stood frozen in place, the resentment in his eyes nearly materializing into a palpable force. Zhang Yinzi stood tall, his right hand raised once more. Slap. Another strike landed. "Zhang Yinzi, my friend, please show mercy. We acknowledge our mistakes," Jiaozhu exclaimed, nearly leaping in alarm, while others may have failed to perceive the gravity of the situation. As longtime brothers, Jiaozhu could not overlook that if the beating continued, Zhuanti's golden body might shatter, and even his primordial spirit could fall into a deep slumber. Zhang Yinzi appeared to be merely delivering slaps. Yet each strike concealed profound mysteries. Part of the force assaulted Zhuanti's physical form, while another portion directly impacted his primordial spirit. With a few more strikes, Zhuanti, defenseless, would likely be forced to reveal his true form. Given his current injuries, recovery would take at least several tens of millions of years. Recognizing your mistakes? Zhang Yinzi paused, inquiring with indifference. Zhuanti's face was a mask of bitterness, a single tear of blood rolling down his cheek as dark. Ominous energy spread across his visage. Slap. Zhen Yuanzi unleashed yet another blow. Zhuan Ti's body trembled slightly, yet he remained stubbornly rooted in place. Zhen Yuanzi showed no leniency. Slap, slap, slap. Dozens more strikes followed. That I was wrong. My junior brother acknowledges his mistakes. Jiaozhu cried out, trembling, as Zhuan Ti's golden body teetered on the brink of destruction. Fear gripped him. He was truly frightened. As soon as he raised his hand again, Jiaozhu wailed, Zhen Yuanzi, my friend, we acknowledge our mistakes. I am willing to offer the Eastern Azure Lotus Treasure Flag as reparation. Please spare my junior brother. With this, Jiaozhu bellowed towards Zhuan Ti. Junior brother, admit your fault. Zhuan Ti abruptly turned, blood tears streaming down his face, sending a chill through the hearts of those present. Jiaozhu was startled as well, tears glistening in his eyes, whispering in anguish. Junior brother, you were wrong. You were wrong. Zhuan Ti fixed Jiaozhu with a long, penetrating gaze before slowly turning back, lowering his eyes and slightly bowing. His voice was hoarse, as if emerging from the depths of the abyss. Zhen Yuanzi, I was wrong. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze was I-C-Y-I-S, a mere apology sufficient. Zhuan Ti's body quivered slightly as he performed a deep bow. Zhen Yuanzi felt a surge of displeasure, but the voice of Fushi echoed in his mind. Junior brother, do not press too hard. We must still give face to the Tao ancestor. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes flickered with an inscrutable emotion as he waved his hand, retracting the profound symbols that had ensnared Zhuan Ti. A multitude of greedy gazes shifted from those symbols to Zhen Yuanzi. Upon observing this, he noticed everyone averting their eyes, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Let us depart, Jiaozhu exclaimed, pulling Zhuan Ti along as he crossed past Fushi. Discarding the Eastern Azure Lotus Treasure Flag, Zhuan Ti followed blankly, his confidence shattered, his very essence nearly obliterated. Fushi approached to collect the two treasures. Well done, junior brother. Hearing Fushi's praise, Zhen Yuanzi turned his gaze towards the direction in which Jiaozhu and Zhuan Ti had departed. Then looked towards the distant horizon. He had entertained thoughts of ending Zhuan Ti's life. Yet the moment he considered it, a heightened sense of alertness surged within him that it felt as if a calamity would befall him should he act. Junior brother, what do you see? Fushi inquired. Zhen Yuanzi shook his head. Nothing. Fushi handed the treasures to Zhen Yuanzi, who accepted them without protest. His elder brother, Tongtian, had previously spoken of the origins of these innate spiritual treasures. Thus the disciples of the academy scarcely valued them, knowing that once they achieved sanctity, they would possess plenty. Conversely, Zhen Yuanzi placed greater importance on the techniques and divine abilities learned from the God of Willow in the Jiaozhu world. It was akin to the profound symbols that had ensnared Zhuan Ti. Without understanding their meaning, one could only resort to brute force, given that Zhuan Ti's cultivation was inferior to Zhen Yuanzi's. Such violence was not an option, leaving him to endure the assaults. Zhuan Ti had simply grown complacent. Otherwise, Zhen Yuanzi would not have triumphed so effortlessly at that moment. Laozi suddenly declared, Gentlemen, we shall take our leave for now. Without awaiting the crowd's reaction, he grasped Yuan Shi and departed. Yuan Shi appeared bewildered as Zhen Yuanzi stood, stunned, watching Laozi and Yuan Shi exit. Alas, it is too late that a long sigh escaped his lips. The others instantly comprehended why Laozi had hastily taken Yuan Shi away. Clearly, he was apprehensive of Zhen Yuanzi. The array of powerful beings exchanged glances, their respect for the Academy's lineage growing exponentially. They resolved never to become enemies with the Academy in the future. Zhen Yuanzi, you truly... Tai began, smiling, instinctively raising his hand to pat Zhen Yuanzi on the shoulder, yet hesitated and awkwardly retracted it. Deterred by Zhen Yuanzi's frigid demeanor, the team merely intended to convey camaraderie. Now that the heavenly court has been established and the celestial marriage completed, I shall take my leave, Zhen Yuanzi stated coolly. Tai nodded repeatedly. Zhen Yuanzi surveyed the crowd, then nodded at Fushi before vanishing in a flash. Even after Zhen Yuanzi had departed for some time, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall remained charged with energy. Then many powerful beings took their leave one by one. Fushi, Nuwa, might I suggest you stay a while longer? Dijun urged as Fushi and Nuwa prepared to depart, Jun harbored his own intentions. Believing that the more experts in the heavenly court, the better, he saw potential in allying with Nuwa and Fu 11, and no need. Nuwa declined outright. Fushi offered a regretful smile to Jun before turning to leave. On the road back to the Buzhou mountain, Nuwa curiously asked, "Brother, what path does Zhen Yuanzi follow? That profound symbol seems extraordinary." Fushi shook his head, smiling wryly. "The Academy's opportunities and fortunes are boundless. Our master does not provide direct guidance. Any insights we gain depend entirely on chance. I have had little contact with junior brother Zhen Yuanzi, so I truly do not know." Nuwa responded with disappointment, opening her mouth but refraining from saying more. "Sister, what concerns you?" Fushi inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Nuwa spoke. "I feel that symbol may aid in my sanctity, yet I am uncertain of the opportunity." That Fushi's heart stirred as he discreetly calculated, sensing a veil of chaos surrounding the heavenly secrets. However, he too had an inkling that this matter might yield merit. After a brief moment of thought, Fushi gestured in the air, summoning a golden eagle that soared towards Penglai. Chapter 59. Zhen Yuanzi transmits the profound symbols. Tai Yi desires to approach the Witch Clan. Nuwa observed Fushi's actions, but chose not to comment further. The bond between the siblings was deep, and she kept her thoughts to herself. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi was lamenting over Laozi's abrupt departure, believing it to be inappropriate. Laozi retorted, "Do you have the confidence to defeat Zhen Yuanzi?" This remark successfully silenced Yuan Shi. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi immediately entered seclusion, seemingly unwilling to emerge until he reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Simultaneously, Zhen Yuanzi made his way back to Penglai Island, reflecting on the events in the heavenly court. It seems, he mused, Zhuan Ti's actions may have been orchestrated by Su Mo. Zhen Yuanzi glanced at Su Mo in confusion. Su Mo smiled faintly and explained the intricacies involved. "The crisis you sense is likely due to Hong Jun secretly protecting Zhuan Ti." Zhen Yuanzi remained puzzled. Most of those present were disciples from the Zixiao Palace, and at Hong Jun's command, even Laozi and Yuan Shi would likely intervene. How could he stand idly by while Zhuan Ti lost face? Upon hearing this, Su Mo burst into laughter. In the past, during the conflict between the Tao and the demonic, Luo, who was no match for Hong Jun and had no choice but to self-destruct, leaving the Western spiritual veins nearly depleted. Hong Jun owed a debt to the beings of the West, which is why he reluctantly accepted Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin as nominal disciples. He added, "Moreover, the West is Luo Hu's lair, and in the past, many demonic disciples resided there. Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti have also learned some techniques, but they are not of the orthodox Tao." Zhen Yuanzi understood at once. No wonder Zhuan Ti had been soundly thrashed without any powerful beings stepping forward in his defense. "Master, I shall take my leave first," Zhen Yuanzi announced. Departing, he had a strong desire to return to the academy, both to check on Hong Yun's condition and to further master the abilities of the God of Willow. "Wait," Su Mo called out, extending his hand, that a beam of golden light flew into the dojo, transforming into a jade tablet that landed in Su Mo's grasp. The information inscribed on the jade tablet revealed that Fushi sought the method to cultivate the profound symbols. "Nuwa, my friend?" Zhen Yuanzi inquired. Puzzled, that Su Mo pondered for a moment. Intrigued, in his previous life, such a scenario had not occurred. Perhaps Nuwa sensed that these symbols could be applied to the creation of life, thus enriching the foundation of the human race in the Honghua. This was indeed a positive development. That Su Mo smiled and handed the jade tablet to Zhen Yuanzi. "I kindly request your guidance." Master Su Mo organized his thoughts and continued. "Disciples of the academy require merit and fortune to traverse the Honghua. Nuwa aims to use the profound symbols to generate significant merit, which might enable her to achieve sanctity." "Significant merit?" Zhen Yuanzi asked in surprise. Su Mo nodded. "In due time, you shall see." Zhen Yuanzi immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Tai Yi and Dijuan, engaged in heavenly marriage and the establishment of the celestial court, had not accrued sufficient merit to achieve sainthood as individuals. Currently, Zhen Yuanzi was merely imparting knowledge of talismans, yet he possessed the merit requisite for attaining sainthood. How could he not take this matter earnestly? Su Mo discerned that Zhen Yuanzi had misunderstood. The merit for sainthood he referred to was merely the protection fee that disciples of the academy must pay to the Honghuang heavenly Tao upon their attainment of sainthood, which was far less than what was necessary for a predetermined saint to achieve enlightenment. However, Suemo chose not to clarify this misunderstanding. Time would reveal all. After the establishment of the Celestial Court, the demon army became increasingly active. With the righteous cause of the Celestial Court, many wandering cultivators, whether seeking merit for the Celestial Court, a supportive foundation, or the treasures of the Celestial Court, flocked to join its ranks. At the pinnacle of this fervor, 3 wandering Deluo golden immortals entered the Celestial Court in a single day. The Celestial Court flourished with vitality. Meanwhile, many powerful beings who had once thrived in Honghuang now retreated into seclusion. Occasionally, beings could sense the aura of breakthroughs toward quasi-sainthood. It seemed that after the establishment of the Celestial Court, Honghuang had indeed settled into a tranquil state. Yet the true powerhouses understood that beneath the surface, Honghuang was rife with hidden currents. Across the 4 seas, the Dragon Clan returned, gathering the aquatic races. Guang and the other 4 sea dragon kings had long since submitted to the Celestial Court. Relinquishing their titles as Dragon Kings, Ing did not re-establish the position of Dragon King, but instead appointed elders. Members of the true Dragon Clan must serve as elders in the 4 seas, managing their affairs. In a fleeting moment, only 1 or 2 dragons remained on True Dragon Island, rendering it exceedingly desolate. In contrast, Jiaozhu Island thrived even more. The previous carnage wrought by Tongtian had not deterred beings. Rather, it attracted an even greater number of souls seeking enlightenment. Duo Bao was responsible for the teachings, while Zhao Gongming and San Shao were sent by Tongtian into the sword-coming world for training. Tongtian delivered teachings for a century every millennium. Over several millennia, many beings emerged as outstanding individuals. Tongtian also took on disciples, including the Golden Spirit Saint Mother and the Wudong Saint Mother. Accompanied by Wu Yun Xian, Jinggu Xian, and Xiushou Xian, the outer disciples numbered in the dozens, with registered disciples reaching into the hundreds. However, these later disciples remained on Jiaozhu Island for their cultivation. Following Su Mo's suggestion, Tongtian instructed these disciples to enter the mortal realm's heart refinement array every century. After several iterations, these disciples exhibited significant growth in their character, proving to be much more formidable than in their previous lives. In the Celestial Court, Tai returned from his audience. He found Dijuan intimately engaged with Shihe, their affection palpable. Upon encountering Tai, Shihe greeted him with a smile before departing. Tai returned the greeting with a smile. And once she had left, he jested, "Brother, it seems my sister-in-law is with child." Dijuan's face lit up with joy, and he did not deny it. The higher one's cultivation, the more challenging it became to bear offspring. With she expecting the 3-legged golden crow lineage had a successor, how could Dijuan not be elated? After a brief exchange, Tai grew serious. "Brother, another clan has petitioned the heavens, claiming that many of their kin have been slain by the Wu clan. The news brings sorrow, and listeners weep." This, Dijuan furrowed his brow. Such incidents had occurred more than once. That "I shall pay a visit to the Wu clan," Dijuan declared solemnly. Tai hesitated, suggesting, "Let me go instead. The Wu clan is not easily dealt with. Yet if this matter remains unresolved, the upward momentum of the Celestial Court will surely be hindered." "Very well," Dijuan conceded, reflecting on their comparative strengths. He did not dispute Tai's point, but proposed, "We should first notify the Wu clan to express our sincerity. In these times, we ought to avoid conflict as much as possible." The Celestial Court was continuously supplying merit and fortune. Both Dijuan and Tai had reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Having severed 2 of their 3 corpses, yet the path to sainthood remained shrouded in ambiguity. The authority of the Celestial Court was steadily increasing, and engaging in war with the Wu clan at this juncture would yield more losses than gains. "What plan do you propose, brother?" Tai inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Dijuan replied, "The unawakened kin of various clans could serve as sustenance. Once they awaken, the Wu clan must refrain from indiscriminate slaughter." Tai nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of the reasoning. After all, Even among the demon clan, there existed instances of mutual consumption among the various races that it was untenable to entirely prohibit the Wu clan from feeding. The two brothers deliberated for quite some time, finalizing the various protocols. Tai then summoned Fei Lian, assigning him the task of delivering the message. Upon receiving the mission, Fei Lian exited the celestial court and hastened toward the Wu clan, when suddenly he was thrust out of his escape light. "Halt! I am Fei Lian, the Grand Marshal of the Celestial Court. Which scoundrel dares to ambush me?" As he steadied himself, Fei Lian bellowed into the surroundings. Chapter 60. The Death of Fei Lian. Fury of Tai and Dijuan. However, no sooner had he spoken than Fei Lian felt an overwhelming aura of celestial wrath enveloping him. "You shall not." He roared defiantly, conjuring a massive scythe that appeared before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled his full power and struck toward the heavens. The dark demonic energy coalesced, and it seemed as if a true scythe of death poised to cleave the heavens. Yet, it was futile. That inexplicable force surged forth, instantly binding the scythe, which then dissipated rapidly. In mere breaths, the scythe vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. This moment, Fei Lian had already activated his escape light, becoming a mere speck on the horizon. "Who the hell is it?" He cursed vehemently while fleeing for his life. Having been nearly slain by Ao Ing on Penglai Island, Fei Lian had learned to be more cautious. The expanse of Honghuang was home to far too many formidable figures. If someone could cast him out from his escape light, they undoubtedly possessed the power to extinguish his life. Thus, after launching an attack to draw attention, he fled with all his might, seeking only to preserve his life. Yet, bang! Fei Lian was once again expelled from his escape light. The assailant, clearly enraged, showed no mercy this time. An overwhelming force far exceeding that of a Deluo Golden Immortal surged toward him, and Fei Lian was plunged into darkness, losing consciousness. Deprived of several Yuan Hui's nurturing, his physical prowess was reduced to a mere tenth of its former glory. Strangely, even without the support of his powers, Fei Lian remained suspended in midair. Just then, a spatial rift opened before him, swallowing him whole. Half a day later, in the ancestral Wu Hall, a figure materialized above the hall as soon as he appeared. The aura of a Deluo Golden Immortal enveloped the entire ancestral Wu Hall, exuding unrestrained arrogance. "Ancestral Wu, come forth to receive the decree of the Celestial Court," before the Wu clan could react. The figure bellowed. Boom! Flames of fury ignited. The Wu clan within the ancestral Wu Hall were incensed. What does the Celestial Court think it is, demanding us to receive their decree? The arrival was utterly audacious. "Scoundrel, come down here." Flames erupted into the sky, engulfing it in a conflagration. Accompanied by a fierce rebuke, a towering figure emerged from within the ancestral Wu Hall. The newcomer was wreathed in flames, possessing the head of a beast and the body of a man. Clad in crimson scales, with fiery serpents adorning his ears and treading upon a fire dragon. This was none other than the fire ancestral Wu, Zhurong. The all-encompassing flames could not harm the figure, who effortlessly wielded a black scythe, preventing the encroaching flames from drawing near. "Zhurong, I represent the Celestial Court. Is this how your ancestral Wu welcomes guests?" Fei Lian's voice resonated across the expanse. All beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles heard his proclamation. "Scoundrel!" Zhurong's eyes blazed with fury. Tai and Dijuan's insolence was intolerable. They dared to send him to the ancestral Wu Hall to make a scene, seeking death. As his voice fell, Zhurong instantly revealed his true form. Boom! The flames in the sky surged to unprecedented levels, becoming hundreds of times more formidable. Amidst the flames, Zhurong stood tall, resembling a sun, radiating astounding heat. "Zhurong, if you dare to act against me, do you not fear that I will report back to the Celestial Court and unleash an army upon you?" Fei Lian retreated repeatedly, shouting in defiance. That Zhurong's fury intensified. "What does the Celestial Court amount to? How dare they issue commands to the heads of our Wu clan? They truly do not know their own weight." Fueled by rage, Zhurong disregarded all caution, lunging forward to deliver a powerful punch. Simultaneously, torrents of flames sealed off Fei Lian's retreat. "Zhurong, do you dare?" Fei Lian exclaimed, terror-stricken. Yet his protest was swiftly drowned out by a blood-curdling scream. Under Zhurong's might, Fei Lian's physical form shattered, consumed by the unrelenting flames, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Zhurong stood in stunned silence. Unable to believe what had just transpired, he gazed incredulously at his own fist. When had it become so powerful? Fei Lian, one of the top 10 demon marshals of the demon court, a Deluo golden immortal, was vanquished with such ease as Zhurong remained a daze. Figures such as Gonggong and Dijiao emerged from within the ancestral Wu Hall. This is disastrous. Gonggong's heart sank as he witnessed the scene unfold. Fei Lian has been slain so easily at that moment. In the celestial court, a duty officer hastily approached Tai and Dijuan, breathless and panicked. Your Majesties, it is dire. Fei Lian's life lamp has extinguished. Boom! Tai shot to his feet, the aura of a peaked quasi-saint swirling like a tempest throughout the celestial court, causing countless individuals to tremble and kneel in fear. What did you say? Dijuan asked incredulously. The duty officer bowed repeatedly. I just checked the life lamp. It has gone out. Dijuan quickly performed a divination, attempting to unravel the heavenly secrets. Yet the signs swirled in chaos, yielding no clarity. Brother, I shall go to the Wu clan. Tai's expression darkened as he prepared to depart. Wait, Emperor Dijun called out to Tai, directing the duty officer, immediately ascertain what has transpired. The duty officer hurriedly departed, nearly paralyzed with fear at the wrath of the two quasi-saints. Brother, how audacious the Wu clan is to dare lay hands on our heavenly army's commander. If we do not teach them a lesson, what prestige will our heavenly court retain? Tai seethed with indignation. Since its establishment, the heavenly court had flourished, and wherever its army marched, countless clans bowed in reverence, acknowledging the heavenly court as their sovereign. Yet the Wu clan alone resisted, not only defying the heavenly court's dominion, but repeatedly making provocative moves that if we fail to deal with them, how can the heavenly court maintain its authority over the vast wilderness? Dijun narrowed his eyes, his own fury smoldering, yet he remained more composed than Tai. Let us first ascertain the situation. It may not necessarily be the Wu clan that has slain Fei Lian. Upon hearing this, Tai retorted angrily. Who else but those vile Wu clan could be responsible? However, as soon as the words left his lips, he caught sight of Dijun's grim expression, and the words he wished to say became lodged in his throat. Apart from the Wu clan, who else would dare to strike down Fei Lian? Surely there are others. The lineage of Peng Lai, Fuxi and Yua of Mount Buzhou, Laozi and Yuan Shi of Kunlun. Many formidable beings could easily subdue a mere Fei Lian. Moreover, they have their reasons. When the heavenly court was founded, although Dao ancestors suppressed the ambitions of these powerful beings, it was inevitable that some harbored grievances, and slaying Fei Lian served as a lesson for the brothers. Especially Yuan Shi, who had reacted most strongly at the time. This thought. Tai suddenly fell silent. If it were indeed not the Wu clan that had acted, then raising a ruckus at their doorstep might inadvertently play into the hands of certain individuals. However, a steady stream of news soon arrived. First, someone reported having seen Fei Lian at the ancestral Wu palace. Secondly, some beings heard Fei Lian's enraged roar and the ancestral Wu's disdain for the heavenly court. Showing no regard for Tai and Dijun finally, it was confirmed that Fei Lian had perished at the hands of Zhurong. Beyond any doubt, brother, Tai's eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth. Dijun's expression darkened, ultimately shaking his head. Brother, what are you truly afraid of? Is the majesty of the heavenly court to be sacrificed? Chapter 61. Dijun's unease. Chaos erupts. What is there to fear? Dijun rose slowly, his demeanor becoming increasingly grave. Once Tai had calmed slightly, he continued, Second brother, if the heavenly court were to engage in war with the Wu clan, what do you envision? Nothing but a battle. Tai scoffed. And what are the ancestral Wu? They are merely the essence of Pangu's blood, lacking in the cultivation of the primordial spirit, and ultimately unworthy of the great Tao. No, Dijun shook his head, gazing into the distance as if trying to pierce through the fog to discern the truth. If Fei Lian had merely gone to deliver a message as instructed, it would not have provoked the ancestral Wu to such fury as to slay him. The ancestral Wu truly yearn for war with our heavenly court. A grand conflict between our two clans would bring devastation to all beings, yielding no benefit to either side. Upon hearing this, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. If the ancestral Wu genuinely sought war, would they truly resort to the mere slaying of Fei Lian? His significance is far too trivial. Brother, could there be hidden motives at play? He inquired with difficulty. He was accustomed to resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement, and though he had tempered his approach somewhat following the academy incident, one's nature is difficult to alter. Jun's brow knitted tightly. Perhaps this is a ploy to draw us in. He felt overwhelmed by the convoluted intricacies of the situation, unable to comprehend the underlying motives. Second brother, remain calm. Jun pondered the events thoroughly, arriving at a resolution that I will send Ji Meng to make another visit. And what if Ji Meng is also slain? Yi retorted, exasperated, given the current state of affairs. If we do not make a decision soon, we risk becoming a laughingstock. Let Ji Meng take the He Tu and Luo Shu with him. Even if the ancestral Wu intend to strike, it should ensure Ji Meng's safe return, Jun said calmly. After some hesitation, Tai ultimately quelled his anger and nodded in agreement. The orders were swiftly conveyed to Ji Meng. Upon receiving the command, Ji Meng took the He Tu and Luo Shu and descended to the lower realms. Meanwhile, Tai and Jun awaited news in the Lingxiao treasure hall. Simultaneously, the news of Fei Lian's death at the hands of the ancestral Wu, Zhurong, spread throughout the vast wilderness. Some beings rejoiced as if they had glimpsed the light, while others fell silent, and many burned with fury. Particularly among the demon race, numerous tribes clamored to eradicate the Wu clan. The ancestral Wu had dared to strike against one of the 10 demon lords, Fei Lian, effectively trampling the dignity of the demon race. Many demons immediately resolved to wage war against the nearby Wu clan tribes. Naturally, the Wu tribes would not stand idly by, and a fierce battle ensued, with casualties on both sides. However, this was merely a localized conflict, not affecting the larger situation. Meanwhile, Ji Meng arrived at the ancestral Wu palace. The grand doors of the palace swung wide open, and 8 ancestral Wu casually occupied their seats. With no sign of Xian Ming and Ho Tuesday upon entering, Ji Meng greeted the assembled ancestral Wu. Before he could complete his formalities, Zhu Rong boomed. Ji Meng, why have you come? I am the one responsible for slaying Fei Lian, and I did not expect your demon lords to be so feeble that Fei Lian could not even withstand a single blow from me. As Zhu Rong's words fell, laughter erupted, especially from Gong Gong, who laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. Ji Meng's pupils constricted, filled with both rage and sorrow. Regardless of the circumstances, the 10 demon lords had worked together for millions of years. While they were not as close as brothers, they were certainly not strangers. Now, with Fei Lian dead and subjected to ridicule by the ancestral Wu, how could he not be enraged? Enough, Jiang bellowed, silencing the laughter of the ancestral Wu. Yet, Jiang himself was at a loss for words. That it was true that Fei Lian had perished at the hands of the Wu clan, slain by Zhu Rong. However, the Wu clan had no intention of engaging in a war with the demon race. After some deliberation, Jiang coldly declared, Ji Meng, informed Tai and Jun that Fei Lian's death is a consequence of his own actions. We, the Wu clan, take responsibility for our deeds. A chill swept through Ji Meng's heart as he turned to leave. His primary purpose for coming was to ascertain the Wu clan's stance, and now that he understood, he had no reason to linger. Stop! Zhu Rong suddenly shouted. Does our ancestral Wu palace permit you demon race to come and go as you please? The other ancestral Wu joined in the uproar. Ji Meng's eyes flashed with determination as he summoned the He Tu and Luo Shu to protect himself, while casting a glance at Jiang. The Wu clan intends to go to war, does it not? Upon hearing this, the ancestral Wu wore varied expressions. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, among the more belligerent ancestral Wu, were eager for a fight. They had long harbored disdain for the heavenly court. This vast wilderness was opened up by Father Pangu, and as the true descendants of Pangu, they were naturally the rightful lords of this realm. When had it become the turn of the heavenly court to flaunt its power? Even with the establishment of the heavenly court, it must be under the auspices of the Wu clan. Another faction of the ancestral Wu also brimmed with martial spirit, though they were more contemplative and less fervent. Nevertheless, all eyes turned toward Di Jiang. The decision to go to war rested with him. The chill emanating from Di Jiang intensified as he coldly stated, "Ji Ming, whether we go to war or not is not for you to decide. Summon Tai Yi and Di Jun." The implication of Di Jiang's statement was a subtle expression that the ancestral Wu did not harbor intentions of war. However, to Ji Ming's ears, it sounded like a blatant provocation. Tai Yi and Di Jun were the heavenly emperor of the heavenly court. How could they be summoned at will by the Wu clan? Thus, Ji Ming remained silent before striding out resolutely. Once Ji Ming departed, one of the 12 ancestral Wu, Zhu Ming, spoke up, "Elder brother, the heavenly court will not let this matter rest lightly." Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong burst into laughter. "If that little brat Tai Yi dares to come, I'll smash his head." Zhu Ming glared at Zhu Rong, awaiting Di Jiang's decision. That Di Jiang slowly closed his eyes and articulated each word carefully. "Send word down to our sons, urging them to remain vigilant and ready for battle at any moment." As soon as his words fell, Zhu Rong immediately laughed. "The little demons have long been an eyesore to me. I shall take the lead." Gong Gong echoed his sentiments, and the other ancestral Wu also bristled with martial fervor. Little did the ancestral Wu realize the weight of the grim expression on Di Jiang's face. In the heavenly court, Ji Ming recounted in detail all that had transpired in the ancestral Wu palace. At this moment, Tai Yi was not filled with anger, but rather a stubborn resolve as he gazed at Di Jun. This was no longer merely a matter concerning Fei Lian, but one that pertained to the reputation of the entire demon race and the heavenly court alike. With the situation unstable, the heavenly court was on the brink of disintegration. "Then let us go to war." Di Jun suddenly rose, his three-legged golden crow flickering into view. The majesty of the heavenly emperor radiated in all directions. "By decree, the Wu clan has slain the heavenly court's marshal, Fei Lian. This crime is unforgivable. The heavenly court shall march against the Wu clan." Boom! The entire heavenly court erupted into chaos. War! 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 The battle fervor soared to the heavens, shaking the sun, moon, and stars. Soon, the fervor of war spread from the upper realms to the earth below. War! The tribes of the demon race erupted into a fervent clamor. Under the command of Emperor Juntai, legion after legion of demon warriors emerged from the heavenly court, soaring toward various demon tribes. The heavenly court commenced its strategic deployment. Simultaneously, the major demon tribes gathered, with numerous formidable experts training under the organization of the heavenly court, converging toward the meeting point of the witch and demon races. If a powerful being were to gaze down from the lofty heights of the primordial chaos, they would observe that the entire vast continent was shrouded in ominous energy. A chilling atmosphere prevailed, ruthless and fierce. Chapter 62. The Witch and Demon Preparation for War, observed by mighty beings. The witch race, naturally, would not show weakness, that in stark contrast to the demons, who were mobilizing vast armies while preparing various treasures and war chariots. The witch race acted with swiftness. The greatest strength of the witch race lay in their physical prowess. At most, they wielded some unrefined heavy clubs, such as wolf-toothed clubs that in the rear. Preparations for war were tense. While the meeting point of the witch and demon races, battles had already erupted in chaos. Some demon tribes had penetrated deep into witch territory, retreating under the onslaught of the witch race, while some witch tribes venturing into demon territory met with annihilation. For thousands of miles around, the land was engulfed in flames of war. As both sides continued to bolster their forces, the conflict intensified. One could witness witches uprooting small mountains, rampaging across the battlefield, while demons swept through like a tempest, leaving destruction in their wake. Lakes vanished, forests lay in ruin, and mountains crumbled. The very fabric of the earth seemed to split apart. Yet, this was merely the conflict beneath the golden immortal level. The Tai and Luo golden immortals, serving as the mainstay forces, intervened only sporadically. The quasi-saint experts had yet to reveal themselves. The scope of the battlefield expanded rapidly, and both sides fought with ruthless ferocity. However, the most tragic fate befell those tribes caught in the crossfire, neither belonging to the witch nor the demon races. regardless of whether they were witches or demons. Upon encountering these tribes, only one response ensued: annihilation. They were eradicated without a trace. Even if they wished to surrender, neither side would accept them, for they could not discern genuine intent from feigned capitulation. The once simple-minded witches and the straightforward demons swiftly learned various tactics amid the warfare: ambushes, feigned surrenders, surprise attacks. An array of combat strategies were innovated, with both races accusing one another of underhandedness, yet promptly employing these very tactics themselves. The flames of war fostered rapid growth within both tribes, while a myriad of new spells emerged. The witch race, inspired by Suemo, saw Xianming and Hutu vigorously developing their own treasures. Numerous secret techniques for physical enhancement were devised: the manifestation of the law in the world, the four great hidden treasures, the sanctification of the physical body, the three-headed and six-armed form. These innovations pushed physical prowess to its zenith. The formidable witches wielded their own bodies as the sharpest weapons, impervious to water and fire, nearly indestructible. Many witches, even when slain, retained their corporeal forms, remaining in a state as if still alive. The demon race was equally unyielding. With the He-Tu and Luo Shu in hand, Emperor Jun stood as the foremost array master in the realm. Since their physical forms could not rival the witches, they turned their focus to the primordial spirit. The witch-slaying array, the spirit destruction array, the heaven and earth grinding mill array. This series of formations showcased Emperor Jun's extensive research in formations. Furthermore, the demon race possessed powerful artifacts refined by Tai. The Dongwang Bell, an innate treasure, contained the principles of heaven and earth. Tai used the Dongwang Bell as a blueprint, employing the true fire of the sun, alongside countless treasures gathered by the heavenly court, to forge artifacts of boundless power. Some were designed to harm the primordial spirit. Others boasted unparalleled defenses, while some exuded terrifying killing intent. Most of these artifacts were distributed among the core forces of the demon army, inflicting substantial casualties upon the witch race. The initial conflict between the witch and demon races appeared to be a verification of the achievements both tribes had accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years, attracting numerous mighty beings, including Suemo above the battlefield. Many mighty beings either concealed their presence to observe quietly or revealed themselves openly, offering commentary on the clash between the two races, whether it was the likes of Laozi and Yuhua, disciples of Hongjun in pursuit of the path to sanctification, or figures such as Randing and Mingi from the 3,000 guests of the Zixiao Palace. They all focused keenly on this war. On Penglai Island, at the Hongmeng Taoist Temple, a colossal water screen displayed a battlefield that a great witch, towering 100 feet, wielded a shimmering wolf-toothed club, darting through the air. Each impact with the ground created massive craters, and nothing could impede his advance that a single strike could flatten a small mountain. And as he swept through, trees exploded into splinters. Such blatant audacity naturally drew the attention of the demons. Before long, 3 demon warriors zeroed in on this great witch. Forming a triad, they accurately ensnared the witch within their formation. The great witch fought fiercely, roaring in defiance, yet could not break free from the formation's grip. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate. Not far from this battle, a 3-headed, 6-armed witch raced to provide assistance. Suddenly, a Fangtian Huaji came crashing down from an angle, striking the witch squarely on the head. The impact sent the witch sliding across the ground, leaving a long, deep gouge in its wake. Nearby, the battling small witches and small demons were obliterated into fragments that be by the time the witch rose. It was drenched in its own blood. The attacking Fangtian Huaji spun around and fell into the hands of a tiger-headed demon. With a roar, the witch felt a surge of strength, its body growing more robust by threefold. With a powerful push, the ground shattered beneath its feet, and the witch propelled itself toward the tiger-headed demon like a cannonball. Countless similar battles unfolded within the water screen. Master, should we allow them to continue fighting? Tongtian furrowed his brow, his mind stirring as he elevated the scenes within the water screen, revealing the entire battlefield. The earth trembled, lamentations echoed, and blood painted the landscape. A faint layer of ominous energy coalesced, quickly intensifying. The innate spiritual energy rapidly devolved into postnatal spiritual energy, Tongtian continued. Can we intervene? Su Mo shook his head with a sigh. Can we stop it? Tongtian could not help but inquire. How can we intervene? Su Mo spread his hands, declaring, This is fate. Fate? Tongtian's lips curled slightly. Even you acknowledge it, Master? Having spent so long beside Su Mo, he was well aware of Su Mo's disdain for concepts like unchangeable trends and destiny. Yet, now the notion of fate emerged. The war between the witches and demons was inevitable. Su Mo's voice was calm. Why? Survival, Su Mo replied softly. The witches believe themselves to be the true descendants of Pangu, resenting the demons for establishing the heavenly court to govern the primordial chaos. The demons seek vengeance for Philian. These are mere surface reasons. The true cause of the conflict between the two races lies in the struggle for survival. Over the years, both tribes have expanded, yet the primordial chaos remains finite. If the witches claim a larger share, the demons must concede some in regions of scenic beauty and abundant spiritual energy. Both sides covet the same lands. Amidst these conflicts, only a great war can alleviate the tension between them. This is not a battle instigated by the higher echelons, but rather one forced upon them by the tribes below. The seeds of war were already sown, and Philian's slaying was merely the spark that on another front, Hongjun required the war between the witches and demons to alleviate the pressure imposed by the heavenly Tao and expedite the process of merging with the Tao. The various mighty beings were also reluctant to see the heavenly court exert control over them. Regardless of whether it was the witch or demon race, their overwhelming power was something they were unwilling to witness. The convergence of various issues rendered conflict between the two races unavoidable. At that moment, a youth entered. Master, Hutu of the witch race seeks an audience. Chapter 63. Hutu's compassion. The 5 disciples of the academy take their positions. Hutu. Both Su Mo and Tongtian were taken aback. With the impending clash between the witch and demon races, how could Hutu, one of the primary combatants, suddenly appear in Penglai? Please come in. Shortly thereafter, Hutu entered. I have come to pay my respects, esteemed one, and to greet Saint Tongtian. Hutu was momentarily surprised upon seeing Tongtian, but quickly offered her respects. Su nodded slightly. Esteemed one, I have come to implore your benevolence and guidance for the cultivation of my witch race. Hutu stated plainly. Su frowned. Tongtian felt a surge of displeasure at this sensitive juncture. Hutu's unexpected visit, seeking cultivation method from Su Mo, could potentially embroil the academy in the chaos of the witch-demon war. Hutu, is your intent deliberate or unintentional? Esteemed one, Hutu sincerely seeks guidance. Hutu seemingly disregarded Tongtian's displeasure and bowed again. Su Mo narrowed his eyes, observing Hutu in silence. Based on his understanding, Hutu was not a person of profound scheming. So, who could have instigated her to act this way? Xinming. Unlikely. Hutu, Tongtian interjected directly. Are you not aware of the current situation? I am aware. Hutu lowered her head. Then why do you still come? Tongtian scolded sternly. Hutu stiffened and bowed deeply. Esteemed one, Saint Tongtian, please see clearly my visit is not solely for the benefit of the witch race, but for the demon race as well. The flames of war rage on. The cries of the living echo everywhere, and desolate spirits roam amidst the corpses. Hutu does not wish for this scene to persist. After much contemplation, I find myself at a loss and can only seek your assistance. As she spoke, Hutu raised her head, asserting, with just one word from you, the witch and demon races will surely comply. Tongtian let out a cold smile. Why is it not an incredibly naive notion that a mere word from the master could bring an end to the war between the two clans of wizards and liches? Upon hearing this, Hutu grew anxious and bowed once more, pleading for the master's mercy. Tongtian stood silently by, refraining from further comment. Su Mo gazed at the kneeling Hutu and remarked indifferently, if you have come to extinguish the flames of war, why then do you seek the methods of cultivation? Hutu, upon hearing these words, bowed her head, her expression darkening that I beseech the master for understanding. Hutu is aware of her overreach, but in this vast wilderness, there is no one but the master who can halt the conflict between our clans. Su Mo remained silent. Hutu's words were evasive. After a prolonged silence without a response from Su Mo, Hutu's eyes reddened as she whispered. After all, Hutu is the ancestral shaman of the witch clan. Even if she yearns for peace between the two clans, she still hopes for the witch clan to gain the upper hand. The witch clan cannot cultivate the primordial spirit, suffering greatly in the war. Had Tongtian not exposed her intentions from the start, Hutu would not have dared to directly request Su-Mo's intervention to stop the war. As long as she could obtain the methods of cultivation from Su-Mo, she could enhance her strength and ultimately dominate the demon clan, establishing a wilderness ruled by the witch clan. As for why Hutu was so certain that Su-Mo would take action, it was because Su-Mo intended to accept her as a disciple. She was merely a bargaining chip. Once the witch clan was secured, she could then devote herself to being a disciple without worry. However, could the current state of the witch clan allow her that peace of mind? Su-Mo sensed Hutu's thoughts, and his gaze turned icy. "Do you think I must take you as my disciple?" Upon hearing this, Hutu felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. After a moment, she regained her composure and bowed again. "Master, please see clearly. Hutu harbors no such thoughts. The academy is where Hutu's heart lies, but she cannot let go of the witch clan." Her words were sincere, enough to sway even Tongtian's opinion of benevolent ancestral shaman. Deeply concerned for her own kin is hard not to like. Yet this was not a justification for dragging the academy into peril. Su-Mo was also in contemplation that on one hand, should he accept Hutu as a disciple? Hutu would certainly not abandon the witch clan, that if he took her as a disciple, he would inevitably wade into this murky water. Moreover, given Hutu's current mindset, she would not become his disciple without resolving the issues surrounding the witch clan. On the other hand, Su-Mo had been pondering what ultimate outcome he sought to achieve. The first war between the witches and demons was merely a rehearsal. The final result would be that Hongjun, the great ancestor, would emerge to decree that the demon clan would command the heavens while the witch clan would govern the earth, allowing both sides to understand each other's strengths and accumulate their fighting power, thereby deepening the animosity between the two clans. After all, the wilderness is vast, and the two clans had not yet developed to the point of needing to resort to arms. The second war between the witches and demons would be cataclysmic. Truly devastating that it was this second war that would ultimately drive the witch and demon clans from the stage of history. Hongjun would become the greatest beneficiary, not only significantly advancing his own path to enlightenment, but also establishing the authority of the mystical sect. Making it clear who the true leader was to his disciples that a multitude of gains, as these thoughts swirled in his mind, Su-Mo began to form a resolution. "Hutu, I can offer you a convenience." Upon hearing Su-Mo's words, Hutu's eyes lit up with surprise. "If you take me as your disciple now, I will grant you free access to the academy, and you shall not be forbidden from imparting the knowledge learned here." This was the result of Su-Mo's careful consideration. With Hutu's compassionate heart now evident, after the first war between the witches and demons, she would soon transform into reincarnation that if not handled well. Hutu might undergo reincarnation before becoming his disciple that time. She would merely be the goddess Pingxin, rather than Hutu of the witch clan, and would be constrained by the heavenly Tao, no longer suitable to become a disciple of the academy. It was better to accept her now. As for imparting teachings, Su-Mo had never imposed such a prohibition. Hutu was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. "Thank you, Master, for your benevolence." Thus, Hutu entered the academy as the fifth disciple. The system's voice chimed in unison. "Congratulations to the host for accepting Hutu as the fifth disciple." "Excellent." Su-Mo laughed heartily, extending his hand to help Hutu rise. Tongtian was equally delighted. He was a person who thrived on lively company. The more brothers and sisters, the merrier. Having met the fifth junior sister, Hutu exchanged greetings with Tongtian, sharing a smile. Su-Mo then said, "Tongtian, take Hutu to the academy." Tongtian readily agreed. Hutu, perplexed, looked to Tongtian for clarification. Tongtian smiled and explained, "Junior sister may not know, but within the academy lies boundless creation. What one acquires depends entirely on one's own comprehension. The master is merely a guide. Only that which one comprehends for oneself truly belongs to them." The two departed the dojo, with Tongtian gesturing for Hutu to gaze at the sky. Hutu instinctively looked up, and then the entire Witch clan was left dumbfounded. The academy, even if it were merely its entrance, was immensely awe-inspiring. "Come on," Tongtian chuckled, rousing Hutu from her stupor. He recalled how he had looked when he first saw the academy. Upon entering the academy, Hutu was once again left speechless. Countless stars were arranged in a breathtaking display. With boundless primordial energy surging forth, the mysterious, powerful, and profound essence of it all struck Hutu's soul with an indescribable shock. Each star harbored a world of its own, even having witnessed it countless times before. It remained breathtaking. Tongtian marveled. Chapter 64. Hutu reads for eternity, enlightening her own path. Hearing Tongtian's words, Hutu subconsciously nodded. The scene before her was simply too overwhelming. The myriad stars appeared ancient, and walking among them felt like traversing countless worlds. Even her footsteps involuntarily softened, fearing to disturb the timeless tranquility. "Junior sister, all we need is learn from the world of stars. Trust your instincts." Tongtian imparted the mysteries of selecting stars, leaving Hutu to choose at her own pace while he ventured to the perfect world of Zhen Yuanzi. Senior brother, within the perfect world of Zhen Yuanzi, he was intently observing a battle that could only be described as legendary. The willow deity had breached the other realm, maneuvering through the relentless pursuit of the demonic beings with remarkable prowess, instilling fear in their hearts. Throughout this ordeal, the willow deity not only showcased her extraordinary combat instincts, but also her unmatched fighting spirit, coupled with a profound love for her homeland. Tongtian watched, his blood boiling with excitement, to the point where he inadvertently emanated some of his aura, which Zhen Yuanzi noticed. "Truly a remarkable talent," Tongtian exclaimed. Zhen Yuanzi nodded in agreement. "By the way, senior brother, what brings you to the academy?" Zhen Yuanzi inquired. Since achieving enlightenment, Tongtian had rarely visited the academy. On one hand, the world of the sword had taken shape, necessitating Tongtian's efforts to refine the laws of heaven and earth to expedite its growth. On the other hand, the increasing number of beings congregating on Golden Ao Island required him to prevent the chaos that had ensued previously, which also consumed a portion of his energy. Tongtian smiled faintly and recounted the current situation of the wilderness. "The witch and demon clans have clashed." Zhen Yuanzi pondered, surprised by the timing. "Did junior brother foresee this?" Tongtian asked, intrigued. Zhen Yuanzi nodded, explaining, "The master once mentioned that the witch and demon clans do not align with the will of the heavenly Tao. Additionally, Jiaozhu aims to eradicate the marks of the Pangu god from the wilderness, with the witch clan being the first to suffer." Tongtian was taken aback, hearing this for the first time. Jiaozhu intends to erase the marks of the Pangu father god from the wilderness. If there were no academy, I might have become Hongjuan's disciple by now. Laozi and Yuanshi have already become his disciples. Furthermore, regarding the witch clan, a deep sense of doubt and offense surged within Tongtian. The wilderness was opened by the Pangu father god, who sacrificed his life for it. All beings in the wilderness should be eternally grateful to the father god Pangu. Hongjun, how dare he erase the marks of the father god? Humph. Who gave him the audacity? Tongtian suppressed the tumultuous emotions within and maintained his composure. "Junior brother, we have a new junior sister, the ancestral shaman of the witch clan." Hutu. Zhen Yuanzi was overjoyed, but showed no surprise. "Did junior brother anticipate this?" Tongtian directly asked. Zhen Yuanzi nodded. "The master's actions are often unexpected. I merely speculated slightly." Tongtian fell silent, meticulously considering their current brotherhood, and began to vaguely understand something. Sumo's image loomed larger in their minds. In response, Sumo would merely say, "You are overthinking." Tongtian had encountered Fushi, whom he had brought along to AS for Ao Ing. She had come of her own accord. Only within Yuanzi and Hutu did Sumo entertain some thoughts. Should circumstances prove unfavorable, Sumo would not force the matter. After all, the academy represented immense fortune for any being. Losing the academy would be their greatest loss, not Sumo's. Hutu advanced with a face full of reverence. She felt a slight connection to many stars. Those stars seemed to be calling her. However, Hutu did not hastily make a choice. She chose to trust Tongtian's advice, allowing her instincts to guide her. Hutu even closed her eyes, letting her feelings lead her forward. Ultimately, Ho2 stopped before a star. Eternity, as the figure known as Ho2 opened the tome, the world began to evolve. Engrossed in the narrative, Ho2's emotions oscillated in tandem with the protagonist's myriad encounters in the blink of an eye. Decades slipped by. While perusing the book, Ho2 grasped the profound intricacies of the great reincarnation technique, which in turn resonated with her host. Due to Ho2, the fifth disciple of her host, gaining insights in the Hongmeng Academy, the host was rewarded with an elevation in cultivation, advancing to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Subsequently, as Ho2 achieved quasi-saint status, the host received an additional reward. Attaining the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. 3 consecutive system notifications resonated in his ears. A tremendous surge of magical energy erupted from his Dantian, swiftly permeating his entire being. With each breath, Sumo felt himself growing stronger until a warm current was exhausted, leaving him at the threshold of breaking through to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. He contemplated relying solely on his abilities to forcefully breach this barrier. However, reality imparted a harsh lesson. The threshold remained immovable. Once again, Sumo resigned himself to the limitations of his own aptitude. In that moment, he recalled the drop of ancestral, which blood he once possessed. Had he utilized the devouring heaven demon technique back then, perhaps his potential could have soared. Yet, the devouring heaven demon technique had yet to fully integrate with the Hongmeng Dao Sutra, leaving progress agonizingly slow. Why dwell on such thoughts? Sumo self-deprecatingly shook his head. The number of tools at his disposal had multiplied in a mere few thousand years. He had ascended from true immortal to the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, perhaps surpassing anyone else in the entirety of Hongwang in terms of cultivation speed. Indeed, external assistance could be considered a facet of one's own cultivation. Were it not for his proactive approach in accepting disciples, such rapid advancement would not have been possible at that moment. A figure stepped into the Taoist temple, an individual who should not have appeared at this time. Ho2's day. Sumo furrowed his brow as Ho2 entered, her face radiating compassion, yet her eyes filled with sorrow and anguish. Master, Ho2 knelt before Sumo, her voice hoarse. I hear the anguished cries of countless beings, their unwillingness echoing in my ears. The Honghuang lacks reincarnation. Their beings birthed from this realm, entitled to exist. Yet under the weight of war, they have lost their lives. Sumo regarded Ho2 with astonishment, realizing the profound truth in her words. Indeed, Ho2 was the ideal architect of reincarnation. He had not anticipated that she would comprehend her path to sanctification while at the academy. Which clan? Sumo murmured. Ho2 lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with compassion momentarily flickering with struggle before quickly dissipating. Master, the beings of Honghuang cannot afford to wait much longer. Sumo frowned. If Ho2 were to embody reincarnation at this juncture, her demise would be inevitable. Yet, what could he use to dissuade her? Even the witch clan, whom she cherished most, could not impede her determination. Not now. Sumo shook his head, resolutely forbidding her. Ho2's eyes seemed to lose their luster. After a fleeting glance at Sumo, she knelt deeply once more. She no longer wished to wait for any opportune moment. With every breath, the incessant wails of the beings rushing towards her urged her onward. Sumo observed Ho2, his mind racing, and slowly spoke. Fei Lian is not dead. The Fei Lian who went to the ancestral witch palace is a falsehood. Chapter 65. The Benefits of Sanctification at the Academy. Ho2 desires to extinguish the flames of war. Ho2 gazed at Sumo in disbelief. This, the spark that ignited the witch demon war, is a fabrication. How can that be? Indeed, it is true. Sumo sighed, rising to his feet and approaching her, offering his support. I admire your courage and willingness to sacrifice. Yet the disciples of the academy do not engage in futile sacrifices. You possess the valor to sacrifice yourself. Do you not also have the courage to confront reality? Ho2's heart trembled, struggling to accept his words. Sumo continued. Fei Lian was sent by Tai, Yi, and Dijun to the witch clan. If you seek out Tai, Yi, and Dijun, you will uncover Fei Lian's true purpose for visiting the witch clan, and you will come to realize that this war stemmed from a grave mistake. Suemo fixed his gaze upon Ho-Tu. Do you possess the courage to visit the heavenly court? I do, Ho-Tu declared resolutely. She intended to embody reincarnation, allowing the beings of Hong Huang to find solace in death and live anew in this world. However, preventing an all-out war was of greater importance that a war would lead to the loss of countless innocent lives. Stopping the war, too, would constitute a great merit. I shall go at once. Ho-Tu was eager to depart. Suemo halted her, saying, If you proceed in such a manner, you may not even gain entry to the heavenly court, and it may yield adverse effects. Ho-Tu looked at Suemo with earnestness. Perhaps she herself had not realized that the once independent leader of millions of witch clans had begun to rely on Suemo. Ho gestured for Ho-Tu to sit and gently inquired, Do you understand the fundamental cause of the conflict between the witch clan and the demon clan? Ho-Tu hesitated, instinctively responding, Is it not because of Fei Yin's death? No, Suemo shook his head. Fei Yin's death is merely a pretext. The true impetus behind the witch-demon conflict lies elsewhere. He then observed the pleading expression in Ho-Tu's eyes, akin to a child as a survival. Suemo spoke with resignation. Ho-Tu blinked in confusion. Survival. Soon, realization dawned upon her, her expression darkening. Indeed, it is survival. Even without the incident of Fei Yin's death, the strife between the witch and demon clans has never ceased. Conflicts have primarily erupted between tribes. Garnering little attention that, as time progresses, the population of the witch clan continues to grow, and the frequency and intensity of wars are steadily escalating. The witch clan will not halt their development, which includes increasing their numbers. The same holds true for the demon clan, that if this situation persists, even without an incident such as Fei Yin's death, there will inevitably be instances where the witch clan defies the heavenly court's commands, leading to the annihilation of a demon tribe. Among other provocations, the witch-demon war is bound to erupt, and the later it occurs, the more brutal it will be. Not to mention the powerful beings who stoke the flames of discord. Is there truly no way to resolve this? Ho-Tu inquired instinctively. Suemo shook his head, then nodded. Ho-Tu's confusion deepened. Expand the space for survival, Suemo elucidated. Ho-Tu, if you embody reincarnation, you will create a netherworld. But it will not be suitable for beings to inhabit long-term. Ho-Tu's expression darkened. To achieve sanctification, Suemo stated the ultimate answer directly. To become a saint, the disciples of the academy attaining sanctification, grounded in a world, will allow you to accommodate all current members of the witch clan within it. Upon hearing this, Ho-Tu's face lit up with joy, though it was swiftly overshadowed by a sense of helplessness. Sanctification, it feels so distant that do not dwell on it. Suemo promptly advised, first address the immediate issues that as he spoke. Suemo handed Ho-Tu a jade tablet. She accepted it, looking at him in confusion. This is a small promise to Tai and Jun. You will go to the heavenly court as a disciple of the academy. With that, Suemo reminded Ho-Tu, whether or not the war between the two clans can be prevented rests entirely on your shoulders. Remember that. Ho-Tu earnestly bowed to Suemo before departing. Master, do you need me to accompany you? Tongtian revealed himself as Suemo rolled his eyes in exasperation. Without employing any cultivation techniques, he was merely at the peak of golden immortal. How could he have noticed that Tongtian had long since concealed his presence nearby? Yet, Tongtian stubbornly believed his strength surpassed that of a saint, surely having noticed his arrival, but choosing not to reveal it. Ah, a delightful misunderstanding. However, such an unexpected voice could genuinely startle someone. Regaining his composure, Suemo calmly replied, No need. This is a path Ho-Tu must walk herself, a testament to the sincerity of the witch clan. Otherwise, this war will persist. Hearing this, Tongtian chuckled. Master, the sword world could also. Before he could finish, Suemo interrupted. Inappropriate. Ignoring Tongtian's disgruntled expression, he continued, The opportunity for Ho-Tu's sanctification lies in her embodiment of reincarnation. At that point, the witch clan can naturally enter her world. What about the demon clan? Tongtian queried once more. Suemo smiled gently, thinking that will depend on Tai and Jun's choices. At the heavenly court at the southern heavenly gate, the guards immediately halted the approach of the veiled Ho Tuesday. Simultaneously, the watchful gaze of the duty officer, Ji Ming, fell upon her, disciple of the academy. Here to meet the two heavenly emperors, since she was not there to instigate conflict, Ho Tu could not simply overpower the guards. Laughter erupted among the guards. One pointed at Ho Tu mockingly, saying, "Dear friend, you have misunderstood. If anyone could meet our sovereign, he would be overwhelmed with visitors. Depart quickly, or do not blame us for our harsh measures." Ho Tu's delicate brows furrowed. She could not reveal her identity yet. Nevertheless, she was unwilling to retreat so easily. Just then, a hand soared through the air, striking the insolent guard and sending him flying. "Marshal, I pay my respects to Marshal Ji Ming." As the guard saluted, Ji Ming stepped forward to Ho Tuesday, disciple of the academy. He inquired. Ho Tu nodded. "Follow me." Sensing the unfathomable aura of the Earth Mother, Ji Ming promptly made a decision as soon as he spoke. A number of guards displayed expressions of shock. "You all patrol diligently." After issuing a reminder, Ji Ming took the lead, heading straight for the Lingxiao Palace. Along the way, he persistently sought to uncover the true identity of the Earth Mother through peripheral glances and celestial calculations. However, he found himself utterly fruitless. Ji Ming believed his actions were discreet. In reality, all his subtle maneuvers were laid bare before the Earth Mother's gaze. After traversing a vast expanse of palatial structures, the core palace, Lingxiao Palace, emerged before the Earth Mother. "Wait a moment. I shall report," Ji Ming instructed the Earth Mother, stepping into the Lingxiao Palace first. The nature of Ji Ming's conversation with Tai and Dijuan remains unknown. Yet, upon exiting the Lingxiao Palace, the Earth Mother sensed a murderous intent emanating from him, along with unmasked fury. "Ancestral, which?" Ji Ming inquired softly as he approached the Earth Mother. "I am the fifth disciple of the academy. If you do not believe me, feel free to verify," the Earth Mother replied indifferently. Ji Ming nearly ground his teeth in frustration. "Verify? How?" The mere thought of the academy sent shivers down his spine. He would rather die than return there. "The Heavenly Emperor requests your presence," the Earth Mother stated, not sparing Ji Ming a glance. Anger made the flesh on Ji Ming's cheeks quiver, yet he was utterly powerless. If the Earth Mother truly was a disciple of the academy, he could not afford to provoke her. Moments later, the Earth Mother stood before Tai and Dijuan, having arrived with a multitude of words. She found herself at a loss for speech. When truly confronted by Tai and Dijuan, her thoughts underwent a subtle transformation. "Earth Mother, why have you come?" Dijuan inquired slowly, his uncertainty palpable. The conflict between the witches and the demons had escalated to one of irreconcilable enmity. As one of the 12 ancestral witches, her sudden appearance in the heavenly court was indeed perplexing. "That I am now the fifth disciple of the academy." The Earth Mother reaffirmed her identity. Tai smirked at this. "Had it not been for your status as the fifth disciple, the Hunyuan Heluo formation would have been activated long ago at the southern heavenly gate. Why did Philian go to the ancestral witch palace?" The Earth Mother demanded sternly. Tai and Dijuan exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's confusion. After a brief hesitation, Dijuan furrowed his brow. "Regardless of whether you believe it or not, we sent Philian to the ancestral witch palace to inform you that Tai wished to discuss the prohibition against the consumption of intelligent creatures by your kind." Tai scoffed. "To think that your witch clan would heed no counsel, even resorting to the ruthless murder of Philian." The Earth Mother's pupils dilated in shock. The witch clan was known for its fiery temperament, but they were not devoid of reason. In truth, there had long been regulations within the witch clan forbidding the capture and consumption of intelligent beings. "I do believe," the Earth Mother asserted earnestly. "When Philian visited the ancestral witch palace, he directly proclaimed the edict for our clan to receive you too. There were indeed some unpleasant incidents. My brother Zhu, in a fit of rage, merely struck him once, the Earth Mother emphasized, and Philian was done for, but a sudden stillness enveloped the hall. Tai and Dijuan exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback. They had only received the news of Philian's death, and had investigated his demise at the hands of the witch clan. Yet, they had not been privy to such details. Philian, they understood, had he not been annihilated by Ao Ing, Philion would indeed have been capable of brazenly challenging the witch clan. Yet after his body was destroyed, while he appeared unchanged in temperament, his actions had become astutely cautious. To put it bluntly, he had grown timid. Sensing the shift in circumstances, he would have fled rather than provoked the witch clan. Is this truly the case? Dijuan sought confirmation. If the Earth Mother spoke truthfully, the implications would be grave. Absolutely, the Earth Mother replied, tossing a jade pendant given to her by Su Imo to Dijuan. This was entrusted to me by my master to convey to you two heavenly emperors. I take my leave now. With that, the Earth Mother turned resolutely and departed. There was no need for her to mention that Philion was still alive. Should Tai and Dijuan harbor suspicions, they were more than capable of uncovering the truth. She needed to return to the witch clan swiftly to alert the other ancestral witches of the lurking dangers. As she journeyed, she beheld shattered mountains and desolate lands. Upon returning to the ancestral witch palace and unveiling everything, the Earth Mother observed her elder brother, Dijiang, bearing an extraordinarily calm demeanor. Brother, did you suspect this all along? The Earth Mother could not help but inquire. Indeed, Dijiang nodded. Why? The Earth Mother questioned, perplexed at Dijiang's side. From the establishment of the heavenly court, this war became inevitable. A delayed strike is far less effective than an early one. Is there truly no other way? The Earth Mother faltered, unable to fathom that the witch clan had chosen war for themselves. What alternative exists? Dijiang replied with a faint smile, his eyes shimmering as if countless stars danced within. In a mere movement, he stood before the Earth Mother and affectionately patted her shoulder. We, as the rightful heirs of Pangu, cannot submit to being beneath others. The witch clan will not acquiesce, nor will the subordinate races. The Earth Mother was left in a daze, more shocked by this revelation than when she learned from Su Imo that Philion had not perished. You and Xianming must survive. Dijiang offered a final piece of advice before stepping out of the Grand Hall. Outside, an uncountable number of members of the witch clan had gathered, Deluo Jingxian and Tai Jingxian alike. All of the 12 ancestral witches were present, save for the Earth Mother within the hall. Let us depart. Dijiang issued a simple command, devoid of grandiose speeches or morale-boosting rhetoric. Roar! Battle! The entire witch clan erupted in a cacophony of war cries. With a thunderous roar, the densely packed ranks of the witch clan surged into motion. Their momentum unmistakable. That moment, Xianming stealthily infiltrated the ancestral witch palace. Sister Xianming, you are aware? The Earth Mother asked, not turning back. Our elder brother has informed us. Regardless of the truth, our immediate task is to vanquish the demon clan and firmly establish the authority of our Pangu lineage. Xianming replied, brimming with martial spirit. The witch clan had never feared war. Rather, they feared a lack of conflict. The Earth Mother felt a tremor within her heart. How could such a witch clan not fall victim to schemes? Let us go. Our elder brothers have likely ventured far ahead. We must hasten to catch up, Xianming urged, taking the Earth Mother by the hand. The Earth Mother hesitated but did not refuse. Contemplating deeply, she wondered whether the survival spoken of by Su Imo or the Pangu lineage mentioned by her elder brother was truly the fundamental cause of this war. Unbeknownst to her, the decisive battle was on the horizon. The witch clan mobilized. Tai and Dijuan received word. Brother, it is time to bring this war to an end, Tai declared, his eyes glinting with battle fervor. He had long wished to confront the 12 ancestral witches. Dijuan's expression remained stoic, yet he slowly rose, the river map and Luo book manifesting around him. Let us move. With a single command, the entire heavenly court seemed to awaken in an instant. A resounding horn echoed through the skies as mighty demons soared from various abodes within the heavenly court. The 9 great demon commanders and over 70 distinct Deluo Jingxian, along with tens of thousands of Tai Jingxian. All stood armored to the teeth, lined up neatly before the southern heavenly gate. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as the heavenly emperor's chariot emerged, eventually halting at the forefront of the army. Comrades, follow me into battle. With these words, the heavenly emperor transformed into a beam of light, racing toward the battlefield, followed closely by the 9 great demon commanders, the myriad beings of the primordial land. The sky was filled with countless shooting stars, a truly magnificent sight. Simultaneously, Both the witch and demon clans sprang into action, numerous powerful beings brimming with excitement. The decisive battle was upon them. Who among the witch and demon clans would emerge as the true ruler of the primordial realm? The answer would soon be revealed through the fires of war, in the skies above the battlefield. A multitude of divine thoughts surged forth as powerful beings manifested, including the reclusive Yuan, who had emerged from his seclusion to break through to the peak of Quasi-Saint. Having been mercilessly beaten by Zhang Yuanzi, his golden body nearly shattered and still nursing his wounds, Jane also made his appearance. Chapter 67. The Heavens Shatter. The primordial emperor wails in morning kill. Amidst the boundless intent to kill, the War of the Lich reached its zenith. In midair, two factions stood opposed. On one side, Tai and Dijuan upon their magnificent chariot. On the other, the 12 ancestor witches. Behind them, elite forces led by the Luo and supported by Tai roared as they charged towards their foes. In an instant, chaos erupted as combatants clashed. The battlefield sprawled in every direction, teeming with frenzied conflict. Unmatched speed, unparalleled strength, impenetrable defense, and relentless offense defined the struggle. The so-called elite of both tribes emerged from the very heart of battle, plunging into a state of extreme intensity from the very outset. Consequently, the battlefield manifested a peculiar dynamic. The 12 ancestor witches and Tai Dijuan could clearly perceive one another, as if nothing obstructed their view. Yet periodically, rifts in space materialized in the sky, akin to delicate slashes made by a blade across a perfect canvas. To the untrained eye, these tears went unnoticed. The ground bore witness to subtle disturbances. A towering mountain could vanish in an instant, seemingly without cause that a river could abruptly change its course, dry up, or transform into a mound of sand. Occasionally, fissures spanning thousands of miles would appear, deep enough to entomb all living beings. Such breathtaking spectacles, typically awe-inspiring, were now commonplace. Without the recollection of prior events, one might genuinely mistake this for the original landscape. Malice surged forth from the fractures as thousands of volcanoes erupted. It was as if the primordial land itself was in motion. However, to the powerful observers, the battlefield presented a different scene. Countless Luo Jingxian and Tai Jingxian were engaged in fierce duels. In the skies, flying demon tribes left no trace. Their wings served as their greatest weapon, with some powerful enough to slice through space itself. Following the emergence of spatial rifts, in the next breath, unfortunate Luo Jingxian or Tai Jingxian would be consumed by these tears, only for the rifts to seal themselves as if they had never existed. In this tumultuous battleground, no one could ascertain their chances of survival. It was a comprehensive test for any cultivator. A moment's hesitation could lead to being torn apart by spatial rifts, struck down by enemies, or thrown off balance by the aftermath of battle, resulting in death. Insufficient defense, sluggish reflexes, a lack of magical power, or even ill fortune would culminate in a singular fate, demise. With each passing moment, the Luo Jingxian fell like autumn leaves. The ground conflict grew increasingly brutal, that a towering which could crush a formidable demon with a single step. Suddenly, a cold gleam sliced through the air, cleaving the witch in twain. Before the ambushing demon could revel in triumph, a colossal wolf fang club flattened them into a gruesome pulp, just as their primordial spirit fled. The residual battle waves obliterated it, leading to total annihilation. Their remains were swept away by a gust of demonic wind, reduced to ash. Bodies honed over millennia became sustenance for others in a brief span. 3 Tai Jingxian and 2 Luo Jingxian met their end. There were no corpses strewn across the battlefield, no rivers of blood, nor any extraordinary phenomena, yet their struggles were far more ferocious. A single misstep, however minor, could spell doom. The mighty could perceive yet another layer of the conflict. A powerful Luo Jingxian among the witches diminished their form, manipulating a red thread that siphoned vitality from every demon it touched. This sudden weakening proved to be the most fatal blunder on the battlefield, a curse of the witch tribe. Drawing upon their own blood as a conduit, they invoked the power of the laws. The demon tribe, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed their unparalleled innate abilities that in less than the span of a single incense stick, 1/3 of the elite forces accumulated over countless millennia from both tribes perished. The expressions of both the 12 ancestor witches and Tai Dijuan turned grave, each feeling a pang of sorrow. This was the foundation of their kin. Yet it was at this moment that the battle grew even more intense and eerily silent. Those who had survived to this point were the cream of the crop. Their magical power flowed through them with precision, devoid of any leaks. In their high-speed maneuvers, every strike was guaranteed to hit. However, facing equally formidable opponents, success was not assured. Thus, the war entered a stalemate. The one who could seize the opportunity, whose magical power was abundant, whose reactions were swifter, would be the one to survive. Meanwhile, the expressions of the 12 ancestor witches and Tai Dijuan remained troubled. Quafu, Hoi, Qiyu, Jufeng, Shangliu, and Xingtian, each surviving which was known to Hutu, who had shared meals, drinks, songs, and dances with them. The loss of each comrade caused her heart to ache profoundly. These were her companions, her kin. The remaining ancestor witches felt a similar sorrow. But they could not intervene. Their primary concern was defending against Tai and Dijuan. Tai and Dijuan felt the same grief. They were intimately aware of the prowess of these demon elites, each name etched in their memory, as they had contributed significantly to the establishment of the Heavenly Court. With each fallen warrior, the foundation of the Heavenly Court diminished, and they would accrue less merit and fortune. Such grievous losses could not continue unabated. Exchanging a glance, Tai and Dijuan's auras surged dramatically, unleashing the full power of their peak quasi-saint might. Behind them, the phantasmal image of a three-legged golden crow let out a piercing cry. Flanking the phantoms were Tai and Dijuan's benevolent and malevolent corpses. Thus, though only two stood before the battlefield, their quasi-saint combat power effectively multiplied to 6, augmented by the innate treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell, and the primordial spiritual treasures, the River Map and the Luo Book. Spiritual energy surged forth, pouring into them from above, coalescing into 2 spiraling vortices. Such overwhelming force swiftly enveloped the battlefield. Both the witches and the demon elites instinctively halted their skirmishes, retreating to stand behind their leaders. Among the witches, the restless Zhurong stepped forward with a hearty laugh, transforming into a towering figure wreathed in flames, with fiery serpents dangling from his ears and 2 fire dragons roaring beneath his feet. Not to be outdone, Gong Gong stood beside him, revealing his true form. A serpentine head with a human body, clad in black scales, standing upon a black dragon, entwined with a green python, and crowned with a shimmering azure wheel. However, the auras of Zhurong and Gong Gong were swiftly suppressed by Tai and Dijuan. With a low command, Dijiang also revealed his true form, a being resembling a yellow pouch, crimson as fire, with 6 legs and 4 wings, featureless yet imposing. Without a visible movement, he stood before Zhurong and Gong Gong, facing Tai and Dijuan directly. Behind him, all the ancestor witches took their positions, and a closer look revealed that the 12 ancestor witches were not arranged haphazardly, but rather aligned in accordance with certain celestial principles. Chapter 68. The dual array's divine might. The phantom of Pangu emerges, the witch's resentment. Tai and Dijuan's expressions grew stern. Tai signaled to Dijuan, then tossed the Eastern Emperor Bell into the air. Dong. 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 The resounding chimes reverberated through the heavens. The moment the bell rang, the previously concealed Deluo Jinxian and Tai Jinxian, who had been overseeing the formation, revealed themselves and began weaving intricate hand seals. A grand array enveloping the entire heavenly court was activated. The Hongyuan He Luo Great Array, concentrate, the demon tribes shouted in unison. Thousands of stars trembled as pure starlight cascaded from the sky, converging into an incredibly radiant beam that ultimately enveloped the entirety of the Hongyuan He Luo Great Array. The core of the array, a miniature map of the primordial continent materialized. The demon elites displayed expressions of delight, leaving one Deluo Jinxian behind while the others vanished from sight. However, this time, they fully integrated into the grand formation. The remaining Deluo Jinxian pointed gently at a specific location on the map. Whoosh! The starlight gathered within the grand array suddenly plummeted on the battlefield. Every creature raised its gaze to the heavens at this moment. A brilliant beam of light shot forth, crashing violently against the Eastern Emperor bell with a resounding boom. The bell resonated, instantly magnifying dozens of times, its five-colored radiance illuminating the firmament, while the chaotic sanctity emanated a formidable presence that reverberated throughout the universe. The very fabric of space seemed to freeze. The observing powerhouses hastily withdrew. Even their divine consciousness dared not sweep across the scene as recklessly as before. The might of the Eastern Emperor bell was clearly evident. Tai and Dijuan stood beneath the bell. Above them loomed the ethereal silhouette of the three-legged golden crow, which gradually expanded, ultimately resembling a majestic golden crow dominating the heavens, engulfing the Eastern Emperor bell in a blaze of the sun's true fire, amplifying its already overwhelming aura. With a fierce cry from the three-legged golden crow, the solar flames erupted violently, igniting all in their path. Mountains, rivers, and even the very air itself ignited into a searing inferno. In the blink of an eye, the center of the battlefield sank several dozen zhang. No, entire stretches of ground were reduced to ash. The winds that followed scattered these ashes, leaving the sky shrouded in a gray haze. Yet, the transformations did not cease there. The ground, scorched by the solar flames, shimmered like glass, reflecting the scattered light of the sun, which not only remained but coalesced into a beam of light rivaling the stars. Enveloping the Eastern Emperor bell once more, in an instant, the silhouette of the three-legged golden crow solidified, its feathers shimmering with hues of brilliance, its fiery eyes burning with fierce majesty. The emperor's might was palpable. Countless beings gazing upon this spectacle silently yearned to prostrate themselves at the feet of Tai and Dijuan. All this transpired in the span of mere breaths. The Wu clan, however, was not to be outdone. Activate the formation. With a commanding shout from Daijang, the ancestral shamans revealed their true forms and urged forth their essence. The sounds of pounding resonated as if rising from the very depths of each creature's heart. A dense aura of malevolence wafting from the earth, the sky, their bodies, and the entirety of existence, rapidly coalescing upon the 12 ancestral shamans. Burn, the ancient incantation echoed through heaven and earth. The malevolent energy ignited instantaneously, intertwining with the battle intent of the ancestral shamans, breaking through the clouds with an overwhelming pressure so pure it swept across every corner of the primordial world. The malevolent energy emerged. It clashed with the five-colored brilliance emanating from the Eastern Emperor bell, each vying for dominance without yielding an inch. From afar, it appeared as though the entire sky was divided in twain, one half ablaze with the fiery brilliance, the other shrouded in various shades of piercing malevolence. A shrill, jarring sound reverberated through the void as the Eastern Emperor bell spun with increasing urgency. The malevolent energy was breaking through the space that the Eastern Emperor bell had frozen. Rise! Daijang roared. Boom! Blood-red pillars of malevolence surged skyward, their foundation rooted in the 12 ancestral shamans. The malevolent energy, as if finding its mother, converged into the 12 red pillars of light. The malevolent energy surged forth. The crimson hue gradually transformed into a deep, dark black, as if even light were being devoured. This moment, white rays of light manifested in the void, swirling rapidly around the 12 ancestral shamans, ultimately forming an intricate pattern. The instant this profound pattern emerged, the powerful observers in the distance changed countenance, particularly Laozi and Yuanshi. The Taiji diagram and the primordial yellow tower trembled. Laozi, his expression grave, spoke. Yuanshi's eyes were clouded with foreboding. The Panga banner quivered as well. Both turned their gazes toward the 12 ancestral shamans. At this moment, the intricate pattern became increasingly distinct. Moreover, the innate treasures such as the Taiji diagram grew ever more difficult to restrain, to the point where Yuanshi's teeth were clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. Eventually, the profound pattern fully materialized. What else could it be but the Chaos Green Lotus? This Wu clan. Yuanshi's teeth ground together. His expression dark. Laozi narrowed his eyes. The flickering cold light within them revealed that his mood was far from pleasant. It is said that Pangu was birthed from the chaos green lotus. Thus, before Laozi could fully grasp his thoughts, a voice suddenly called out, "Consolidate." The 12 ascending pillars of light merged into one, and a figure began to take shape within the light. In an instant, the radiance dimmed. The figure bore leaves upon its brow, held the sun and moon in its hands, had dragon-like eyebrows and tiger-like eyes, with starkly defined features, a broad mouth, and large ears, exuding an imposing yet gentle presence that soon enveloped the entirety of the primordial realm. Whether they were mighty beings or those yet to awaken their consciousness, all bowed their heads and proclaimed, "Father God." It was none other than Pangu, the creator of the primordial world. Ultimately, aside from a few chaotic demons, all beings within the primordial world could be considered descendants of Pangu. Even the human race created by Nuwa later on. As the beings knelt, the ethereal silhouette of Pangu grew increasingly solid. Yet the divine light within his copper bell-like eyes gradually receded, almost fading away. This transformation, however, allowed many powerful beings to awaken. They understood that what stood before them was merely the ethereal manifestation of Pangu, summoned forth by the 12 capital heavenly gods' grand formation. The true Pangu had long since perished. Elder brother. Yuanshi's voice was laced with anger, his face dark. Laozi nodded slightly, recognizing that the Wu clan had stepped back from the main stage of the primordial realm. A fate decreed by the heavenly Tao, requiring no further effort from them. In the calmness of Laozi's gaze, Yuanshi ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Yet deep within, he silently marked the Wu clan. How dare they compel him to kneel and disturb the fallen father god Pangu? Such a transgression was unforgivable. Many powerful beings shared similar sentiments. In the ethereal realm, a palpable aura of resentment entwined around the 12 ancestral shamans and the entire Wu clan. The ancestral shamans and the Wu clan remained utterly oblivious. Yet these resentments did indeed exist. "Gather," Daijang commanded coldly. The 12 ancestral shamans vanished in an instant, fully merging into the silhouette of Pangu. Boom! The first sound of heaven and earth rang out. As the divine light within Pangu's eyes suddenly flickered, and his form became animated. Chapter 69. The Clash of Formations, Conspiracy, and Startling Ceasefire Fight. Tai and Dijuan roared in unison. Fight! The 12 ancestral shamans amalgamated into one. Crash! The silhouette of Pangu collided violently with the Eastern Emperor Bell. It was as if a cataclysmic event had unfolded. The force surged outward, creating a rift in the sky hundreds of kilometers wide. The sound akin to splintering would echoing in everyone's ears. Countless mountains and rivers were instantaneously flattened, the very center of their collision. The earth was torn asunder, and bright red magma erupted forth. However, neither side could be deterred by the unfolding struggle. Roar! Ka! Panga bellowed, while the three-legged golden crow howled heavenward, the crackling sounds incessant, as the rifts above and below seemingly converged. The many powerful beings looked on, shivering with trepidation. It felt as if the entire primordial continent were on the verge of being torn in two. Bang! Both sides unleashed a powerful strike, propelling each other backward, in the void, devoid of substance. The sounds of collision reverberated. Unbeknownst to anyone, amidst the residual waves of their clash, a small orb of light silently infiltrated Pangu's silhouette. Fight! Fight! The two roars echoed simultaneously. The silhouette of Pangu gathered momentum for another charge, while the Eastern Emperor Bell showed no signs of yielding. Once more, both sides collided fiercely. The Eastern Emperor Bell spun at breakneck speed, causing everything in its vicinity to whirl chaotically, ultimately forming a colossal tornado, with the bell at its core. Yet, this colossal whirlwind could not hinder Pangu's silhouette. Instead, it solidified it further. The 12 ancestral shamans, Tai and Dijuan, the leaders of the two most formidable clans in the primordial realm, each possessed peak quasi-saint combat prowess. Yet they were engaged in a brawl akin to street thugs. You throw a punch, I return a kick. It was not that they did not wish to fight beautifully. Rather, in the face of equal cultivation, their spells and various mystical techniques proved ineffective. Whether it was the Eastern Emperor Bell or the 12 capital heavenly gods grand formation, both possessed the extraordinary ability to lock space and freeze time, rendering a significant portion of their abilities ineffective. Moreover, in this life-and-death struggle, there was no weapon more precise and advantageous than oneself, though it appeared as if the battle was tearing the heavens and earth asunder. In reality, both sides were engaged in a dialogue. The catalyst for this dialogue was that small point of light, which was a fragment plucked from the jade pendant that Su Mo had given to Tai and Dijuan. Thus, amidst the fierce clashes, they managed to converse without anyone noticing. Filian was indeed not dead, but its whereabouts were unknown. There was a conspiracy behind this war. Those were Dijuan's words that a battle between the Wu and the Yao clans was inevitable. That was Daijang's assertion. Why not cease hostilities, sit down and discuss? It may resolve our disputes. This was Xuanming's suggestion. You two brothers possess commendable strength. Why not spar with me? This came from the battle-loving Zhu Rong. As they exchanged words, the external battle raged on, mountains and rivers lamenting, the primordial continent on the brink of collapse. Yet, no consensus was reached. Instead, confusion deepened. Hutu, come forth. Dijiang decisively silenced the remaining ancestral witches, allowing Hotu to communicate with Dijun and Tai Yi. Boom! The ethereal image of Pangu collided once more with the Eastern Emperor Bell. This time, neither side utilized a recoil to separate. Instead, they remained locked in a fierce struggle. The malevolent aura and the resplendent five-colored light clashed violently, faint rumblings of thunder echoing in the background, while the fierce winds of the nine heavens howled downwards, ravaging the already devastated earth. Tai Yi noticed that the spirituality of the Pangu image formed by the grand formation was steadily diminishing, the Dijun remarked, and the 12 ancestral witches were taken aback in unison. Dijiang flickered momentarily. After a breath, his expression turned exceedingly grim. Even without a primordial spirit to manifest divine thoughts, Dijiang still detected the anomaly. The high-dimensional will within the Pangu image was waning. More precisely, it was the high-dimensional will contained within the blood of the 12 ancestral witches that was decreasing, that it was not vanishing in a thin air, but rather being stealthily appropriated by some incomprehensible means, effectively robbing the ancestral witches of their power. Hotu's pupils constricted as she pondered briefly, then spoke. Did you not notice, brothers? The might of the Eastern Emperor Bell is waning. I can sense the laws of the Eastern Emperor Bell dissipating. Tai Yi and Dijun were momentarily stunned. In that moment of shock, they were struck by the Pangu image, sending them flying and creating a massive hole in the sky. Moments later, boom! The Eastern Emperor Bell returned with renewed vigor. Indeed, Tai Yi said slowly. Regardless of Tai Yi, Dijun, or the 12 ancestral witches, they fell into a deep silence. Fei Lian feigned death, provoking a conflict between the witch and demon clans, leading to a great war between the two. Now, there was even the theft of power from both the witch and demon clans. Point one was the high-dimensional will that the witch clan had yet to comprehend, and the other was the laws of the Eastern Emperor Bell that Tai Yi had not yet refined. Both represented advanced powers that were currently beyond their reach. The final strike. The victor shall be king, stalemated, the demon clan in the sky, the witch clan on the ground. Dijun quickly made a decision. With too many uncertainties lurking behind the scenes, continuing the battle would likely only benefit the hidden puppeteer. Yet, stopping like this felt unsatisfactory. All right, Dijun acquiesced. Whoosh! The fiercely contending Pangu image and the Eastern Emperor Bell suddenly separated, each occupying a different expanse of the sky. The decisive battle was at hand. The watching powerful beings instantly perked up, their eyes glued to the scene. They beheld the witch clan's Pangu image shimmering, as boundless malevolence coalesced into a gleaming axe, the Pangu axe, the very tool of creation. Meanwhile, within the Eastern Emperor Bell, the He-Tu and Luo Shu appeared, fusing with the three-legged golden crow images behind Tai Yi and Dijun. Boom! An aura arose that shook the very heavens and earth. The eyes of the many powerful beings. It resembled another true sun. Fight! No words were spoken, yet all could feel the intensity of the heat. The Pangu image raised the Pangu axe and struck down fiercely. in the heavens, on the earth, in space, in time, and through the elements of fire, water, and wind, nothing could escape the axe's cleaving force. Chaotic energy surged forth from the rift. Bang! A crisp sound echoed. Everything suddenly froze. Even the lightning-fast Pangu axe appeared to move sluggishly. However, the rotation of the Eastern Emperor Bell was likewise slowing, until at last, even the connection between starlight and sunlight nearly faltered. At this moment, the axe's edge also approached the brink of shattering. Ding! It sounded as if two droplets of water had collided. There was no longer the previous overwhelming momentum, but this seemingly insignificant sound stirred up tumultuous waves within the hearts of numerous powerful beings. By the time they regained their composure, they were left bewildered. What just happened? Some powerful beings even rubbed their eyes. The battlefield, now in disarray, revealed that both combatants had vanished. Did they just call it a day? One powerful being exclaimed, their expression peculiar. That feeling. I had already disrobed, waiting to revel in excitement. And now this. Regardless of their frustrations and disbelief, the witch and demon clans had simply retreated. The world fell into a profound silence. And a gust of wind blew through, mocking the stillness in every way. Chapter 70. Aftermath of the battle, each with their own calculations. Ha! On Penglai Island, the laughter of Tongtian reverberated joyfully. This scene, particularly the expressions of those powerful beings, was nothing short of hilarious. With the strength of a saint, no event on the battlefield of the Witch-Demon War could escape his gaze. Sumo was also chuckling. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. It was as if the witch and demon clans had played the entire assembly of powerful beings in the wilderness, including the currently imposing figure of Hong Jun. The Witch-Demon War was indeed his orchestration. Otherwise, a true conflict between the two clans could have been delayed for several, until the entire wilderness could no longer sustain both factions. But now, there was still ample space for survival in the heavens. On the earth, and even in the seas. Master, what mystery lies within this? After the laughter subsided, Tongtian inquired. Sumo chuckled softly. I sent Ho-Tu to the heavenly court, and it seems the effect was quite favorable. Tongtian grew increasingly curious. Sumo contemplated and said, whether it's the power of the saints or the authority of the heavenly Tao, it all originates from the degree of control over the rules, which can also be referred to as the source. The wilderness was opened up by the Great Pangu, inherently bearing the mark of the Great Pangu. Whether you claim to be the authentic Pangu, as the 3 pure ones, or the 12 ancestral witches, you inherently possess a portion of the source and authority of the wilderness that, in fact, all beings in the current wilderness possess this to varying degrees. It is akin to a chaotic treasure, with countless individuals having the right to utilize it. Thus, those who genuinely wish to possess it will become agitated. Upon hearing this, Tongtian instantly understood. For Hong Jun to claim dominion over the entire heavenly Tao, he must eradicate the innate beings, that he could either compel the innate beings to become disciples, thereby stripping them of their authority through the cause and effect of master-disciple relationships, or incite them to slaughter one another, allowing the scattered authority to be naturally reclaimed. After all, Hong Jun currently possessed a portion of the authority of the heavenly D. It was similar to the remarkable figures in his Sword Comes world. They too had a share of the world's authority at birth. The growth of the Sword Comes world relied on new rules and new phenomena, effectively augmenting the source of the world, which is why it flourished. Just wait, the best is yet to come, Sumo said calmly. The connection between Ho-Tu, the 12 ancestral witches, and the Eastern Emperor Tai Jun was facilitated by the jade pendant he provided. Thus, he had heard everything throughout, regardless of whether the 12 ancestral witches, having lost the high-dimensional will of Pangu, or the source of the Eastern Emperor Bell, a chaotic treasure, had been pilfered. Neither the witch nor the demon clans would let this matter rest easily. Even if the hidden hand was Hong Jun, the harmonizer, if the second witch-demon war were to occur with the same intensity as before, it might not ensue. Moreover, before the second witch-demon war, Ho-Tu would undoubtedly attain sanctification. I will accompany you, Master. Tongtian laughed at Sumo shot him a glance, contemplating but ultimately not refusing. Tongtian was certainly curious about what had transpired during this battle, as for Jiaozhu Island and the Sword Comes world. Tongtian had also severed the 3 corpses that to be fair. Severing the 3 corpses was indeed a commendable cultivation method, at least enhancing a portion of one's combat strength. Tongtian lacked innate spiritual treasures. During the severing of corpses, he utilized innate supreme treasures, with the strength of his avatars equivalent to the pinnacle of quasi-saints. If Tongtian permitted, unleashing the power of a saint would not be impossible, sufficient to sustain the operations of Jiaozhu Island and the Sword Comes world. The key issue lay in the fact that the 3 corpse avatars were exceedingly useful. Otherwise, Tongtian would not be accompanying Suimo at the dojo, but would be at the Sword Comes world refining the rules. Meanwhile, in the Zixiao Palace, an icy and suffocating aura enveloped the entire space. The grim-faced Hong Jun ceaselessly scrutinized the heavenly secrets, employing all the authority of the heavenly Tao at his disposal. Yet he found nothing. He was oblivious to what had gone awry in the Witch-Demon War. Why had the conflict between the 2 clans abruptly ceased? The Witch-Demon War had not inflicted significant damage on the wilderness continent, and the authority of the heavenly Tao had not been substantially diminished. The war did not persist long enough for the causalities of heaven and earth to be reclaimed, the high-dimensional will of Pangu. The rules of the chaotic bell, he had similarly acquired little. The sudden cessation of hostilities between the witch and demon clans had disrupted his preparations for displaying his might, robbing him of the authority and source contained within countless beings of the wilderness. Hong Jun resembled a merchant who had meticulously calculated, laid plans for decades, and invested countless resources, only to have his grand strategy abruptly halted at the last moment. In his calculations, not only was there no bountiful return, but he nearly lost his initial capital as well. The frustration within him was palpable, yet he could not discern where the issue lay. Ultimately, Hong Jun's intuition led his gaze to Penglai Island. Only Penglai Island possessed the strength to disrupt his schemes. It was also understandable that he could not uncover the heavenly secrets. After all, the Hongmeng Academy on Penglai Island was an external entity, inherently capable of concealing heavenly machinations. Just wait and see. Hong Jun Jiaozhu let out a cold snort, and his figure abruptly vanished, accelerating the process of merging with the heavenly Tao. The air of sternness dissipated. The 2 young disciples within the Zixiao Palace finally breathed a sigh of relief. Who could have anticipated that these 2 trembling youths would later become the heavenly Emperor Haoyan and the Queen Mother of the Yaoqi? Meanwhile, upon returning to the ancestral witch hall, the 12 ancestor witches sealed the entire chamber. It is said that within the ancestral witch hall lies the heart of Pangu, thus capable of concealing the secrets of heaven, making it impossible for anyone to ascertain what truly transpires within. Once the hall was shut, the 12 ancestor witches tacitly initiated the 12 capital heavenly demon formation, summoning the ethereal image of Pangu. Subsequently, the formation dissipated. The 12 ancestor witches exchanged glances, remaining silent. Even the most fiery-tempered among them, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, were no exception. Eldest brother, what shall we do? Xianming could not help but inquire. The situation was more dire than they had imagined. The Pangu contained within the ethereal image was rapidly diminishing, manifesting as a swift decline in its power, to the point where even the Pangu axe was nearly unable to materialize. Without the Pangu image, a significant portion of the ancestral witch's foundation would vanish. Damn it, I shall surely sever his dog head, Zhu Rong exclaimed vehemently. Gong Gong shared his indignation. Di Jiang, however, disregarded the 2 ancestor witches and turned his gaze toward Ho Tuesday perplexed. Ho Tu asked. Di Jiang spoke slowly. I once merged my essence with Zhu Jiuyin, intending to create a great witch of time and space, but unexpectedly glimpsed a fragment of the future. The ancestral witch hall fell into an instant silence. A great war between the witch and demon races, the shattering of the primordial lands, the 6 saints descending, and the fall of the witch race. Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere in the ancestral witch hall became oppressively heavy. Ho Tu surveyed her surroundings and realized that perhaps only she was unaware that in that future, our race would fade into obscurity, yet not entirely vanished, in the depths of fate. The only glimmer of hope for our race lies within you. Di Jiang continued. Rebirth at a profound sorrow welled up within Ho-Tu as she thought. To undergo rebirth, I must open the earth path and complete the primordial laws, thereby granting the witch race a sliver of survival. With that, a tear escaped from the corner of her eye. Her compassion, manifesting as rebirth, would nurture all living beings, yet who would come to aid her and save the witch race? The Academy. A sudden inspiration struck Ho-Tu as she bowed to the other ancestor witches. I shall immediately pay my respects to my master. Our witch race's hope is not extinguished. Chapter 71. Ho-Tu returns to the Academy. Heavenly Court investigates the murder. Di Jiang and the other ancestor witches rejoiced at her words. What do you mean by that? Zhu Rong eagerly inquired. Upon learning about the fragment of the future, it had been a thunderclap for Zhu Rong and the other ancestor witches. The witch race was their very creation. Akin to their own offspring, the idea of the witch race perishing was a result they were unwilling to accept. However, with Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin joining forces, they were undeniably correct. One wielded spatial powers, while the other commanded temporal abilities, both capable of capturing glimpses of the future. This was also the fundamental reason why, after Falian's death, Di Jiang resolutely decided to wage war against the demon race. The demon race was the sworn enemy of the witch race. The witch race stood no chance against the six saints, even knowing fully that their hands were involved. They had to pretend to be completely oblivious. Now, more than ever, the fragment of the future left all the ancestor witches in despair. Ho-Tu's words seemed to pierce through the darkness like a beam of light. My master once said, I can attain sainthood, for the Academy's path to sanctity is rooted in the world, not in the primordial purple aura. The more Ho-Tu spoke, the more resolute her voice became. Once I achieve sainthood, our witch race can thrive within my foundational world. Growing together, Di Jiang and the other ancestor witches exchanged glances, and the oppressive atmosphere lightened considerably. After a brief discussion, Di Jiang prepared numerous treasures for Ho-Tu to take back to the Academy. They aimed to ensure that before the witch race's decline manifested in the future fragment, Ho-Tu would attain sainthood. Brothers and sisters, I am departing, Ho-Tu declared, elegantly exiting the ancestral witch hall. She had no time to indulge in sentimental farewells. Attaining sainthood swiftly was crucial to providing the witch race with a secure refuge, as well as offering a resting place for the beings of the primordial lands. Time was of the essence that in the heavenly court. Di Jun inquired solemnly, What news? Tai Yi, filled with murderous intent, replied, The loss of the source amounts to over 1/10. Had we not discovered it early, it may well have resulted in a drop in rank. This was no mere hyperbole. The chaos Qinglian, which once nurtured the Panga Father God, had fallen to the 36th rank. Subsequently, it had further bifurcated into the 12th rank of Merit Gold Lotus, the 12th rank of Karmic Fire Red Lotus, and the 12th rank of World Extinguishing Black Lotus. Although the circumstances differed, the principle remained the same. What enraged Tai even more was that the Dongwang Bell, his accompanying treasure, was now only partially refined, rendering him incapable of unleashing its full potential. Otherwise, he would not have discovered that the source of the Dongwang Bell had been stolen only upon Ho-Tu's reminder. Vigilance was imperative in the future. Di Jun gazed towards the horizon, his eyes seeming to penetrate the 33 heavens and the 9 heavens gale, reaching into the chaos. After stowing away the Dongwang Bell and collecting his thoughts, Tai Yi asked, Brother, how goes the investigation into Falian's matter? Tai Yi's voice bore an enigmatic quality, tinged with an almost inaudible chime. He employed the sound of the bell to obscure his voice, thus preventing the secrets of heaven from being recorded, an unconventional method of obfuscating the heavenly secrets. Di Jun pondered briefly before producing the He-Tu and Luo Shu. The vast Hunyuan He-Luo formation enveloping the heavenly court shifted slightly, isolating all methods of probing the heavenly court. At this moment, Di Jun spoke, I have investigated. Falian received my brother's orders and immediately set off for the ancestral witch hall without delay. During this time, no one from the heavenly court descended to the lower realms. Nor was the formation activated. Then the issue lies not within us. Tai Yi felt greatly relieved. According to their previous analysis, Falian's speed was not slow, and he had received a sudden task to head to the ancestral witch hall. In such a short span, to acquire intelligence while possessing the strength to intercept Philean, there was only one possibility. The heavenly court faced a problem. Someone from the demon race had betrayed them. Now, he felt reassured. No, June's expression turned grave as he shook his head. You have overlooked one person. Who? He instinctively inquired. Then, as if realizing something, his countenance grew increasingly grim. Kunpeng. Ever since Kunpeng was conferred the title of Demon Sovereign, he has been cultivating in the heavenly court, remaining uninvolved in mundane affairs that Jun and Tai naturally welcomed this development. Otherwise, if Kunpeng were to vie for power with them, chaos would surely ensue. Moreover, Kunpeng possessed sufficient strength to intercept Philean, and upon receiving the news, he would have time to react. Most importantly, Kunpeng could traverse the Hunyuan Luo formation without being recorded by it, a traitor. Tai's teeth nearly ground to dust. During this period, Kunpeng had reaped considerable benefits from the heavenly court, nearly half of the treasury stockpile. This was the accumulation of countless years of toil from innumerable demon clans, spanning from the demon court to the heavenly court. After all, he was Jun pointed towards the sky. Yet he cannot allow his eyes to be clouded with hatred, wishing only to swallow Kunpeng whole. The situation was even more infuriating, for Kunpeng had not made much effort to conceal his actions, as if proclaiming, I am here to deceive you, and I fear not your investigation. How audacious! Yet despite such arrogance, Tai and Jun had to endure it. Not only that, but they had to feign ignorance. How utterly frustrating! It is still our lack of strength. Jun sighed, then added, Second brother, the heavenly court is now in your hands. I shall return to seclusion. This encounter with the 12 capital heavenly demon formation has granted me new insights into formations. The Hunyuan Luo formation is sufficient for defense, but lacks offensive capabilities. I must remedy this. Otherwise, in the next great war, Tai nodded gravely at his words. The conflict between the witches and demons was far from over. With plans set in motion, Jun entered seclusion, while Tai appeared nonchalant, beginning to tidy up the aftermath of the battle. Numerous experts from various demon tribes had fallen, necessitating compensation. Furthermore, many positions within the demon race required adjustments at the same time. They had to intimidate those restless factions, ensuring the authority of the heavenly court remained intact. He was exceedingly busy. The first great war between the witches and demons concluded, and the events that transpired spread throughout the primordial lands. A fundamental transformation took place within the primordial realm. All races recognized that the conflict between the witches and demons was merely a temporary truce. The two equally matched forces would inevitably ignite even greater wars. Whether in admiration or fear, countless races chose to align themselves with either the witch race or the demon race. The only notable change was that those tribes aligning with the witch race predominantly thrived on the primordial lands, while the demon race ascended to the 33 heavens in a fleeting moment. The primordial lands experienced a rare tranquility, and at this juncture, Zhen Yuanzi departed from the academy, setting forth towards Buzhou Mountain, the abode of Nuwa. How dare I trouble you, my friend, to come in person? Nuwa expressed a sense of guilt. Zhen Yuanzi responded with a gentle smile. I was merely seized by a whim to take a stroll. And fortuitously, I arrived here. Fushi smiled on the side. What they spoke of was the matter of Zenyuanzai imparting the symbols. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zenyuanzai directly commenced his work. The symbols were another manifestation of the rules of heaven and earth. As each symbol took shape, faintly, merit descended into Zenyuanzai's being, though the quantity was meager. The majority was intercepted by the heavenly path. After all, disciples of the academy traversing the Honghuang continent needed to pay merit and fortune according to time. Chapter 72. Nuwa becomes a saint and humanity emerges, ushering in the age of saints. This transmission lasted over 300 years. Zenyuanzai held nothing back. In truth, these symbols were already quite different from those in the perfect world. Given the fundamental disparities between the two realms, the symbols imparted by Zenyuanzai had been refined by him, making them more suitable for use in Honghuang. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Upon completing the last symbol, Nuwa bowed deeply. The grace of your teaching surpasses the heavens. There is no need for such formality, Zai responded, helping Nuwa to her feet with a smile. I am but a novice. To have Fushi and fellow Taoist Nuwa accompany me on this journey is a fortune I could scarcely have sought. Nuwa smiled in return. Sister, we must host a banquet to honor our diligent junior. Fushi said cheerfully that he, too, had learned a great deal, enhancing his means of confrontation and advancing his cultivation, which filled him with joy. It is only right, Nuwa nodded, smiling. However, her gaze swept across Zai, and suddenly she froze. This moment of stillness lasted 500 years. Nuwa pondered question. Why do all great beings, upon transformation, choose the same human form? That of Pangu. Is it truly solely due to the influence of the father god Pangu? Then why does the father god Pangu possess such an image? What secrets lie within this form? Previously taken for granted, it now seemed shrouded in mystery. With newfound curiosity, Nuwa swiftly began her research. With her quasi-sane cultivation, she soon discovered the answer. The human form not only aligns with the heavenly path, but also resonates with the great Tao. Compared to the myriad strange forms of primordial beings, the human form is closer to the Tao, akin to natural selection, regardless of whether they are demons, shamans, or any of the myriad races of Hongwang. Their pursuit of the Tao would be more in harmony with it. Thus, when the myriad races of Hongwang eventually take shape, they all subconsciously select the human form. Creation, indeed, creation, my Tao is fulfilled, Nuwa exclaimed. Her eyes opening involuntarily. It was a moment of both joy and admiration. Once one attains the Tao and perceives the world, everything changes. The banquet promised her fellow Taoist would, alas, be postponed, Nuwa said to Zai with a smile. Zai laughed heartily, congratulating her on her attainment. Fushi was equally unable to contain his joy. Fellow Taoist Zai, brother, behold my creation, Nuwa said with a smile, her form manifesting as she ascended into the air above Mount Buzhou. With the divine waters of the three lights and the essence of the nine heavens, combined with the symbols learned from Zai and her own essence, she deftly molded them. Soon, a doll materialized in her hands. Nuwa breathed out a breath of celestial energy, and the doll rapidly grew, becoming animated by the time it reached the ground. She continued until 3 dolls were created. Then, Nuwa took a gourd vine, mixed the divine waters of the 3 lights and the essence of the 9 heavens with various treasures, and dipped the gourd vine to fling outward point one by one. The clay points transformed into human forms. Before long, at the foot of Mount Buzhou, tens of thousands of humans emerged at that moment. An immense wave of merit descended from the heavens, turning the sky of Honghuang into a golden hue. 90% of this merit belonged to Nuwa, while Zai and Fushi each received a portion, with the final part divided into 2 shares. 1 share infused into the gourd vine, which, being a primordial spiritual root, gained additional profundity from this merit. The other share merged with the essence of the 9 heavens. Bathed in merit, Nuwa's realm ascended at a visibly rapid pace, from lake quasi-saint to peak quasi-saint. A lake's sound of flowing water echoed as Nuwa hovered in midair, adorned with a majestic aura. Her presence radiated vastness and compassion. I am Nuwa, feeling the heavenly path, enacting the way of creation. Today, I shall create a new race, to be called humanity. I am a saint. Boom! The ethereal music of the heavens resonated through the realms. Golden lotuses burst forth from the earth, and purple chi rose from the east for 3,000 miles. The awe-inspiring pressure of the saints spread throughout the Hongwang world. All beings of Hongwang bowed towards Mount Buzhou, exclaiming, "Congratulations to Lady Nuwa for becoming a saint." Only the newly emerged human race at the foot of Mount Buzhou chanted, "Saint Mother, Nuwa, creator of humanity." Many great beings, whether near or far, congratulated Nuwa on her sanctification. Yet their moods were perhaps less than jubilant, particularly for Laozi and Yuanshi. Tongtian had already eclipsed them, and now Nuwa had surpassed them as well. Elder brother, Yuanshi's demeanor had grown considerably more serene. With the first and second places lost, there was no point in fretting over lost face. Laozi shook his head, about to speak, when Nuwa's voice rang out again. This saint shall open a cave heaven in the chaos. All fellow Taoists are welcome to witness. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged glances, astonished at what they saw in each other's eyes. Open a cave heaven in the chaos. Why would Niuhua do such a thing? The same question emerged from Fushi's lips. The master decreed that after attaining sainthood, one must open a cave heaven in the chaos, as heavenly path saints. We must not miss this grand event, Niuhua explained. Subsequently, she urged Fushi, brother, humanity is my creation and the foundation of my sainthood. I entrust it to your care, of course, Fushi replied, rubbing his fists in anticipation. Now he finally understood what Su Mo had previously instructed. He also realized that his path of teaching would likely be rooted in humanity, as for whether humanity would suffer due to the observance of propriety. Fushi was not the least bit concerned. With Niuhua, a heavenly path saint, and the support of the academy behind them, humanity's development would surely proceed smoothly. Now, Fushi was eager to showcase his abilities, especially upon seeing the bewildered expressions of the human populace. A blank canvas is ideal for painting, and humanity was such a canvas. After giving his instructions, Niuhua rose into the chaos. Under the watchful gaze of many great beings, she emulated the father god Pangu and opened the Huangtian. The great beings congratulated her before dispersing. With Niuhua having attained sainthood, they too needed to intensify their efforts. Meanwhile, Fushi began relocating humanity to the East Sea. After giving a few instructions, he returned to Penglai Island. Have you brought it? Upon seeing Fushi, Su Mo asked eagerly. They have been settled, master. I shall now teach among humanity, Fushi replied, bowing deeply. Then go, Su Mo said, a glimmer of golden light flashing in his eyes. The human race by the East Sea came into view that moment. The tens of thousands of humans gazed around in confusion, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Su Mo felt a pang of emotion. This was the nascent human race. The Hongwang continent was utterly foreign to them. Everything around them was both novel and frightening. Su Mo was uncertain whether his arrangements were good or bad. With Fushi's guidance and the support of the Penglai Island Academy, humanity should fare better than in their original historical plight. Yet without weathering storms, how could they see rainbows? Was it truly a good thing for humanity to lack their original trials? Su Mo did not know. His heart was in turmoil. As the saying goes, concern breeds chaos. Master, Tongtian approached Su Mo, glancing at the now tiny figure of Fushi. Your aura is unstable. The age of saints has arrived. Su Mo sighed, answering nonchalantly, Tongtian, you must strive harder. Tongtian looked bewildered. Did I do something wrong? Chapter 73. The Development of Humanity. Laozi joins the human race, the primordial era unmeasured by time. Time slips away in the blink of an eye. The naive human race, under the guidance of Fushi, learned the essentials of survival, whether through hunting or foraging for wild fruits, all engaged fervently in their endeavors. Among them, 3 individuals distinguished themselves. Point 1. Who discovered the method of fire by friction, marked the end of humanity's consumption of raw food, earning the title of Swearin. Another, emulating bird nests, constructed shelters to shield humanity from the elements, known as Yuchao. The final one, utilizing animal skins for warmth and leaves for modesty, provided protection from many, hence called the. These individuals are revered as the 3 ancestors of humanity, also sculpted by the hands of the goddess Enhua. Fushi did not interfere extensively with humanity, choosing instead to reside at the heart of their territory, offering guidance only when sought. That he did not dictate to humanity how to survive, how to cultivate, or what rules to follow. Rather, he guided them. When disputes arose among humans, Fushi imparted lessons on propriety. In times of perilous hunting, he taught the art of warfare, encouraging humanity to learn from the strengths of the myriad races. Gradually, as humanity flourished, the 3 ancestors found governance increasingly manageable, turning to Fushi for counsel, who then instructed them in the art of management. Fushi was akin to a vast encyclopedia. The knowledge one sought was contained within, yet it required individual exploration, personal insight, and practical application to fully grasp. Initially, humanity consisted of merely hundreds of thousands, occupying a mere small territory by the Eastern Sea. Within a decade, their population surpassed 1 million. A century later, they numbered over 6 million, and a millennium later, they reached hundreds of millions. The passage of 10,000 years seemed to vanish in an instant. Humanity had long since ventured beyond the Eastern Sea. Gradually spreading towards the heart of the primordial continent, they encountered the shaman race, learning from them the arts of physical enhancement and the secrets of bodily concealment. Humanity also crossed paths with the demon race, with some coexisting peacefully while others became prey. The once great three ancestors of humanity had long since stepped down from their leadership roles, retreating with Fuxi to the ancestral grounds for profound cultivation, becoming the very essence of humanity. Even as humanity began to devise their own methods of cultivation, the sheer magnitude of their population and the expanding territory rendered governance of the entire race nearly impossible. Thus, under the auspices of the three ancestors, the Eastern Sea became the designated ancestral ground of humanity. The remaining factions established tribes based on their respective divisions. Numerous adept individuals within humanity engaged in secluded cultivation at the ancestral ground, striving to bolster their strength while also vowing to devise a unique cultivation method for their race, a task that Fuxi had yet to impart to them. That it was Fuxi's deliberate intention. The path of humanity was one they had to forge themselves. What suited them best was paramount. This insight stemmed from Fuxi's understanding of the solar divine world, where each individual must harbor their own thoughts and will. For how else could they ascend to greatness? Just as in the vast primordial realm, where myriad powerful beings each tread their own paths and comprehend their own truths, none are identical. Although the human race boasted a considerable population, they remained insignificant among the myriad races of the primordial realm, failing to break into the top 100, let alone compete with the shaman and demon races. Yet, it was this seemingly inconspicuous human race that captured the attention of one, Laozi. After an extended period of seclusion on Kunlun Mountain, seeking the opportunity for enlightenment, Laozi was suddenly inspired, departing the mountain and making his way to the Eastern Sea. Along the journey, he encountered numerous human tribes. Sensing a distinct aura that set humanity apart from the other races of the primordial realm, in contrast to the relatively simplistic and singular temperaments of the myriad races, humanity appeared as a tapestry of emotions. They were ferocious as fire in battle, tender as water towards their kin, striving valiantly to realize their ambitions through relentless effort. Laozi followed a small tribe that had separated from a larger one. Observing their cautious progress, their careful dealings with unfamiliar groups, their communal hunts where they shared sustenance with the elderly who could not hunt, and their tender care for their young, where even the fiercest among them displayed smiles that could warm the heart. Eventually, Laozi feigned being a solitary traveler from another tribe, integrating himself into this human tribe, witnessing their gradual growth, their near annihilation on several occasions, and their persistent struggle to endure. A century later, he departed this tribe, continuing towards the Eastern Sea, the ancestral ground of humanity. As he approached the ancestral ground, Laozi's confidence in humanity grew immensely, alongside his admiration for Fuxi. Fuxi had embedded numerous noble virtues within the very bloodline of humanity. Tolerance. Humanity possessed a remarkable inclusiveness, eagerly learning from the strengths of others, unafraid to engage with the myriad races. Diligence. Each member of humanity contributed their strength towards the prosperity of the tribe, diligently cultivating their skills, while even the elders remained active, engaging in tasks within their capability, and the young would assist the adults. Wisdom. In Laozi's perception, humanity's greatest intelligence lay in their adeptness at utilizing tools, enabling them to triumph even against stronger adversaries. Resilience. Perhaps this was the quality that moved Laozi most deeply. No matter the challenges faced, they would never easily surrender. Humanity possessed both the courage and capability to surmount the pains and tribulations on their path forward. While humanity had many strengths, they also bore numerous flaws. Yet overall, their virtues outweighed their shortcomings. Individually, they may not have been formidable, but their unity was profound. These admirable qualities were all derived from the sage revered by humanity, Fuxi. Upon understanding this, Laozi felt both envy and admiration, As he neared the Eastern Sea, he came to a realization. His path to enlightenment lay within humanity. However, the merit of educating humanity would ultimately belong to Fuxi. After much contemplation, Laozi made a decisive move. He projected a fragment of his essence into the womb of a woman from a tribe near the Eastern Sea. 7 months later, he was born. Able to articulate from birth, by the age of 1, he could engage in discussions with the wisest elder of the tribe, T7, just as the tribe prepared to send him to the ancestral ground. Laozi announced his retreat, proclaiming his intent to create a cultivation method for humanity. The tribe rejoiced. 11 years later, Laozi emerged from seclusion, skillfully penning the golden elixir path that a vast bounty of merit descended upon him. Yet, rather than achieving enlightenment for himself, Laozi imparted the golden elixir path unreservedly to his people that a century later, the golden elixir path had become humanity's most vital cultivation method, simultaneously a cornerstone of their practice. Humanity's fortune flowed abundantly towards Laozi. 2 centuries later, numerous cultivation methods emerged among humanity, many inspired by the golden elixir path, resulting in a plethora of skilled practitioners, with dozens achieving the status of great Luo Jingxian. At this juncture, humanity had begun to establish a notable presence on the primordial continent. Chapter 74, The Ancestral Sacrifice of Humanity. Laozi reveals his true form, Fuxi's wrath, the Eastern Sea, the ancestral ground of humanity. The entire city was adorned with lights and decorations, radiating beauty, as adults busied themselves while children gathered to play and frolic. Embodying a scene of harmonious joy, the ancestral ground was bustling with activity. Yet countless caravans continued to stream towards it. In just a few days, humanity would celebrate the momentous occasion of their millennial birth, the most significant festival in their history. Tribes, regardless of their distance, dispatched teams to return to the ancestral ground for the grand millennial ancestral sacrifice. After nearly 10 millennia of development, humanity had evolved far beyond the sparse few at their inception. The three ancestors of humanity, bolstered by merit and their own efforts, had ascended to the pinnacle of great Luo Jingxian. The only obstacle preventing their advancement to quasi-saint status was the lack of innate spiritual treasures to sever the ties of mortality. Beneath the three ancestors there existed nearly 70 great Luo Jingxian, over 1,000 Tai Jingxian, and more than 50 to 60,000 Jinxian-level practitioners. Below the rank of Jingxian, their numbers were incalculable. The momentum of development was promising. Overall, humanity had firmly established its footing among the myriad races of the primordial realm. In just a few days, the ancestral sacrifice would commence. Under the auspices of the three ancestors, humanity would pay homage to the goddess Enhua, honor their ancestors, and commemorate the heroes who had fallen during the journey of human advancement. The highlight of the event would be the recognition of those who had made significant contributions to humanity's development over the millennia, including the creator of the Golden Elixir Path, Laozi. That evening, within the Hall of Ancestors, Fuxi slowly opened his eyes. What brings my friend Laozi to visit in the dead of night? A figure manifested before Fuxi. It was indeed Laozi. With a stoic expression, Laozi proclaimed, "I wish to establish a doctrine for humanity." Fuxi paused, taken aback. Establish a grand doctrine and achieve sanctity. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike Fuxi, and he furrowed his brow. "Is the Golden Elixir Path you're doing?" "Indeed," Laozi affirmed. Laozi nodded, while Fuxi contemplated deeply. The situation had become quite precarious. The path of the Golden Elixir had been established for several millennia, and it now stood as one of the most significant cultivation practices for the human race. It can be said that Laozi was profoundly intertwined with humanity. Fuxi seethed with resentment, unable to believe that he had been outsmarted by Laozi. You not wish to assist, my friend, by establishing a great teaching. I could protect humanity," Laozi declared. "I trust you like I trust a ghost." Fuxi inwardly scoffed, for who in the vast wilderness was unaware that Laozi's practice was the way of non-action? Unless humanity faced imminent annihilation, he would never intervene. Even in the face of such a catastrophe, should the opponent prove too formidable, he would similarly refrain from acting. Over the millennia, Fuxi had shared many drinks and conversations with Tongtian, gaining profound insight into Laozi's character. If Tongtian was boisterous and Yuanshi was particularly concerned with face, Then Laozi approached every endeavor with deep calculations. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not take the initiative. Even if he did, he would maneuver others into the spotlight, always ready to distance himself from any consequences. Preaching is one thing, but establishing a teaching is out of the question, Fushi replied coldly. Laozi furrowed his brow. Friend Fushi, the establishment of the human teaching is my opportunity for sanctification. The implication was clear. The grudge against obstructing the way was one that could not be shared. Fushi's eyes flashed with fury. What reason do you have to act so unreasonably, friend? Did humanity summon you? Laozi's expression darkened. This was precisely why he sought out Fushi. If Fushi and Yuhua did not endorse his cause, he would not garner sufficient merit and fortune to establish his teaching that I am the first disciple of Hongjun, and I can teach all the myriad races of the wilderness. Laozi retorted coldly. Although the human race has cultivated the golden elixir path, you too have shared in a portion of their fortune and merit, so why must you establish a great teaching? Fushi gazed intently into Laozi's eyes. Both confronting one another, you are Hongjun's disciple, while I am but the second disciple of the academy. Who fears whom? Do you truly intend to obstruct me? Laozi narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint radiating from them. His opportunity for sanctification lay within humanity. He must establish this human teaching. Fushi suddenly stood, the Qishuan Qin emitting a soft chime, his war intent soaring. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the two faced off, dozens of figures emerged within the ancestral hall. Led by the three ancestral figures of humanity, accompanied by many powerful beings of the human race. Saint Teacher, Wu Chao approached Fushi, inquiring in a hushed tone, for the first time in 10,000 years. He witnessed Fushi so enraged. This is Laozi, one of the three pure ones and the foremost disciple of Hongjun Jiaozhu, here today to establish the human teaching. Fushi replied with a cold smile. The three ancestral figures exchanged glances and simultaneously bowed to Laozi. We pay our respects to you, friend Laozi. Laozi's brow furrowed. Before he could speak, Wu Chao interjected, the human race values self-reliance. Your concern is unnecessary. Laozi's face darkened. The pressure of his pre-saint aura suddenly erupted, forcefully directed toward the three ancestral figures of humanity. Fushi quickly stepped forward, placing himself before the three ancestors to absorb Laozi's pressure. What reasoning is this, friend Laozi? Swearin stepped forward. Does our human race not even have the freedom to refuse? You truly do not. Laozi sneered. In the wilderness, strength commanded respect. Had Fushi not intervened, he would have established the teaching already. Ignoring Swearin, Laozi's ominous gaze fell upon Fushi. Fushi, my sanctification is the destined order of heaven. Do you intend to oppose the heavenly way? Fushi scoffed coldly. So you claim to represent the heavenly way? I dare say your teacher would not dare assert such a thing. The verbal sparring escalated, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Many powerful beings of humanity remained unclear about the unfolding events, yet they readied themselves for battle against Laozi. Over the millennia, Fushi had firmly established the position of saint teacher among humanity. What did it matter if Laozi was the foremost disciple of Hongjun or one of the three pure ones? They would undoubtedly support Fushi. Targeted by all, Laozi's expression grew darker, and as his thoughts whirled, he suddenly bowed in the direction of Zishao Palace. Master, I implore you to adjudicate. It was impossible to engage in battle. Without certainty of victory, Laozi would not confront Fushi. He felt uncertain. The disciples of the academy displayed such extraordinary prowess. He would not seek his own humiliation that if a fight ensued and he lost, what would become of his reputation as Pangu's true successor? Thus, he was left with but one choice, to summon Hongjun Jiaozhu. Observing this, Fushi coldly snorted and promptly sent a message to Penglai Island. Without a sound, an elderly figure suddenly appeared in the hall. I pay my respects to Hongjun Jiaozhu. The crowd bowed in unison. Hongjun Jiaozhu waved his hand, and a gentle force lifted everyone. Master, Laozi approached Hongjuan's side. Bowing his head, submissively, Hongjuan's gaze fell upon Fushi. The human race is the ordained protagonist of heaven. I have a duty to educate them. This declaration resonated like a thunderclap in Fushi's ears. The three ancestral figures of humanity, along with numerous powerful beings, heard nothing that a profound sense of frustration etched itself into the hearts of the three ancestors. This was a matter of great consequence for the future of humanity. Yet they were denied even the right to listen. How tragically sorrowful. Chapter 75. Hongjuan's bullying, the challenge, Hongjun retreats. Elder brother, Wu Chao, and Zi turned to swearing. They felt compelled to act. Otherwise, they would be unworthy of their status as ancestral figures of humanity. Swearin clenched his fists tightly, shaking his head with difficulty. What can we do? The human race has the right, but lacks the strength to act. They could only watch helplessly as Hongjun pressured Fushi, while Laozi smirked from the sidelines. Remember this moment. Suerin's voice echoed in the ears of all-powerful beings of humanity, that we are so powerless that we cannot even intervene in the future of our own race. This is a tremendous humiliation, for we lack the strength. One by one, the powerful beings of humanity seethed with indignation, yet it bore no fruit. Hongjun Jiaozhu did not deign to glance at them, his saintly pressure firmly bearing down on Fushi, awaiting his capitulation. No. He was waiting for Suemo. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated in the ears of Suerin and the other two. Do not underestimate yourselves. They are formidable beings who have cultivated through countless epochs and survived numerous calamities to emerge victorious. In their presence, you do not even qualify as juniors. Have reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm is already a testament to your exceptional talent and hard work. Given time, it is not impossible for you to attain sanctification. The three turned to see the speaker, a seemingly youthful figure with sword-like brows and starry eyes, a gentle smile gracing his face. Exuding a refreshing aura, he smiled at the three ancestors, and Suemo leisurely stepped forward, effortlessly breaking through Hongjuan's pressure to stand before Fushi. Master, Fushi bowed, a hint of grievance in his demeanor. Achieve sanctification. You must endure. What do you feel when crushed by others? Suemo inquired. Fushi fell silent, lowering his head. His path remained unfulfilled. Now was not the opportune moment for sanctification. Even in the face of Hongjuan's suppression, he felt it was not yet time. Moreover, Fushi cast a resentful glance at Suemo. Hongjun Jiaozhu was the first saint after the creation of heaven and earth, now merged with the Tao. His cultivation undoubtedly surpassing that of a saint. Where did Suemo derive his confidence that he could confront Hongjun post-sanctification? Was he not overestimating himself and underestimating Hongjun? Subsequently, Suemo turned his gaze toward Hongjun Jiaozhu. Friend, you are abusing your power. This is excessive. The aura of a saint, rivaling that of Hongjun, suddenly surged forth, and Suemo became enveloped in an air of profound mystery. I could see this moment. He was a saint who looked down upon the world. A saint who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Hongjun, within the ancestral hall of humanity. Aside from Fushi and Laozi, everyone else held their breath. After all, their cultivation rendered them unaffected by the need to breathe. However, should they inadvertently attract the attention of the two saints by doing so, that would indeed be a catastrophe. Friend, your temper is too volatile. Hongjun observed Suemo with indifference. The human race is my disciple's opportunity for sanctification. Fushi dares to obstruct the way, which is a grave disrespect. The implication was clear. Laozi had shown considerable leniency by not striking Fushi dead. Should I still be grateful to you? Suemo smirked. Laozi, seek your opportunity for sanctification elsewhere. The human race is not a toy in your hands. Hongjuan's eyes sharpened in an instant. Is that truly the case? You may certainly test it. Suemo snorted coldly. The human race is the creation of Nuwa, and Nuwa is my disciple. Hongjun, unwilling to concede, remarked, then call her forth. Without further ado, Suemo directly notified Nuwa, who was currently in seclusion in the heavenly palace of Nuwa. Before long, Nuwa arrived. Fushi immediately stepped forward to explain the situation. Nuwa was caught in a dilemma that on one hand stood her teacher Hongjun and her senior brother Laozi. On the other, the well-meaning Suemo, the mysterious and powerful head of the Hongmeng Academy, alongside her elder brother Fushi. She was torn between conflicting loyalties. Nuwa, what is your stance? Hongjun questioned coldly. An invisible pressure firmly ensnared Nuwa. She opened her mouth but could not utter a single word. "Do not put Niwa in a difficult position," Sumo suddenly spoke up. Niwa directed a grateful smile towards Sumo. Achieving sanctity was not nearly as glorious as she had previously imagined. Hongjun cast a cold glance at Niwa before shifting his gaze to Sumo. Regardless of Niwa's words, the decision ultimately rested with the two of them. "Having combined our paths for such an extensive period, you must have made significant progress. Why not engage in a contest? If I prevail, I shall seek another opportunity for sanctification," Sumo stated nonchalantly. "After all, a confrontation is inevitable. Might as well commence it now." However, upon hearing this, Hongjun interjected, "The primordial realm cannot withstand our clash." "Then let it be in the chaos," Sumo insisted, pressing on. Hongjun continued to shake his head, disapproving. "You have no say in this." Sumo's eyes narrowed as he slowly levitated into the air, the aura of a sage radiating from him without hesitation. The overwhelming pressure of his sanctity swept across the land, causing countless beings of the primordial realm to tremble in fear. Hongjun's expression darkened. "Do you not fear the boundless karmic retribution that may befall you, leading to eternal damnation?" Sumo chuckled in response, taunting, "Do you dare to guess whether I fear it or not?" With this provocation, Hongjun hesitated, caught in a dilemma. "Let us battle." Sumo suddenly bellowed. Hongjun's eyes widened, his fierce demeanor flashing forth, each word dripping with intensity, as if emerging from the depths of the abyss. "Are you truly prepared for this?" His anger surged. Never had anyone dared to challenge him so boldly. He lamented the limited authority bestowed upon him by the heavenly Tao. For otherwise, Sumo would not have the audacity to be so brazen before him. Yet at this moment, he felt utterly powerless against Sumo within the primordial realm. Sumo was not his adversary. Yet should a conflict arise, countless lives would be lost, and karmic burdens would descend upon him. He could not bear that weight. However, battling within the chaos, devoid of the support of the forces of heaven and earth, he might not necessarily be at a disadvantage against Sumo, with Sumo pressing the issue. If he did not engage, would he not become the subject of ridicule among countless beings? What face would he have left to call himself the ancestor of the Tao? This predicament weighed heavily on Hongjun's heart. He regretted not being adequately prepared and resented Sumo's unorthodox approach. "You are the leader of an organization and a sage in your own right. How can you so casually propose a fight? Where is the civility in that?" Just as he was grappling with this quandary, a spark of inspiration struck Hongjun that, "My friend, should we engage in combat, it may lead to a resurgence of chaos, bringing calamity upon the beings of the primordial realm. Why not each cultivate our own world for a millennium? The one whose world is perfected shall emerge victorious." Hongjun regarded Sumo thoughtfully, a glimmer of pride evident in his eyes that he was not concerned about Sumo's potential refusal. The foundation for sanctification lies within a world, and the Hongming Academy excels in world cultivation. This was Sumo's forte. Even if he were to lose, he would have an explanation at hand. Furthermore, he was not necessarily bound to defeat. If he were not proficient in world cultivation, he would lack confidence in devouring the heavenly Tao, which is the very embodiment of rules. No. Sumo's voice suddenly rang out. Hongjun's countenance darkened at once, a fierce aura emanating from him. "Oh, you truly believe that I would shy away from a mutually assured destruction?" "The stakes must be raised," Sumo declared. Hongjun nearly strained his back, staring in disbelief at Sumo. Chapter 76. Confrontation, the dominance of the heavenly Tao. "I spit blood to achieve sanctity. The small worlds we cultivate shall belong to the human race," Sumo stated calmly. "Impossible," Hongjun vehemently rejected. While it was true that the human race was destined to be the protagonist, their position did not stem from their inherent strength. In fact, the human race could not be too powerful. Otherwise, his schemes would come to naught. It is either we commence battle now or engage in the chaos, Sumo replied coldly. Hongjun narrowed his eyes. The world of Tongtian could exist beyond the primordial realm. "You may certainly try," Sumo sneered. Should Hongjun dare to disrupt the world, he would not hesitate to shatter the primordial realm. "Are you truly prepared for this?" Hong Jun enunciated each word with a dangerous undertone. Su Imo huffed disdainfully. Fushi has safeguarded the human race for millennia, following the path of enlightenment. I have created the golden elixir path, contributing to the human race, yet that alone is insufficient to establish a grand doctrine. The human race is the foundation of my opportunity for sanctification. Hong Jun reiterated, the enmity that obstructs the Tao is irreconcilable. Then let us fight, Su Imo retorted with a cold smile, ready to wager. Hong Jun's nostrils flared in frustration. Why has the conversation swung back around? He was reluctant to take the gamble. Indeed, while he could annihilate the sword world, he could not withstand the karmic flames that would ensue. Should Su Imo disregard both Tongtian and the sword world, he would find himself without means of counteraction. No, Hong Jun's eyes gleamed with intensity. The human race is but a creation of Niuhua. Upon uttering these words, Su Mo's heart sank that he realized that Hong Jun had discerned his weakness, which indeed lay within the human race. The destruction of the human race, even if they were destined protagonists, would yield no significant harm to Hong Jun if they had not fully developed. Furthermore, if Niuhua could create the human race, could she not create another race? In that case, even if it resembled the human race, merely adopting a different name, it would still possess the potential of a destined protagonist. Yet, the human race would cease to be the human race. Su Mo fixed a cold gaze upon Hong Jun, who remained undeterred. The collision of sages unleashed a tremendous pressure that rendered the powerful of the human race silent. While the weaker ones were already rendered unconscious, Fushi, I, and even Niuhua, who had already achieved sanctity, held our breaths, faces taut with tension. Once the battle commenced, the primordial realm was destined for ruin. Nevertheless, Su Imo and Hong Jun remained unyielding. The most challenging aspect was that they lacked sufficient strength and standing to negotiate. Was the primordial realm truly on the verge of annihilation? As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tensed like tea that moment. A faceless figure materialized. An overwhelming, majestic, ancient, and chilling aura enveloped the space. Regardless of whether it was Su Imo or Hong Jun, their presences faded into nothingness, as if they were not sages or primordial golden immortals, but merely two ordinary beings of the human race. The heavenly Su Imo furrowed his brow. Hong Jun also regarded the apparition with unease that I can establish the human doctrine and, after achieving sanctity, protect the human race for 30,000 years. However, the fortune and merits I receive from the human race must be returned in equal measure. The icy voice of the figure intoned. Unacceptable. Hong Jun countered, his face darkened. If he were to adhere to the words of the heavenly Tao, why would he need to establish the human doctrine? The figure, devoid of eyes, emanated a chilling gaze that seemed to freeze all in its path. Merely casting a glance made Su Imo hurriedly lower his head, a chill coursing through him. However, Hong Jun continued to lock eyes with the heavenly Tao. Refusing to yield, To agree to the conditions set forth by the heavenly Tao would render his disciple useless. If this were before the emergence of the academy, the loss would be inconsequential. For he had merely sought a tool, having already obtained the panga mark and fortune that resided within. Yet, the situation was different now. The Hongmeng Academy was aggressively advancing, and with the presence of a sage like Tongtian, conflicts between the two sides were inevitable. He could not afford to lose such a crucial asset. The heavenly Tao coldly regarded Hong Jun, remaining silent. The standoff persisted for the duration of an incense stick. Hong Jun's expression darkened as he finally lowered his head. The apparition of the heavenly Tao gradually dissipated. Hong Jun shot Su Imo a cold glance before vanishing into the void. Su Imo quietly exhaled, relieved that, if this stalemate continued, the time for cultivation would soon elapse. Thankfully, with the completion of merit, he congratulated his friend. Congratulations, you are on the brink of achieving sanctity. That Hong Jun's expression was one that could scrape dust off the ground. Harboring deep resentment within, for him, this was the worst possible outcome. Whether he had directly established the human doctrine within the tribes, expending effort to gain the recognition of the human race, even if it meant offending Fushi and Niuhua, would have been preferable to the present situation. His previous greed had led him astray. Had he garnered the approval of the human sage Fuxi and the human mother Nuo at the time of establishing the doctrine, he would have at least secured a third of the human race's fortune without lifting a finger. Ultimately, he scorned the human race. From one perspective, he looked down upon all beings of the primordial realm, save for the three pure ones. This was evident from his later decision to take on only Xian Du as a solitary disciple, merely to fulfill a duty. "Thank you, esteemed one," he begrudgingly muttered through clenched teeth. He had thoroughly fallen into a trap. Now he must establish the doctrine, yet he would gain nothing in return.